the school beauty who used to run rampant on campus, trampling people under her feet and even forcing them to kneel. Now she lies naked before a man, completely at his mercy. And this man is none other than Shen Yi, whom she had so cruelly humiliated years ago. Without the slightest hesitation, Shen Yi used the most direct method to gradually avenge the humiliation he had suffered. Surprisingly, the once aloof school beauty did not resist. Instead, she asked Shen Yi to do it again afterward. All these changes stemmed from this sudden apocalypse. In just 3 days, more than 80% of the world's population turned into zombies. However, amidst the chaos, Shen Yi awakened an incredible ability, the infinite resources system. It could generate a bottle of mineral water in a second, and the quantity could be infinitely stacked. Even more outrageous is that as long as you take in beautiful women, you can continuously unlock new resources, and these resources can be stacked infinitely. Just then, the system suddenly beeped. Ding! Survivor matching the criteria detected. Name, Zhou, 18 years old, overall score, 93. A photo appeared on the screen. A girl wearing a Lolita dress. Zhou in the picture is not tall, about 1.6 meters, with a petite figure but delicate features and fair skin. The Lolita dress makes her look especially cute, especially the fair and tender legs and white socks exposed under the skirt, which are hard to look away from. Overall, she gives people a pure and sweet, fresh and youthful temperament. Soon, Zhou sent a voice message. Brother, do I really have to go find you? The black fog is too dangerous. My roommate went in yesterday and hasn't come back. Her tone was obviously coquettish, and then she added that she hoped he could find another way. After listening, Shen Yi replied directly, So you want me to risk my life to find you? To bring you water and food, and even deliver it to your door? His tone was blunt, directly exposing her intentions. Zhou quickly explained, No, I didn't mean that. Brother, don't be angry, I apologize. Her voice was soft and sweet, clearly trying to lower herself and make amends. Shen Yi, too lazy to argue further, simply sent a message. Male dormitory 606, campus, food and drinks provided if you come. Otherwise, forget it. After that, he ignored her. He knew perfectly well that she was simply afraid of the black fog and didn't dare go out, so she wanted someone else to risk their life for her. In this apocalyptic environment, he would never act impulsively just because of a few words like brother. As the black fog continues to spread, water resources are becoming increasingly scarce. Just 2 days ago, Shen Yi was ridiculed for posting a message in the group, but now people are actively seeking him out, and even the group admin's attitude has changed. He doesn't need anyone at all. Even more outrageous, his warehouse was overflowing with hundreds of thousands of bottles of mineral water, more than he could use for washing his face and feet every day. While others were desperately seeking water, his life remained extravagant. Shen Yi lay in bed scrolling through friend requests when he suddenly saw the name Su Wanting, and a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. This once aloof goddess, it seemed, had finally succumbed. He casually accepted, wanting to see just how far she could go. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory of Campus B, Zhou and her 2 roommates were staring at the chat history, looking troubled. The short-haired girl couldn't help but complain. This person is too straightforward. The other girl chimed in, complaining that the other person wasn't buying it at all. Zhou frowned, clearly a little uncomfortable. This way of acting cute had always worked for her. She had even managed to get a boy to risk his life to deliver water just a couple of days ago, only for him to enter the black fog and never return. Afterwards, she contacted other suitors, but they were either unreachable, preoccupied with their own problems, or made various excuses, which greatly displeased her. It wasn't until she saw Shen Yi's offer of shelter that she took the initiative to add him as a friend and give it a try. She specially selected her prettiest photo and added a sweet voice message, thinking she had it in the bag, but unexpectedly, she was rejected the first time, leaving her somewhat at a loss. The water was almost gone, and she couldn't help but ask her roommate, What are we going to do? We only have enough water for one more drink today. Her tone was filled with unease. She didn't dare go downstairs at all. The screams from downstairs kept her awake all night. The 2 roommates were equally at a loss. Although they had stocked up on some snacks, their water supply was running low and nearly exhausted. Without further supplies, they would soon face a real crisis. The short-haired girl threatened to call the police, but secretly hid a bottle of beverage under her bedding. The other girl also excused herself to go to the bathroom, moving her hidden food to an even more concealed location. Joanna was no exception. She quietly kicked a bottle of drink deep under the bed, but on the surface, she put on a worried look, as if she couldn't hold on any longer. In a small dormitory, the three of them were each preoccupied with their own thoughts. As the rescue was delayed and supplies dwindled, people's hearts were changing rapidly, and trust was becoming increasingly scarce. At the same time, Shen Yi also received a distress message from Su Wanting. Su Wanting suddenly sent a message. "Help me. There's a monster downstairs." Her tone was extremely terrified. Shen Yi immediately asked about the situation, and she quickly sent him a video of about 10 seconds, which he clicked to view. The scene was shrouded in black fog, with extremely low visibility. It was only vaguely discernible that it was outside a building. From within the fog, an exaggeratedly large yellow mongrel appeared, its muscles bulging, its eyes bloodshot, exuding a bloodthirsty aura. The stray dog stared at Su Wanting, who screamed in fright. But the dog didn't pounce on her. Instead, it picked up a mangled corpse from the ground, turned around, and disappeared into the black mist. The scene was eerie and terrifying. Shen Yi recognized the dog. It was originally just a stray dog on campus, often fed by students. Now its size had increased 3 or 4 times, and it had even started eating people, clearly indicating that it had mutated. After watching the video, his expression turned serious, and he said in a low voice, "Sure enough, animals are starting to mutate too." Recalling what his family had said about the neighbor's dog eating people, everything seemed to make sense. He began to speculate that not only animals, but also plants and even humans might change under the influence of the black mist, and the so-called awakening of superpowers might also be a form of mutation. While pondering, he sent a message to Su Wanting, "Go upstairs quickly before it attacks you. Don't delay." She replied, "Aren't you going to come down and get me?" Shen Yi ignored her completely. He had no intention of risking going downstairs in the first place, and now that he had confirmed the existence of man-eating monsters, going out was even less likely. Just then, a key figure contacted him, Zhao Tao, who had awakened his supernatural abilities. Zhao Tao immediately started warmly inviting them in. "Brothers, do you need protection? I have dozens of people here in the A-Zone Stadium. Bring your supplies, and let's team up." He also attached a video of the crowd. There were indeed quite a few students gathered in the scene, and the atmosphere seemed relatively stable. However, Shen Yi quickly grasped the key point. The other party repeatedly mentioned supplies, clearly indicating ulterior motives. He simply replied, "I only have a few bottles of water." Zhao Tao immediately said he could accept them, repeatedly emphasizing unity and his lightning ability, his tone extremely confident. Shen Yi feigned agreement to go, while probing, "How did you acquire this ability? I'd like to try awakening it too." Zhao Tao gave a vague answer, saying it was by chance and that he should come over and discuss it further. Unable to extract any information, Shen Yi decisively gave up, even considering deleting Zhao Tao from his friend list. As for going to the stadium, it was just a casual remark. He had no intention of actually going. He knew very well that if Zhao Tao were truly strong, he wouldn't be concerned about someone else's water. He would have already gone to gather supplies himself. Zhao Tao's abilities were most likely not that impressive. Having confirmed this, Shen Yi felt somewhat relieved. At least for now, these so-called superhumans weren't so powerful as to be insurmountable. He still had room to maneuver. At this moment, Su Wanting kept sending messages urging him on, her tone becoming increasingly urgent. He only replied with one sentence, 606. Then he got up, picked up a broom, and stood behind the door, alert to any movement outside. Soon, hurried footsteps echoed in the hallway, accompanied by heavy breathing. Su Wanting had climbed all the way to the 6th floor, clearly nearing her limit. She gasped for breath and complained, "Why didn't they come down to get me?" She was drenched in sweat, her throat dry and sore. If it weren't for the monster downstairs, she wouldn't have made it this far. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She even cursed Shen Yi in her mind. But under the pressure of reality, she still found 606, carefully observed her surroundings, and then knocked hard on the door. The door was flung open almost instantly, and before she could react, a hand yanked her inside and swiftly locked the door. "Don't move," Shen Yi shouted coldly, holding her firmly in place. Su Wanting struggled in terror. "What are you doing?" Let me go. But she was already exhausted and couldn't break free at all. Shen Yi's tone was even colder. I said, don't move. The next moment, he began to search her body. You bastard. You're breaking the law. Don't touch me like that. Su Wanting was pinned down, feeling the other person's hand slipping inside her clothes. Her face flushed instantly, and she struggled desperately. But Shen Yi ignored her, calmly checking her for weapons. He quickly pulled out a folding fruit knife, his gaze turning even colder. He knew very well that even if the other party was a woman, he couldn't let his guard down. If the system hadn't required taking in women to unlock resources, he wouldn't have risked bringing someone in. Now, he could only act according to the rules, but the premise was that he had to ensure his own safety. After confirming that she had no other weapons, Shen Yi still didn't relax. He stared at the pink backpack on her back and said directly, give me the bag. Su Wanting immediately protected the backpack and asked warily, what do you want? Inside were the snacks she had saved up, her means of survival, so she naturally refused to hand them over. The more she thought about it, the more regretful she became. She felt she had been too impulsive, that she shouldn't have brought all the food, and even more so, that she shouldn't have expected a boy she had no connection with before to protect her. Shen Yi had threatened her with water earlier. He didn't seem like a kind person at all. Such a person would probably only exploit her for his own benefit. Her emotions were building up, and she was both angry and scared. She couldn't help but yell, let go of me. You stinky loser. Let go right now, or I'll call the police. But her struggles were useless. Shen Yi snatched the backpack, unzipped it, and dumped all the contents onto the ground. Snacks and cosmetics were scattered all over the floor. Shen Yi quickly checked them with his feet to make sure there were no hidden dangerous items before letting go of her. As soon as he released her, Su Wanting erupted in anger and raised her hand to slap him. Shen Yi dodged to the side and slapped her back with a crisp, loud smack. Half of her face instantly swelled up, and she stood there stunned, unable to believe she had been hit. Shen Yi looked at her coldly. Find out what you're here for, and don't put on airs in front of me. If you don't want to get out, I don't take an ungrateful wretches. His tone was icy, showing no sign of backing down. These words completely ignited her anger. This was the first time in her life she had been treated like this, and by someone she had always looked down on. But Shen Yi completely ignored her emotions, pushing her and her bag out of the dormitory, throwing her belongings out as well, and then locking the door. He was extremely decisive. In a post-apocalyptic environment, leaving an unstable person around was too dangerous. Rather than constantly being on guard, it was better to eliminate the threat directly. Outside the door, Su Wanting frantically pounded on it. Shen Yi, open the door. Open the door now. But all she received in response was the cold door and the pitch-black corridor. Her anger was quickly consumed by fear. She dared not return to the girls' dormitory, nor dared she go downstairs. Images of mutated dogs devouring corpses kept flashing through her mind, and it seemed as if even more monsters lurked in the black mist. Her voice trembled. Shen Yi, I was wrong. Open the door and let me in. Inside the house, Shen Yi frowned, worried that her shouts would attract monsters. He gripped the fruit knife and walked to the door, warning in a low voice, stop shouting. Think carefully before you come in or get out. If you attract monsters, you'll be the first to die. These words completely panicked Su Wanting, and her voice lowered. I'm willing. I really am willing. Open the door. She began to plead, but Shen Yi didn't open the door immediately. He wanted her to face reality. In the apocalypse, being willful comes at a price. Su Wanting trembled outside the door, constantly turning back to look at the stairwell, where eerie sounds occasionally emanated, sending chills down her spine. She dared not raise her voice any further, only pleading in a low voice. Only now did she truly understand that the world had completely changed and no one would ever again accommodate her. Having not seen a normal person for days, her heart was filled with fear. Her previous anger was merely an explosion of suppressed emotions. Shen Yi's firmness brought her to her senses. He wasn't the type to fawn over her, and he wouldn't soften his heart because of her appearance. Shen Yi, I really know I was wrong. Please let me in, I'm so scared. Her voice choked with sobs, her emotions collapsing, and she finally squatted down at the door and cried. In the darkness and the threat of the unknown, she completely lost her last bit of stubbornness. Actually, it wasn't just Su Wanting who was frightened. Shen Yi was equally terrified when he first saw the man-eating monster, but he recovered much faster. He knew very well that he absolutely could not collapse, Otherwise, his grandmother and sister would have no one left to rely on. His only goal now is to farm more supplies as quickly as possible. If he can get firearms or other weapons, he'll dare to step out of the house. He doesn't believe these mutated monsters can ignore firearms. As long as they're carbon-based life forms, they can definitely be injured or even killed. Of course, Shen Yi didn't blindly rely on firearms. Since the outbreak of the fog, the country has been slow to respond effectively, and there's been no significant rescue effort, indicating that the situation is far more complex than it appears. But in any case, having weapons in hand always provides a greater sense of security. The problem is that the conditions for unlocking resources through the system are too stringent, making it difficult to acquire large quantities in a short period. However, once he can obtain a weapon and establish basic combat capability, further development will proceed rapidly. After all, the system he possesses is his biggest trump card. Could I have a bottle of water? Su Wanting cried for a long time, then remained silent for a long time before finally calming down and speaking softly. There was water on the table, but she didn't dare to take it herself, afraid of angering Shen Yi again and being kicked out completely. Shen Yi glanced at her, noticing her red, teary eyes, and casually tossed her a bottle of water. At the same time, he scrutinized her closely. This girl, known as the sexiest in the foreign languages department, was over 1.7 meters tall, with long, slender legs, a well-proportioned figure, and excellent proportions. As Su Wanting drank her water, she noticed Shen Yi's undisguised gaze, and her face flushed. In the past, boys had at most steel glances. No one had ever been so direct. She felt both ashamed and uneasy, yet dared not show it. She knew very well that if she angered Shen Yi and was kicked out of here, it would be tantamount to death. Therefore, she could only try her best to appear obedient and compliant, and dared not resist, even if she was very uncomfortable inside. Go brush your teeth first, Shen Yi said casually. He was somewhat disgusted, thinking that she hadn't had water for several days and probably wouldn't be able to clean herself. Su Wanting understood what he meant, her face instantly turning red, but she didn't dare to object. She looked at the 2 bottles of water left on the table and hesitated. There are only 2 bottles left. Shouldn't we use them sparingly? She had just drunk 1 bottle in one go and was now starting to regret it, feeling that it was a bit wasteful. At this rate of consumption, the 2 of them could only last 3 days at most, let alone have any extra water for brushing their teeth. She was conflicted, but dared not refuse. Shen Yi naturally wouldn't explain the system's secrets. It was his last trump card. Then, I'll go brush my teeth, Su Wanting said softly, her tone somewhat hesitant. Ding! The system notification sounded again, initiating the random unlocking of supplies. The result was quick. Freshly roasted chicken arrived. The next second, the number of roasted chickens in the system space rapidly increased, accumulating to dozens in a short time, and still growing. At the same time, bottled water was continuously replenished. Shen Yi's eyes lit up, and he immediately took out a roast chicken from his spatial storage, ready to dig in. He had been saving food these past few days and had been craving meat for a long time. Now he could finally treat himself. As soon as he took it out, he was burned and couldn't help but gasp. Ouch! It really is fresh out of the oven. The aroma of the roast chicken instantly filled the entire dormitory as it was placed on the table. Su Wanting, who had been pretending to be asleep, couldn't help but open her eyes at the aroma. Seeing the whole, golden, steaming roast chicken, she swallowed hard, her gaze fixed on it. Shen Yi tore off a chicken leg and handed it to her. Want some? Thank you. Su Wanting immediately sat up, ignoring the discomfort of the movement, and carefully took the chicken leg, her face full of anticipation. She took a bite, and her eyes lit up. So fragrant. This tastes just as good as a 5-star hotel. The crispy outside and tender inside made her unable to stop eating. Shen Yi buried his head in his food and ate heartily, quickly devouring most of the chicken. Su Wanting only ate 1 chicken leg, but still stared longingly at the bones on the table. Eat if you want, Shen Yi said casually as he washed his hands with mineral water. Su Wanting immediately stepped forward, picked up the bones that hadn't been properly gnawed, and continued eating without hesitation, abandoning her previous fastidiousness. She used to dislike food that others had touched, but now she ate with relish, simply because these foods were now incredibly precious. Shen Yi simply smiled at the scene and stretched. Being well-fed and watered made him feel good and strengthened his resolve to continue unlocking supplies. Then, he picked up his phone and turned his attention to another target, Zhou Wan'er. This girl was more cunning and not easily lured, but if she was cut off from water and food, she would eventually give in. With that in mind, he began accepting friend requests in bulk. Although it was like finding a needle in a haystack, it would be worth it just to find one person who met the system's criteria. While replying to messages, he casually touched Su Wanning's leg. Although Su Wanning was somewhat shy, she did not resist and even silently adjusted her position to cooperate. She knew very well that only by pleasing Shen Yi could she continue to receive shelter and food in the apocalypse. And this was more important than anything else. Just then, Shen Yi suddenly withdrew his hand, his expression turned serious, and he quickly typed on his phone. "What's wrong?" Su Wanning couldn't help but move closer. "Put your clothes on," Shen Yi said calmly, clearly not wanting her to see the screen. Su Wanning tactfully stepped back and didn't ask any more questions. She understood that obedience was her only chance to stay. Meanwhile, Shen Yi was in conversation with a key figure regarding information on how to acquire superpowers. Shen Yi, from the Foreign Languages Department, messaged, "I can give you water and food, but how can you prove what you're saying is true?" Ma Tianming from the Department of Physical Education. "Zhao Tao and I share a dorm, but you have to give me water and food first before I tell you." Shen Yi suppressed his excitement, took out a few bottles of mineral water, took a picture, and sent it over. Unopened, uncontaminated. "If the information is true, these 3 bottles of water are yours." On the other side, a burly young man stared at the photo, swallowed hard, glanced warily at the students around him, quietly raised his phone to take a picture, and quickly began to reply. Ma Tianming from the Department of Physical Education was the first to propose conditions. "How do we trade? You have to give me the water first before I can tell you how to acquire superpowers. Otherwise, what if you back out?" After saying that, he sent several photos to try to prove his identity. In the photo, 2 boys are arm in arm. One is wearing a red short-sleeve shirt, and the other is Ma Tianming. He explained that they are roommates and have a good relationship, thus proving that he wouldn't lie. After reading it, Shen Yi did not readily believe it. In his view, if there really was a way to obtain superpowers, Ma Tianming had no reason not to try it himself first, unless the method was very difficult to achieve or it was simply a scam. Even so, Shen Yi still decided to give it a try. After all, in this apocalyptic environment, the importance of superpowers is self-evident, and he was unwilling to give up easily as long as there was even the slightest chance. He quickly replied, "You're at the gymnasium, right? It's not far from me. How about this? We each go halfway and make the deal in the garden outside the men's dormitory." He proposed a compromise to avoid taking on too much risk. Ma Tianming immediately refused. "This method is too dangerous." Shen Yi retorted, "So you want me to deliver myself to your door? You're afraid of danger, and so am I." Forced into a corner, Ma Tianming came up with a new idea: "Go to my dorm. There are long-endurance drones inside. Hang water on them, and we can trade without meeting." After confirming that the dormitory was on the 5th floor, room 509, Shen Yi thought for a moment. This method was indeed safer and would save him the trouble of finding someone else to act on his behalf. So he agreed to go and retrieve the drone first. Before the event ended, Ma Tianming kept urging everyone to hurry up, saying that he hadn't drunk any water for over 20 hours. Shen Yi casually asked about Zhao Tao's lightning ability, but the other party complained that the ability was ridiculously weak, only able to shock small things. This made Shen Yi start to wonder if all superpowers were so useless, or if Zhao Tao was just a special case. However, he didn't delve into it further and decided to get his hands on the drone first. He turned to look at Su Wanting, who was packing her things, and asked if she could still walk. She immediately replied that it wasn't a big problem, not daring to appear delicate for fear of displeasing him. "Okay, pack up and go to the 5th floor." Shen Yi gave the order directly. He had originally planned to let Su Wanting go alone, but considering she might not be able to open the door, he decided to go with her. Su Wanting's heart tightened, but she didn't dare to refuse. Compared to leaving the dormitory, she preferred to stay in this temporarily safe place and wait for the so-called rescue to arrive. After a brief preparation, Shen Yi took his only weapon, a folding fruit knife. It might not be enough to deal with monsters, but it could at least defend against people who were often in greater danger in the apocalypse. The two stepped out of the dormitory, Shen Yi's first real entry into the building since the black fog descended. A deathly silence filled the air, the oppressive atmosphere unsettling. When they arrived at the stairwell, the fifth floor was already shrouded in thick black fog. Shen Yi took a deep breath and stepped inside, while Su Wanting held his hand tightly, afraid of falling behind. At first, he held his breath, but soon couldn't hold on any longer. After inhaling the black mist, he felt no obvious abnormalities, only an unpleasant smell. This made him relax slightly, judging that he wouldn't be in any immediate danger. In the poorly visible corridor, he slowly searched for the room number. He could still see clearly within a few meters, and soon found his target room, dormitory 509. The door was locked, but this old-fashioned wooden door posed no challenge for him. Relying on his experience, he pried it open with simple tools for several dozen seconds, and with a soft click, the lock was easily opened. After entering the dormitory, Chun immediately said, "Quick, find all the usable supplies, pack them in your bags, and take them with you." As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed to the bed and began rummaging through it. Su Wanting reacted quickly, and the two split up to search their respective beds. While uncovering the bedding, Shen Yi texted Ma Tianming to inquire about the drone's location. Soon, the other party replied, "It's under the first bed by the door." Shen Yi followed the instructions and found a white box under the bed containing a brand new DJI drone. He did a quick check and searched several other places, but found no more valuable supplies. The two didn't linger and quickly left the dormitory with the drone. Just as they reached the stairwell, a series of loud banging sounds suddenly came from downstairs, like something was constantly hitting the walls, sending chills down their spines. Su Wanting grabbed Shen Yi in fright, her voice trembling. "What was that sound?" Shen Yi replied without hesitation, "Never mind, let's go upstairs." He had no intention of investigating. Curiosity at this time was tantamount to suicide. The two quickened their pace and soon returned to the sixth floor. As he walked down the corridor, Shen Yi vaguely heard noises coming from several dorm rooms, indicating that someone was still hiding. He silently noted down the room numbers. In this environment, anyone could be a threat. Back in room 606, he immediately locked the door, only then relaxing slightly. But he was also more aware that he needed to improve his self-defense capabilities as soon as possible. To unlock supplies, I need to get firearms and a way to awaken my superpowers, he muttered to himself. With weapons, he could stand firm in the apocalypse. He opened the drone's packaging and flipped through the instruction manual. Although he had never used one before, the operation didn't seem complicated, and he quickly grasped the basics after a short study. Su Wanting leaned closer and asked, "Are you going to use a drone?" Shen Yi nodded, "To see if I can get 3 bottles of water dripped. If drones can handle the transport, people won't have to risk going downstairs anymore, which is crucial." Su Wanting quickly gave her answer. "No problem. This one can probably carry 5 kilograms. 3 bottles of water are very light." Her tone was very confident. Shen Yi was somewhat surprised. "You know how to play?" Su Wanting nodded. "I've made short videos before, and my account has over 100,000 followers." Clearly, she wasn't unfamiliar with the operation. Shen immediately decided to let her control it, handing her the remote. "Then you come here and help me deliver some water to a classmate." Su Wanting didn't ask any questions and immediately began checking the equipment's battery level and connection status. Her movements were skilled and efficient, and she quickly completed the setup. At the same time, Shen Yi contacted Ma Tianming, asking him to confirm the transaction location and emphasizing that the information must be verified first, otherwise he would not hand over the water. The other party quickly replied, "The way to gain superpowers is to eat something. I can't say for sure unless I see water first." Shen Yi sneered and retorted, "That thing is hard to find, isn't it? Otherwise, you would have used it yourself already." The other party was caught off guard and could only admit it, but still insisted on the deal. He roughly judged that the message was most likely true, but the other party was deliberately inflating the price. Just then, Su Wanting spoke up. "The drone can take off now." She went to the balcony and released the drone, which was attached to 3 bottles of water. With a hum from the propellers, the drone slowly rose into the air and flew towards the stadium. Shen Yi sent a photo. "It's on its way, can we talk about it now?" Ma Tianming still stalled. "I'll talk to you when I see it." Shen Yi didn't argue anymore, but instead stared at the screen. From the drone's perspective, the entire campus was covered in black fog, like rolling waves. The black fog was incredibly tall, almost engulfing the low-rise buildings, creating a suffocating and eerie atmosphere. Su Wanting couldn't help but sigh softly. If it weren't for the disaster, this scene would almost resemble art. But both of them knew that within this black fog, even more dangerous mutated creatures would be lurking. Shen Yi stood beside her, watching her profile as she focused on controlling the drone. His expression shifted slightly, and he suddenly leaned down and kissed her on the cheek. Su Wanting blushed, glanced at him subconsciously, but didn't react, continuing to concentrate on controlling the drone. Shen Yi's hands didn't stop either. While keeping an eye on the screen, he continued to message Ma Tianming, trying to force out the real answer. Shen Yi from the Foreign Languages Department messaged, "We've arrived. You should be able to hear the drone outside the gymnasium." Ma Tianming quickly replied, "I heard it. It's above my head. Lower it quickly." Shen Yi wasn't in a hurry. He turned to Su Wanting in his arms and told her to lower the drone a little, but not too low, to make sure the people below could see it. Su Wanting blushed slightly as she adjusted her posture and slowly lowered the drone. In the black mist, Ma Tianming stared intently at the sky, his lips cracked and licking them incessantly. He had come to make the transaction secretly, without telling Zhao Tao. Otherwise, they would have had to split the profits, and Zhao Tao also didn't want anyone else to know the method for acquiring superpowers. Hurry, hurry! He was anxious, glancing back at the stadium every now and then, afraid of being discovered. There were monsters in the black fog. He had to get the water as soon as possible. Soon, the outline of the drone appeared, with several bottles of mineral water hanging below it. His eyes lit up instantly. "I see it. Lower it a little more." Ma Tianming urged anxiously. Shen Yi only replied with 2 words, "The answer." The more anxious the other party was, the calmer he became. To him, a few bottles of water were insignificant, but to Ma Tianming, they were a lifesaver. Ma Tianming was both anxious and angry. "Let me get the water first. What if you change your mind?" Shen Yi retorted. "Then I'll give you the water, and what if you change your mind?" One sentence shut him down. Ma Tianming gritted his teeth and stared at the water, his rationality gradually collapsing in the face of thirst. In the end, he compromised. "I'll tell you first, but don't play me for a fool. Otherwise, I'll tell Zhao Tao and have him bring people to cause you trouble. We're both sports students." Shen Yi agreed on the surface, but in his heart, he already had murderous intent. This kind of person who could threaten others would be a hidden danger sooner or later. Ma Tianming sent a message. "It's something that emits colored light. You can find it if you pay attention." That's how Zhao Tao gained his ability. Shen Yi replied, "You'd better not lie to me, or I'll tell Zhao Tao about the deal." This counter-threat silenced the other party completely. Then, Shen Yi instructed Su Wanting to lower the drone. He said he could provide water, but the drone should be retrieved as soon as possible. He had considered breaking the contract, but considering Zhao Tao's presence, he chose the safer approach. Su Wanting nodded and controlled the drone to descend. Before the drone had even fully landed, Ma Tianming ripped off a bottle of mineral water, unscrewed it, and gulped it down as if he were desperately thirsty. The tense atmosphere completely collapsed at that moment. Su Wanting, watching this scene, realized that most of the survivors were enduring extremely difficult times. She couldn't help but feel a little fortunate. At least with Shen Yi, they wouldn't lack food or drink, and all they had to do was wait for rescue. Just as she was lost in thought, she suddenly screamed, "Shen Yi, look!" Shen Yi immediately looked at the screen, his pupils suddenly contracting. Suddenly, several thick vines emerged from the black mist, instantly entangling Ma Tianming, binding him tightly, and dragging him into the mist. Rewinding to a moment earlier, Ma Tianming had just finished drinking water and was plotting how to hide it, while also thinking about how to swindle more from Shen Yi. He even planned to use Zhao Tao to his advantage, thinking himself incredibly clever. Little did he know that vines had already silently spread through the black mist behind him, approaching like living things. By the time he realized something was wrong and turned around, it was too late. The vines lunged forward, binding him tightly. "Help! It hurts!" He struggled frantically, but the vines tightened further, his skin turning purple and making it difficult to breathe. Soon, the sharp vines tore through his flesh, and blood seeped out, staining his entire body red. Even more terrifying, the blood was rapidly absorbed upon contact with the vines. The vines seemed to be aroused, tightening even more frantically. Ma Tianming's body gradually disintegrated under the pressure, blood and flesh splattering everywhere, until he was finally dragged into the depths of the black mist and vanished completely. Upon hearing the screams, several people rushed out of the gymnasium, led by Zhao Tao, who was wearing a red short-sleeve shirt. But when they saw Ma Tianming tightly bound by vines, their expressions changed drastically, and without hesitation, they turned and ran back into the gymnasium. They chose to abandon Ma Tianming without even looking back. Soon, the screams abruptly ceased in despair. He died in extreme agony, the scene utterly gruesome. Shen Yi, witnessing this through the drone, felt a nausea rise in his stomach and nearly vomited. Suwanning turned pale, frozen in place. That beast Zhao Tao, Shen Yi cursed, his face dark. He wasn't angry because he refused to help, but because the other party had tried to trick him into being used as cannon fodder. Knowing full well that such terrifying mutated plants existed outside, they still pretended to protect people, clearly intending to harm them. Shen Yi sneered inwardly. He had already remembered this debt and would settle accounts sooner or later. He pulled himself out of his thoughts and told Su wanting to retrieve the drone. This thing could still be useful in the future, and it couldn't be easily lost. Then, Shen Yi opened Douyin, TikTok, and began searching for videos related to superpowers. He didn't believe that Zhao Tao was the only one who had awakened. There must be others who had also undergone changes. Soon, he came across a video. In the video, a teenager arrogantly shouted, "Family, I've awakened superpowers. I'm never eating beef again." After saying that, he raised his hand and waved it, causing all the metal objects around him to levitate. The next second, metal objects flew out in unison, embedding themselves heavily in the wall. Such power, if applied to a person, would almost certainly result in death or serious injury. Shen Yi frowned. This ability seemed to resemble telekinesis, yet also somewhat like manipulating metal. He continued scrolling down, but there weren't many people openly displaying their abilities like this. It was unclear whether the awakened ones were deliberately hiding them, or if they were simply rare to begin with. After a moment's thought, Shen Yi decided to change dormitories. Although his current location was not exposed, he would still have to come into contact with other people in the future, and it would be extremely dangerous if someone came to his door with them. He decided that from now on, he would provide a fake address first, then show up only after confirming the other party was alone. After experiencing Ma Tianming's threats, his vigilance had noticeably increased. Suwanting, pack your things and move to a different dorm. His tone left no room for argument. Suwanting, who had just finished drinking water, paused, then instinctively asked why. Shen Yi's face darkened. "Don't ask, just do as I say." Suwanting immediately shut up and hurriedly began packing. She realized that the situation was no longer what it used to be. If it were in the past, she would have already turned on someone if someone had ordered her like this. But now, she had no choice but to obey. She understood that once she was thrown out, it would almost certainly mean death. After tidying up, Shen Yi led her to dormitory 610. It was a few rooms away, close to the stairwell, allowing for immediate evacuation in case of danger. Just as he was about to pry open the door, he heard a noise behind him. The door to dormitory 601 at the end of the corridor opened, and a short, bespectacled boy poked his head out. Seeing the knife in Shen Yi's hand, the other man visibly panicked and hurriedly shouted, "Don't be impulsive, classmate. I'm a human being." His tone was full of tension. "What's wrong?" Shen Yi still gripped the fruit knife tightly, not letting his guard down. He was usually busy with his part-time job and had no recollection of this boy. The boy cautiously asked, "Do you have any water left? I could trade you food for it." Clearly, his water supply was nearly depleted, forcing him to risk coming out. Shen Yi glanced at the door of room 601 and asked coldly, "Just you alone?" The boy quickly nodded, "Yes, just me. And I don't have any weapons, so you don't need to worry." This statement was tantamount to revealing all their cards. A ruthless person could have easily seized the opportunity to steal or even resort to violence. Just then, the door to room 603 suddenly opened softly. The door to dormitory 603 slowly opened, and a slightly chubby boy with dyed blonde hair peeked out with a smile on his face. "Don't be nervous, classmate. I mean no harm. From what I just heard you guys talking, you don't seem like bad people, so I thought I'd come out and form a team." He added casually, "It's the end of the world now. It's safer with more people. How about we go together?" His tone was warm and friendly, trying to build rapport. Neither Shen Yi nor the bespectacled man responded. The bespectacled man even stood at the door, poised to retreat back to his dorm at any moment. In this environment, trusting strangers was practically tantamount to suicide. Seeing the tense atmosphere, the blonde man sighed helplessly. We're all from the same school. There's no need to be so defensive. Is there? I wouldn't even dare kill a chicken, let alone a person, and you wouldn't dare either, would you? His words sounded somewhat naive, but they did make the bespectacled man waver. After all, it was only the 5th day since the apocalypse, and most people hadn't completely lost their moral compass. After hesitating for a moment, the bespectacled man spoke up. Do you have any water? I'd like to trade some food for it. He clearly preferred to trade with the blonde man, who wasn't carrying any weapons. The blonde man scratched his head awkwardly. I'm out of water too. That's why I wanted to team up and find a way to survive together. The atmosphere became tense for a moment, and the bespectacled man had no choice but to look at Shen Yi again. Only then did he notice Su wanting beside him, and his gaze lingered for a few more seconds. Her tall figure paired with white stockings was visually striking, and he quickly looked away, afraid of being noticed. The blonde man also secretly glanced at her a few times, his eyes filled with barely suppressed desire. Shen Yi naturally noticed all of this, and his vigilance deepened. He quickly weighed the pros and cons. If he made a move, he might get injured, and in the apocalypse, being injured was almost equivalent to death. Since the other party showed no hostility for the time being, he might as well take advantage of the situation. He initially wanted to refuse the deal outright, but then he thought that this could actually sow discord between the two. If he didn't give them water, the bespectacled man might be pushed to the brink and join forces with the blonde man to fight to the death. But if he did give him water, the other party wouldn't take the risk so easily. Thinking of this, Shen Yi said, My girlfriend and I don't have much water left either. Only 1.5 bottles. I can exchange half a bottle for you. Sure. Thank you, big brother. The bespectacled man was immediately excited and nodded repeatedly. In his view, this half bottle of water was of great significance. If used sparingly, it could even last for a few more days, perhaps until rescue arrived. Shen Yi, knife in hand, entered dormitory 601, Su Wanting following closely behind. The blonde man tactfully stepped aside, but his gaze couldn't help but linger on her retreating figure. As soon as she entered, a pungent odor hit her. Su Wanting immediately covered her nose, her brows furrowing, clearly feeling nauseous. The bespectacled man awkwardly explained, There's been no water for the past few days, so we haven't cleaned much. Please don't mind. Indeed, with the water shortage, he couldn't even maintain basic hygiene, so the dormitory environment was naturally less than ideal. He felt somewhat embarrassed being seen in this state by the beautiful girl. Su Wanting was filled with disgust, but she didn't say anything. Compared to Shen Yi's dormitory, this place was completely different. She didn't even understand why Shen Yi would bother exchanging these things if he could conjure food. Shen Yi, however, remained calm and picked out 2 packets of instant noodles from the pile of supplies. These 2 will do. His tone was casual. Wanting, get some water. Okay. Su Wanting cooperated, taking a half-full bottle of water from her bag and handing it over. The bespectacled man glanced at them, confirming they really didn't have much left, and felt even more touched, even thinking that Shen Yi was helping him. After the transaction was completed, Shen Yi suddenly pointed to the flower pots by the window. These flowers are nice. Can you give me 2? My girlfriend likes them. No problem. Take whatever you want. The bespectacled man readily agreed. After all, these things were worthless to him. Wanting, go pick out 2. Huh? Okay. Su Wanting was slightly taken aback, but quickly reacted and went forward to choose flower pots. Su Wanting glanced back at Shen Yi and saw him nod slightly, immediately realizing she had made the right judgment. Although she didn't know why Shen Yi had brought up gardening, she became more cautious, stopped asking questions, and followed his instructions. Suppressing his excitement, Shen Yi calmly said, It's getting late. Let's go back first. He didn't want to cause any unnecessary trouble, and even if the other party might not notice anything amiss, he didn't want to take any risks. The bespectacled man nodded hurriedly, addressing Shen Yi as Big Brother repeatedly, and his attitude was exceptionally enthusiastic. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. Clearly, this half bottle of life-saving water filled him with gratitude towards Shen Yi. Just as Shen Yi was about to leave, the other person called out to him again. Brother, wait. Let's exchange contact information. Shen Yi did not refuse, and the two quickly added each other on WeChat, briefly introduced themselves, and then went their separate ways. Stepping out of dormitory 601, the lingering odor finally dissipated. The blonde-haired guy approached with a smile and asked, "Any more water? Can you share half a bottle with me?" Shen Yi replied calmly, "No, we don't even have enough for ourselves." Then he left. His mind was completely focused on the colorful fruit, and he didn't want to waste any more time. As for the blonde-haired guy, he wouldn't bother with him unless the other party started trouble. The two quickly arrived at dormitory 610, and Shen Yi, skillfully pried, opened the door. The room was empty, but rather clean and tidy. He casually told Sue wanted to go back to 606 to get bedding, and she immediately nodded and left. After the door closed, Shen Yi's gaze fell on the faintly glowing fruit. He knew very well that in the apocalypse, mere caution was meaningless. Only power truly determined life and death. Remembering how he had been tested and schemed against, he hardened his heart and decided to take a gamble. If he could truly gain the ability, he might even have a chance to go back and save his family. Without further hesitation, Shen Yi swallowed the colorful fruit along with the flower. Almost instantly, the fruit melted in his body, leaving him no time to savor its taste. Immediately afterwards, a warm current spread rapidly through his body, as if some kind of energy was flowing through his limbs and bones, making him feel relaxed and full of energy and sweeping away his previous fatigue. This feeling grew stronger, and he could clearly sense his power constantly increasing. The next moment, as if breaking through some kind of limit, his body seemed to break free of its restraints, and his power suddenly surged. Shen Yi suddenly opened his eyes, looked down, and was completely stunned. His previously slender body was now well-proportioned and muscular, with distinct lines and a powerful presence. He touched his face and found it covered in grime. After wiping it in the mirror, his features were noticeably more defined, his overall demeanor changed, and his appearance seemed to have improved significantly. What kind of ability is this exactly? Shen Yi muttered to himself. His strength, physique, and even appearance were all improving, yet he couldn't quite categorize it. But one thing he was certain of, if he could continue to acquire these things, his strength might increase even further. Compared to his appearance, he cared more about his strength, because in the apocalypse, only power provided the foundation for survival. Thinking of this, Shen Yi couldn't help but smile. This time he had made the right bet. Ma Tianming hadn't lied to him after all. However, the ability he had gained seemed completely different from Zhao Tao's lightning. Just then, a notification sounded in his mind. Host combat power has been detected to meet the standard. Personal panel has been activated. Shen Yi was slightly taken aback, and then silently said to activate it. The next second, a virtual panel appeared before him, clearly displaying his various information, including his combat strength, unlocked resources, and newly acquired abilities. What caught his attention most was that item, Physical Evolution LV1. The system's description was concise, but the effect was direct. A comprehensive boost to strength, speed, and stamina. Shen Yi clenched his fist, clearly feeling the changes in his body. Although it lacked the dazzling display of lightning, this tangible enhancement felt far more reliable. He also noticed that this ability had a level indicator, meaning it could be further improved. As for the specific methods, he wasn't yet sure. However, he understood that as long as he continued to grow stronger, he would have the confidence to confront even the most mutated monsters head-on. What surprised him, however, was that the panel displayed a combat strength value of only 10. Despite a significant increase in strength, this number wasn't particularly high. Just as he was pondering, Su Wanning's voice came from behind him. "Shen Yi." Her tone was filled with obvious hesitation and surprise. She stared at Shen Yi, momentarily unsure if she could believe it. In such a short time, not only had his demeanor changed, but his posture had also become more upright. Even more outrageous, an unpleasant odor emanated from him, causing her to frown involuntarily. Shen Yi didn't explain, but simply said, "I'm going to take a shower. Come and scrub my back." After saying that, he casually locked the door. Immediately afterward, he waved his hand, and a large number of mineral water bottles appeared on the bed, nearly 100 in total. This scene completely stunned Su Wanning. She had originally thought that Shen Yi's abilities were limited, but now she realized that he was far more powerful than she had imagined. Not only can he generate large quantities of resources, But even his physical changes may be related to his abilities, suggesting that he likely possesses more than one. What are you daydreaming about? Come here. Shen Yi had already taken off his clothes, his tone brooking no refusal. Su Wanting blushed, feeling a little awkward, but still took a towel and went over to help him wash. Meanwhile, Shen Yi was on his phone, frantically accepting friend requests and sending the same message to everyone. Video first. Having experienced the changes after the enhancement, he was already somewhat addicted and couldn't wait to unlock more resources or even find new sources of power. If he could find similar key items again, his strength would undoubtedly increase once more. Thinking of this, he suddenly asked, "Do you have a few good-looking friends?" Su Wanting was slightly taken aback, vaguely sensing his intention, but still nodded. "Yes, I do, but none of them are as good-looking as me." Shen Yi said directly, "Contact them and ask if they need water and food." His purpose was clear. Since the system had screening criteria, he would try more and eventually trigger more rewards. Su Wanting felt a pang of discomfort, but outwardly, she could only agree. As she sent the message, she inwardly grumbled. This girl already had someone of her own, yet she was still eyeing her best friend. This behavior both angered and frustrated her. But reality was staring her in the face. She had no power to resist and could only suppress her emotions and continue to cooperate. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and the towel unconsciously tightened its grip, almost making a sound as she rubbed it. She secretly vowed, "I'll deal with it tonight." Time passed quickly, and another night fell. On the 7th day of the apocalypse, rescue still hadn't arrived, and social order was on the verge of collapse. Conflicts among survivors raged over food and water, and violence and chaos became increasingly common. At 11 a.m., in dormitory 610, Shen Yi, shirtless, was eating roast chicken with a relaxed expression. Su Wanting sat beside him, watching expectantly like a child who had done something wrong. After finishing his meal, Shen Yi wiped his hands and said casually, "Give me your phone. I want to see how your best friend replied." Su Wanting didn't dare refuse, whispering that only one person would reply, then unlocked her phone and handed it to him. Shen Yi took it, gesturing for her to eat the rest. She nodded repeatedly, immediately going to rummage through the bones for meat, clearly having been starving all morning. Shen Yi scrolled through the chat history and found that she had indeed contacted quite a few people, but only one girl named Jiang Yan had replied. He opened her moments, looked at a few photos, and his eyes lit up slightly. This girl had a mature demeanor and outstanding looks. He knew the system wouldn't trigger a notification based on ordinary photos. It had to be a real person and unedited. After confirming, he directly sent a message using Su Wanting's account. "I have water and food here, come find me." He also casually took a few photos of the supplies and sent them over. The other person replied quickly, sounding both surprised and anxious, saying they hadn't eaten for 2 days. Shen Yi continued to guide the conversation, saying they were in the men's dormitory on Campus A, which was relatively safe. The other person hesitated, asking if they could bring 2 friends along. Shen Yi tentatively asked if the other person was male or female, emphasizing that everyone there was female. Su Wanting, secretly watching, couldn't help but inwardly complain, but dared not speak. Jiang Nanyan quickly explained that her friends were all female, and even asked why she had asked that question. Shen Yi was taken aback and looked at Su Wanting. She explained in a low voice that the other person had a feminine personality and didn't particularly like men, making the question seem odd. Shen Yi nodded, immediately changing his tune and saying it was just a friend who was a little worried. He then agreed to let her bring people along. The other party readily agreed and prepared to depart. Shen Yi smiled slightly. Using acquaintances to bring people over was far more efficient than searching on his own. He calculated in his mind that if the other party and their companions met the system's requirements, it would be an extra bonus. If not, he could simply send them away. With his current strength, dealing with a few people wouldn't be difficult. Meanwhile, in the teaching building's office, 3 girls were packing their belongings. One slightly chubby girl asked worriedly, "Is your friend reliable? He won't lie to us, will he?" Jiang Nanyan sighed, saying that although Su Wanting had some minor flaws, she wasn't capable of harming anyone. She herself was somewhat surprised that Su Wanting would take the initiative to contact her and even offer food. Perhaps disaster really does change people. The slightly chubby girl breathed a sigh of relief, but still couldn't help complaining about the environment of the boys' dormitory. Jiang Nanyan was also somewhat puzzled. but hunger left her no time to think about it. They had been without food for 2 days, barely surviving. If it weren't for the message she received last night, she would have even risked going out to find food. At this moment, a mature woman wearing glasses spoke up, reminding them, "In this situation, we can't harm anyone, but we also can't be careless. The rules from before may not apply now." Jiang Nanyan nodded seriously. "Teacher Bai is right. We still need to be careful. Besides, there's still a distance between the teaching building and the dormitory building, and there might be danger in the black fog, so we need to be careful." She added that they could find some tools for self-defense in case of emergencies. A slightly overweight girl next to her nodded in agreement. While agreeing, she complained, "We girls are inherently weaker, unlike those men. They always say ladies first, but when something really happens, you can't rely on any of them." She became increasingly agitated as she spoke, even resorting to provocative remarks. Jiang Nanyan and teacher, by exchange a glance, could only smile helplessly and remain silent. After quickly tidying up, the three carefully opened the classroom door and quietly entered the corridor. Many survivors were also hiding in the surrounding classrooms, peeking out when they heard the commotion. When they saw the girls, many of the boys' eyes clearly changed, filled with an uncontrollable desire. Rescue was slow to arrive. Phone calls were unreachable. Food and water were almost exhausted, and many were on the verge of collapse. They faced only 2 choices: risk venturing out to find supplies, or turn against others. But most dared not leave. Those who ventured out in the past few days had almost all perished in the black fog, and those who returned alive were badly frightened. When resources cannot meet demand, order begins to collapse. Coupled with a lack of restraint, some people's morals quickly decline, and they begin to prey on others. Some have their eyes on the girls, even harboring wicked thoughts. It is for this reason that several survivors with malicious intentions secretly follow Jiang Nanyan and her group. At the same time, Jiang Nanyan contacted Su Wanting on her phone. "We've already set off and are heading towards the dormitory. Is the area safe?" Su Wanting replied, "There's no danger in the dormitory building. I've been in and out a few times. Just come up to the 6th floor and find me." After sending the message, she felt a vague unease. She had clearly seen the mutated dog outside the dormitory, yet she had chosen to conceal it, just to lure the person over. She tried to reassure herself that she had only said the building was safe, not that there was no danger outside. If the other person was unlucky enough to encounter a monster, it wouldn't be entirely her fault. After listening to this, Shen Yi nodded. "Keep in touch. If you can bring another female friend, I'll reward you with 2 roast chickens, but she has to be beautiful." His tone carried a clear, transactional undertone. Su Wanting's eyes lit up, and she immediately agreed. She knew all too well the value of food. 2 roast chickens would be enough to last her for several days. She quickly picked up her phone and called the others who hadn't replied, her attitude becoming exceptionally proactive. Shen Yi watched this scene without surprise. This was precisely his purpose in controlling the resources. Only by leaving her hungry would she be obedient and motivated. If resources were plentiful, she might develop other ideas. Shen Yi showed no mercy, punishing her by reducing her food intake to the point that she could only gnaw on leftover bones. To him, women were merely tools, not an obstacle to his acquisition of system resources. Meanwhile, he continued adding friends and filtering for suitable targets. He judged that the network and power might be interrupted at any time, so he had to hurry and make arrangements. Just then, people kept tagging him in the class group chat. The counselor, Wang Jiaxing, spoke up, asking him to bring out food and water, and even offered to spend 500 yuan to buy them. Immediately, other classmates chimed in, some offering help, some resorting to moral blackmail, and others playing the emotional card, trying to force him to share his supplies. Shen Yi looked at these messages and couldn't help but sneer. In this environment, mentioning money and classmate relationships seemed utterly ridiculous to him. The group messages kept flooding the screen, and Su Wanting frowned as she read them. She couldn't help but say, "Ignore these people. They're all just trying to take advantage of us." She didn't want Shen Yi to risk sending supplies, and while she was ostensibly trying to persuade him, she was actually more worried about losing her support. Shen Yi sneered, "Don't worry, I won't give it to you." He recalled the experience of being bullied by his roommates and being fobbed off when he asked the counselor for help, which fueled his disgust. The question, "Why do you only bully me?" remained etched in his memory. Now, if given the chance, he wanted to make the other person taste the same bitterness. He took water and roast chicken directly from the system space, then set out snacks, took a picture, and posted in the group. I do have food, but I just won't give it to you. Aren't you angry? The group instantly exploded. Some cursed, some pleaded, and some even offered more money. The counselor even offered 1,000 yuan to exchange for the roast chicken and water. The school heartthrob Lin Yu immediately changed his attitude, calling out Brother Chun and asking for some food. Others started showing goodwill, even hinting that they could come over to exchange food. Su Wanting couldn't stand it anymore and directly retorted in the group chat, posting intimate photos of the two of them to prove their relationship and shut those people up. The photo caused even more chaos in the group chat. Some were shocked, some were sour, and others made sarcastic remarks. Lin Yu even started speaking up for Shen Yi. Shen Yi couldn't be bothered to look anymore and simply left the group. In his opinion, these people were just opportunists and not worth wasting his time on. What concerned him more was that these reactions revealed most of the survivors were nearing their breaking point. They were desperately clinging to life, their demeanor reduced to the lowest possible level, all for food and water. For the next 2 hours, he frantically added friends, but with little success. Either men were posing as women, or their profiles didn't meet the system's criteria. Some people even dressed as women and posted photos, which was utterly outrageous. Shen Yi cursed and blocked them immediately. Many others tried to get his address, but he deleted them all. In his view, such petty tricks were pointless. Just as he was complaining about these people, suddenly, with a snap, the dormitory lights went out, and the phone stopped charging. The power was out. The two exchanged a glance, their expressions turning serious. No electricity meant no light at night, and their phone batteries would become a drain on their resources. Just then, a cell phone rang outside the door. Su Wanting glanced at the screen and whispered, "It sounds like my friend has arrived." Shen Yi didn't open the door immediately. Instead, he told her to hang up first, then walked to the door, gently opened it a crack, and peered out to observe the situation. 19. Boxing? This is what boxing is all about. In the pitch-black stairwell, 3 figures huddled together, cautiously walking down the stairwell by the dim light of their cell phones. Since Shen Yi didn't let Su Wanting tell Jiang Nanyan the exact dormitory number, they're trying to contact Su Wanting while searching for the dormitory. This also gave Shen Yi time to observe secretly. There should be 3 girls, but how come one of them is so fat? How can this meet the system standards? Shen Yi silently complained. Although the hallway was dark due to the power outage, the outlines were still vaguely visible. There were indeed 3 women, but one of them was too fat. The other 2 are quite nice, especially one of them, whose figure is curvaceous like a ripe peach. After confirming their gender, Shen Yi said to Su Wanting, "Tell them their dormitory number and have them come over." Su Wanting responded and began replying to Jiang Nanyan's messages. At the same time, she secretly thought that it would be best if Shen Yi didn't take a liking to Jiang Nanyan, so that he could drive them away. She didn't want to share a man with anyone, much less food and water. Even if this person is your best friend, it won't work. Jiang Nanyan was right before. Su Wanting really is that selfish. Her selfishness became even more apparent, especially during the apocalypse. Certainly, in reality, when faced with an apocalyptic disaster, most people would not be willing to share their food and water with others, which is quite normal. It would be strange if someone shared for free. This is the place that Jiang Nanyan found strange before. Why was Su Wanting so kind to them, willing to share food and water with them, and even give them a safe haven? In fact, if she thought about it carefully, she would have noticed the loopholes in Su Wanting's words, or at the very least, she would have realized that Su Wanting's purpose in calling her over was not so simple. At 6:10, Jiang Nanyan received a message from Su Wanting. At this moment, she had already sensed that something was wrong, but I still can't quite put my finger on what's wrong. However, since we've already taken a risk to get here, we can't just go back out, can we? They almost died outside, just now. As soon as they left the teaching building, several boys followed them, intending to take advantage of them. Fortunately, they hid in the black fog in time. Otherwise, if they had been caught by those boys, Jiang Nanyan didn't even want to think about it. After barely escaping the ravenous boys, they encountered mutated plants, which terrified them so much that they scrambled and crawled all the way. If they hadn't wandered around in the black fog and lost their way, it wouldn't have taken them more than 2 hours to find their way here. The 3 of them found dormitory 610 by following the dormitory number. The door to dormitory 610 was open, and there was also a rich aroma of meat wafting out. It smells like chicken. All three women subconsciously swallowed, their eyes filled with excitement. Jiangnan incautiously reached out and gently pushed open the door. The person standing before her was none other than her best friend, Su Wanting. This made Jiangnan secretly breathe a sigh of relief. She was terrified that if she opened the door, some monster might pounce on her. Xiaoyan, welcome. Su Wanting greeted her warmly with a smile. Wanting, it's been a long time. Jiang Nanyan forced a kind smile through her dry lips. Already hungry and thirsty, she had just spent more than 2 hours in the black fog, and her body was extremely dehydrated. Thankfully, I finally met up with my best friend, and I was able to rehydrate immediately. My best friend seems to be getting plenty of food and water. Her face is as smooth as ever. She's obviously been eating and drinking well these past few days. Ugh, what's with that disgusting man? Suddenly, the chubby girl frowned and spoke up. Jiang Nanyan was taken aback, and only then did she notice Shen Yi sitting on the bed. There really was a boy. How come there's a boy here? Didn't Su Wanting say that she and her friends are all women? What did you say? Shen Yi frowned, his cold eyes fixed on the fat girl. The chubby girl was startled and instinctively took a step back, but then she remembered there were 3 of them, and she was a woman, so her confidence returned. She glared at Shen Yi and shouted, "What's wrong? I only said a couple of words to you. Do you think a grown man like you would hit a little girl like me? Don't you have any manners? You're already losing your temper? Really disgusting." Before the fat girl could finish speaking, Shen Yi's fist had already landed on her chubby face. With a bang, the chubby girl was sent flying out of the dormitory and crashed heavily into the wall, letting out a wail. In the stairwell, upon hearing footsteps, Huang Mao and Wang Bingbing, who had been secretly opening the dormitory door to observe, were stunned by what they saw. What kind of power is it to send someone flying with a single punch? Let alone hitting girls. Even if you hit them directly, they wouldn't be able to withstand it. It feels like he's grown taller and more handsome overnight. The blonde-haired man thought to himself, is this a second puberty? What's going on? It's developing so fast. And why are there 3 girls in the boys' dormitory again? Who are they looking for? There are 2 really pretty girls. Maybe I could try to win them over so I can find a girlfriend and have some helpers too. The one with the mature, sophisticated vibe is pretty good, and the mature woman with a sophisticated charm is also quite nice. Let's see how it goes later. Let's see if we can take this opportunity to win someone over. Unlike Wang Mao, Wang Bingbing didn't think too much. After seeing Shen Yi make a move, he immediately closed the door and hid in his dormitory, not bothering to wonder what was happening outside. The most important thing is to stay alive. How could you hit someone like that? Jiang Nanyan looked at Shen Yi in disbelief. The mature woman rushed to check on the fat girl. Seeing that the fat girl's face was covered in blood and she had already fainted, she looked anxious and quickly tried to stop the bleeding. Didn't this fat pig say I was on the verge of a breakdown? That's right, I was on the verge of a breakdown. Shen Yi twisted his fist with a calm expression. He had just held back a bit of his strength. Otherwise, he could have killed this foul-mouthed fat woman with one punch. Even in the apocalypse, they still dare to fight. Now I'll show you what real boxing is like. Although, both girls in front of him meet the system standards, but that doesn't mean Shen Yi has to compromise. If things really turn sour, Shen Yi wouldn't mind kicking all 3 of them out. Ding! Survivor matching system criteria detected. Initiating detailed information scan. Name, Jiang Ninyan. Age, 20. Appearance, 92 points. Body shape, 94 points. Inner qualities, 100 points, inexperienced. Total score, 96 points. Evaluation. Taking them in will unlock 1 random resource. Ding! Survivor matching system criteria detected. Initiating detailed information scan. Name, by Cindy. Age, 29. Appearance, 90 points. Body shape, 96 points. Inner qualities, 100 points, inexperienced. Total score, 96 points. Evaluation. Taking them in will unlock 1 random resource. That's right, the other mature woman also meets the system's criteria. Her looks were not much worse than Jiang Ninyan's, and her figure was quite amazing, exceptionally mature, like a ripe peach. If it weren't for triggering the system panel, Shen Yi would have even thought this woman was a young married woman. But unexpectedly, she turned out to be a 29-year-old virgin. You've gone too far. How could you hit a girl so hard? The mature woman, by Shen Yi, looked at Shen Yi. Although she was somewhat afraid of this violent man, she still bravely spoke up for her student. I went too far? This fat pig came in and started cursing at me. Why didn't you stop her? You don't think she went too far, but you think I, a victim, went too far. Shen Yi sneered. But even so, you can't beat her like this. By Shen Yi felt a little embarrassed by what was said, but Shen Yi's claim that he was the victim was simply absurd. How can a victim punch the perpetrator so hard they send them flying? They beat the person unconscious. Wanting, he's your boyfriend? Didn't you say your friend was a girl? Jiang Nanyan couldn't help but question Su Wanting. She realized she'd been scammed. Moreover, the man's ruthlessness and violence from the start terrified her. 20. The dream of a big house. Xiaoyan, didn't you want food and water? My boyfriend has plenty. As long as you're willing to stay, he'll take care of all your food and drink from now on. Su Wanting wasn't embarrassed at all. Instead, she picked up the bottled water and a whole, steaming roast chicken from the table and extended an invitation to Jiang Nanyan. If I keep this best friend, I can get 2 roast chickens. Although Su Wanting didn't want to share her boyfriend with other women, she knew she couldn't change Shen Yi's mind. After Shen Yi's death, he will definitely not be alone. Since she knew she couldn't stop him, Su Wanting decided not to. Otherwise, if she angered Shen Yi, she would go hungry or even be kicked out. It's better to guide than to block. So she changed her mind. That way, I can at least get a reward, and if Shen Yi is happy, I might get even more rewards. Most importantly, even if Shen Yi has other women in the future, as long as she is the most favored, she can become the first wife. Water? And meat. Jiang Nan's throat bobbed, and he subconsciously swallowed. But my mouth was dry, and I couldn't produce any saliva at all. Her body's instincts made her want to rush over and grab the water and meat, but reason made her restrain herself. If I actually rushed over, I'd probably get punched and sent flying. He might even be killed with a single punch. She's very thin and can't take a beating. Nanyan, don't fall for it. Let's go. Let's leave now. Bai Shen quickly called out to stop her. Although she was very hungry and thirsty, she would never sell her body and soul for a bite to eat. The woman in front of them had tricked them into coming here. She was clearly looking for a mistress for her boyfriend. This is absolutely shameless. How can there be such a shameless woman? Jiang Nan Yin also thought Su Wanting was shameless. I even wanted to give her a good scolding. How could you lie to your best friend? I considered you a friend, but what did you consider me? You actually want me to be your boyfriend's mistress? But the chicken smelled so good. It smells so good. If I took a bite, would I be able to ascend to heaven? The more Jiang Nanyan thought about it, the more her resolve wavered. It seemed she'd rather sell her body and soul than starve or die of thirst. If it were 2 days ago, and someone had asked Jiang Nanyan whether she would choose to starve to death or sell her body, she would have definitely humiliated the person severely and then shown off her noble soul and body. But after 2 days of hunger and 1 day of thirst, her noble soul was completely corrupted. Especially when she saw the liquid flowing in the water bottle, she felt that every cell in her body was craving to be fed. She fell into depravity. Teacher Bai, I'm sorry, I can't walk anymore. After saying this, Jiang Nanyan's delicate cheeks flushed slightly, and she ran to Su Wanting, wanting to drink water and eat meat. Su Wanting didn't give her water right away, but instead asked with a smile, Xiaoyan, you should understand what drinking this water means, right? Humiliation, absolute humiliation. Understand. Jiang Nanyan glanced at Shen Yi. Although she felt extremely embarrassed by being humiliated in front of her teacher, her hunger and thirst overcame the shame, and she still answered Su Wanting. Even if I have to do that kind of thing, I don't care anymore. At worst, just consider it as being bitten by a dog. Besides, this dog looks quite handsome, so it's not annoying. All right, since you understand, then take this and drink it, my dear sister. Su Wanting handed a bottle of water to Jiang Nanyan with a smile, as if it were a handout. Thank you. Thank you so much. Jiang Nanyan excitedly accepted the bottle of mineral water, her hands trembling as she twisted the cap. She had been hungry and thirsty for too long, and she didn't have much strength left. Even unscrewing a bottle cap is a struggle. What kind of young lady is she? She's just like a dog. Seeing Jiang Nanyan compromise so easily, Su Wanting felt a mixture of contempt and pleasure. She used to be very annoyed by Jiang Nanyan, who always acted aloof. She always had a cold and aloof demeanor, as if she were some kind of noble person. The key issue is that Jiangnan Yin has a lot of male admirers, even more than the number of male admirers she has, which makes Su wanting even more jealous. However, since Jiangnan Yan's family was no worse off than her own, she couldn't afford to offend her. But now, it feels so good to see the woman I used to be jealous of now submitting to me. Su Wanting suddenly realized that helping Shen Yi was actually quite enjoyable. In the future, I will be the first wife, and I can even order my mistress, Jiangnan Yin, around to run errands for me. It's so awesome. Since it's already the end of the world, no one will dare to laugh at me. Even, many women would definitely envy me for having plenty to eat and drink. If I had known it would be this great, why did I throw a tantrum last night? Su Wanting suddenly felt a little regretful. Because of my tantrum last night, I not only didn't eat enough today, but I also alienated Shen Yi from me. I need to change my mindset. I can't be like before, otherwise I definitely won't have a good life, and I might even be overtaken by newcomers. Su Wanting thought to herself, if someone else were to surpass her and she were to become the second wife, that would be truly pathetic. I was one of the earliest followers of Shen Yi. Moreover, even Shen Yi's first time was broken together with him. She should be the first wife. To become the first wife, she must first win Shen Yi's favor. And then, he also has to keep other women in check. Shen Yi was unaware that Su Wanting's thinking had completely changed after witnessing Jiang Nanyin's compromise. Of course, this kind of reform is a good thing for him. You'll be able to enjoy even better service from now on. Nanyin, how could you compromise? Shen Yi looked at Jiang Nanyin, who was drinking water in large gulps, with disappointment in her eyes, and angrily rebuked her for her depravity. Does the knowledge and morality you learned before just allow you to do this kind of thing? Don't forget what your dream is. How could you do this? Shen Yi sounded quite angry. But Jiang Nanyin was too busy drinking water to reply. It wasn't until she finished the entire bottle of water in a few gulps that she felt like a fish back in the sea, regaining her vitality. Licking her lips, Jiang Nanyin looked at Shen Yi with a hint of hesitation and embarrassment. After all, he was the one who brought his teacher and friends over, only to be deceived by Su Wanting. I bear a great deal of responsibility, but she really didn't want to die. Just as Jiang Nanyin was feeling guilty and unsure how to speak, Shen Yi suddenly walked over, put his arm around her slender waist, and even gave it a squeeze. Jiang Nanyin blushed and instinctively tried to struggle. But then something occurred to him, and his struggling movements gradually slowed down, and he quieted down. Don't worry, if you come with me, I won't let you go hungry. After Shen Yi finished speaking, he looked at Jiang Nanyin, who had become obedient, and nodded in satisfaction. Then he looked at Shen Yi, who was supporting the fat pig, and said, Beautiful teacher, if you are also willing to stay, I can guarantee you 3 meals a day and your safety. Of course, that's on the condition that you send this fat pig, who cursed me away. Otherwise, I can't guarantee I can resist beating her to death. Shen Yi has already shown great restraint. The fat pig cursed him as soon as he entered the door. He didn't kill the fat pig directly because he had never killed anyone before and couldn't make up his mind to kill him. Otherwise, that punch would have smashed the fat pig's head. Don't even think about it. Even if I, Shen Yi, starve or die of thirst, I would never sell my body, nor would I abandon my students. A shameless man like you is the most despicable person I've ever met in my life. Shen Yi coldly cursed. Immediately, she looked at Jiang Nanyin again. Nanyin, are you really not coming with me? Teacher Bai, I'm so sorry. 21. Shen Yi was reborn before the apocalypse? Teacher Bai, I'm sorry, I can't go with you. Jiang Nanyin turned her head away in guilt, lacking the courage to face Shen Yi's disappointed expression. Actually, Shen Yi is not only her teacher. He was also her ambiguous love interest. Yes, ambiguous relationship. Both of them actually had lesbian tendencies, so they naturally came into contact with each other. They haven't been able to establish a relationship yet, but because of their age and status, they haven't been able to. But if they continue to get to know each other, they might end up together before long. However, an apocalyptic disaster struck. Everything has changed. There's no time for romance anymore. Survival has become the most pressing issue. Compared to simply surviving, issues like misogyny are not even a problem. Just like now, being held in the arms of a man named Shen Yi, Jiang Nanyin, who usually dislikes men, doesn't feel disgusted at all. On the contrary, the smell of meat emanating from Shen Yi made her feel safer. In the apocalypse, being well-fed and watered is the greatest sense of security. Compared to simply surviving, all of a person's joys, sorrows, and happiness are insignificant. I understand. Shen Yi smiled. But that smile was extremely pale and powerless. But she still didn't say anything to blame Jiang Nanyan, and instead helped the fat pig away. Shen Yi naturally did not stop him. He set a price, but if people didn't accept it, he wouldn't force them. No need. We don't need another woman like her. Anyway, we've already gained something today, and Jiang Nanyan in her arms was much more sensible than Su Wanting. After making her choice, she had no rebellious spirit whatsoever, at least not outwardly. Unlike Su Wanting, who had all sorts of ulterior motives from the very beginning. Even today, there are still many hidden agendas. The dormitory door was locked from the inside. Shen Yi released Jiang Nanyan and said, "Let's go eat something first." Thank you. Jiang Nanyan's cheeks were slightly flushed. After all, this was the first time she had met Shen Yi. With her high aspirations and never having been in a relationship, Jiang Nanyan felt a little shy and couldn't help but feel her heart racing. But no matter what, she needed to eat first. She was so hungry. At this time, Shen Yi was also observing Jiang Nanyan. This woman is even more beautiful than Su Wanting. Her features were delicate, and her skin was smooth and radiant with a natural glow. Although her face might look a bit dusty because she hadn't washed it for a few days, she still looked pretty overall, especially her straight and delicate nose, which made people want to kiss her. Jiang Nanyan has a good figure. She's slim where she should be. However, she wasn't particularly fat in the right places. She was only about a B cup, very flat-chested. However, her delicate face made up for her lack of a good figure. Moreover, Jiangnan cigarettes have a very good character. You can't really describe a person's aura. You just feel something different about them at first glance. Shen Yi didn't have this feeling when he looked at Su Wanting. Although Su Wanting is also a rich and beautiful woman, she has no class whatsoever because of her nasty and arrogant personality. A person's temperament is simply a result of the fact that wealthy people eat well, dress well, receive a good education, and even have their posture and gait trained from a young age. Otherwise, it would be impossible. In conclusion, Shen Yi was quite satisfied with Jiang Nanyan. He was generous with his reward, giving Su Wanting 2 roast chickens. Only by keeping your word can you motivate your subordinates to work for you. In Shen Yi's eyes, women are also considered subordinates. Honey, thank you. Wanting happily kissed Shen Yi. And she even called him husband for the first time ever. I guess they wanted to show off in front of Jiang Nanyan. A battleground has quietly begun. Shen Yi naturally didn't mind. As long as the 2 women don't hurt each other, he can accept a little jealousy and rivalry. Where did you get that chicken from? Jiang Nanyan, his mouth greasy from eating, stared at Shen Yi in shock. She only needed to watch as Shen Yi moved his arm, and 2 roasted chickens appeared on the table. What kind of magic trick is this? Despite being shocked, Jiang Nanyan continued to stuff meat into her mouth. It's so delicious. She didn't know if it was because she had been hungry for so long, but the taste of this chicken was the most delicious thing she had ever eaten in her life. This is her husband's superpower. He can conjure up food and water. Isn't that amazing? Don't tell anyone else. We're your husband, and I won't let you off the hook. Su Wanting warned earnestly, exuding the aura of a first wife. The fox borrows the tiger's power. Shen Yi didn't mind. Jiang Nanyan exclaimed in surprise. Superpowers? There are actually superpowers like this. Of course. Why do you think your husband can ensure we never have to worry about food and drink? As long as you're obedient, he can conjure up whatever you want to eat. So that's how it is. Jiang Nanyan seemed lost in thought. Now that she's eaten and drunk her fill, her intelligence has returned. Is this really a superpower? Conjuring food out of thin air, I guess that counts. After all, magic tricks aren't that amazing. But she always felt that this superpower was a bit strange. It's understandable that chicken could appear out of thin air, but how could the chicken be cooked and steaming hot? This doesn't seem like a superpower. It's more like storing cooked food and then taking it out when you need it. Thinking of this, Jiang Nanyan suddenly had a flash of inspiration. She thought of a post-apocalyptic novel she had read before. Could it be that this man, like the protagonist in that novel, is someone who has been reborn? Then he also had an infinitely large supernatural space. Before the apocalypse, he stored a lot of food and water in the space. Because there is no concept of time in the supernatural space, things placed inside will not rot. This explains why the chicken is cooked. But this was just a guess, and Jiang Nanyan dared not say it out loud. What if he killed her to silence her if she guessed right? Seeing that Jiang Nanyan had finished eating and his mouth and hands were covered in oil, Shen Yi said, "Go brush your teeth, rinse your mouth, and wash your face." Isn't the tap water contaminated? Jiang Nanyan was stunned for a moment. Was the water in the boys' dormitory not contaminated? You're so stupid. Why don't you just wash with mineral water? Su Wanting took out a few bottles of mineral water from under the bed. Washing your face with mineral water? That's such a waste. Jiang Nanyan exclaimed in surprise. I wouldn't say anything if it were before, but this is the end of the world. Mineral water is so precious. How can you use that to wash your face? It's all right with my husband here. We won't lack water. Su Wanting Samai Fai Li. Seeing that there wasn't much mineral water left, Shen Yi casually waved his hand and took out more than a dozen bottles from his spatial storage. He then said to Jiang Nanyan, "Wash your hair while you're at it. I don't want to get covered in grease." What an amazing superpower. It can even conjure up bottled water. While Jiang Nanyan was shocked, she also had a growing feeling that her previous guess might be true. This man might really be one of those characters from a novel who has been reborn. However, this is even better. Following a powerful man who has been reborn, at least I don't have to worry about starving to death. Moreover, there might even be a chance to visit your parents and family. Thinking of this, Jiang Nanyan's gaze towards Shen Yi held a different look. No matter how you look at it, it seems like I haven't lost out. Unless the end of the world ends right now. 22. Type 54 pistol. Ding. Starting to randomly unlock one type of resource. Ding. Unlocked successfully. Congratulations on unlocking the item. Type 54 pistol. Type 54 pistol +1. Already stored in system space. Type 54 pistol +1. Already stored in system space. 54. Upon hearing the system notification, Shen Yi was first taken aback, then overjoyed. Type 54 pistol. Guns. Firearms. That was awesome. This is so awesome. With a gun in hand, where can't we go? Although Shen Yi has never used a gun before, it's not too late for him to start practicing now. Moreover, sometimes you don't even need to fire a shot. Just the sight of the gun is enough to scare people away. This is the deterrent power of firearms. Thinking this, Shen Yi glanced at Jiang Nanyan and felt exceptionally good. But there is still one thing to confirm. That is, whether the gun is loaded with bullets or not. If there aren't compatible bullets, having to unlock bullet supplies separately would be too troublesome. Shen Yi had an idea and took out a Type 54 pistol from his system space. The gun is indeed quite heavy. After weighing it for a few moments, Shen Yi confirmed that the safety was not engaged and there was no risk of accidental discharge before taking out the magazine to check. Thank goodness I brought bullets. And it's a full magazine of bullets. Shen Yi took them all out and counted them. There were a total of 8 bullets. One gun carries 8 bullets, but I have countless guns, so I don't need to worry about bullets at all. You don't even need to change the magazine. You can just throw it away after you're done using it. In a critical moment, switching weapons is much faster than reloading magazines. It's a pity there's no rating function. Otherwise, I could give the system a 5-star rating. Shen Yi happily played with the pistol. This system is very considerate and thorough. That's a gun. Jiang Nanyan, who secretly opened her eyes, accidentally saw Shen Yi conjure a gun out of thin air. She was so shocked that she almost screamed. Gun. Although she had seen her father handle a pistol before, she hadn't had much experience with them, so she couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. The lethality and deterrent power of firearms are indeed terrifying. His superpower is definitely not conjuring food. Jiang Nanyan became even more certain of her guess. If he could only conjure food, then why could Shen Yi also conjure a gun? This is completely unreasonable. Either Shen Yi truly possesses an infinitely large supernatural space and has stockpiled these supplies in advance, or his abilities are probably even more terrifying than Su Wanting knows. Su Wanting, you're really naive, just as easy to fool as ever. Jiang Nanyan glanced at Su Wanting, who was fast asleep on the next bed, and chuckled to herself. How could she not see that Su Wanting was using Shen Yi's identity and her own power to try and suppress her? She was new here and not very familiar with Shen Yi, so she didn't know how good the relationship between Shen Yi and Su Wanting was, and therefore dared not offend Su Wanting easily. But now it seems that the two were not particularly close. Otherwise, Su Wanting doesn't only know that Shen Yi's superpower is to conjure food. Since Shen Yi doesn't fully trust Su Wanting, it proves that he still has a chance. An opportunity to surpass Su Wanting. Jiang Ninyan, who is arrogant and very intelligent, would rather be a mistress than a concubine, even if she were to be a third party. She secretly thought to herself that starting tomorrow, she would also try to get closer to Shen Yi and gain his trust in her, even more than he trusted Su Wanting. First, she needs to figure out what Shen Yi likes. Starting with what you like is the fastest way. He probably prefers beautiful women, right? Jiang Nanyan thought of herself, her face slightly flushed. Without much thought, she was certain that Shen Yi liked women, especially beautiful women. So, if Su Wanting could deceive him, why can't he deceive others? Teacher Bai. Jiang Nanyan's mind suddenly flashed with the image of Teacher Bai. Although Teacher Bai is a bit older, she has a great figure. Shen Yi should like her, right? I'm sorry, Teacher Bai. Time flows on. One night passed. The next day, the sun slowly rose. And in the 606 boys' dormitory, the overweight girl who had been knocked unconscious gradually stopped breathing and died. Although Shen Yi held back some of the force in his punch, it was still enough to kill him if it hit his head. Baisini looked at her student's corpse and couldn't help but cry. Guilt, sadness, fear, a mix of emotions overwhelmed this well-educated teacher, causing her to break down emotionally. Yes, Baisini did not leave the boys' dormitory. She was exhausted and hungry, and with a student who had fainted in her arms, she had no strength to leave. Then, Baisini discovered that the door to dormitory 606 was unlocked, so she brought her students to move in. However, she never imagined that her student would die. If I had known this would happen, I would have taken the students to the hospital, even if it was difficult. Teacher Bai, why are you crying? Who bullied you? Just then, a familiar voice came from the doorway. Jiang Nanyan walked in carrying a half-empty bottle of water and a chicken leg. You, how did you get here? Baisini looked up at Jiang Nanyan, wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, not wanting to show her vulnerable side in front of her students. I brought you some food, and I was just asking if you're leaving the dorm today. My husband and I are leaving together. Jiang Nanyan handed over a chicken leg and some water. Husband? Baisini was taken aback. How come she's been calling me so intimately all night? And they don't seem to mind at all. Baisini then took a closer look at Jiang Nanyan. She found that Jiang Nanyan not only did not resist, but seemed to be radiant, with color on her face, and seemed to have more femininity than before, and was even more beautiful than before. Most importantly, Jiang Nanyan even washed her hair and put on makeup. Where did this water and cosmetics come from? Yes, actually my husband is a very nice person. Jiang Nanyan smiled, without a trace of shyness in her eyes. Baisini was incredulous. It's only been one night. How could someone as rational as Jiang Nanyan have turned out like this? Little did they know, it is precisely because Jiang Nanyan is very rational that she can weigh the pros and cons more quickly and make the most advantageous choice. And her choice, naturally, was to cling to Shen Yi's coattails. Now, Shen Yi has a gun in his hands. Even if there are mutated animals and plants outside, guns are enough to deal with them. He's a good person? He killed someone, and you still say he's a good person? Baisini asked incredulously. Jiang Nanyan glanced at the fat girl's now cold body, frowned, and was also a little afraid of the dead, but she still said, if Wang Mimi hadn't been so talkative, why would my husband have made a move? Besides, my husband held back. Otherwise, if he really wanted to kill Wang Mimi, she would have been dead long ago. After all, Shen Yi didn't use a gun. Otherwise, if she had been shot, how could Wang Mimi have survived another night? Well, it's not Shen Yi's fault. It's all Wang Mimi's fault. If she hadn't been so careless with her words, she wouldn't have been killed. 23. Humiliating Baisini. You're insane. Jiang Ninyan, you're absolutely insane. Baisini looked incredulous. She couldn't believe that Jiang Nanyan, who is always intelligent and rational, would say such a thing. They actually tried to exonerate a murderer. Jiang Nanyan smiled faintly and said, Teacher Bai, I know you are a good teacher, but you should know Wang Mimi's personality. It was one thing for her to throw a tantrum in the past, but what era are we living in now? She's still acting the same way as before. Isn't she just asking for trouble? This is the end of the world. So many people are dying outside, and no police are doing anything about it. We were even followed by a few boys when we left the teaching building yesterday. Teacher Bai, couldn't you see the lewd looks in their eyes? If they had caught us, our fate would have been even worse than Wang Mimi's. In this day and age, Ms. Bai, do you still intend to use the old moral and legal systems to restrain my husband? Even if my husband hadn't killed Wang Mimi, she would have been killed by someone else or starved to death sooner or later. Besides, my husband only punched Wang Mimi once. Her real cause of death was not receiving timely medical attention, and that certainly can't be blamed on my husband. It's all the fault of the apocalypse, the fault of this world. Listening to Jiang Nanyan's reason analysis, Bai Sini's pale, chapped lips moved, but she couldn't utter a single word in rebuttal. Wang Mimi's personality is indeed very bad. In peacetime, she often posted online to curse men, but back then the law protected her. But now, well, although she didn't want to admit it, Bai Sini had lost the confidence to refute it. At most, they would say that Wang Mimi's crime does not warrant death. But she's already dead, so what's the point of saying all this? Bai Sini felt that what the man said yesterday was right. It was all her fault. He killed his own student. If I could control Wang Mimi, she wouldn't have spoken so rudely, and she wouldn't have died. Jiang Nanyan looked at the dejected Bai Sini and sighed softly. Forget it. Let's not talk about it anymore. Teacher Bai, would you like to have this chicken leg? I only asked my husband for a chicken leg because you took good care of me before. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't waste my time like this. Thanks. Bai Sini pursed her lips and accepted the chicken leg. Although Jiang Nanyan sold her body, she was still a good person at heart. Actually, selling one's body to survive doesn't seem like a big deal. As she munched on a chicken leg, Bai Sini's mindset gradually changed. Mineral water. Jiang Nanyan placed a half-full bottle of water in front of Bai Sini, and watching her eat quickly, she continued, Teacher Bai, we're leaving soon. Would you like to come with us? It's not safe in the boys' dormitory. I just heard some people in other dorms in the hallway. If you stay alone, you might get targeted. Bai Sini swallowed the meat in her mouth and couldn't help but ask, Can I come with you? She offended that man yesterday, and given his cruel and selfish nature, he probably wouldn't be willing to take her along. Of course, if you're willing, Ms. Bai, I can put in a good word with my husband. He's actually a very nice person and won't mind. Ms. Bai, after all, you're just trying to protect your student. Jiang Nanyan said immediately, noticing Bai Sini's interest. Before she left, she promised Shen Yi that she would definitely trick Bai Sini into returning and make Teacher Bai obedient. If she can do it, she can get an extra reward. Otherwise, given Shen Yi's personality, he definitely wouldn't have brought Bai Sini along. Even if she starves to death, Shen Yi doesn't care. Taking in a disobedient woman is just adding to your burden. Okay. Thank you for your help. Bai Sini felt that something was off. But that chicken leg was really delicious. Then, Ms. Bai, come with me. When you see my husband, please don't make him angry, or I'll be punished too, Jiang Nanyan instructed. Okay, I won't drag you into this. Bai Sini nodded seriously. The two returned to dormitory 610, where Shen Yi and Su Wanting packed up their snacks, chargers, and other belongings, preparing to leave. With nearly 100,000 handguns in the system space, coupled with the increased strength of his evolved body, Shen Yi was able to protect himself. Even if he encounters that mutated mongrel, he can take it down with overwhelming firepower. Ms. Bai, aren't you supposed to be very high and mighty? Didn't you say you wouldn't sell your body? Why are you following me around like a dog now? When Su Wanting saw that Jiang Nanyan had brought back Bai Sini, she started making sarcastic remarks. Because she sensed a crisis. This slutty woman, surnamed Bai, has such a great figure, and she's also very close to Jiang Nanyan. If she stays too, my position as the head wife will be in jeopardy. What nonsense are you talking about? Bai Sini's face flushed red, both ashamed and angry. But there's simply no way to refute it. She made those bold statements just yesterday, and now she's back again today. She feels embarrassed and ashamed. Am I talking nonsense? I wonder who stood at the door yesterday, saying they'd rather starve than sell their body and abandon their students. And now, they've abandoned them. Su Wanting was sharp-tongued and highly aggressive. She was hostile to everyone except Shen Yi, whom she dared not give a hard time. Bai Sini's face flushed red from her retort, and for a moment she even had the urge to kill herself on the spot. Su Wanting, don't go too far. Teacher Bai is just trying to take care of her students, not trying to go against her husband. Jiang Nanyan interrupted Su Wanting's offensive, saying, As for Teacher Bai coming here now, it's because she's come to her senses and is willing to be her husband's mistress. Are you going to refuse for your husband? Are you going to make the decision for your husband? Don't talk nonsense. I never said I would make decisions for my husband. I just can't stand this shameless, despicable woman. Su Wanting quickly retorted, afraid of upsetting Shen Yi. Then stop saying such sarcastic things. After all, we'll be family from now on, so we need to get along peacefully and avoid conflicts, Jiang Nanyan said calmly, as if she had already prepared her words. Oomph. Su Wanting snorted coldly, but had no reason to speak again. In this confrontation, Jiang Nanyan clearly outclassed Su Wanting. At this time, the only one who was completely bewildered on the field was Shen Yi. What did I say? I wanted to make Shen Yi a concubine. When did we become a family? Why can't she understand a single word Jiang Nanyan is saying? She tried to speak up several times, but Jiang Nanyan and Su Wanting's heated argument left her no room to get a word in edgewise. All right, it's time to go. At this moment, Shen Yi, as the head of the family and the biggest beneficiary of the women's quarrel, spoke up. He deliberately condoned Su Wanting's belittling and insulting of Shen Yi. This woman made Shen Yi very unhappy yesterday, so he had Su Wanting scold her to vent his anger. Moreover, with such a woman who has a strong sense of self-respect, you must first shatter her self-respect and severely insult her personality before you can better win her over. If Shen Yi can't stand the humiliation and chooses to leave, then Shen Yi won't care. Anyway, we don't need another woman. However, it was Jiang Nanyan that made Shen Yi look at her with higher regard. This woman is really clever. With just a few words, he manipulated Shen Yi and even gave Su Wanting a piece of his mind. As soon as she woke up in the morning, Jiang Nanyan started calling her husband, and she did so very naturally, without any awkwardness, just like an old married couple. Moreover, she offered to help him win over Shen Yi and promised to make Shen Yi obedient and not have any ulterior motives. Upon hearing this, Shen Yi naturally did not refuse. He wanted to see Jiang Nanyan's strength. 24. Leaving school, terrifying mutated plants. As Shen Yi spoke, Su Wanting and Jiang Nanyan dared not argue anymore. Shen Yi's words of explanation got stuck in her throat. She really wanted to say that she had no intention of becoming a mistress. No, it should be said that she never wanted to be Shen Yi's woman. But in the end, she didn't say those words, because she was afraid of implicating Jiang Nanyan. Jiang Nanyan had previously said that if she upset Shen Yi, she would be punished. Jiang Nanyan kindly helped me by giving me food and water. If I caused Jiang Nanyan to be punished, would I still be human? Then, Shen Yi could only remain silent in frustration. If she had known it would turn out like this, she would have preferred to starve to death in her dormitory rather than come along. But having already received help, not giving Jiang Nanyan any reward is not in her nature. And so, Shen Yi silently followed behind Shen Yi and the others. In order to prevent Jiang Nanyan, who had kindly helped her, from being punished, she didn't even refute Su Wanting's insults about her being despicable. Little did they know, the naive teacher had long been manipulated by Jiang Nanyan into becoming a pawn in her power struggle. Honey, someone is following us. Jiang Nanyan approached Shen Yi and quietly reminded him. Yes, I saw it. Let him come along. If we encounter danger later, he can act as a human shield. After saying that, he touched the gun at his waist and continued downstairs. Even without guns, Shen Yi's physical strength was enough to deal with the blonde-haired men following them. That's right. The person following them was none other than Huang Mao. Huang Mao had run out of food and water yesterday, and he was already hesitant about whether to risk going out to find supplies. As it turned out, they saw Shen Yi and his group about to leave. A thought struck him, and he felt this was the perfect opportunity. If you encounter any danger with these people walking in front, you can escape safely. Maybe if Shen Yi dies in an accident, I can take the opportunity to get a woman. On the 7th day of the apocalypse, Huang Mao's mindset had changed drastically. Since no one cares about me, and no police will come to arrest me, I can do whatever I want. If I can kill Shen Yi, then these 3 women will be mine. Then you can play however you want, and maybe you can even get a triple kill. The thought of this made Huang Mao incredibly excited, but he dared not make a move himself. After all, the scene of Shen Yi punching someone flying yesterday was still vivid in his mind. If only there was some monster that could eat him. Huang Mao thought to himself, staring at Shen Yi's back. Where are you going? Shen Yi hesitated for a long time before cautiously asking. She wanted to go back to her own home, but it's not easy to say it directly. Let's go my place first. It's a high-end neighborhood, and it'll be safer and more comfortable there, Jiang Nanyan replied. This was something they had agreed upon that morning. Shen Yi's ultimate goal is to return to the countryside to find his grandmother and younger sister. But the countryside is 70 or 80 kilometers away from the city, so walking back directly is definitely not realistic. Therefore, he needs to find a place to stay first and then figure out how to get home. Vicini hesitated before speaking. Honey, there seems to be a noise outside. Before Vicini could finish speaking, Su Wanting suddenly spoke up. At this moment, they had arrived at the first floor of the dormitory. The black fog had completely obscured this layer, reducing visibility to only a few meters. Everyone stopped and listened carefully. There was definitely a sound like something wriggling on the exterior wall of the building. It was very strange. The sound is some distance from the door. Let's go outside first and talk quietly. After his body evolved, Shen Yi's hearing was also enhanced. After listening for a while, he made a decisive decision. He took out the pistol from his waist and led the way out. Vicini's eyes narrowed slightly when she saw the pistol. He actually has a gun. What did this student do before? In Xiagua, a country with extremely strict gun control, it's simply impossible for ordinary people to buy a gun. Jiang Nanyan and Su Wanting weren't too surprised, because Shen Yi had already shown them the gun that morning. And so, the group cautiously walked out of the dormitory building. The faint sound persisted, but it didn't attack them. Instead, it seemed to be crawling upstairs. Shen Yi and the others subconsciously looked back and saw that the dormitory building shrouded in black mist was covered with dense ivy vines. The vines were exceptionally thick, the thinnest of which was as thick as an adult's thumb, and they seemed to be alive, constantly climbing outwards. The group was shocked. The ivy that used to be so small has now become so dense. Moreover, it grows too fast. If we had left the dormitory a few days later, these ivy vines might have climbed up to the 6th floor and covered the entire building. At that point, I'm afraid I won't be able to leave even if I wanted to. This is simply against the law of conservation of energy. How can the ivy grow so fast without any food or water? Vicini murmured, utterly shocked. After watching for a while, Shen Yi said, Jiang Nanyan, turn on the navigation. Let's go to your house first. If we come across a supermarket on the way, we'll go in and loot some supplies. Jiang Nanyan quickly set the navigation. There was no time to be surprised or study the mutated ivy. They had to hurry on their way before dawn. Although visibility is poor during the day due to the black fog, at least there is still some visibility. However, at night, it is almost impossible to see the road. The group quickened their pace, proceeding cautiously along the way. They could vaguely hear other people moving around in the black fog, but they didn't know if they were students looking for supplies or students trying to escape from the school. However, as they walked, Shen Yi and his companions suddenly heard cries and screams coming from within the black mist. Those sounds were clearly not from a monster attack, but from someone attacking people. Even more disturbingly, one could hear obscene sounds of men and women having sex. Someone is actually doing that kind of thing in the black fog. Moreover, it sounds like several men are forcing the girl. The world is in complete chaos. Hearing the girl's screams and pleas for mercy from within the black fog, Jiang Nanyan and Su Wanting fearfully moved closer to Shen Yi, afraid that they too would be kidnapped. They suddenly felt a sense of relief, thankful that they had found a man who could protect them. Otherwise, they probably wouldn't be much better off than the girls forced into the black fog. Vicini bit her lip tightly, seemingly wanting to help the helpless girl, but seeing that Shen Yi didn't care at all, she forcibly suppressed her kindness. We can't let Jiang Nanyan be implicated. But she still couldn't understand how these students, who usually obey the rules, could have turned out like this in just a few days. Forcing a girl in broad daylight is no better than being an animal or a wild beast. Shen Yi only listened for a few more minutes and didn't meddle in other people's business. The law of the jungle prevails. That's the rule of survival today. It took more than 10 minutes for Shen Yi and the others to walk out of the school. When they saw the scene outside, they were also surprised. On the main road outside the school, there were many abandoned vehicles parked, all of which were entangled by dense mutated plants, and the entire road was covered with plants. The trees that were originally only a few meters tall on both sides of the road have now grown to more than 10 meters tall, with lush branches and leaves that block out the sun. There's a monster. A giant, mutated orange cat appeared not far away. It bared its mouth, which was full of sharp teeth, and made a dangerous sound, as if it regarded Shen Yi and the others as prey. Without hesitation, Shen Yi immediately raised his gun, aimed at the orange cat, and pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. The gunshot was unusually loud. Although Shen Yi's marksmanship was not good, he could still hit the target because he fired a lot of shots. After 7 or 8 shots, one bullet pierced one of the orange cat's front legs, causing it to let out a shrill scream and immediately jump onto a nearby tree trunk. Although it has mutated, it still retains its original habits, and when it encounters danger, it immediately seeks higher ground. Shen Yi switched to a different gun from the system's space, aimed again, and prepared to unleash a barrage of fire. But at that moment, several branches suddenly stretched out and pierced through the mutated orange cat's body, causing it to scream in agony, with various fluids and internal organs spilling all over the ground. The orange cat struggled with its limbs, trying to run away, but because its body was pierced, it quickly lost the ability to move. Seeing this, Shen Yi couldn't help but swallow. These mutated plants seem to have come to life, and are even more ferocious than mutated animals. Shen Yi looked up and saw that some branches still had the corpses of mutated cats and dogs that were already dead hanging on them. The corpse could be vaguely seen. A faint smell of blood filled the air, deep and terrifying. After observing for a while, Shen Yi saw that the plants did not intend to attack them. So he took out a bottle of water from his spatial storage and threw it out to test the waters. The mineral water bottle hit the ground with a sound, but the mutated trees on both sides of the road did not react. He threw another bottle of water onto the tree branches, and the moment it hit the branches, several thick branches pierced through the bottle. Really, like the mutated ivy outside the dormitory building, the mutated trees showed no desire to attack. You will only be attacked if you touch it. Understanding this, Shen Yi secretly breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Don't stray too far from me. Keep going." The 3 women followed nervously. That mutated orange cat really scared them. The tree that killed the orange cat terrified them so much that they trembled all over. If Shen Yi hadn't been holding a gun in front of them, the 3 women would have already run away, screaming in terror. Now they fully understood the dangers within the black fog, and no longer harbored any disloyalty. They followed Shen Yi closely, not daring to lag behind even a step. Shen Yi dared not mention going home again. If I were to leave Shen Yi, I probably wouldn't even last 10 minutes. However, they hadn't gone far when Shen Yi, who was leading the way, suddenly stopped and pulled Su Wanting back from falling into the pit. All I saw was, on the road beneath their feet, there was a dark crack, more than 10 meters wide, with no end in sight and no bottom in sight. And from this crack, thick black mist was slowly spewing out. 25 gained a second superpower, teleportation. What is this? How can there be such a wide crack in the road? Could the black mist be coming out of this crack? Su Wanting etlim in shock. This deep crack seems bottomless, its depth unknown. Pitch black, endless, terrifying. Shen Yi stared at the crack for a while, then said, "Watch your step, don't slip, and keep going." Even if he knew that the black mist was coming from the crack, and that the apocalypse might also be caused by the crack, he had no ability to explore the reasons. How can an individual solve a problem that even the state hasn't been able to solve? Finding a safe haven is more important than researching the causes of the apocalypse. Anyway, if the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up, so it won't crush you in a short time. On the way to the Yin family in Jiangnan, Shen Yi was surprised to find that the crack in the ground had stretched for hundreds of meters. Moreover, there were cracks one after another, with long stretches of cracks at regular intervals. All the cracks were bottomless and spewing out black mist. But one thing is amazing. All the cracks only exist on the road or in relatively open spaces, and do not spread to places like houses. No buildings were damaged by the cracks. That's very strange. If these cracks appeared naturally, why would they deliberately bypass the house and the mutated plants? But if it didn't happen naturally, then who is manipulating it? Being able to manipulate terrain changes. That's no ordinary human being. If any country possessed such a monstrous weapon, it would probably have unified the world long ago. "We've arrived at the residential area just ahead," Jiang Nanyan said, glancing at the navigation. "Because the fog is so thick, navigation is essential. Otherwise, it's easy to get lost. Keep walking, walk faster." Shen Yi glanced back and suddenly spoke. The women were taken aback for a moment, then immediately sped up, because they also heard the sound coming from behind them. Those were the sounds of many chaotic footsteps. Ignoring everything else, they quickly ran into the residential area and, led by Jiang Nanyin, soon arrived at the entrance of a high-rise building. The high-rise building was also covered with plants, but didn't show any hostility. Jiang Nanyin quickly stepped forward to undergo facial recognition. Shen Yi gripped his gun tightly, scanning his surroundings warily. It might be more dangerous inside the residential area than outside. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to the garden not far away. Along the way, everything was lush and green, and all the plants had mutated, becoming tall and strong, or even aggressive. Even a common weed by the roadside has grown several times larger and thicker. But in this small garden, none of the weeds and flowers had mutated. They were still the same size and color as before the apocalypse. These flowers looked like roses, and in the center of one of the roses, Shen Yi saw a colorful fruit. To make sure he wasn't mistaken, he deliberately moved closer to the garden to take a closer look. Sure enough, it was a colorful fruit. It was exactly the same as the superpowered fruit he had eaten before. Shen Yi was instantly excited. I don't know if it's because I'm lucky, or because most people don't know the effects of the colored fruit, but I've encountered a second superpowered fruit so quickly. While no one was looking, he stepped into the garden and picked the colorful fruit. So, plants that grow superpowered fruits don't mutate. Why is that? Shen Yi seemed to be deep in thought. There must be some reason for this. Knowing this reason, maybe I can cultivate a superpowered fruit myself. Husband, Jiang Nanyin called out cautiously. She had already opened the unit door, but Shen Yi hadn't come in yet, which made her a little worried. They're here. Shen Yi snapped out of his daze, put away the fruit, and went inside the building. The unit door was then locked from the inside. So, the blonde-haired student who had been secretly following behind was locked outside. In these upscale, residential communities, each unit requires a password or facial recognition to enter, making it obviously inaccessible to outsiders. Open the door. Please open the door. The blonde-haired man pounded on the door with both hands, almost crying in his anxiety, as if someone was chasing him from behind. Shen Yi gave him a kind smile through the glass window, then put his arm around Jiang Nanyin and went upstairs. Trying to take advantage of me? I'll screw you over. You don't even need to lift a finger to kill the blonde guy. From within the black mist, 7 or 8 men wielding various weapons emerged with sinister grins. Their weapons were stained with dark red blood. They were clearly not good people. Hey kid, get some food out of here. Tell me, are you a rich guy living here? Open the door to my building right now. I'm going to have some rich women today. Damn it. I've been playing with old hags these past few days. They're too loose. Ha ha. Brother Wong is right. Rich women take good care of themselves, and they're more fun to play with. When I came to fix the toilet before, I saw a few very young and tender young women in this building. Today, I must taste their flavor. Big brother, spare me. I'm not a resident here. I'm just a college student. The blonde-haired man cried out in fear and immediately knelt down to beg for mercy. These people were full of foul language and were carrying knives and sticks. They looked like troublemakers. Damn it. Shen Yi, why did you lock me out? Why won't you let me in? Not a resident here? Then you'd better find a way to open this door for me, or I'll kill you right now. The burly man in the lead threatened menacingly. Their goal today is to thoroughly plunder this wealthy neighborhood. The houses we couldn't afford before, the women we couldn't have our fun with. We'll have to enjoy them all today. Due to the power outage, Shen Yi and the others had no choice but to climb the stairs. The girls were panting and their legs were trembling as they climbed the 20th floor. Shen Yi, on the other hand, did not feel tired at all. He had only warmed up. The physical evolution of level 1 is so powerful. Shen Yi was pleasantly surprised. My current endurance is completely superhuman. I can climb 20 floors without even breaking a sweat. If it levels up a few more times, wouldn't it evolve into Captain America? Or even Homelander? Of course, the greater the power, the greater the corresponding consumption, and Shen Yi's appetite has increased by 3 or 4 times compared to before. But these are all minor issues, since I have an unlimited supply of resources that I can't possibly consume. My superpower has a much higher potential than I thought, but how to level it up is a problem. Shen Yi pondered it. I couldn't help but glance at the fruit I had just picked. I wonder if eating another devil fruit would grant me a new superpower? Or is it possible to evolve one's physical body to the next level? Jingle. With the sound of the combination unlocking, the door opened. The group entered the Yin family's residence in Jiangnan. Shen Yi looked around the large, single-level apartment. Since the black fog had not yet spread to the 20th floor, you could still enjoy the long-awaited sunshine while standing by the window. The room is a spacious 200 square meters with a simple and stylish decor that exudes a sense of luxury and sophistication. Shen Yi remembered that the price of a square meter in this upscale community was 30,000 to 40,000 yuan. In other words, this large apartment, including the renovation, is worth more than 6 million. Before the apocalypse, Shen Yi would never have dared to imagine that he could afford such a house in his entire life. The difference between people is greater than the difference between people and dogs. But now all of these are mine. Shen Yi sat comfortably on the sofa like the homeowner, enjoying the expensive sofa that might be worth hundreds of thousands of yuan. This is the level a shelter should be at. The dormitory building is far inferior. Oh, what a pity. All the cakes in the refrigerator have gone bad. Only these fruits sealed with plastic wrap seem edible. Jiang Nanyin stood in front of the refrigerator, taking things out. Su Wanting pretended to help. Bai Sini, on the other hand, curiously looked around the house, feeling the impact of the money. Although she knew that Jiang Nanyin's family was very wealthy, she only saw it with her own eyes today. She could never afford this house, even if she worked her whole life. I sighed inexplicably. However, now is not the time to think about these things. Would it be inappropriate for an outsider like me to continue staying? Bai Sini felt a little uneasy. Honey, have some oranges first. I'll go wash the other fruits. Jiang Nanyin placed a plate of oranges on the table. While replying to WeChat messages, Shen Yi casually responded. It's news about Zhou Wan'er, the little green tea girl. She couldn't hold on any longer today and wanted to eat. Shen Yi didn't waste any words with her. He gave her the address of the Yin family in Jiangnan and told her to come over herself. Zhou Wan'er, weren't you in the boys' dormitory in campus, eh? Why did you change seats? It's so far away. Shen, whether you come or not is up to you. I might not be in the city in a few days. Shen, by the way, if you're planning to come over, remember not to go near the trees by the roadside. Zhu Van'er, who? Not in the city. Where are you going? Is there some kind of shelter? Shen Yi did not answer Zhou Wan'er's question. The first two sentences were enough to give her a sense of crisis and force her to come over as soon as possible. If he still can't make up his mind, Shen Yi will have no choice but to give up on her. Shen Yi has more important things to do now. Eat the superpower fruit. He was eagerly anticipating whether consuming the new fruit would grant him new superpowers. So, while pretending to eat an orange, he also ate the superpowered fruit. As he ate the fruit, he felt a refreshing sensation in his head. And then that was it. Compared to the changes I experienced after eating the first superpowered fruit, this fruit is utterly lacking in prestige. What kind of ability is this? Isn't it very weak? Shen Yi immediately opened his personal panel to check. Instant teleport. LV1, you can instantly teleport a distance of 20 meters. Because your instant teleport is a spatial skill, you can ignore any terrain, control, and binding skills during the teleportation. As long as you have enough stamina, you can teleport continuously without any restrictions. Holy crap! Shen Yi was completely shocked when he saw this superpower. Instant téléportation. Moreover, it can ignore terrain and any control or restraint. That's definitely God-level superpower. And what's most invincible is that teleportation can be activated continuously. As long as his physical strength is good enough, he can teleport anywhere. As luck would have it, Shen Yi's first superpower was physical evolution, which just happened to improve his stamina. And endurance is physical strength. Therefore, physical evolution combined with instant teleportation is simply invincible. Cool. That was fucking awesome. With this teleportation ability, even if I can't beat an enemy, no one can stop me from running away. Seiksatsu Melohawks. Having gained a new superpower, Shen Yi was in high spirits. Now he finally has the ability to truly protect himself in the apocalypse. The maximum distance that can be teleported is 20 meters. No one can catch up with him. As long as you react quickly enough, you can dodge any bullet. And instant teleportation can be upgraded. Honey, did a lot of people follow us in the neighborhood just now? Jiang Nanyin asked with some concern as she sat down next to Shen Yi after washing the fruit and peeled an apple for him. Yes, they followed us all the way. Shen Yi's hearing was much better than Jiang Nanyin and the other women, so he had already noticed that someone was following him. Of course, the person who was following them wasn't the blonde guy, but someone else entirely. Perhaps it can't be called stalking. They just appeared out of nowhere. Maybe their original destination was this neighborhood, but they just happened to run into Shen Yi and his group, and then they had malicious intentions. There is no order left. The school is in chaos. The outside world will only become more chaotic. What if they're hiding downstairs waiting for us, and then attack us when we come down? Jiang Nanyin fed a peeled orange to Shen Yi's mouth. Shen Yi leaned back on the sofa, opened his mouth to eat an orange, and said, "If they weren't good people, they wouldn't have waited for us downstairs. They would have tried to break in. Then, aren't we in great danger right now? Although the entrance to this building has some protective capabilities, it certainly can't stop a group of thugs." Vicini couldn't help but feel worried. When she left the school earlier, she saw students killing each other, which made her realize that social order had collapsed. If a group of rioters really stormed into the building, everyone would be in trouble. She really wanted to call the police, but the emergency number was always busy. Su Wanni's focus was different. When she saw Jiang Nanyin serving Shen Yi, she immediately realized what was going on, cursed under her breath, put down the half-eaten orange in her hand, and immediately came over to massage Shen Yi's shoulders. The two women were jealous, and naturally, Shen Yi felt comfortable. This is also why he didn't stop the chaotic scene. "Honey, it really is just like you said, they're breaking down the door," Jiang Nanyin said, looking at her phone with a serious expression. The screen on her phone showed the neighborhood's group chat. A resident on the first floor posted a video. In the video, a group of men wielding various weapons are violently attacking the entrance to an apartment building. The windows were smashed, and the door was deformed from the impact. These guys are making such a huge noise. They don't seem afraid of attracting monsters at all. Jiang Nanyin noticed this and couldn't help but ask in confusion, "Don't we have any mutated animals in our community? Or are these people capable of dealing with mutated animals? I think they're just completely insane. A bunch of lunatics don't know fear," Su Wanning said with a cold snort as she massaged Shen Yi's shoulders. She wasn't worried about these lunatics rushing in. After all, Shen Yi had a gun. Even if they rushed in, they couldn't possibly use their knives and sticks to fight off a gun, could they? Madmen aren't stupid. They're afraid of death too. Otherwise, they would have committed suicide long ago. Why would they waste time living? Jiang Nanyin retorted, then frowned slightly, feeling that something was off about this group of people. They dare to make such a loud noise, unafraid of attracting mutated monsters, probably because they have something to rely on. Why hasn't there been any rescue after so long? There isn't even a policeman on the road. Vicini was terrified. She longs to return to the peaceful times of the past. She can neither adapt to nor accept this post-apocalyptic world without laws or rules. Shen Yi's gaze fell on Vicini, this mature woman. "Today, I'll try to unlock her rewards as well." Thinking of this, Shen Yi said, "I'm hungry. Let's eat first, and then I'll go out for a bit." As he spoke, he waved his hand, and 5 bottles of mineral water and 3 steaming, fragrant roasted chickens appeared on the table. He is now physically strong and does not tire easily, but he needs to eat a lot to replenish what he has consumed. "You two eat too." Only after receiving the order did Su Wanting and Jiang Nanyin dare to eat. As for Vicini, she was in a state of shock. What has happened? How did food and water appear out of thin air when Shen Yi simply raised his hand? Is this some kind of magic? Why aren't Jiang Nanyin and Su Wanting surprised at all? Am I the only one who's shocked? Vicini was shocked, but dared not ask. She could only sit silently in the distance, pretending to look in other directions to divert her attention. Her stomach was rumbling. She only ate 1 chicken leg in the past 2 days, and she wasn't full at all. Especially now, smelling the aroma of chicken, she felt her stomach churning wildly, urging her to eat. But Vicini was too embarrassed to ask for food. After all, she wasn't Shen Yi's woman. He wasn't even friends with Shen Yi. "Honey, what are you going out to do? Are you going downstairs to deal with those thugs?" Jiang Nanyin swallowed the meat in her mouth and asked with concern. "No, why should I deal with them? They pose no threat to me." Shen Yi's expression remained indifferent. He's just that cold-hearted. When he was bullied in the past, no one ever helped him. Therefore, he won't help others now. Of course, there is another, more important reason. These thugs can be used to create a crisis for the survivors, making it easier for him to carry out his subsequent actions. Jiang Ninyan also thought it made sense. Since they were on the 20th floor, even if the rioters broke in, the residents downstairs would be the first to suffer. Moreover, even if the rioters get to the 20th floor, there are guns to deal with them. Honey, what are you going out for? Want to be dangerous? Su Wanting was a little worried that something might happen to Shen Yi. If Shen Yi dies, these women will be powerless and will likely end up like the girls who were bullied at school. She doesn't want to become like that. Rather than being insulted by so many people, I'd rather just commit suicide. It's none of your business. Don't talk so much while we're eating. Shen Yi continued to eat his meat, too lazy to explain. Oh, Su Wanting was a little unhappy, feeling that Shen Yi treated Jiang Nanyan better than he treated her. Then, she glanced at Baisini, who was standing by the window, pretending not to be hungry, and felt relieved. Oof, that hypocritical, snobbish wretch deserves to go hungry. It would be best if she starved to death. Su Wanting wanted to vent all her negative emotions on Baisini. After eating and drinking his fill, Shen Yi was about to head out. When I'm not home, remember to lock the door and don't open it for anyone. If those thugs break into the building, contact me immediately and I will rush back. They won't be able to break down this security door in a short time. Shen Yi gave his instructions. As for why he didn't leave a gun behind, it was mainly because he didn't fully trust Jiang Nanyan and Su Wanting. If the two women harbor ill intentions towards him, Shen Yi might not be able to avoid being hit by a gun. 27. Shopping spree. Shared power banks. Watching Shen Yi leave, Jiang Nanyan and Su Wanting exchange glances, neither of them intending to chat with the other. Former best friends, now enemies. Jiang Nanyan felt somewhat resentful. After all, Su Wanting had deceived her. Although she gained protection as a result, she also lost her innocence, and it would be a lie to say she harbored no hatred. But it wasn't really hatred. The main reason she ignored Su Wanting was because they were competitors. Su Wanting wanted to be the first wife, and so did she. Now, her chances of winning are even greater, because she also has Teacher Bai as an assistant. As long as Teacher Bai also becomes Shen Yi's woman, it will be 2 against 1. With Su Wanting's silly personality, she'll be completely at his mercy. Teacher Bai, what are you thinking about? Jiang Nanyan came to Baisini's side and asked with concern. My father is home alone, and I don't know how he is doing now. Baisini looked down at the world shrouded in black fog, feeling very worried. Teacher Bai, do you want to save your uncle? Jiang Nanyan suddenly said. Baisini looked at her with a puzzled expression. Jiang Nanyan smiled and said, the outside world is so dangerous now. Teacher Bai, you definitely can't go back alone. However, if you're willing to serve my husband and be his woman, he will definitely not abandon your family. With his help, you'll be able to save your uncle. Baisini blushed slightly and pursed her lips. I wanted to say no, but upon further reflection, it seems that this is indeed the case. Shen Yi has a good physique, a gun, and superpowers similar to magic. If he is really willing to protect himself, then there's a great chance that he can go home and save his father. Otherwise, with her own strength, she wouldn't be able to get home, let alone deal with the thugs downstairs. Besides, Ms. Bai, do you really want to keep going without eating? As long as you're with your husband, you can eat the meat and drink the water we just had. Jiang Nanyan came up behind Baisini, leaned close to her earlobe, and whispered. Her voice was magical, full of allure. These are the whispers of the devil. Even Baisini, who was originally resolute, began to waver. She glanced unconsciously at the gnawed chicken bones on the table. I couldn't help but swallow. When Shen Yi came downstairs, many people were hurrying upstairs. Some of them were carrying large bags and small packages, as if they were moving house. Hurry, hurry! If those thugs break in, who knows if they'll rob us? I'm afraid it's not just robbery. I saw bloodstains on the weapons those people were carrying. They've probably killed people. What? Quick, let's go upstairs and ask our neighbors to let us stay for a while. The residents who went upstairs all saw the thugs breaking down their doors, got scared, and wanted to hide in higher places. Some people saw Shen Yi coming downstairs and looked puzzled, but they just brushed past him without interacting with him. The residents of this building haven't lost their moral compass. They still maintain a friendly relationship with one another. Perhaps it's because there aren't many residents in this building, and the food reserves are sufficient, that they've been able to maintain this situation. During this time, Shen Yi also took a look at the other floors. Not everyone was running upstairs. Most residents chose to stay inside their rooms. Of course, Shen Yi didn't care whether these people went up or down. He wanted to find out if there were any beauties who met the system standards. Unfortunately, I couldn't find it. Not many residents showed up, and he was too lazy to knock on each door to check. Anyway, once the rioters break down the door, these scattered residents will definitely be forced to unite, making it easier for them to find each other. There's no need to waste time now. Shen Yi thought for a moment and glanced at the building number. This is the 14th floor. He was just about to continue climbing the stairs when he suddenly stopped. Wait, since my teleportation can ignore the terrain, can I also just go down through buildings? With that in mind, Shen Yi began the test. Looking down at the stairwell, he had a thought, and his entire body vanished from the spot in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in the stairwell on the 13th floor. It really works. Damn, I'm a genius. Shen Yi immediately began using teleportation to travel. The speed increased significantly. In just a few seconds, he arrived on the first floor. This is teleportation. Awesome. Experiencing the feeling of appearing and disappearing without a trace, Shen Yi felt extremely refreshed. Of course, there are also costs involved. He used teleportation more than 10 times in a row, and each time he had to control the distance so as not to get himself stuck in the wall. He felt that he had used up at least 1/5 of his physical strength. In other words, with his current physical strength, he can teleport at least 70 times a day. With 70 teleportations, you could escape even the most powerful monster. Moreover, the stamina will gradually recover after being used up, so it is not actually possible to teleport 70 times in a day, but rather to teleport 70 times in one go. If you include the stamina recovery, you can easily teleport hundreds of times a day. That was awesome. Shen Yi glanced at the thugs who were frantically smashing the unit door, ignored them, walked to the back wall, and teleported directly out through the wall. In the blink of an eye, he appeared outside the building, then took out his phone, searched for the nearest supermarket, and started navigating. Shen Yi didn't use teleportation to travel all the time. He walked most of the time. Teleportation is quick for getting over obstacles, but if you use it all the time to travel, your stamina recovery rate won't keep up with the consumption. If you encounter a monster, you won't even have the strength to fight back. And so, Shen Yi headed straight to the supermarket he had navigated to. If you encounter obstacles or mutated plants along the way, use teleportation to dodge them. In less than 10 minutes, he arrived at the entrance of a medium-sized supermarket. The supermarket doors were tightly closed. I don't know if there's anyone inside. But Shen Yi didn't waste time observing and teleported in directly. Who cares if there are people around? Let's grab the supplies first. Anyway, there are no police around to deal with this now. The black fog in the room was lighter, and the view was wider. However, it was still quite dark because of the power outage. Shen Yi took out a fully loaded pistol from the system space and cautiously scanned the first floor. There was no one in sight, and no sound was heard. After confirming it was safe, he went to the shelves and started shopping. Most well-packaged snacks, such as instant noodles, spicy strips, bread, and sausages are not contaminated. Shen Yi directly collected all of it into the system space. Shampoo, shower gel, and other products were also packed in. They inspected and collected items along the way. He even took all sorts of utensils, such as pots, pans, slippers, and towels. Given the current social situation, these are non-renewable resources, and they will become increasingly scarce in the future, so it is necessary to stockpile more. Unfortunately, the supermarket is too small and doesn't have a wide variety of items. Furthermore, some of the food and beverages were contaminated. Therefore, Shen Yi's gains were not much, and he was somewhat dissatisfied. After looking around, Shen Yi, who was about to leave, saw what he urgently needed most. Shared power banks. Without hesitation, he unplugged the power and stored all the shared power banks into the system space. Dozens of power banks, most likely all have power, enough to last for a while. Just as Shen Yi finished packing his things and was about to leave, a voice suddenly came from behind him. That's the sound of something heavy hitting you. Shen Yi reacted extremely quickly, using teleportation the instant he heard the sound to dodge the sneak attack. 28. Murder to cover up a crime, a superhuman. Shen Yi used teleportation to dodge the sneak attack and saw who had attacked him. This is a man in his 30s. He was holding a baseball bat in both hands, staring at Shen Yi with a terrified expression. How is this possible? You actually have superpowers. Shen Yi, who was about to shoot the man, paused for a second upon hearing this. Do they also have superpowers? This person actually knows about superpowers? Could he know about the colored fruit? Shen Yi pointed the gun at the man and asked coldly, "Have you seen any other people with superpowers?" I've seen it. I've seen it. Don't kill me." The man swallowed hard in terror, nodding frantically. He didn't know if the gun in the person in front of him was real, but seeing that the other person had superpowers, he knew he couldn't beat him. Who is he? What kind of superpower does he use? Shen Yi continued to interrogate him. Perhaps we can get information about superpower fruits from other superpowered individuals. She's a policewoman. The man answered with some fear. Police? You've seen police. Shen Yi frowned. This was the first time he had heard of the police since the apocalypse. Logically, the authorities should have launched a rescue operation long ago, but he hasn't seen a single police officer yet. He even doubted that the apocalypse was real. Otherwise, why would the police and the military ignore the lives of ordinary people? Yes, I've seen them. I saw a lot of police officers a few days ago. The man nodded quickly and then explained, on the first day the black fog appeared, there was a fight next door, so I called the police. The police came to handle it, but it seemed like a lot of people called the police that day, and they left after a while. In the days that followed, I often heard police sirens on the street, and even the sound of helicopters. I went out to take a look out of curiosity, and there were 2 police helicopters with machine guns on them. They seemed to be firing at something, but they were too far away for me to see clearly. Really, I'm not kidding. Later, a helicopter suddenly exploded in the sky, and its wreckage fell near the Wang Fujing department store. If you don't believe me, you can go and see for yourself. I'm definitely not lying to you. As the man explained, he slowly backed away towards the second-floor stairwell. Shen Yi frowned it. So, it's not that the authorities didn't provide assistance, but rather that they did respond immediately and were subsequently wiped out? The helicopters were all shot down. What kind of monster did we encounter? Even machine guns couldn't kill the enemy. Shen Yi couldn't help but think of the giant bird he had seen at school a couple of days ago. If it's that terrifying bird, it really could probably shoot down a helicopter. As for whether it can withstand machine gun bullets, Shen Yi really wasn't sure. Logically, a mortal body shouldn't be this tough. But considering my own physical evolution ability, it's only level 1 and already so monstrous. If I were to reach level 10 or 100, maybe I could even withstand bullets with my bare hands. It seems the post-apocalyptic world is more dangerous than I thought. I need to be more cautious in the future. Shen Yi didn't think he could handle that giant bird or any mutated monster as strong as it. So he couldn't be too arrogant just because he had a pistol. Where is the policewoman with superpowers you mentioned? Is she still alive? Shen Yi asked again, ignoring his boss's subtle backstep. Well, I don't know either. She just came to my place the day before yesterday to buy some food and water. As the man spoke, his eyes darted around furtively, seemingly glancing towards the second floor as if trying to send some kind of coded message. As Shen Yi approached the man, he asked, "What is her special ability?" "She can turn her hands into steel. She's incredibly strong." As the man spoke, he stared at Shen Yi, who was approaching step by step. She seemed to be anticipating his approach. Only, after taking a few steps, Shen Yi suddenly stopped, looked at the man, and said, "So, one last question. Have you ever seen colorful fruit?" "Colorful fruit? What are those? I've never seen them before." The man's eyes clearly showed some panic. He definitely saw it. Understood. Shen Yi nodded, and the next moment he pulled the trigger. With a sharp bang, a bloody hole appeared on the man's forehead. He collapsed, his face filled with disbelief, and died. He died with his eyes wide open in disbelief. He didn't expect that the gun in Shen Yi's hand was a real gun. Even more unexpectedly, Shen Yi fired a shot. After killing the man, Shen Yi's body vanished from the spot in an instant. Time passes. About 10 minutes later, another man peeked out from the stairwell, cautiously surveying the first floor. They've left. The man breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the corpse with its head blown off on the first floor. Damn, who is this guy? He has a gun. Could he be a cop too? Or someone in the military? But there don't seem to be any troops stationed near our mountain town. And this guy actually had superpowers? Boss, he didn't die unjustly. As he was talking to himself, the man turned his head and his eyes widened in horror. There was actually a person standing in the shadows behind him. Holy crap. He instinctively swung his fist and threw it. His fist, in the instant he swung it, transformed into an iron fist. The body is rapidly becoming steel-like. This is clearly a superpower. Only too slow. Bang. Shen Yi pulled the trigger. At such close range, there There was no doubt that it was a headshot. Before the man's head was completely hardened, it pierced through his skull. To ensure the man was killed, Shen Yi fired 6 more shots, each aimed at the head, until the gun was empty, leaving the man's face mangled. Dealing with people with superpowers requires extreme caution. This was Shen Yi's first time fighting against someone with superpowers, and he was very nervous. While they were on the first floor, Shen Yi noticed that the middle-aged man was acting strangely. He kept trying to lead him to the stairwell on the second floor. Therefore, Shen Yi suspected that there might be an ambush on the second floor. Then, he strikes first, preferring to kill the innocent rather than let the guilty go free. After killing the middle-aged man, Shen immediately teleported to another location and quietly waited for the person on the second floor to appear. I waited for more than 10 minutes. When a man on the second floor couldn't help but peek out, he teleported behind him, listened to the man mutter to himself for a long time, and then shot him dead. If it weren't for wanting to hear if this man would reveal any useful information, Shen Yi wouldn't have wasted his time. As for the fact that the man was a superhuman, Shen Yi was not surprised. From the moment he started talking to the man on the first floor, he noticed that the middle-aged man knew a lot about superpowers. Shen Yi even thought that the middle-aged man was a superpower user, so he deliberately got close to the man to make sure he could kill him with one shot. Shen Yi had little experience with guns, and he might miss if he shot beyond 10 meters. Handguns aren't that easy to control. Upon committing murder for the first time, Shen Yi felt his heart race and his adrenaline surge. But he felt no fear, only excitement. Perhaps, deep down, he wasn't a peaceful and honest person at all. He glanced at the man's corpse on the ground. With death, the steel on his body disappeared, and his superpowers were deactivated. After confirming that the other party was dead, Shen Yi switched to a fully loaded gun and began to check the rooms on the second floor. Since you decided to kill, then kill them all and leave no future trouble. Shen Yi heard sounds coming from the room at the end of the corridor, so he walked over with his gun in hand. He carefully and cautiously pushed open the door. Only, the scene in the room made him frown and put down his gun. 29. Poor woman, policewoman. I carefully pushed open the door to the room on the second floor. Shen Yi then noticed. Inside, there was a male corpse and a middle-aged woman who was naked, covered in wounds, and chained to the bed by a dog. The young woman was clearly in great distress. Her breathing was very weak. Those two guys really weren't the supermarket owners. Shen Yi had actually guessed this long ago, because a normal shop owner with plenty of food would not immediately kill a stranger. Even if this stranger stole something from his store, he wouldn't kill him. Just like how Shen didn't kill the fat pig who insulted him. How could an ordinary person just kill someone on a whim? Only those who have killed or committed evil deeds can be ruthless. For example, now that Shen Yi has actually killed someone, if he were to face that fat pig who insulted him again, he would definitely kill her without hesitation. Once the shackles of morality are removed, it becomes very difficult to be bound by them again. These two guys must be some kind of criminals or outlaws. They have no bottom line. No one knows how they got into the supermarket, but they killed the real owner, took over the place, and even took the owner's wife for themselves. Shen Yi stepped forward, glanced at the still unconscious proprietress, unlocked her chains, left her some snacks and water, and then left. Even if this poor woman manages to wake up, she probably won't live much longer. She was covered in cigarette butt wounds and club bruises, and one of her arms was broken. She would only survive if she was taken to the hospital for emergency treatment. But Shen Yi's kindness was limited to helping her break free of her shackles. As for anything else, he couldn't be bothered. He feels sorry for women, but that doesn't make him suddenly become kind-hearted. He is not a good person. After all, initially, without knowing whether the middle-aged man was the owner of the supermarket, Shen Yi had planned to kill him to cover his tracks after stealing the goods. I just didn't expect that I would kill two bad guys. As for whether the information this bad guy gave him was accurate, Shen Yi wasn't sure. But you can believe about 70 to 80% of it. For example, when the black fog first appeared, the police came out to maintain order and even dispatched helicopters to fight some kind of monster. These could all be true. To verify the veracity of this statement, simply visit the Wang Fujing department store when you have some free time and see if there is any debris from the crashed helicopter. But it's most likely the truth. After all, he had no reason to make up so much to deceive himself. As for the policewoman with superpowers, she might be fictional. The ability to turn one's body into steel is the ability of the man on the second floor. However, since these messages don't really concern me, I don't care whether they're true or false. I'll just treat it as information gathering. Just as he stepped out of the supermarket, Shen Yi's phone suddenly vibrated in his pocket. He took it out and saw that it was a call from Jiang Nanyan. After the call connected, Jiang Nanyan's voice came through. Honey, those thugs have broken in. They're breaking down other residents' doors. Okay, I understand. Is there anything else? Shen Yi didn't care about the safety of others. Yes, I've already convinced Teacher Bai, and she's willing now. Honey, when are you coming back? I'll ask Teacher Bai to wait for you. Jiang Nanyan's tone was lively, as if she wanted to be praised. I'm on my way home. Let her take a shower first. Don't be stingy with water. Make sure she gets clean. Okay, honey, be careful. After hanging up the phone, Shen Yi thought back to Bai Sini and felt a surge of passion. New supplies can be unlocked. With Zhou Waner soon to be delivered to our door, we can unlock 2 kinds of supplies at once. However, this speed is still too slow. Shen Yi wondered if he could go out and take in pretty girls now that he had the teleportation skill. The internet is a mixed bag, and with the recent power outages, most people probably have nowhere to charge their phones, making it difficult to continue searching for a needle in a haystack online. Let's see what supplies Bai Sini and Zhou Waner can unlock. If they have superpower fruits or other firearms, then I'll take the risk and go out to taking girls. Shen Yi thought to himself and quickened his pace to hurry back. Along the way, he also saw some survivors who went out in groups to search for supplies. Unfortunately, they lacked proper weapons and were quickly targeted by a mutated tabby cat, leaving them with almost no chance of survival. Jia's supermarket. That is, the supermarket that Shen Yi just ransacked. At this time, several figures appeared at the supermarket entrance. They were all carrying weapons. Especially the 2 leaders, a man and a woman. Both had guns and were wearing police uniforms. They're police officers. Behind the 2 policemen were several men carrying sticks or similar weapons. But these men clearly had little combat experience, and their faces showed fear. Wait, there's a smell of blood. Everyone be careful. As soon as they arrived at the supermarket entrance, the policewoman spoke up and released the safety on her handgun, pointing it at the supermarket door. Another male police officer immediately stepped in front of the civilians, alert to any potential attacks, and asked the female officer, Captain Qin, what should we do? Should we retreat? Policewoman Qin Xiang twitched her nose slightly, sniffing the air. She peered through the supermarket window for a while, then frowned and said, We're running low on food. We have to risk going in to check. Wang Jiqiang, you and the others stay outside. I'll go into the supermarket to check first, and you can come in after I confirm it's safe. Captain Qin, I can go in and help you. We can't let you risk your life alone. I can't believe it, said the male police officer, Wang Jiqiang, quickly. No, you must stay. Your responsibility is to protect the safety of the people. Qin Xiang refused firmly, then softened her tone slightly and said, Don't worry, with my abilities, I won't encounter any danger. Besides, I've been to this supermarket once before, and the owner is very reliable. Perhaps the smell of blood isn't a dangerous sign. Okay, Wang Jiqiang nodded in agreement. He knew that protecting the people was the most important task. Then, Qin Xiang walked to the supermarket entrance and knocked on the door. However, after waiting for a long time, there was no response. She frowned slightly. Has something really happened? Thinking of this, Qin Xiang no longer cared about damaging people's property. Looking at the locked supermarket door, she took a deep breath and threw a punch. The locked door had been smashed through. The people behind them were all shocked by what they saw. What terrifying power! She appears to be just a beautiful and slender woman, yet she possesses terrifying strength that is completely disproportionate to her body. Qin Xiang, holding the gun, walked into the supermarket. Soon, he saw a corpse on the first floor. Moreover, it was a corpse with its head blown off, its eyes wide open in death. It was the supermarket owner's body. This is a gunshot wound? How could someone have a gun? Could it be other surviving colleagues? No, this can't be a colleague. Qin Xiang frowned, her expression grave. Because if it were one's own colleague, they would never fire on civilians. Even if forced to fire, the shot would not be aimed at the head, but rather at other parts of the body. These are the rules they learned after joining the police force. Only thugs and villains would shoot someone in the head. 30. Qin Xiang's speculation. Damn it, could it be that some dangerous individual found my colleague's gun? Qin Xiang frowned deeply. A black fog enveloped the area, causing mutations in plants and animals. Many colleagues lost contact on the day they were dispatched, their fate unknown. Later, the remaining police officers and special police received orders from their superiors that a giant mutated plant had appeared in the city, causing widespread destruction and growing at an extremely fast rate, having already demolished several buildings, and that it needed to be stopped as soon as possible. Therefore, all police forces participated in the operation to eradicate the mutated plants. However, the mission subsequently failed. The entire city, spanning dozens of kilometers and more than a dozen residential areas, have been completely overrun. Most of the police officers who went to participate in the rescue also died during the rescue operation, and their bodies have not been found to this day. If a civilian happens to encounter the body of a deceased colleague, they might indeed take the colleague's gun, which will be troublesome. As she pondered this, she walked up to the second floor, where the smell of blood was even stronger. As soon as they went upstairs, they saw another corpse. This is a corpse whose head has been smashed to pieces. Another gunshot wound. He has so many bullets. Qin Xiang's face turned pale. It is not difficult to judge from the scene that the other side fired at least 7 or 8 shots. Every shot is a headshot. I just don't know if the other side has any bullets left in their gun. Hopefully, there are no bullets. Otherwise, it would be too dangerous for someone like him, who randomly shoots and kills people, to roam around. The city is already in chaos, and if more firearms leak out, it will only exacerbate the chaos. Qin Xiang understood all too well how terrifying people could be once they obtained firearms, without the constraints of the law. Help! Help me! Suddenly, a faint sound came from the room at the end of the corridor. Qin Xiang was taken aback. He quickly walked over. Pushing open the door, she immediately saw a corpse and a critically injured woman on the verge of death. Hold on. Don't close your eyes. I'm a police officer. I'll do everything I can to save you. Qin Xiang rushed forward to check the woman's injuries. This is serious, extremely serious. Moreover, most of the injuries were clearly caused by abuse. Damn it. Who is it? Qin Xiang clenched her fists in anger. In a flash, Qin Xiang suddenly caught sight of the group photo on the bedside table. The photo was clearly a picture of the woman in front of me and the man next to her who had been dead for a day or two. In other words, the supermarket owner I met the day before yesterday was not the owner of this supermarket. This poor woman and the dead man are the real bosses. She understood everything. Damn it. Qin Xiang was so angry that she slammed her fist into the ground, creating a crater. Her anger had nowhere to go. She quickly figured everything out. Those 2 bastards pretending to be the boss imprisoned the woman and killed the innocent boss. They're the bad guys. No wonder his colleague shot him dead with a single shot, and even blew the other bastard's head off. Even she would do the same thing if she saw this. Those 2 beasts don't deserve to live. Perhaps the person who killed those 2 beasts wasn't even her colleague, but he must have been a good person, otherwise he wouldn't have let this innocent woman go. But Qin Xiang didn't have time to think about that now. She covered the woman with a blanket, then picked her up and quickly went downstairs. Whether or not we can save him, we have to try. As long as she has a breath left, it proves that she doesn't want to die. Wang Jiqiang, you take some men in to get the supplies. I'll take the wounded back to the shelter first. Remember to be extra careful. Qin Xiang left quickly after uttering just one sentence. She wasn't sure how much longer this woman could hold on. Their temporary shelter has a doctor who was rescued a couple of days ago. Perhaps he can save this woman. Upon receiving the order, Wang Jiqiang led the rest of the team to quickly raid the supermarket. Only, after searching the area, they discovered that almost all the remaining snacks and items were contaminated. It's as if it's already been thoroughly raided beforehand. Only a few packets of instant noodles and a few sausages were barely enough to eat. How so? Wang Jiqiang frowned, then looked towards the second floor and said, Everyone, go take a look on the second floor. Be careful, don't touch the corpses on the ground. Shen Yi returned to the building, ignoring the thugs who were banging on doors from house to house, and teleported upstairs. Let them cause some damage first, scare the residents of this building, and it would be best to gather everyone together, which would save us trouble. In just a few breaths, Shen Yi arrived at the 20th floor. Without knocking, he teleported directly into the apartment. Jiang Nanyan, who was playing on her phone, suddenly heard a sound. She subconsciously looked up and saw Shen Yi appear out of nowhere. She was so startled that she almost dropped her phone. Husband? You, how did you get it? She looked shocked. At the same time, upon hearing the noise, Su Wanting ran out of the bedroom. Honey, you're back. Yes, that was my new superpower just now. Shen Yi nodded and explained to Jiang Nanyan. He was very satisfied with Jiang Nan Tobacco's pragmatic attitude, so he treated Jiang Nan Tobacco better. A newly acquired superpower? Su Wanting was surprised to hear this. Superpowers can be acquired? If there's an opportunity in the future, I can also grant you superpowers, Shen Yi casually promised. He already had this idea, to enable his woman to protect herself. However, his current strength is not strong enough, so he needs to prioritize improving his strength. Once I'm strong enough, I can help women become strong too. Really? I can gain superpowers too? Su Wanting immediately became excited. Jiang Nanyan couldn't help but get excited. Superpowers! Superpowers! If I could have superpowers, wouldn't I no longer have to be afraid of monsters outside? Yes, I already know how to gain superpowers. Ordinary people can also gain them, but it's quite difficult, so it will take some time. Upon hearing this, Su Wanting and Jiang Nanyan became even more excited. Ordinary people can also gain superpowers. Honey, Teacher Bai is in the bedroom, Jiang Nanyan said quickly, snapping out her days. This is her chance. Well done. I'll give you credit for that. Shen Yi nodded and walked towards the bedroom. Upon hearing that she had been commended, Jiang Nanyan smiled excitedly. I feel like I'm one step closer to gaining superpowers. Seeing this, Su Wanting cursed under her breath, then immediately took out her phone and started contacting her best friend whom she had finally managed to reach. She absolutely cannot fall behind Jiang Nanyan. At the same time, on the first floor, violence was also taking place. 31. New supplies. Brother Wong, this security door is fucking hard. We can't open it at all. The blonde-haired student started swearing and cursing. He has joined this gang of thugs. Although he was severely beaten, after crying and begging for mercy, he was protected by this small group. He also drank half a bottle of water and ate a small piece of dried meat from some unknown animal. Although the half bottle of water had turned a bit black and the dried meat had a strange smell. But at least there's something to eat. Many people can't even find this kind of meat now. Keep smashing. I refuse to believe we can't break this damn door. Whoever is the first to break it open will get 2 extra pieces of meat as a reward, and he could be the first to play with the woman in the room. Brother Wong, whose arms were covered in tattoos, said viciously. Upon hearing this, the thugs roared excitedly and pounded on the door even more vigorously. Although the security doors in this community are of very good quality, they couldn't withstand a group of armed and crazed thugs. At this time, the blonde-haired man's eyes darted around slyly. Then he suddenly leaned close to the burly man. Big brother, don't fucking get so close to me. The burly man slapped the blonde-haired man across the face, making him dizzy. Yes, I'm sorry, brother, I forgot. It took Huang Mao a while to recover, but he didn't dare to say a word back. He knew exactly how ruthless this gangster was. He was someone he couldn't afford to mess with. What do you want to say? Brother Wong glanced at him. Hey bro, I came out with some students from my dorm. There were several female college students among them, and they were all incredibly beautiful. They had such long, slender legs and such perky butts, and their faces were gorgeous too. The blonde-haired man described it excitedly. He'd already started fantasizing about what it would be like to have those beautiful women. Smack! The burly man slapped him again with his backhand, making the blonde-haired man see stars and shattering his fantasy. Big brother, why did you hit me again? Why the hell am I hitting you? Didn't you say you came from the boys' dormitory? How could there be female students in a boys' dormitory? Are you trying to make fun of me because I never went to college? The burly man glared fiercely at the blonde-haired man, seemingly about to attack again. No, brother, I'm not lying. Those female college students aren't from our boys' dormitory. They came in from outside. They're another guy's girlfriends. Yellow Hair hurriedly explained, his face swollen. This guy's emotions are so incredibly unstable. It's like he's mentally ill. They hit people at the drop of a hat. Moreover, he has an extremely low IQ. No wonder he never went to university. But he dared not say that out loud, or he would really be beaten to death. Smack! Suddenly, the burly man raised his hand and slapped him again. The blonde guy was completely stunned by the beating, and he almost lost his big tooth. Big brother, why did you hit me again? You're giving me a weird look. Are you cursing me in your heart? Are you upset that I hit you? No, brother, I'm innocent. Smack! Without a word, the burly man slapped him again. You dare talk back to me? I'll hit you whenever I want. You got a problem with that? I'm impressed. I'm impressed. You're amazing. The blonde-haired boy's face was so swollen that he couldn't even speak clearly. Tell me the details. What's going on with those female college students? I've never slept with a female college student before. If what you say is true, I'll reward you with a piece of meat. The burly man patted the blonde-haired man's shoulder in a boisterous manner, almost slapping him to the ground. Yes. The blonde-haired student had swollen lips, blurred vision, and was stammering intermittently. Are you fucking mute? I'll let you speak. The burly man slapped him hard again, knocking the blonde-haired man unconscious. Grass, you're already dizzy? College students are so weak. The burly man spat out a mouthful of saliva. Hey, wake him up. Stop wasting water. Use your pee. Anyone else? Hurry up and smash the door. I remember there's a newlywed wife in this house. Whoever breaks down the door first gets to have her first. The thugs didn't care why the blonde guy was being beaten and continued banging on the door. Hearing the words newlywed wife, in particular, filled them with energy. Other people's newlywed wives always smell so good. At this time, inside the room that was smashed, a man and a woman, a married couple, are trembling with fear. The man gripped the kitchen knife tightly, while in his other hand he held his phone and kept dialing the police. The young woman, terrified, sent a message in the neighborhood group asking for help. Only, there are those who express concern verbally, but no one actually provides assistance. The newlyweds could only watch in despair and fear as the security door was being smashed repeatedly. Final. After several hours of agonizing waiting, the lock was broken and the door was forced open. 6 or 7 men walked in with sinister grins. Bite. Starting to randomly unlock one type of resource. Ding. Unlocked successfully. Congratulations on unlocking the resource. 5A grade steak. 1 grade 5A steak, already stored in system space. 1 grade 5A steak, already stored in system space. 5A. Grade 5A steak. Shen Yi took out his phone and searched for related information. 5A grade steak, the highest rated steak, costs approximately 1,500 to 6,000 yuan per kilogram, depending on the region. 5A grade steak has a high fat-to-meat ratio and a more even distribution, resulting in tender meat that tastes delicious even when pan-fried with just salt. Several thousand yuan per kilogram? That's fucking expensive. Shen Yi was also deeply moved. He used to work part-time, earning just over 2,000 yuan a month. A month's salary can't even buy a kilogram of steak? That's outrageous. I'd like to try this steak that costs several $1,000s and see how delicious it is. Shen Yi had an idea and took out a steak from the system space. The beef had clear marbling, a good balance of fat and lean meat, and was very fresh. But it is alive. Shen Yi was speechless for a moment. It's too much trouble to fry it myself. But raw meat is easier to handle. If you don't feel like eating steak, you can stir-fry or boil it. Shen Yi's current meals consist only of chicken, which is delicious, but it gets tiring to eat too much of it. Having an extra steak is a good thing. As for the task of frying steaks, of course, that's left to the women. Now that I have someone to do things for me, I can't keep cooking for myself, can I? Could I have a bottle of water? Baisini asked softly. Shen Yi glanced at Baisini, then casually took out a bottle of mineral water from his system space and tossed it to her. Thank you. Baisini quickly took the water and drank it. Let's go out for dinner later. As Shen Yi spoke, he got dressed and left the bedroom. Honey, the door to a house on the first floor has been broken open. Those thugs not only defiled the woman in that family, but also filmed it and posted it in the group chat. Upon seeing Shen Yi emerge, Jiang Nanyan immediately reported the situation. She had been keeping an eye on news about this building complex on Shen Yi's orders. 32. The United Residence. Let me see. Shen Yi took Jiang Nanyan's phone and scrolled through the chat history in the group. Then I clicked on the video. The video shows several naked men torturing a young woman. The sounds of insults, screams, and pleas were unbearable to hear. In the video, there's also a young man who has been beaten black and blue, with several pieces of flesh cut off from his body and is tied to a chair. Even more despicable, these thugs placed the newlywed couple's wedding photo in front of the woman. After watching the video, the residents in the group were filled with righteous indignation, and some even angrily cursed the group of thugs for being inhuman. But the rioters didn't care and instead threatened all the residents. Tell the other residents to come downstairs immediately, Otherwise, if the door is broken open, all the women will suffer the same fate. Arrogant and domineering. Lawless. But this is the end of the world. The group chat was silent. All the residents were afraid of these thugs. They were just ordinary people, maybe a little richer than the average person, but they had never seen such a bloody and cruel scene. It wasn't until the account used by the writer was kicked out of the group chat that anyone started sending messages. Resident of apartment 0501. These people are insane. They're completely mad. They have no moral bottom line at all. Resident 0501. Where are the police? Where are they? Why is no one answering the emergency calls? Can you even get through to the emergency number? Resident 0201. I can't get through. I haven't been able to get through for the past few days. Resident of apartment 0901. What do we do? Everyone, think of something quick. If these thugs really rush up on us, we're doomed. Resident 1001. Where's the property management? Property management, come out now. And the security guards, where are they? Come out and protect us. They get paid $4,000 or $5,000 a month, and this is how they do their job. Resident of 0901. If I'm not mistaken, there were 2 security guards among that group of rioters, and they were even wearing security guard uniforms. Resident 1001. These bastards. They're taking my money and trying to harm me. Damn it, when the police come, I'm definitely going to file a complaint against these scumbags. Resident 1001. And these thugs, they're all a bunch of poor people. It's true, the poor are the most ill-mannered. All they do is steal and rob. Disgusting. Resident 1402. The property management company disappeared a long time ago. We haven't been able to contact them since they delivered supplies to us the day before yesterday. Resident 0902. Huh? Why can't we contact the property management? We've run out of food and water. What do we do now? Where can we get supplies? Resident 0801. Upstairs. How come you're eating so fast? The property management gave each of us 3 days' worth of supplies the day before yesterday. Resident 0902. There are a lot of people in my family, and the property management said they would deliver supplies every 3 days, right? Who knew they would fail to keep their word? What are we going to do now that we have no food? Resident 0801. What else can we do but starve? It's the end of the world, and instead of being frugal with our food, we're thinking of relying on others. Resident 0902. Are you out of your mind? 801? What did I do to offend you? What's wrong with me eating my own food? You're so nosy. Resident 0501. Can everyone please stop arguing? Let's try to stop the rioters downstairs. Resident 1402. I have a suggestion. Each household in this building could send one person to join forces and fight against the rioters. There's strength in numbers, and those thugs probably won't dare to confront us head on. What do you all think? 1501, huh? But I live alone, and I'm a woman. Resident 1502. What's wrong with women? Men and women are equal. Every household must send at least one person. Otherwise, if rioters break in, we won't protect your house, nor will we protect other families who didn't send anyone. Resident 1502. If you want to be protected, then unite. Don't make any excuses, and don't try to take advantage of others. Resident 1001. I second that. Resident of 0801. Then my family will also produce a man. Resident of 1402. Since everyone is willing to contribute, let's meet on the 18th floor. Remember to bring weapons. Baseball bats or golf clubs are fine. Anything that can be used as a weapon is acceptable. Resident 1402. How can we, the residents of our entire building, be bullied by a mere 6 or 7 people? We must intimidate them. Resident 0501. Great. I'm fired up. We have to take them down. Let these guys know what we're made of. The residents of Building 6 began to organize a counterattack. To protect their families and for their own safety, even the most timid person has no choice but to stand up. The rioters were insane, especially with the bloody videos they released, which terrified everyone. The rioters originally intended to release the video to threaten the other residents and force them to surrender. But little do people know that even the most timid person will fight desperately when their family and personal safety are threatened. Therefore, the rioters' bloody videos actually had the opposite effect. No wonder there's no chaos in this community. It turns out that the property management actually distributed supplies to every household 3 days ago. They're a good property management company, and their service is quite good. Su Wanting Mumut. She remembered that the school ran out of food the next day, which led to the riots. In this community, people still maintain a moral standard and even help each other. But that was before. Now that the property manager is missing and 3 days' worth of food is almost gone, coupled with the attack by rioters, it seems that our last line of defense is about to collapse, let alone other residents. Even Su Wanting and Jiang Nanyan, who were protected by Shen Yi, were terrified by the thugs' cruelty. That woman, how pitiful. Fortunately, they made the right choice and followed Shen Yi. Seeing the miserable state of the other women, the two women's gazes towards Shen Yi changed noticeably, showing a hint of dependence in their eyes. Although Shen Yi threatened them with supplies, he was not bad to them and did not abuse them. Moreover, they are fed and given water every day, and their safety is protected. And he even promised to help them gain superpowers. Thinking about it this way, Shen Yi wasn't just being nice to them, he was being incredibly kind to them. Thinking of this, the two women couldn't help but come to Shen Yi's side and take the initiative to massage his legs and feet, serving him. Serving Shen Yi well is what they should be doing, not scheming against each other every day. Jiang Nanyan and Su Wanting exchanged a glance, and a sense of relief crept into their hearts. Su Wanting no longer wanted to hate Jiang Nanyan. After all, they are now considered a family. If Shen Yi isn't home, they'll have to help each other out. Compared to the horde of thugs outside, the hatred between them was nothing. Jiang Nanyan also felt there was no need to hate Su Wanting anymore. Although she had been tricked by Su Wanting, it seemed to be a good thing now. Otherwise, I would have starved to death long ago. Or perhaps they were bullied by the boys in the school building. As she thought about it, her hatred for Su Wanting gradually faded away. Who among you knows how to cook steak? Shen Yi asked suddenly, enjoying the massage from two pairs of delicate hands. The two women were taken aback, exchanged a glance, and then began to stammer. Obviously, they don't know how. After all, before the apocalypse, they were all pampered young ladies who never lifted a finger. I can cook steak. Suddenly, a soft sound came from the direction of the bedroom. It was by Shen Yi, whose face was slightly flushed. Now that she's part of this big family, she naturally has to do her part. Okay, let's fry a few pieces for dinner then, Shen Yi said, taking out 7 or 8 steaks from his system space. One piece weighs about half a pound. Does that mean we can't fry anything if the power's out? Su Wanting asked uncertainly. Yes, I just checked. There's gas available, Bai Sini said. She didn't have much hostility towards Su Wanting. After all, he was the one who cheated on Su Wanting. Bai Sini felt a little embarrassed. Okay, Fina. Su Wanting was embarrassed. She knew absolutely nothing about kitchens. I felt ashamed in front of Shen Yi. Will this make Shen Yi like me even less? No, this can't be done. Seeing Bai Sini enter the kitchen, Su Wanting immediately followed her in. She wanted to learn how to cook. Jiang Nanyan knelt on the sofa, massaging Shen Yi's thighs. Shen Yi is very satisfied with the harmonious family life. He feels a lot of pressure outside, and at home he wants to relax completely. Especially since I just killed someone today. 33. A crushing defeat. I'll take you down through the internet cable. This so-called 5A grade top grade steak actually tastes pretty good. Shen Yi felt that the beef tasted better than any beef he had ever eaten before, perhaps because the beef produced by the system was of high quality. And also, Bai Sini's cooking skills are also very good. Every piece of steak is fried to a perfect crisp on the outside and tender on the inside. It's very delicious. Shen Yi ate a full 5 steaks for this dinner. Perhaps it's because I've been using teleportation all day, which has consumed too much stamina, so I need to replenish a lot of energy. But it doesn't matter. What we have in abundance is supplies. All you can eat steak. After eating and drinking his fill, Shen Yi replied to Zhou Wanner's message. Yes, Zhou Wanner sent me a message. She finally made up her mind to come. She also said she would bring 2 of her roommates along. Shen Yi naturally did not refuse. The more women he brings, the better, so he can unlock more resources. After replying to the messages, Shen Yi took out several power banks and gave them to the 3 women, telling them to fully charge their phones and not to use them carelessly, so that he could contact them later. Otherwise, if he leaves home, he won't even know if something happens at home. After finishing these chores, it was getting late. Due to the power outage, Shen Yi and the others went to bed early to prepare for sleep. Before going to sleep, Shen Yi checked the messages in the Building 6 group chat. The residents had already gathered, and they had assembled on the 18th floor in a menacing manner. Yes, with these people taking care of things, I can sleep more soundly tonight. Tomorrow is the day to deal with the rioters. Good night, honey. Su Wanting snuggled closer to Shen Yi and mumbled something in her sleep. Okay, good night. That night, Shen Yi slept very comfortably. Even before the apocalypse, he had never slept so comfortably. Perhaps someone like him is really suited for the apocalypse. However, the other people in the building are not doing so well. A group of residents gathered on the 18th floor, numbering over 20 people, mostly men with only a few women. They were all armed with various weapons, including golf clubs, baseball bats, and kitchen knives. Suddenly, everyone felt more confident. Although the thugs were brutal, there were only 6 or 7 of them, while our side had twice as many as the enemy. This time, the advantage is on my side. Then, led by a middle-aged boss in a suit, the group stormed downstairs, intending to negotiate with the thugs. That's right, negotiation. If possible, of course no one will want to risk their life. If a fight breaks out, people will die. Unfortunately, these thugs have no moral bottom line. They launched a surprise attack while the negotiations were underway. Caught off guard, the 20-odd people were beaten so badly they were screaming and howling, and they were immediately routed. There were more than 20 people, who were chased and slashed by 6 or 7 people. The final result was that 3 residents were killed, 2 were seriously injured, 2 were captured, and nearly 10 others sustained minor injuries. Surprisingly, none of the rioters died, and none were seriously injured. They all only suffered minor injuries. A crushing defeat. How could this group of people in suits and ties, who sit in offices all year round, be a match for desperados? They were completely defenseless after just one encounter. As for this information, Shen Yi learned about it through the chat history in the group. Some residents who lost family members cried out in the group chat, while others whose family members had been captured pleaded with others to rescue their loved ones. But this time, no one dared to speak up. Last night, the rioters had already dampened their morale. Now everyone is only thinking about protecting themselves. No one dares to risk their lives, and some don't even dare to leave the house. Ordinary people are no match for those desperate criminals. Those thugs, they're unreasonable, and they really dare to kill. Resident 1501. Does anyone have gauze and medicine? My leg hurts so much. The wound from the cut last night has been bleeding on and off. Please help me. I beg you. Resident 1501 sent a picture. Shen Yi clicked on the picture and discovered that the injured resident was actually a woman. Of course, the reason Shen Yi clicked on the photo was because the first thing he saw in the photo was that the other person had long, white, and very tender legs. Although her leg was mostly covered in blood from being slashed, you could still tell that her leg shape was quite good. I just don't know what they look like, or whether they meet the system standards. Seeing that no one was responding to 1501's plea for help, Shen Yi replied to the message in the group using Jiang and Yan's account. Resident 2001, I have medicine. If you need the medicine, please message me privately, but you must first send me a full body photo without any filters. Resident of apartment 1501, send me photos? What do you need my photos for? Resident of apartment 0901, what else can we do? Isn't it obvious? Resident 0901, wait a minute. Resident on the 20th floor, didn't you miss the gathering last night? Resident of 1401. The 20th floor really didn't help last night. Everyone should remember the resident of 2001. Such a selfish person doesn't deserve everyone's help. Resident 0501. At Resident 2001, get out. It's all your fault. You're the one who killed my man. What right do you have to be in this group? Resident 0501. Bastard. Trash. You ill-mannered piece of trash. Get out of this group. You don't deserve to live. You should die. You selfish piece of trash. Resident of apartment 0501. Your whole family should die. Resident 1401. Well said. This kind of selfish guy shouldn't be allowed in the group chat. Resident 1602. Wah, my husband died yesterday when he went out with you guys. You have to protect us, a widow and her child. In an instant, Shen Yi, who hadn't contributed anything, became the public enemy of the entire building. It was as if all these consequences were caused by his absence. Some people are like that. They dare not face the strong, but they dare to bully the weak. However, Shen Yi was not the weakling they thought he was. Shen Yi teleported directly to room 501. At this time, inside the room, A middle-aged woman in pajamas was sitting on the sofa, tapping incessantly on her phone, verbally abusing Shen Yi in a group chat. It was as if only by venting in this way could she release the pain of losing her man. She was so engrossed in venting that she didn't even notice Shen Yi's arrival. It wasn't until Shen Yi deliberately made a sound that the woman looked at him, her face immediately filled with terror. Who are you? How did you end up in my house? Shen Yi glanced at her phone screen and confirmed that it was indeed her criticizing him. I admit you're in pain after losing your man. After all, he was your only support. But as Shen Yi spoke calmly, he raised his hand, and a pistol appeared in his palm. The middle-aged woman was horrified when she saw this. A pistol appeared out of thin air. Is this even human? But what does this have to do with me? You dare curse my family? I'll kill you. Shen Yi pulled the trigger immediately, shooting him in the head. The woman died without ever understanding what she had done to offend a monster. After killing the person who insulted his family, Shen Yi felt relieved and teleported back to his room. As for the other people in the group who called him selfish, Shen Yi ignored them for the time being. After we take down the thugs, we can deal with them slowly. Don't think I'm easy to talk to. If you get angry, I'll shove the internet cable through you and beat you up. Just then, the resident of apartment 1501 also added him as a friend. Resident of apartment 1501. My phone only has 1% battery left, so I can't take any pictures. Resident 1501. If you have any medicine, could you please bring it to me? I have photos at home. After saying those two sentences, the other person suddenly disappeared. It seems the phone ran out of battery. After thinking about it, Shen Yi felt that it was worth making the trip. Anyway, I don't have anything else to do. If the residents of 1501 meet the system standards, I can unlock some new supplies. Even if it doesn't meet the requirements, it's just a matter of putting in a little effort and won't cause any major problems. Thinking about this, Shen Yi used teleportation to disappear from the room. Shen Yi. Shen Yi has vanished into thin air. Bai Sini, who had just come out of the bedroom, screamed in surprise when she saw this scene. Then, disregarding the danger, she rushed to the spot where Shen Yi had disappeared, frantically searching through the cracks in the sofa. How can a living person just vanish into thin air? They disappeared right in front of me. Teacher Bai, don't worry. Jiang and Yin and Su Wanting couldn't help but laugh at Bai Sini's comical behavior. How could someone as big as Shen Yi possibly hide in the crack of a sofa? They knew this was Shen Yi's new superpower, so they weren't very surprised. He also explained it to Bai Sini. After hearing the explanation, Bai Sini blushed and couldn't help but think to herself that she really couldn't adapt to the post-apocalyptic world. 34. He must be my Prince Charming. Shen Yi used teleportation and arrived at the 15th floor in just a few seconds. Since this high-end residential community has 2 apartments per floor, apartment 1501 is not hard to find. He arrived at the door and knocked politely. First, he would take a look at the appearance of the resident of 1501. If the appearance did not meet the system standards, Shen Yi would turn around and leave immediately. After waiting a while, the electronic lock beeped and the door opened. The electronic lock can function for a long time even during a power outage. It has a built-in power reserve, so it's not a bug. A pale-faced girl appeared at the door, wearing a mint green short-sleeve shirt and light blue high-waisted denim shorts. The girl was very pretty, with smooth chestnut brown long hair styled into soft waves. One side was tucked behind her ear, revealing a small pearl earring, while the other side hung naturally to frame her face. Her legs are long and straight, with smooth muscle lines, giving her a healthy and energetic look, clearly indicating that she exercises regularly. Only, now that beautiful left leg is almost completely stained red, and even binding it with cloth strips can't stop the bleeding. Or perhaps it's because the girl didn't know how to treat her wound that this situation occurred. Perhaps due to excessive blood loss, the girl's face was very pale, and even her lips were somewhat white. At that very moment, system triggered. Light. Survivor matching system criteria detected. Initiating detailed information scan. Name, Kuxiao. Age, 24. Appearance, 91 points. Body condition, 95 points. Internal strength, 100 points. Extensive personal experience, but no practical experience. Total score, 96 points. Evaluation. Taking them and will unlock 1 random resource. Shen Yi looked toward the internal evaluation. This is the first time I've seen this kind of evaluation. Extensive personal experience. So she's a porn watcher? But in any case, she does meet the system standards. You're a resident of 2001? She only opened the door after confirming through the peephole that Shen Yi was not the thug downstairs. Your leg is bleeding again. Let's stop the bleeding first. As Shen Yi spoke, he picked her up and carried her into the room. Chu Xiaoxiao was stunned. In that instant, she forgot to resist. It was only because Shen Yi's movements were so natural, as if they were a couple. But it only lasted a moment before Chu Xiaoxiao realized what was happening. She immediately blushed and struggled, repeatedly refusing. You can't do this. We've only just met. Besides, I'm still injured. I can't be cowardly. If you really want to, at least wait until I'm healed. Actually, Chu Xiaoxiao felt at first glance that Shen Yi was quite handsome and tall, which met her criteria for a partner. It's the end of the world now, so finding a man to rely on isn't so bad. However, Chu Xiaoxiao couldn't accept having to exercise right after meeting him. At least we should introduce ourselves first, right? Shen Yi didn't explain. Instead, he put the lost-thinking Chu Xiaoxiao on the sofa, then took out the gauze and liquor he had gotten from the supermarket shopping trip earlier from his system space, and began to disinfect and bandage her wounds. The reason Shen Yi didn't explain was because Chu Xiaoxiao was already acting strangely due to excessive blood loss. There are no good medical conditions in the apocalypse, and if excessive blood loss causes complications, it will be a real problem. Shen Yi was still counting on her to unlock the supplies. I can't let myself make a wasted trip and waste a roll of gauze and some liquor. Especially the liquor. Shen Yi searched the entire supermarket and only found 2 bottles of high-purity liquor that were not contaminated. He originally planned to keep them for disinfection if he got injured in the future. After all, the apocalypse is not like before. There are no doctors if you get injured. Shen Yi was also thinking of going to the hospital again in the next couple of days to pick up some medicines in advance, just in case he gets sick in the future. Chu Xiaoxiao winced in pain, instinctively grabbing Shen Yi's thigh tightly and letting out a scream. Even Shen Yi's thigh was scratched so hard it hurt. Disinfecting with baijiu, a type of Chinese liquor, is a painful process that most people cannot endure. However, although Shen Yi's movements were rough, they were very fast. After disinfection, her wound was tightly bandaged with gauze, which stopped the bleeding. All right, you should rest now. I'll come back tomorrow to disinfect and change the gauze. After saying that, Shen Yi prepared to leave. This woman is so badly injured, she definitely can't unlock the reward right now. Let's rest for a couple of days first. Anyway, it won't consume much resources. Shen Yi left behind a roast chicken and then used teleportation to leave. They made no demands or asked for anything, because he had already decided that Chu Xiaoxiao belonged to him. Naturally, no explanation is needed. What if Chu Xiaoxiao refuses? Then give me my life back. If it weren't for Shen Yi saving her, she would definitely be dead today. Moreover, Chu Xiaoxiao also saw her own superpower. If she was unwilling to submit, she would have to be silenced. Shen Yi didn't want his teleportation ability to be revealed, otherwise it would be troublesome if he were targeted in the future. This is what is meant by the saying that every gift of fate comes with a hidden price tag. When Shen Yi rescued Chu Xiaoxiao, she only had 2 choices: submit or die. Could he be the Prince Charming sent by heaven to save me? Chu Xiaoxiao lay weakly on the sofa, blankly recalling the scene of Shen Yi treating her wounds and leaving her food. As she thought about it, her face gradually turned red. She saw gauze, white wine, and food appear with a wave of Shen Yi's hand. Moreover, after helping him, the man didn't ask for anything and just left. If this isn't Prince Charming, then what is it? Is it a deity? Chu Xiaoxiao even thought that she had to repay the life-saving grace by marrying him. As a result, the other party didn't want anything. This made Chu Xiaoxiao feel a little disappointed. However, he said he'll come back tomorrow to change my dressing, which means we'll see each other then, right? Chu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but feel hopeful again. Weak and powerless, she even thought about dressing up and being in the best possible condition to greet her Prince Charming. It smells so good. Chu Xiaoxiao gently turned over and looked at the still steaming roast chicken on the table. She remembered that the chicken was conjured up by her Prince Charming in a flash, as if it were a divine act. He really is the Prince Charming of my dreams. While thinking about it, Chu Xiaoxiao happily started eating the chicken. After leaving Chu Xiaoxiao's house, Shen Yi went straight to the first floor. It's time to deal with these thugs. Their role is over. When Shen Yi appeared on the first floor, he saw several thugs grilling meat. The meat they were grilling was actually cut off from corpses. No wonder these people didn't starve to death. On the contrary, they were full of energy and even had the strength to bang on doors. Who goes there? Brother Wang, there's a pretty boy here. Sudden, the rioters discovered Shen Yi. Immediately, someone picked up a knife, staring at him fiercely, their eyes filled with the ferocity of a wild beast. Shen Yi, it's you. Sudden, from the corner, the blonde-haired student with a swollen face emerged, glaring at Shen Yi with resentment. It is because Shen Yi abandoned me that I have become like this. It's all because of Shen Yi. It was Shen Yi who ruined his own life. 35. Slaughtering thugs, mutated black spiders. Big brother, it's him. He's the bastard I told you about who was with several female college students. The blonde-haired man immediately said to the tattooed burly man. Having suffered so much hardship and torment myself, I'm determined to make Shen Yi suffer it all too. Upon hearing this, the tattooed burly man looked at Shen Yi with great interest. She looked him up and down. Who do you think I am, this guy? The burly man spat and then said viciously, Tiger, break one of his legs and force him to tell us which floor he lives on. Then we'll go to his house and have our way with his woman. Good. A tall, thin man in a security guard uniform responded and walked over carrying a baseball bat. The other thugs didn't take Shen Yi seriously at all. He was just an ordinary person who couldn't even kill a chicken. They killed several people last night. But in the next second, a deafening gunshot suddenly rang out. The man in the security guard uniform stood frozen in place, then fell straight down with a bloody hole in his forehead. Without pausing, Shen Yi raised his gun and fired repeatedly at the other rioters who hadn't yet reacted. The sound of gunfire echoed incessantly across the first floor. After firing all the bullets in one gun, Shen Yi immediately switched to another. In a short span of time, 4 thugs were shot to death. No nonsense. He came here to kill people. So, after confirming the number of rioters, he opened fire immediately. Damn it. How did he get a gun? Run. Run fast. The surviving rioters were filled with fear. Their arrogance and ruthlessness stem from the fact that they haven't encountered anyone stronger than themselves. It was only the early stages of the apocalypse, and most people had not yet become outlaws and dared not fight the thugs. This led the rioters to believe that they were very powerful and invincible. But now, being unilaterally slaughtered by Shen Yi, they finally experienced what fear truly meant. The fear of death. No matter how ruthless or desperate they are, a single bullet is enough to take their lives. Damn it, you blonde bastard. Didn't you say he was just a student? How the hell does he have a gun? The tattooed, burly man immediately hid in the room, venting his fury on the blonde-haired man. Gun. That's a gun. They dared to kill so recklessly precisely because they knew that guns were banned in Xia country. If someone knows that another person has a gun, only a fool would cause trouble for them. What good are these few broken eyes we have? The blonde-haired man was already terrified. She hid behind the wardrobe, trembling with fear. Shen Yi actually has a gun, and he shot and killed without hesitation. Is he really just an ordinary college student? The blonde-haired man was so scared that he wet himself. What to do? What to do? He had already offended Shen Yi. If he waited until everyone else was killed, he would surely die too. Soon, the gunfire outside stopped. There was no sound at all. There wasn't even a scream. It seems everyone has been killed. The tattooed, burly man gripped his knife tightly, hiding behind the door, beads of sweat forming on his tense forehead. You only have one chance. The only way to kill someone is to strike them dead when they enter the room and are caught off guard. The tattooed, muscular man held his breath, staring intently at the doorway. But he didn't notice that someone suddenly appeared behind him. When the blonde-haired man saw Shen Yi appear out of nowhere, his eyes widened in disbelief. He pointed at him, trembling, and cried out, "Be big brother. He's in." The tattooed, burly man was stunned and subconsciously tried to turn his head, but Shen Yi's gun had already fired a bullet, hitting him directly in the back of the head. Then, Shen Yi fired several more shots, killing the burly man who was filled with fear. "Spare me. Big brother, spare me. Please, let me go. Please let me go. We're classmates from the same school." The blonde-haired student knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face, begging for mercy. Shen Yi, however, calmly switched to a different gun from the system space and then shot him dead. Inside the room, there was a man who was tied to a chair and had already lost his breath. There was also a woman huddled in a corner, completely naked and trembling. The woman's mental state had completely collapsed. Even after witnessing Shen Yi kill someone, she remained immersed in her fear and showed no reaction. Shen Yi raised his hand and shot her, ending her suffering. I left the room. Shen Yi saw that one of the bandits, who had been shot 4 or 5 times by him, was still alive and had struggled to climb outside the building. Shen Yi, however, was in no hurry. He stood still, raised his gun, aimed at him and fired. The first shot missed. TSK, it seems my marksmanship is really bad. I can't even hit such a big target. As Shen Yi spoke, he continued to pull the trigger. He used the thug struggling to survive as a target for shooting practice. Shen Yi's marksmanship has always been poor, which is why he always gets within 10 meters of the enemy before firing. But he has plenty of bullets and guns, so he can improve gradually. And so, from a distance of 30 or 40 meters, Shen Yi kept shooting at the thugs who were climbing out. It takes 4 or 5 shots to hit one. That's terrible. This thug is incredibly resilient. His will to live is so strong that he actually managed to climb outside the building despite his gunshot wound. As Shen Yi switched guns, he slowly approached and aimed again. This time he aimed for the head. Just as Shen Yi was about to pull the trigger. Sudden, a thick, white line shot over, stuck to the thug's body, and lifted him into the air. Shen Yi was taken aback and immediately looked up warily. What is that? He observed for a while, but because the upper floor was covered with plants and the black fog was thick, he couldn't see anything. Shen Yi remained vigilant. He casually picked up the corpse of a thug and threw it outside the building. As soon as the body hit the ground, a thick white line, exactly the same as before, shot down and snatched the body away. Holy crap, what is this thing? Shen Yi was shocked. He had always thought the building was safe, but it was clearly not. There's a monster upstairs. I don't know if they were attracted by the gunshots or by the corpses. No, we have to figure out what this is. Otherwise, it will be dangerous for you to go out in the future. Shen Yi picked up another corpse and threw it outside the building. At the same time, he immediately used teleportation to get outside the building and stared intently at it. All I saw was, from within the black mist, a giant black spider, 2 or 3 meters in size, covered in black hair and with many legs, crawled down from the building. It spat out a white thread as thick as an arm from its calicary mouth, which instantly stuck the corpse and dragged it up. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Yi raised his gun, aimed at the mutated black spider, and fired 7 or 8 shots in quick succession. This monster must be destroyed. Otherwise, traveling will be very dangerous in the future. But, to his shock, the bullet only penetrated a little into the black spider, causing little damage and instead enraging it. The mutated black spider threw down the corpse and opened its mouth wide, spitting out a thick white spider silk. 36. A female police officer who meets the system standards. Shen Yi was prepared and used teleportation to dodge 20 meters away, avoiding the black spider's attack. Damn it, even a pistol couldn't kill him. Shen Yi cursed under his breath. Even his strongest attack methods were no match for this mutated spider. At this moment, the black spider locked onto Shen Yi's location again. It seemed that because it had been hurt by the gunshot earlier, it held a grudge against Shen Yi. Its hairy legs moved quickly, and it jumped down from the building, pouncing towards Shen Yi. A giant spider, 2 or 3 meters long, lunged at him, making Shen Yi's heart tremble with fear. He quickly used teleportation to lure the black spider away. But the black spider only chased for a few dozen meters before suddenly stopping. Its dark eyes stared at Shen Yi, making strange noises. It circled around several times before turning back. Why did that beast stop chasing us? Shen Yi frowned it. He thought for a moment, then carefully followed, only to find that the black spider had actually climbed back upstairs. They also took the bodies of the thugs off the ground with them. Shen Yi's face was grim. This black spider clearly intends to stay here and not leave. Shen Yi had just tried to use teleportation to lure the black spider away, but the other party didn't fall for it all. Damn it, I finally found a satisfactory shelter, and then I run into something like this. Shen Yi wanted to curse. If this black spider isn't dealt with, not only his woman, but he himself might accidentally fall victim to it. but solving it is not easy. After all, even a gun can't kill it. How could a spider mutate to such a terrifying degree? Shen Yi frowned deeply and thought for a while. He took out his phone and contacted Zhou Wanner. If Zhou Wanner has gone out now, I can go pick her up. Otherwise, even if she manages to walk into the community alive, she will be killed by this black spider. Shen Yi, where are you? Zhou Wanner. We just left the campus. It's so dangerous outside. Brother. Shen, how much battery do you have left on your phone? Zhou Wanner. It's almost full. I have a power bank. Shen, share your current location. Zhou Wanner has initiated location sharing with you. Shen Yi joined the location sharing and saw the distance between himself and Zhou Wanner, which was over 800 meters, not too far. If it weren't for his teleportation ability, Shen Yi definitely wouldn't have gone to pick up Zhou Wanner. It would have been too risky. But with teleportation, even if he encounters a mutated monster, he can be sure of his safety. Provided his own safety is ensured, Shen Yi naturally doesn't mind doing things that benefit himself, such as searching for supplies or finding women who fit the system. Walking on the street, shrouded in black fog, Shen Yi was constantly on guard about his surroundings. The mutated black spider greatly increased his vigilance. Some mutant animals cannot be killed by a pistol. These trees along the roadside seem to have grown quite a bit taller and thicker. At this rate of growth, in a while, the area available for human activity will probably be squeezed out to a very small extent. Although plants do not actively attack people, if they grow too large, they will eventually pose a threat to people. And these cracks in the ground, although they haven't continued to widen, are still continuously spewing out black mist. I wonder where all this black mist is coming from underground. Shen Yi really wanted to jump down and find out what was going on, but it was just a thought. If you were to jump, you would absolutely die. Once I'm strong enough, I can go down and investigate. Shen Yi thought to himself. Then, he continued to follow the navigation and approach Zhou Wanner's direction. However, from the location sharing, Shen Yi discovered that Zhou Wanner had actually been staying in the same place the whole time. This made him frown. This little green TCH knew I was coming, and she actually started waiting right there? It didn't move an inch. Shen Yi walked a few hundred meters more and found that Zhou Wanner's position had not changed. His face looked very pale. This kind of woman who takes an inch and then a mile is infuriating. If he hadn't already walked several hundred meters, Shen Yi would have wanted to turn around and go home immediately. Forget it. Let's unlock the rewards first. If Zhou Wanner is really that cunning, then kill her after you receive the reward. Shen Yi continued walking forward, and the surroundings gradually quieted down. He glanced at the navigation and found that Zhou Wanner's location was in a convenience store ahead, completely still. Shen Yi pulled out his gun and walked over slowly. Although the convenience store wasn't big, it had a lot of supplies, so I figured I might as well loot it and make the trip worthwhile. As soon as he approached the convenience store, Shen Yi sensed that something was wrong. He could smell the strong stench of blood in the air. Because of the frequent killings he had committed in the past 2 days, Shen Yi immediately recognized the smell of human blood. And, not far away, there were still many drag marks on the ground, and a woman's shoe was also lying there. Judging from the scene, someone must have just died here. Shen Yi reacted instantly. He immediately became alert to his surroundings. However, no mutated monsters were seen. What you can't see is often more dangerous. Without further hesitation, Shen Yi used teleportation to arrive at the convenience store entrance and then teleported inside. Then he glanced at the map and saw that Zhou Wanner was very close to him. Juvania. Shen Yi looked at the dark convenience store and tried calling out. I don't know if she's still alive. If he dies, then I've really come all this way for nothing. Shen Yi, is that you, Brother Shen Yi? The sound came from a small room at the very back of the convenience store. Then, the door opened and 3 figures cautiously walked out. There were 3 women, the tallest of whom was wearing a police uniform and holding a gun. The policewoman walked at the front, and when she saw that the person coming had a gun, she immediately raised her gun as a warning. Shen Yi was even more wary than she was. This policewoman had a gun. He immediately prepared to teleport away. Damn it. Zhou Wanner never said she was with the police. It didn't even mention that the police had guns. Otherwise, no matter what, Shen Yi would never have come to pick her up. After all, a gun can threaten one's safety. Brother Shen Yi, is it really you? You actually came to pick me up. Wanner is so touched. Zhou Wanner, petite and adorable, looked excited and even pretended to cry. But instead of approaching Shen Yi immediately, she hid behind the policewoman. She says she's touched, but her actions don't believe Shen Yi. Well, little green tea. Shen Yi didn't even bother with her. Comrade, are you also a policeman? Or a soldier? The pretty policewoman asked cautiously, looking at the gun that Shen Yi was pointing at her. No. Then where did you get your gun? I found it. Okay, could you please put the gun away first? I mean no harm. Seeing that Shen Yi didn't seem like a bad person, the policewoman put away her gun to show her goodwill. Seeing this, Shen Yi lowered the muzzle of his gun, but did not turn off the safety. Even though the other party was a police officer, he did not relax for a moment. It's the end of the world. Who knows if the police are good or bad? There might even be bad guys posing as police officers. In short, Shen Yi will not fully trust anyone or any monster that poses a threat to his safety, unless he has the ability to detect the other party's thoughts. But, to Shen Yi's surprise, this policewoman also met the system standards. 37. Baby face with huge breasts. A terrifying tree in the city center. Ding! Survivor matching system criteria detected. Initiating detailed information scan. Name, Sujun. Age, 27. Appearance, 88 points. Body shape, 94 points. Inner qualities, 100 points, pure and flawless. Total score, 90 points. Evaluation, taking them and will unlock one random resource. 90 points is the lowest score a woman currently eligible for in the system's criteria. Even with the lowest score, this policewoman is still considered a great beauty by ordinary standards. This is a level that Shen Yi had never encountered before. In particular, her heroic and spirited demeanor sets her apart from other girls. As for the long-haired girl next to Zhou Wan'er, although Shen Yi thought she wasn't ugly, and could even be described as pretty and attractive, he didn't trigger any system notifications. It seems the requirements for unlocking the supplies are not met. Hello, comrade. My name is Su Yun. I'm from the Municipal Public Security Bureau. May I ask how you got in here? Su Yun asked earnestly after introducing herself. In her opinion, Shen Yi might not be a policeman, but he shouldn't be a bad person either. Otherwise, he wouldn't risk going out to save people during such a special time. My name is Shen. Shen Yi paused, then glanced towards a doorway and said, You just walked in like that. What's wrong? The policewoman was taken aback upon hearing this. Zhou Wan'er and the long-haired girl were also stunned, and even exclaimed involuntarily, Brother Shen Yi, you just walked in like that. What's wrong? Shen Yi naturally wouldn't reveal his hand to a stranger who wasn't yet his woman, so he pretended to have walked in. Brother Shen Yi, you're so lucky. There's a giant snake outside that can turn invisible, and it didn't attack you. Zhou Wan'er patted her chest, as if she had breathed a sigh of relief. But the trembling motion was quite captivating. This is the perfect example of someone with a youthful face and large breasts. Zhou Wan'er is also good at making use of her advantages. Seeing Shen Yi looking at her, she secretly thought she hadn't guessed wrong. If I can win over Shen Yi and get him to protect me, I'll be much safer in the future. Moreover, it also allows Shen Yi to go out and find food and water. A snake that can turn invisible. Shen Yi's heart skipped a beat. No wonder I only saw drag marks and blood, but not the person. Even mutant animals have superpowers now. It can actually turn invisible. What's the point of humans playing anymore? That shouldn't be a snake. I saw it has 4 legs. It should be a gecko, the long-haired girl explained. Policewoman Su Yun nodded in agreement, saying, yes, it was a gecko, but it was over a meter long, longer than most snakes. And its camouflage wasn't really camouflage. It simply changed its body color to match the surrounding environment. Combined with the black mist, it was difficult to spot. Several survivors I rescued were killed by this color-changing gecko, so I know it very well. Change color? Isn't that the ability of a chameleon? Shen Yi's expression was strange. Hybrid? Or is it simply due to mutation that geckos gain this ability? I've also suspected it might be a mutated chameleon, but from what I've seen, it looks more like a gecko, Su Yun said. This policewoman is quite capable for surviving the apocalypse. Shen Yi was deep in thought. Whether it's a chameleon or a gecko, anything that can change color is difficult to deal with. If I hadn't teleported in, I might have been caught off guard and attacked. No wonder these 3 women were hiding in the small room of the convenience store in fear. They simply couldn't handle this gecko. Comrade, if you weren't attacked when you came in, it might have already left. You should probably take this opportunity to leave as soon as possible to avoid it turning back. This gecko is very cunning, Su Yun suggested. Zhou Wan'er and the long-haired girl nodded quickly. Their roommates were killed by this treacherous gecko. If Su Yun hadn't happened to be passing by and shot the gecko away, they might have died too. Through conversation, they later learned that policewoman Su Yun had not been passing by, but had been chasing geckos. This gecko ate several people, including the child that Su Yun had managed to save with great difficulty, which is why Su Yun risked her own safety to fight it. Let's wait a little longer. I heard a strange noise when I came in. It might still be lingering nearby. Shen Yi made up a reason. He could leave whenever he wanted, but taking Zhou Wan'er with him would not be easy. As for policewoman Su Yun, Shen Yi has no intention of taking her in at the moment, unless Su Yun is willing to hand over the weapon to him. Or, I can ensure her absolute loyalty. Otherwise, with a ticking time bomb next to him, Shen Yi wouldn't even be able to sleep peacefully. I see. So Jun Fronith. After thinking for a moment, she said, how about this? I'll go out first and try to lure it away. Then you can leave. Oh, Sister Su Yun, what if you encounter danger? Juvan asked worriedly. I'm a police officer. It's my duty to protect you. Su Yun replied seriously. Then a hint of hatred flashed in her eyes as she said coldly, moreover, I must kill it. Even if it costs me my life, I absolutely cannot let it harm innocent people again. As she spoke, she began checking the bullets in the gun, preparing to take action. She is a decisive and efficient woman. Sister Su Yun, you are such a good policewoman. Zhou Wan'er and the long-haired girl looked at Su Yun with emotion. However, they were only moved and did not intend to stop it. Shen Yi was also a little surprised, not expecting this policewoman to have such noble character. But this is also a good thing. With the policewoman distracting the gecko, she was able to leave safely with Zhou Wan'er. After a few seconds of hesitation, Shen Yi looked at Su Yun and asked, Officer Su, is there still any rescue operation in the city? Upon hearing this question, Su Yun's face turned pale, and she said in a low voice, although I shouldn't say this, there probably isn't any rescue possible. A few days ago, all my colleagues at the Municipal Public Security Bureau were killed. I'm not sure about the situation in other police stations, but I imagine it's similar. There may be some surviving police officers, but there probably aren't many left. They alone could not possibly withstand such a disaster, nor could they save the people of this city. As Su Yun spoke, her mood gradually somber. Hearing this, Shen Yi breathed a sigh of relief, but asked curiously, what exactly happened? How could so many people have been killed? Logically speaking, ordinary people can survive, so how could trained police officers with firearms die so quickly? That doesn't make sense. Su Yun sighed deeply, frowned, and seemed to hesitate for a moment before explaining, this matter is highly confidential and should not have been leaked, but it doesn't matter whether it is leaked or not now. On the first day of the apocalypse, a huge, strange tree appeared in the city center. The tree seemed to be alive, growing at an extremely fast rate. In just a few hours, it grew to a height of tens of meters, and it was still encroaching on the surrounding land. Moreover, during its growth, it also demolished 2 high-rise buildings in the city center, resulting in the deaths of thousands of people. Tens of meters. Zhou Wan'er and the long-haired girl exclaimed in surprise at the same time. Shen Yi also showed a look of surprise. Growing to tens of meters in just a few hours is far more terrifying than those mutated trees on the street. And it's been almost 10 days since the apocalypse began. If it's still growing at this rate, how terrifying will it be by now? What will happen if it is allowed to continue growing? Could it engulf the entire mountain town, or even overturn it? 38. It has wisdom, the mind of a little green tea. Looking at the shocked expressions on their faces, Su Yun felt exactly the same way she had when she first heard the news. She couldn't help but sigh and say, some experts predict that if this tree had grown at the same rate back then, it would have covered half the city in 3 months at most. Therefore, in order to protect the mountain city, most of the police force was mobilized to deal with that tree. As a result, this tree is alive. It retaliates, and anyone or any animal that gets close will be killed by it. Even helicopters were shot down by its branches. Then why not use fire? Trees should be afraid of fire, right? Juvan asked curiously. Yes, some experts have indeed suggested using fire. Su Yun nodded, but continued. However, The tree is located in a densely populated area in the city center. If we use fire to attack it, there will be a lot of innocent casualties. Therefore, the order from above was delayed, and the fire attack could only be used after the masses had been evacuated. But it was too late. Its growth rate is too fast. In just one day, its size increased many times over. When we started using fire, no one expected that the tree would break off a branch to put out the fire, and that it would extend its branches to attack weapons that posed a threat to it. Su-yin looked utterly helpless as she spoke. Only by witnessing that battle firsthand can one truly understand the terror of that tree. It actually has intelligence. Zhou Wan'er and the long-haired girl were both shocked. Cut off a branch to survive. Identify the enemy. Is this the kind of intelligence a tree could have? Su-yun sighed and nodded, her eyes filled with sorrow. It was too late to think of other solutions afterward, because most of the police force was killed in that operation. Upon hearing this, Shen Yi's eyes revealed an unprecedented level of tension. If this giant tree is still growing wildly, it could cover the entire mountain town in 6 months at most. At that time, everything in this city will become nourishment for this tree, including humankind. Shen Yi pondered for a moment with a grave expression, then continued. Isn't there any military coming to our aid? If we use missiles or similar weapons, we should be able to take it down, right? I don't know. I only know that someone from above contacted the military, but the military seems to be dealing with some kind of mutant. Su-yin gently shook her head. She wasn't a high-ranking official, and she didn't know much. But even these messages made Shen Yi feel a huge crisis. The most dangerous thing in the entire mountain city right now is that ever-growing tree in the city center. If we don't get rid of it, no matter how well we survive, we will eventually be devoured by it and become its nourishment. But solving it is almost impossible. The police used countless officers, even helicopters and armored vehicles, but they still couldn't solve the problem. All they had was a small handgun. What good was that? It seems we need to make plans early and leave the mountain city as soon as possible to go to other cities. Although this apocalypse has engulfed the entire world, I imagine other cities don't have such terrifying giant trees, right? Otherwise, humanity will truly be wiped out. Moreover, since the army did not come to the rescue of the mountain city, they must have rescued a closer or more important city instead. For example, Shanghai, the capital city. These two economic and political capitals of the Xia Kingdom will certainly be given special protection. With the army's firepower, they should be able to protect several cities and establish a safe zone, right? If none of these are available, then Shen Yi truly doesn't know how to protect himself. Unless I can unlock more resources, including superpower fruits, and then I can acquire some awesome superpowers. Maybe then I can solve the problem of that ever-growing tree. Thinking of this, Shen Yi couldn't help but look at Su-yun. It seems we should take a reward too. Previously, Shen Yi only wanted to survive, as long as he had enough to eat and drink and could lie down comfortably. But now, the fire was truly burning him, and he felt the urgency. Even if we can't obtain the power to defeat the giant tree, we must at least have the ability to protect ourselves. While teleportation is powerful, a distance of only 20 meters is still too short. Are you all ready? I'll go open the door now. After I lure the gecko away, leave as quickly as possible. Don't waste any time. Su-yin drew her gun, ready for battle. Sister Su-yin, you have to be careful too. Zhou Wan'er and the long-haired girl were a little reluctant to part. Although they had their own selfish thoughts, they were genuinely grateful for Su-yun's efforts. Su-yin knew she was unlikely to survive, but she still nodded to the two girls, then looked at Shen Yi and said earnestly, Comrade Shen Yi, I hope you can take care of them. In this world, we humans can only survive by helping each other. I know. Then get ready. If you hear any noise, leave immediately. Don't waste any time. After Su-yun finished speaking, she walked to the door and carefully opened the convenience store door. Outside, there was only thick black fog and the sound of wind. No danger could be seen. Su-yun took a deep breath and cautiously stepped out, observing her surroundings. No geckos were found. This color-changing monster is difficult to spot with the naked eye once it hides in the black mist. Su-yin glanced back at the convenience store, then stepped into the black fog, deliberately making noises under her feet in an attempt to lure out the gecko. Brother Chen Yi, should we go out now? Zhu Wan'er asked hurriedly. The long-haired girl also gripped her backpack tightly, ready to run away at any moment. Shen Yi glanced at her and said, "You two continue to hide in the inner room. Come out when I call you." "Huh? Why?" "Sister Su Yun lured that monster away. Wouldn't it be better if we left as soon as possible?" Zhou Wan'er said anxiously. "Shut up. If you don't want to listen, you can leave now, but don't follow me." Shen Yi was too lazy to waste words and walked out of the convenience store after finishing his sentence. "If Zhou Wan'er obeys, I won't mind saving her life. If she doesn't, then she's courting death." Zhou Wan'er was scolded and dared not speak until Shen Yi left, at which point she angrily stomped her foot. "Damn it, that stinky straight man." After venting her anger with a few curses, Zhou Wan'er and the long-haired girl exchanged a glance, and finally closed the door and obediently hid in the storage room. Without protection, they would never have been able to survive in such a dangerous world. Although he didn't understand what Shen Yi meant, he could only obediently listen to him for now. After all, Shen Yi has a gun. Only by following him can we hope to survive. Although Zhou Wan'er was cunning, she was not stupid. Clatter, clatter, clatter. In the black fog, Su Yun held her gun in both hands, taking long strides as she walked slowly, deliberately making noise under her feet, watching her surroundings with great vigilance, not daring to even breathe loudly. She knew very well that the mutated gecko could attack her at any moment. She had to react immediately. "Even if I get attacked, I must kill this monster." Su Yun walked very slowly, but made a loud noise. This undoubtedly fueled the mutated gecko's desire to hunt her. At this time, within the black mist, a pair of cold, vertical pupils were quietly staring at Su Yun. The owner of the vertical pupils had a body that was almost completely integrated with the black mist. It remained quietly in place, without moving an inch. It is waiting for its prey to come to it. Su Yun, who was slowly walking towards it, was its prey. Silence. Silent. It moved when its prey was only about 2 meters away. The colors that were originally blended in with the surroundings were exposed the moment they moved. This is a giant gecko. Its speed is extremely fast, and even if the prey has time to react, it simply doesn't have time to put up an effective resistance. Not to mention, Su Yun was facing it from the side and couldn't notice it at first. By the time she realized it, it was too late. Bang, 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 bang. Sudden, several gunshots rang out from the black mist. Su Yun was startled and turned around abruptly. A huge gecko lay fallen just centimeters away from her. The gecko had several bullet holes in its body, from which blood was flowing, and its breathing was extremely weak. Without hesitation, Su Yun fired 2 more shots at the gecko's head, finally killing the mutated gecko. Then, she breathed a sigh of relief and gasped for air. Her back was already covered in sweat. The hand holding the gun was trembling slightly. She almost died. It would be a lie to say that I'm not afraid. She is a human being too. However, since she has put on this outfit, she must live up to the responsibility that the outfit represents. She had no choice but to back down, and she couldn't afford to back down. If she could stay alive, she wouldn't want to die. She really didn't want to die. "Thank you." Su Yun looked at the gunman who emerged from the black mist, her eyes filled with gratitude. 39. Superpower Fruit. The person who fired the shot to save Su Yun at the crucial moment was naturally Shen Yi. Shen Yi followed Su Yun out of the convenience store. As for Su Yun, the policewoman who could unlock supplies, Shen Yi's idea was that if he could save her, he would do so as well. You can also unlock one more resource. Certainly, if this gecko really can turn invisible, then Shen Yi won't waste any time. He'll just use teleportation to escape. However, since this gecko had left such a large opening when attacking its prey, Shen Yi naturally didn't hold back. He teleported behind it and shot it several times, killing it instantly. The mutant gecko may seem dangerous, but can't actually stop a bullet. Without the black mist, this gecko would just be a slightly larger animal. The main reason is that the dense black fog greatly reduces visibility, which is why this color-changing gecko is so difficult to deal with. Comrade Shen Yi, thank you. Su Yun looked at Shen Yi with gratitude. She never expected that Shen Yi would risk coming out to save her. You should know that if you can't lure out the mutated gecko, Shen Yi will most likely become the gecko's primary target. Therefore, Shen Yi is risking his life to help himself. Su Yun was truly grateful and deeply moved. Compared to the people I saved recently, Shen Yi is so much better. Some of those people abandoned me and ran away at the crucial moment. Some even secretly left because they didn't want to share the food, and some even coveted my body. In short, in just a few days since the apocalypse, Su-yun has witnessed the wickedness of human nature. That's why she was so moved when she saw Shen Yi risk his own safety to save her. The differences between people are truly vast. Just a verbal thank you? Shen Yi asked, looking at Su-yun. Su-yun was taken aback. I don't understand what Shen Yi meant by that. Does he want money? Shen Yi looked at Su-yun, who had a blank expression, and was quite speechless. Surprisingly, this policewoman couldn't even understand such an obvious hint. No wonder she's still so innocent and pure in her 20s. I mean, do you want to repay my life-saving grace by marrying me? Shen Yi said directly. This. Su-yun's cheeks flushed bright red, and she stammered, unable to utter a complete sentence. Even though she was usually very outgoing, she was so shy that she didn't dare to look at Shen Yi for a moment. How old are you? I'm almost 30. How can I? As Su-yun said this, she felt her face burning hot. So embarrassing. Discussing this kind of thing with a guy so much younger than me is so humiliating. We're only a few years apart in age. Besides, in today's world, does age even matter? As Shen Yi spoke, he came to Su-yun's side. He reached out his hand, wanted to take Su-yun's hand. Who knows, we might die in an accident tomorrow. Don't think too much about it. Living in the moment is the most important thing. Su-yun blushed even more, instinctively dodging Shen Yi's hand, then turned her head away and said, No way. We've only just met. How can we do this? Although she was very grateful to Shen Yi for saving her, she also had some affection for him. But this goodwill isn't love. It's more of a feeling of sympathy compared to the other heartless people in the apocalypse. But the thought of suddenly having her date Shen Yi felt too fast. The age difference is one reason, but the main reason is that it happened too fast. They've only known each other for less than an hour. Su-yun, who is conservative at heart, couldn't quite accept such a rapid development of their relationship. But Shen Yi didn't care about any of that. Besides, we can't just let ourselves waste a few bullets, can we? Seeing that Su-yun's resistance didn't seem so strong, he took the initiative to hug her and kiss her. Su-yun was instantly stunned. Sudden. This was so sudden. So much so that she forgot to resist for a moment. My first kiss. While kissing her, Shen Yi secretly took the gun from Su-yun's waist to prevent the woman from shooting him in a fit of rage. But he seemed to have overthought things. Su-yun didn't resist. She only struggled symbolically for a few moments, and then actually hugged him back. Sure enough, the more conservative a woman is, the more passionate she becomes once she lets loose. That's what contrast is all about. However, she definitely hasn't brushed her teeth in a long time. It tastes terrible. So Shen Yi didn't stand on ceremony and used teleportation to bring Su-yun to an empty shop. Ding! Starting to randomly unlock one type of resource. Ding! Unlocked successfully. Congratulations on unlocking the resource. Superpower, sensory fruit. Special ability, sensing fruit +1, already stored in system space. Special ability, sensing fruit +1, already stored in system space. Superpower. Holy crap. Upon hearing the system notification, Shen Yi excitedly sat up from the ground. Superpower fruit. They actually unlocked the superpower fruit. What's wrong? Su-yun asked. Her face flushed as she looked at the agitated Shen Yi. Why is he suddenly so happy? Could it be because they know I've never been in a relationship before? Thinking of this, Su-yun's face turned even redder. I never imagined that after being so conservative for so many years, I would end up with a boy so much younger than me. Would you call this an old cow eating young grass? It definitely counts. Although she was only half-heartedly complying, Su-yun didn't actually mind it in her heart. Otherwise, even if he had to give in halfway, Shen Yi wouldn't have been able to get her so easily. Su-yun is, after all, a policewoman who has received professional training. If she really puts her life on the line, she is no pushover. Nothing, I'm just happy. Shen Yi gave Su-yun a big kiss. It seems my risky idea was right. Su-yun has actually unlocked a superpower fruit, and it can be stacked infinitely. Damn, so many fruits, that's invincible. Moreover, this also proves that superpower fruits are indeed a type of resource. As long as enough types of resources are unlocked in the future, other superpower fruits will definitely be unlocked. You're so naughty. Although Su-yun was shy, the die was cast, and she no longer resisted too much. What Shen Yi said before was indeed correct. In today's world, don't think too much, don't think about the future, because they might die in an accident tomorrow. Living in the present is the most important thing. She leaned against Shen Yi's chest, her fingers slowly tracing circles on his body, and softly asked, "What's your relationship with those two girls?" "The girl who calls you Brother Shen, he seems to have a special relationship with you." Women who have just had sex are very sensitive, even a smart and capable policewoman. Shen Yi was a little hesitant about how to say it. He hadn't originally planned to take Su-yun in. In this situation, it can only be said that he acted impulsively, although the result was good. But if things aren't handled properly, given Su-yun's personality, she's willing to fight mutated geckos to the death. I'm afraid I'll have to be ruthless and destroy her. To be honest, he was really reluctant to do something like cruelly destroying a flower. If they had never had a relationship, Shen Yi would not hesitate to abandon Su-yun, or even kill her. However, he is somewhat hesitant given the current situation. Certainly, if Su-yun really follows me, then everything will revolve around me. Otherwise, even if they had been intimate, he would not hesitate to take action against them. This is the end of the world. So, it's up to Su-yun to make her choice now. What would you do if I told you I have other women? 40. Gained a third superpower, telepathy. What would you do if I told you I have other women? After saying this, Shen Yi quietly looked at Su-yun. To everyone's surprise, Su-yun wasn't surprised at all. She simply sighed softly. "I knew it. You're such a young boy, yet you kiss me so skillfully. You must have had many girlfriends and are very experienced. If this were before, if you dared to use force, I definitely wouldn't let you succeed. No, I would break your third leg." As Su-yun spoke, she deliberately bared her teeth at Shen Yi in a fierce manner. But it's not scary at all. In fact, it's kind of cute. Then, Su-yun sighed and said helplessly, "But in this world now, there are no laws, let alone morality. The fact that you've lived this long and still dare to go out and save people proves that you have some strength. If you want women, I'm sure many women would be willing to follow you. So, I'm not surprised at all that you have other women. I'm just a little uncomfortable. After all, I thought you belonged to me alone." Su-yun, still somewhat unwilling to give up, looked at Shen Yi and asked, "Judging from your frank attitude, you shouldn't be willing to abandon other women and only be with me, right?" "Yes." Shen Yi didn't lie, nor did he need to. He will not only not abandon other women, but he will also take in more women in the future. There's nothing we can do about it. To unlock more resources and survive the apocalypse, you must do this. Of course, Shen Yi's thinking was not meant to shift the blame to the system. He himself had the same thought in his heart. Who wouldn't love the wonderful life of having multiple wives and concubines? Only, the world is too dangerous right now. Not to mention the mutated giant tree in the city center that is capable of destroying the entire city. He still has no way to deal with the mutated black spider in the neighborhood. Damn it. Getting stronger is the most important thing right now. Therefore, he was destined not to abandon a whole forest for Su-yun. I knew it. Su-yun lay helplessly in Shen Yi's arms, then closed her eyes and murmured softly, "But if you really abandon other women for me, I will despise you even more. Because if that's the case, you might just abandon me for another woman." Shen Yi didn't say anything, but gently patted Su-yun's shoulder. The advantage of being a mature woman is that she doesn't need to explain so much. She understands many principles. Even if you don't understand, you can figure it out. After lingering for a while, the two got dressed and prepared to go back to the convenience store to pick up Zhou Wan'er and her two friends. As for the teleportation he just used, Shen Yi naturally explained it to Su-yun. Another reason why Su-yun didn't resist immediately was that Shen Yi teleported her into the shop, which startled her. And that is superpowers. Su-yun's eyes lit up when she learned that humans could also acquire superpowers. If everyone could acquire such amazing superpowers, the chances of survival would greatly increase. Shen Yi thought to himself that it was fortunate that his first superpower was physical evolution. Otherwise, he would have been completely drained by the time he unlocked these past few days, and he wouldn't have had the strength to fight the mutated monsters. Back at the convenience store, Shen Yi first scanned the goods. Unfortunately, it's just a small convenience store, so the selection is already limited and most of it is contaminated, so there's not much to eat. It's better than nothing, I suppose. The biggest gain from this trip was Su-yun. Because of Su-yun, Shen Yi was able to unlock the superpower fruit. Is this yet another one of your special abilities? Su-Yun looked at Shen Yi in amazement, only to see him take away a lot of supplies with a wave of his hand. Shen Yi responded. Then, he summoned Zhou Wan'er and her two companions who were hiding in the storage room. These two girls are really shameless. Even though Shen Yi and Su-Yun made a sound when they returned, they didn't come out immediately. Previously, when Su-Yun said she was going to lure the gecko away, the two women appeared very touched, but in reality, they wished Su-Yun would sacrifice herself. They only thought about protecting themselves. That's too sneaky. Comparable to Shen Yi. That's great. Brother Shen Yi, Sister Su-Yun, it's so good that you're all right. Zhou Wan'er patted her chest, her face full of relief. The long-haired girl didn't talk much, nor did she have as many schemes as Zhou Wan'er, that little green tea. Okay, let's go, Shen Yi said calmly. Then, he suddenly thought of something, took out two guns loaded with bullets from his system space, and gave them to Su-Yun so she could use them to protect herself. Su-Yun's character is trustworthy. He is even more trustworthy than Su Wanting and Jiang Ninyan. People have very different personalities. Although Shen Yi had known Su Wanting and the other girls for a longer time, he didn't trust them as much as he did Su-Yun. He even has a gun. When Zhou Wan'er saw Shen Yi conjure two pistols out of thin air, she was shocked, but her eyes darted around slyly. She thought to herself that she must win over Shen Yi and make him like her and love her, so that she could survive the apocalypse. Holding the two brand-new Type 54 pistols, Su-Yun felt a warmth in her heart. She knew this was a sign that Shen Yi trusted her. The four of them walked out of the convenience store and proceeded cautiously. Having experienced the attack by the color-changing gecko, Shen Yi had to be extra careful. Some mutated animals have bizarre abilities, and you might get caught in their trap even if you're not careful. Thinking this, Shen Yi silently took out a superpower fruit from the system space and put it in his mouth. I'll acquire the new ability first. It might improve my combat skills. Upon tasting the fruit, a subtle coolness spread throughout the body, but it was only fleeting. Aside from the first time he ate the body evolution fruit, which caused him to feel a huge change in himself, the effects of the other two superpower fruits were very small. I don't know if it's because my physical body has evolved to be stronger, or because it's the first time I've eaten a fruit, but it's more likely to be the latter, since in Shen Yi's view, the ability of teleportation is definitely no worse than physical evolution. With these thoughts in mind, the fruit in my mouth was also digested. He immediately opened the panel to check. Host, Shen Yi. Age 20. Combat strength, 30, excluding any external bonuses. Unlocked resources. Master Kong mineral water, freshly baked roast chicken. Type 54 pistol, 5A grade steak, superpower fruit, telepathy. Acquired superpowers. Physical evolution LV1. Instant teleportation LV1. Telepathy LV1. Physical evolution. LV1 your body has undergone an evolution for some reason, resulting in significant improvements in your strength, speed, stamina, health, and more. Instant teleportation. LV1, you can instantly teleport a distance of 20 meters. Because your instant teleportation is a spatial skill, you can ignore any terrain, control, and binding skills during the teleportation. As long as you have enough stamina, you can teleport continuously without any restrictions. Telepathy. LV1, you can sense all hostility and goodwill within a 20-meter radius around you through your mind, and you can see everything within that 20-meter radius without using your eyes and without being hindered by any obstacles. 41. Infinite fruits, continuous upgrades, go home. Is this telepathy? It's truly amazing. As soon as Shen Yi finished reading the skill description, he immediately started testing it out himself. In a state of telepathy, even with his eyes closed, he could clearly see everything within a 20-meter radius, including buildings, various plants, and so on. Moreover, it was viewed from a 360 degrees overhead perspective, and even the black fog couldn't block it. This is practically an X-ray vision sheet. Furthermore, in this state, Shen Yi could also see white aura flowing around the three women beside him. Although there was no written explanation, Shen Yi could understand its meaning the moment he saw the white aura. White represents trust and loyalty to oneself. The whiter the skin, the more loyal it is. Su-Yun's body was as white as flawless white jade. Zhou Wan'er and the long-haired girl were dressed in a light white color, with nearly half of it mixed with gray. Gray represents neutrality, which implies a lack of trust. Within a 20-meter radius of Shen Yi, there were many pure gray objects. For example, the mutated trees on both sides of the road, the grass and trees on the ground, etc., all present a grayish appearance. In other words, as long as Shen Yi doesn't provoke these plants, they will never attack him because they have no hostility towards him. As for black, it's not available at the moment. Black represents absolute hostility. If someone exudes a black aura, it proves that they're preparing to attack Shen Yi. As long as someone with hostility appears within 20 meters of Shen Yi and harbors hostility towards him, no matter how well they hide, Shen Yi will be able to sense them immediately. That's a cheat code. Furthermore, Shen Yi discovered that the combination of telepathy and instant teleportation was practically in cheat code. Telepathy allows for a 360 degrees bird's-eye view, X-ray vision, and precise location locking on enemies, followed by instant teleportation to directly approach them. These two superpowers combined can produce an effect greater than the sum of their parts. It's absolutely amazing. With this ability, I'll be able to detect enemies who like to ambush, like the chameleon gecko, immediately. Shen Yi Mutated. This superpower is amazing. You'll never have to worry about being ambushed by someone or a monster again. In addition, if the woman around him becomes hostile, Shen Yi can sense it immediately, preventing him from being stabbed in the back in bed. Although I can only sense a distance of 20 meters at the moment, it is enough. Moreover, there's still a bunch of perception fruits in the system space. If eating fruit can increase one's ability level, then he will be able to max out his telepathy level very quickly. The overhead view is an active skill that I need to actively activate, while sensing goodwill and hostility is a passive skill that will be activated passively. Great. Very convenient. Shen Yi was very satisfied. In this way, as long as an enemy approaches and shows hostility, you can detect it instantly without having to constantly have a godlike perspective. Otherwise, it will also consume physical strength. Yes, releasing active skills consumes stamina. If it weren't for Shen Yi's strong physique, he really wouldn't be able to withstand the simultaneous consumption of these two skills. Physical evolution is very important. It seems that most superpowers consume stamina, just like a mana bar. Shen Yi seemed to be deep in thought. Only then did he understand the omnipotence of the superpower of physical evolution. Physical evolution can improve physical condition and increase physical strength, while other superpowers consume physical strength. If physical strength is insufficient, even the strongest superpowers will be limited. Just like the bug-level ability of teleportation, if Shen Yi's physical body hadn't been strengthened, being able to use teleportation 10 times in one go would be considered amazing. Not to mention using teleportation in conjunction with telepathy. That would consume even more stamina, and it would probably only last 7 or 8 times. This demonstrates the importance of the superpower of physical evolution. So, the reason why Xiao Tao's lightning ability is not strong enough, besides the fact that his ability level is relatively low, is probably because he doesn't have enough stamina to support him in releasing it continuously. Thinking about it this way, Shen Yi understood the reason. This is a reason that others might not be able to figure out even after years of searching. My combat strength has increased from 10 to 30, more than doubling. That's great. It seems that teleportation combined with telepathy can indeed greatly enhance combat power. Shen Yi looked at the panel and discovered that this combat power value did not take into account any external factors. In other words, if one uses a gun, their combat strength can be increased significantly, but it's not calculated. Next, it's to test whether the superpower fruit can be upgraded. Shen Yi closed his eyes, activated his telepathic guidance, and took out a handful of supernatural fruits from his spatial storage, stuffing them into his mouth one by one like eating beans. Whether or not it can upgrade one's superpowers is another matter, but once the fruit enters the stomach, the entire internal organs and limbs feel cool, like being electrocuted, which is really super refreshing. Even if eating the superpower fruit doesn't level him up, Shen Yi wouldn't mind using it as medicine. Anyway, this medicine doesn't have any side effects. It just feels good, especially when several superpowered fruits were swallowed at once. It felt even better than when they were extracted. I felt a tingling sensation all over my body. Ding! Your telepathy has been upgraded to level 2. Telepathy, LV2, you can sense all hostility and goodwill within a 40-meter radius around you through your mind. And you can see everything within that 40-meter radius without using your eyes, and without being hindered by any obstacles. Shen Yi had no idea that he had eaten more than a dozen supernatural fruits in one go, but he suddenly leveled up. The telepathic range has doubled to 40 meters. Now, he has a richer environment to see and a broader perspective. The quantity of fruit can indeed upgrade superpowers. Having received this answer, Shen Yi became even more generous with the supernatural fruits, constantly feeding them into his mouth, experiencing the dual pleasure of physical improvement and leveling up. Anyway, with one new superpower fruit every second, there's no way you can eat them all. Ding! Your telepathy has been upgraded to level 3. Ding! Your telepathy has been upgraded to level 4. Ding! Your telepathy has been upgraded to level 5. When Shen Yi returned to the residential area with the 3 women, he had already reached level 5. But perhaps because he had slapped too many times in one go, he felt a chill running through his internal organs. My limbs were ice cold. Damn, looks like I need to slow down before eating them. Although eating fruit is great, I can't eat too many at once. With his hands and feet ice cold, Shen Yi thought to himself and temporarily put the fruit in his hand into his system space. Telepathy, LV5. You can sense all hostility and goodwill within a 250-meter radius around you through your mind, and you can see everything within that 250-meter radius without using your eyes and without being hindered by any obstacles. An ultra-long-range vision distance of 250 meters. It's like he's cheating. Moreover, because he had reached level 5, Shen Yi discovered that the stamina he consumed when he actively activated his skills actually decreased slightly. Logically, the higher the skill level, the higher the cost, right? But surprisingly, its cost has decreased. This is great, proving that Shen Yi can be used more recklessly without worrying about excessive stamina consumption. Thinking this way, Shen Yi stopped and used his telepathy to scan Building 6 in front of him. He quickly found the dangerous mutated black spider. 42. So tired I can't breathe. The thick black fog that filled the air was completely visible through the telepathic perspective, without any obstruction. From an overhead view, Shen Yi quickly located the mutated black spider. It is located on the middle floor of Building 6, and under the cover of various mutated plants, it has woven a large net, as if it lives there. Around the spider web, there were several objects wrapped in long strips of white spider silk. Its long, narrow shape makes it clear that it is a human corpse. Why does this black spider seem bigger than it was before I left? Is it just my imagination because I'm seeing it too clearly with my telepathy? Shen Yi frowned slightly. It's uncertain whether it's due to poor visibility, since there was black fog obscuring the view earlier. Brother Shen Yi, what's wrong? Zhou Wanner hid behind Su Yun and spoke cautiously. As soon as Shen Yi entered the residential area, he suddenly stopped. The surroundings were filled with eerie black mist, and the occasional chirping of cicadas and animals in the darkness made the 3 women very nervous. It's all right, let's go. After observing the black spider for a while, Shen Yi noticed that it was feeding and located in the middle of the building, so he decided to test it. At a distance of more than 10 meters, as long as you don't make too much noise, the black spider shouldn't be able to hear you. The reason Shen Yi didn't use teleportation was to test the black spider's attack range, so he could react accordingly. Hurry up and don't make too much noise, Shen Yi said, turning back to remind the 3 women. If anyone foolishly attracts the mutated black spider, Shen Yi isn't afraid. He can use teleportation to escape. But they were the ones who were unlucky. Shen Yi's teleportation can only carry 1 person at most. Perhaps the teleportation level is too low. Moreover, bringing an extra person will triple his stamina consumption, far exceeding the stamina he would consume by teleporting alone. Although Shen Yi has plenty of stamina, he generally doesn't like to bring people along. Su Yun and the other 2 women nodded emphatically, not daring to be careless in the slightest. Even the sound of breathing is kept as soft as possible. That's all. The 4 entered the building safely without attracting black spider's attention. Shen Yi also got the answer. The mutated black spider would not attack people entering or leaving the building when it was in the spiderweb position. The premise is that you don't make too much noise. But, upon entering the building and seeing the blood-soaked floor and several corpses, Su Yun was so frightened that she immediately raised her gun in alertness and released the safety. Shen Yi, there was a conflict here. These bodies all have gunshot wounds, and there are many bullet holes in the walls. At least 3 gunmen fire their weapons. Su-Yun made her judgment based on her extensive experience in criminal investigation. Because the bullet holes on the first floor were everywhere, without any discrepancy, upon hearing this, Zhou Wan'er and the long-haired girl fearfully clung to each other's arms and followed closely behind Su-Yun. Ignore it. Let's go upstairs. Shen Yi said calmly as he walked towards the stairs. Su-Yun was taken aback, her expression changing slightly. She vaguely sensed something from Shen Yi's attitude, but she didn't say anything. Did you kill those people on the first floor? While climbing the stairs, Su-Yun couldn't help but ask the question. Yes. Su-Yun man sayident. Clearly, she felt that Shen Yi was not a bloodthirsty person. But that bloody scene just now? Su-Yun pursed her lips, her feelings at that moment extremely complicated. Upon hearing Shen Yi's unwavering confession of murder, Zhou Wan'er and the long-haired girl trembled in shock, their gazes towards Shen Yi shifting to one of fear and awe. Judging from the bloody scene on the first floor, Shen Yi actually killed several people all by himself without sustaining any injuries, and he didn't even flinch when he saw the dead. What kind of mental fortitude is that? Is he really just a college student? Zhou Wan'er and the long-haired girl were extremely nervous. But as they climbed down the 20 floors, all their thoughts were overwhelmed by exhaustion. I'm so tired, I can barely breathe. The elevator is out of service. Living on a high floor is torture. As soon as he reached the 20th floor, Shen Yi frowned. He saw two men loitering suspiciously in front of his door. Moreover, the two men exuded an aura that was predominantly black, neutral yet tinged with hostility. The two men's eyes were immediately drawn to Su-Yun, who was wearing a police uniform. Their faces lit up with surprise, and they quickly moved closer. Police! The police have finally come to rescue us. Officer, I need to call the police. I need to call the police. There's a murderer downstairs. Officer, hurry and deal with this. Arrest those thugs. The two men angrily accused Su-Yun. Thugs? What's going on? Su-Yun asked, puzzled. Those cannibalistic thugs on the first floor. Officer, didn't you encounter them when you came up? They're worse than animals. The two immediately recounted the atrocities committed by the thugs. Rape, kidnapping, murder, cannibalism, they're simply demons. Zhou Wan'er and the long-haired girl turned pale upon hearing this. Su-Yun's expression became even more solemn. I never expected that such thugs would appear less than 10 days after the apocalypse. Immediately, she suddenly realized what was happening and subconsciously looked at Shen Yi. So, this is why Shen Yi killed those people? Because they are thugs? Really? Shen Yi was indeed not the kind of villain who had no bottom line and killed indiscriminately. Su-Yun breathed a long sigh of relief, and her gaze towards Shen Yi became filled with more love. If there weren't other people around, she would have wanted to hug Shen Yi and give him a big kiss. Are you done talking? If you are, then get lost and don't block my doorway. Shen Yi ignored Su-Yun's expression and glanced indifferently at the two men. What right do you have to tell us to get out of here? We need police assistance too. We can't let you monopolize the rescue resources. This officer should serve all of us. You have no right to be so domineering. The man wearing gold-rimmed glasses wasn't afraid of Shen Yi at all. On the contrary, he thought that Shen Yi was trying to monopolize the rescue resources by kicking them away. Yes, in the eyes of the two men, Su-Yun, the policewoman, had come to rescue their neighborhood. The thugs downstairs have all been eliminated. You are safe now. Also, I am not here to serve you. I was not the one who eliminated the thugs. You must leave here immediately. Su-Yun's tone was cold, and her attitude towards the bespectacled man changed instantly. Putting aside whether she should serve everyone, the man's attitude towards Shen Yi alone made her very unhappy. Shen Yi is her man. He's just an outsider. If she weren't a police officer, she would have given the bespectacled man a good dressing down without hesitation, based solely on his tone toward Shen Yi. Su-Yun, who finally found a younger boyfriend, is very protective of him. She was afraid that Shen Yi would suffer because he was too young. Little did they know, if she hadn't spoken up, Shen Yi would have drawn his gun just now. Suffer a loss? He would never let himself be taken advantage of. Judging from the fact that these two strange men were loitering at my doorstep with a hint of hostility, they definitely didn't have any good intentions. Therefore, Shen Yi would not feel any remorse for killing them. Even in the end times, there's no such thing as a crime not deserving of death in Shen Yi's eyes. If you dare to covet my home, I dare to kill you. How could you, a police officer, say such a thing? Are you and a boyfriend and girlfriend? Fine. As a police officer, you don't save ordinary people like us, but instead protect your own man. How can you face the uniform you wear? Judging from Soo-yeon's attitude, the bespectacled man seemed to have realized the relationship between her and his Shen Yi and immediately became furious, condemning them from a moral high ground. Yes, officer, you can't just abandon us. We are all taxpayers, and your salary is paid by us taxpayers. How can you abandon us, ordinary people, when something happens? Another man in a suit also stood up and spoke up. You should protect us, be responsible for our safety, and provide us with food and water. This is your duty as police officers. 43. Angry Soo-yeon, seeking her own death. The two men dared not speak loudly in the face of the thugs, but they had the courage to confront the police, even aggressively, trying to force Soo-yeon to serve them. You can't mess with bad people, but you can mess with good people. Because good people won't shoot them. Soo-yeon's face immediately turned cold. Having experienced this period of apocalypse, her personality has long since changed. Especially after she sacrificed herself to save Jo Warner and the others, and was then saved by Shen Yi, her mindset underwent a significant change. I've already given enough. From the first day of the apocalypse, she has been rescuing people in distress, and in the past few days, she has saved no less than 100 people. But what about herself? They were never full, had no water to drink, and were almost eaten by monsters several times. The more Soo-yeon thought about it, the more upset she became. She didn't want to care about any more of that damn responsibility. I don't want to sacrifice myself just because of a sense of responsibility. She has sacrificed enough. She has a family now, and she doesn't want to die. Soo-yeon grew up in an orphanage without parents or relatives and has always been alone. She has never felt safe or relied on anyone. This is also why she doesn't want to find a boyfriend. She was afraid that she would finally find a boyfriend, only to break up with him for various reasons. She couldn't bear the pain of separation. It's better not to be together in the first place than to separate. If it weren't for the apocalypse, it would have been almost impossible for Shen Yi to pursue Soo-yeon, let alone win her over after just 1 or 2 hours of meeting. Soo-yeon may seem cold, but she is actually warm-hearted. Once she has decided on someone, she will treat that person as family and would never hurt them no matter what. Otherwise, given Soo-yeon's sense of responsibility, why would she have remained completely unresponsive after learning that Shen Yi had committed murder? If it were the old her, she would have arrested Shen Yi without hesitation. But she clearly didn't do that. She didn't even ask Shen Yi why he killed someone. She only breathed a sigh of relief after the two men said that the people killed on the first floor were unforgivable thugs, and even wanted to kiss Shen Yi hard, because Shen Yi did not indiscriminately kill innocent people. Even if he went against the justice he had always upheld, he did not do anything wrong. My man is not a bad person. Even though he was ruthless, he only killed those who deserved to die. Based on all this, when Soo-yeon heard the two men trying to morally blackmail her, she immediately raised her gun, pointed it at their heads, and coldly shouted, "Shut up. You're right, he and I are boyfriend and girlfriend. He's my man, and I'm going to protect him. So what? Pay back the taxpayers' money. What business is it of yours how I earned this money through my own abilities? If you dare say another word, don't blame me for shooting." Soo-yeon is no innocent girl. With her aura fully unleashed, she actually frightened the two men so much that they trembled all over. It wasn't until a gun was pointed at their heads that they realized the policewoman in front of them was no longer the hard-working and conscientious young policewoman from before the apocalypse. If you dare to talk back again, they might really shoot. Although they felt aggrieved and angry, the two men no longer dared to use moral blackmail. "Understand. Let's go now." As he spoke, the bespectacled man quickly pulled the man beside him away. Soo-yeon snorted coldly and didn't bother arguing with them. She was obviously just trying to scare the two men. Although she was very unhappy, basic moral principles prevented Soo-yeon from killing people indiscriminately, especially ordinary people who weren't exactly bad. Soo-yeon is still too naive. In Shen Yi's eyes, the aura emanating from those two men was noticeably darker. Although they fled in fear, the seeds of resentment had already been sown in their hearts. A path to death. When did they get together? Jo Warner secretly observed Soo-yeon and Shen Yi. They've only known each other for a few hours. How did they become boyfriend and girlfriend? And wasn't Shen Yi here to find him? How did he end up with the policewoman? For some reason, she felt a little uncomfortable. It's like being cheated on. At this time, Shen Yi knocked on the door. Su Wanting opened the door. "Honey, you're back." "Husband?" Upon hearing this address, Su Yun was taken aback, and her expression immediately became awkward. She had just confidently declared that Shen Yi was her man, but then a beautiful woman appeared and called Shen Yi her husband. This is so embarrassing. Although she knew long ago that Shen Yi had other women and was prepared to meet them, it was still very awkward when they actually met. I don't even know who cheated on whom. Su Wanting didn't care what the three women outside the door thought. Instead, she placed the slippers next to Shen Yi's feet and offered to help him change his shoes. She embodies gentleness, generosity, and the qualities of a virtuous wife and loving mother. She knew that being jealous was useless, so she tried her best to show her virtuousness instead of arguing with a new woman, which would only make her look bad. Su Wanting's approach was indeed very effective. Her generosity made Su Yun even more embarrassed. For a moment, I felt like a rat in a sewer. Despite being the third party, she still followed Shen Yi to his door. Moreover, before going to his door, she kept thinking that she must not appear weak after meeting Shen Yi's woman. If the other party insults me and disagrees with my relationship with Shen Yi, I must not back down and must fight back when necessary. Su Yun thought a lot and imagined many possible solutions, but she never expected that Su Wanting would not make things difficult for her at all during their first meeting, and there was not even any hostility in her eyes. It was all just me overthinking. Zhou Wanner also felt embarrassed. But since nothing happened between her and Shen Yi, she wasn't particularly embarrassed. "You guys going first. I have something to take care of," Shen Yi said, then turned and teleported downstairs. He's going to deal with those two guys. Those who dare to covet my home and harbor such intense hostility towards me will certainly not be let off. Please come in, ladies. Don't be shy. Make yourself at home. Seeing Shen Yi leave, Su Wanting still gracefully invited the three women into the house. Even Shen Yi would be surprised by her gentle and generous attitude. In just a few days, Su Wanting has transformed from an arrogant young lady who loves to fight for love into a gentle wife. "Thanks." Although Su Yun and the other two women felt a little embarrassed, they still changed their shoes and went into the room. As soon as they entered, they saw two beautiful women sitting on the sofa, eating fruit and playing on their phones. These two women, no, I should say these three women, were all clean and spotless, without a speck of dust on their bodies or faces. They don't look like they've experienced the apocalypse at all. In contrast, Su Yun and her two companions had not washed their faces and hands for a long time due to lack of water. In addition, they had been chased by geckos and had fallen down, leaving them filthy. Even the hair is stuck together. It was like three village girls meeting a rich young lady in the city, and they were overwhelmed with feelings of inferiority. "One of the three of you go take a shower first. My husband likes things to be clean." Jiangnan Yin looked them over for a moment before speaking. Hearing the term husband, Zhou Wanner and the long-haired girl were both taken aback. This beautiful woman is also one of Shen Yi's women. Could the other mature woman sitting on the sofa also be? In other words, this room is full of Shen Yi's women. He has so many women, and, incredibly, he managed to keep three women so well fed. To be honest, besides being shocked, Zhou Wanner found herself feeling mostly envious. I envy this life where you have no worries about food or drink, and you can still wash yourself clean. Take a bath? How much water would that require? Su Yun couldn't help but frown. This was such a waste of water. Even if Shen Yi has superpowers, it's still dangerous for him to go out to find supplies. We should save money where we can. It's all right. There's plenty of bottled water in the bathroom. You can go and wash up. If you need more, I'll just tell my husband, Jiang Nanyin said calmly. As the first to arrive, she naturally had to project the air of a senior member of the household. I cannot allow these women who come later to stand above me, nor can I allow myself to be looked down upon. Taking a bath with mineral water? The three women, Su Yun and Su Yun, were immediately filled with disbelief. That's such a waste. Even with plenty of bottled water, this kind of waste is unacceptable. Shocked as they were, they eventually went to the bathroom to wash up, guided by Su Wanting. As women, they certainly love cleanliness and want to shower every day. But water resources are so precious now, there's not even enough to drink, so who would be willing to use it for bathing? The three women were stunned when they entered the bathroom and saw it filled with bottled water. So many. Did Shen Yi empty out the bottled water store in which large supermarket? No wonder which woman let them bathe with mineral water. With so much mineral water, there's no fear of running out in a short time. These bottled waters, they should be safe to drink, right? The long-haired girl asked cautiously. Zhou Wanner, however, had already opened a bottle of water and started gulping it down. 44. System selected, renovated houses. Shen Yi used teleportation to catch up with the two men, and without saying a word, shot them dead and threw their bodies out of the building. After the mind is clear and unobstructed, he then used teleportation to return to his room. Husband, Jiang Nanyin and Bai Sini were startled when they saw Shen Yi suddenly appear, but their surprise quickly turned into joy. Su Wanning also hurriedly came out of the kitchen to greet her. Shen Yi glanced at the three women and, seeing that their auras were all very pale, nodded in satisfaction. It's good that no one has any ulterior motives. After exchanging brief greetings, Shen Yi sat on the sofa, took out his phone, opened Gouda Maps, and searched for his hometown. Now that I have the ability to communicate telepathically, I no longer need to fear the dangers hidden in the black fog. I can go home to pick up my little sister and grandma. My younger sister's phone might be out of battery. I haven't been able to contact her for several days. But Shen Yi wasn't particularly worried, because my younger sister is very smart, and my grandmother is not an old-fashioned person. Given my younger sister and grandmother's personalities, they will definitely not be in any trouble in the short term unless they encounter an unavoidable danger. 73 kilometers isn't too far, but I need to find a car and fill up the gas tank first. Shen Yi looked at the distance displayed on the navigation and made a plan. On this trip, I can also search for supernatural fruits. Honey, are you going here? Jiang Nanyin asked curiously when she saw the navigation on Shen Yi's phone. Honey, given the current road conditions, ordinary cars probably can't make it. You need at least a high-powered SUV, Jiang Nanyin analyzed. What are your thoughts? Shen Yi looked at Jiang Nanyin. Judging from her tone, it seemed she had something to say. While massaging Shen Yi's shoulders, Jiang Nanyin said, "It's like this, honey. I have a friend who's into modified cars. She also has an apartment in our neighborhood and several modified cars parked in the garage. We can drive her cars out." She was talking about us, not me. She wanted to go too. This woman is indeed very clever. She knows that following Shen Yi is the safest option. Shen Yi didn't care about Jiang Nanyin's little schemes, as long as it could help him. He continued to ask, "Can you contact your friend now?" Jiang Nanyin shook her head. "We can't get in touch with her. Maybe her phone is dead, or maybe she's already, but it's okay. I know which building she lives in. We can just go there, get the keys, and drive." Okay. Shen Yi asked what the previous question meant. His real intention was to see if Jiang Nanyin's friend was pretty and if he could unlock some supplies along the way. However, since we can't get in touch with them, it's most important to get the car and go home first. As long as you have a car, a round trip of 70-odd kilometers only takes a few hours. Once we bring Grandma and my little sister over, we can find a safe place to build a shelter. Yes, Shen Yi has the idea of building a shelter. Otherwise, they can't just live like homeless people, constantly changing their homes every day, can they? Moreover, establishing a shelter makes it easier to find beautiful women and unlock more system resources. Just as Shen Yi was thinking this, the bathroom door suddenly opened. 3 women, cleaned and dressed in their pajamas, came out. Shen Yi glanced at it a few times and couldn't help but nod. As expected of someone carefully selected by the system, she has outstanding looks and figure. If this were before the apocalypse, both Zhou Wanner and Su Yun would be considered goddess-level beauties in the outside world. Even this long-haired girl who doesn't meet the system standards can be considered a pretty girl. Let's eat first. Shen Yi had been running around outside for several hours today and was a little hungry. Immediately, with a wave of his hand, he took out 10 steaks and several buckets of instant noodles from the system space. I haven't had instant noodles in a long time, so today I'm having them with steak. Sister Bai and I went to fry steaks. Su Wanning was very sensible today. She even took the initiative to find things to do. Shen Yi glanced at her, feeling satisfied. Su Wanning is still quite adorable when she's not scheming. After the steak was cooked and the instant noodles were ready, Shen Yi took out 3 roast chickens and 2 large bottles of cola. Dinner's ready. With more women now, a single meal consumes more resources. Of course, it was still just a drop in the ocean for Shen Yi. Steak, chicken, such a generous spread. Looking at the fragrant food on the table, Su Yun, Zhou Wanner, and the other 2 new women kept swallowing their saliva. Since the apocalypse, They haven't eaten fresh food, let alone fresh meat. Shen Yi is so generous in bringing out so much fresh food. Is this a special welcome feast for us? But, looking at the expressions of the other people, why aren't they excited at all? This is all meat. Su Yun and the other two women were unaware that while this meal was precious to them, it was just a normal daily meal for Su Wanting and the others. Although Shen Yi did not provide unlimited supplies, he would not let his woman go hungry. What you eat, the woman will eat too. So, Su Wanting and Jiang Yin have gotten used to eating meat these past 2 days. A delicious and hearty lunch was finished. Shen Yi took Jiang Yin out. The two arrived at Building 13. Jiang Yin looked at the tall building in front of her and said, "Honey, my friend's apartment is on the 15th floor." Shen Yi immediately activated his telepathy and scanned the entire building to eliminate any potential dangers. This is... Shen Yi suddenly raised an eyebrow. As he scanned each floor, he unexpectedly discovered that something was amiss on the 18th floor of the building. The lights were on the 18th floor. In other words, this household on the 18th floor actually has electricity, dynamo, or some other power generation device. Moreover, from the outside, you can't see anything through the glass on the 18th floor, which suggests that privacy glass has been specially installed. Furthermore, its exterior walls have been reinforced with special materials, making it look like an iron fortress. It's highly likely that it was a doomsday shelter built by some doomsday enthusiasts, and it just happened to come in handy. Shen Yi wasn't too surprised. He had come across many related videos while browsing videos before, and had even seen a rich second generation spend hundreds of millions to renovate a post-apocalyptic villa. Shen Yi himself had also fantasized about building a safe house for the post-apocalyptic world, but unfortunately, that was something only the rich could afford, so he could only dream about it. But, right now, there's a safe house right in front of you. It has electricity, offers excellent privacy, and boasts high security. A perfect house. I like it. It'll be mine soon. Honey, I forgot the password. Jiang Nanyan tried several passwords in front of the building entrance, but none of them worked. Shen Yi hadn't expected her to open the door anyway, so he stepped forward, put his arm around Jiang Nanyan, and used teleportation to enter the building. At the same time, 18th floor. Behind the highly private glass, a tall and slender figure stood, holding a snow-white fox in her arms. She was staring downstairs, her red eyes seemingly able to pierce through the black mist, fixed on the spot where Shen Yi had disappeared. After watching for a long time, her expression became serious, her eyes flickered, and her red lips moved slightly. A space-type ability user. 45. Murong Shui, a reborn person. At this hour, how is it possible that a spatial ability user has appeared outside my building? I remember that in my previous life, there were no people with superpowers in our neighborhood. The fastest person I met to gain superpowers didn't appear until more than half a month later. Could it be that my rebirth has caused some kind of butterfly effect around me? On the 18th floor, in the only large, single-level apartment with lights on, a curvaceous and stunningly beautiful mature woman was muttering to herself with a serious expression. Her name is Murong Shui, and she is a reborn person. That's right, the kind of reborn characters in post-apocalyptic novels. In her previous life, the apocalypse suddenly struck, and Murong Shui was completely unprepared. At first, she didn't even believe in the so-called doomsday theory and thought that rescue would arrive soon. The result was that there was no rescue whatsoever. Because she hadn't made any preparations, she went hungry for 3 days and had to be constantly on guard against the male neighbors in the building. After, she had struggled to survive in the apocalypse for more than half a year and had settled into a relatively stable life, when suddenly a towering tree swallowed up the entire mountain town. Murong Shui was also consumed by resentment and anger in that disaster. To his surprise, when he opened his eyes again, he found himself reborn a month before the apocalypse. At first, Murong Shui thought she had just had a nightmare about the apocalypse, until she later confirmed through some events that it was not a dream. So she began to prepare in advance, sell off the company's assets and all real estate, then spend a fortune renovating their houses, installing solar panels, generators, and stockpiling large quantities of food and water. They also stockpiled a large number of various weapons. At first, when she did these things, her best friends, and even family members did not understand, and some even thought she was crazy. Her parents, furious, cut off all ties with her, and several of her close friends also stopped associating with her. But none of that mattered, because Murong Shui knew the disgusting side of her best friends and acquaintances. In my past life, I kindly took them in, but they betrayed me and almost killed me. So, in this life, she no longer plays the saint. On the very first day of the apocalypse, she tricked her best friends into coming over and then killed them. Killing meant nothing to her. Having struggled for more than half a year during the apocalypse in her previous life, she had long been accustomed to killing. And so, in this life, Murong Shui hoarded supplies, killed her enemies, and lived an extremely comfortable life after the apocalypse began. Furthermore, because of her experiences in her previous life, she knew of many opportunities and seized them in advance. For example, the beautiful white fox in my arms has a special ability that can help me in crucial moments. For example, the superpower fruit. From the very beginning of the apocalypse, Murong Shui first obtained her superpowers from her previous life, and also stockpiled some plants that had not mutated and were highly likely to bear superpower fruits. These plants were transplanted by her based on her memories from her previous life. She just didn't know when they would bear fruit with supernatural abilities. The ripening time of the superpower fruits is different. According to Murong Shui's plan, her home had water, electricity, food, and various entertainment facilities, so there was no need to go out and take risks. She could simply wait for the power fruit to mature, acquire more power, improve her strength, and then escape the mountain city before the terrifying tree covered it. She had even decided on the city she wanted to visit. However, I'm not strong enough to go out yet. Otherwise, I might die on the way. But all of this was disrupted when this spatial ability user suddenly appeared and set his sights on him. Yes, Murong Shui has discovered that Shen Yi has been spying on her. Because of her special ability to see through the black mist, and because her mental power has been amplified, her perception has become much stronger, so she can easily detect if someone is spying on her. This is why she wanted to acquire this superpower as soon as possible. In the apocalypse, her special ability was extremely effective at saving her life. The reason she was able to live so long in her previous life was also because of this ability. I hope he doesn't come to my house. I don't want to go up against a space-type ability user, even one who has just acquired space abilities. They're very troublesome. However, if you really dare to come, I won't be afraid of you. Murong Shui sat on the sofa, the crimson in her eyes fading. She gently stroked the head of the white fox in her arms and whispered, "Little White, you should also be prepared. If that person dares to come in, let him know how powerful you are." The white fox twitched its tail, and it was unclear whether it understood or not, but it simply let out a very obedient meow. Although Murong Shui was a little nervous, she wasn't particularly nervous, because while space-type ability users were troublesome, the apocalypse had only just begun. She was certain that this spatial ability user was definitely not strong. How strong can someone who has just acquired superpowers be? They probably don't even know what their superpowers are. As a reborn individual with combat experience, weapons, and traps, how could he possibly fight back? As for whether this space-type ability user has any other abilities, Murong Shui felt that definitely not. Even I, a reborn person with memories of my past life, have only acquired one superpower so far. How can anyone else possibly surpass me? Currently, most people don't even know what a superpower fruit is. Even if this person were lucky enough to acquire 2 superpowers, he wouldn't use them casually. Murong Shui knew very well that the stronger the ability, the greater the energy consumption when using it. Spatial abilities like teleportation are so powerful that ordinary people would be out of breath and have their stamina depleted after just a few teleports. If they were to use other abilities, they would probably be exhausted to death before they could even harm their enemies. Based on comprehensive judgment, various experiences, and the combination of several powerful traps she had designed in the room, Murong Shui was not flustered at all, but rather very confident. Because the advantage lies with me. The white fox in this woman's arms hasn't mutated. It seems that not all animals mutate. Wow, she actually has so much rice, flour, oil, and all sorts of canned fruit, drinks, and red wine in her room. Great, they're all mine. There's even a dedicated recreation room. Wow, no wonder they're hardcore apocalypse enthusiasts. This house has been renovated really well. Oh, they even set up so many traps. There are even crossbow traps at the entrance. An ordinary person would definitely fall into those traps. While Jiang Nanyan was looking for her car keys, Shen Yi was using telepathy to observe the layout of the room on the 18th floor. It has to be said, this woman is definitely a professional apocalypse enthusiast. With the house she renovated, plus all the food she stored, she could live comfortably for more than half a year, or even longer during the apocalypse. Shen Yi especially likes it. At this time, the system was triggered as he expected. 46, strong pervert. Ding! A goddess matching the system's criteria has been detected. Initiating a scan for detailed information. Name, Morong Shui. Age, 32. Appearance, 98 points. Body shape, 97 points. Inner qualities, 100 points, pure and flawless. Total score, 98 points. It meets the system standards as expected. Shen Yi was not surprised, because this woman was really beautiful, had a top-notch figure, and an extraordinary temperament. What great luck I had today. Not only did I find a top-tier shelter on my way out, but I also got a beautiful woman who could unlock rewards. Holy crap, this is so awesome. We must take it. We absolutely must take it. Honey, I found the car keys. At this moment, Jiang Yin came out of the bedroom. Okay, let's go home then. Shen Yi withdrew his telepathic connection. It's getting late today. There's no rush to find this woman. First, go home and unlock Zhou Wanner's reward. Then, after I bring my younger sister and grandmother here tomorrow, I'll deal with this woman. With this meticulously renovated house, Murong Shui certainly wouldn't leave the neighborhood. Husband, Jiang Nanyan leaned into Shen Yi's arms. Shen Yi reached out and hugged her, then teleported away from the building. At the same time, Murong Shui, who was on the 18th floor, immediately felt that the feeling of being spied on had disappeared. They've left. Murong Shui breathed a slight sigh of relief, but remained vigilant. Is this feeling of being spied on something that girls' superpower? It's really strange. It's only been a few days since the apocalypse, and I've already encountered 2 people with superpowers. The butterfly effect is truly terrifying. It seems I need to be more careful in the future. It's best to disguise myself as an ordinary person. Otherwise, with so many things changing, I might lose the advantage of my memories from my past life. Murong Shui seemed to be talking to herself, or perhaps to the white fox in her arms. The white fox simply ignored her. But Murong Shui wasn't angry. Instead, she picked up the notebook on the table, opened it, and started looking at it. The notebook contained her notes on some major events that would happen in the future, as well as the most dangerous mutated animals and plants in each region. To prevent herself from forgetting things over time, she would review her notebook every now and then to reinforce her memory. The most eye-catching thing on the notebook was the rows of names. These people were famous and powerful superhumans in their previous lives. Each of them possesses unique abilities or is exceptionally strong individually. Certainly, Murong Shui didn't see all of them with her own eyes. Most of it was hearsay, and their authenticity remains to be confirmed. Among them, the first name, which was specially marked in red, was that of a powerful superhuman she had personally witnessed. No, it's not powerful, it's abnormal. Murong Shui even speculated that even if that terrifying giant tree destroyed the entire mountain city, it wouldn't be able to kill her, because her superpower is extremely abnormal. It's a pity that after I was reborn and investigated for a month, I found that there was no such person in the city, and I can't find her in a short time. Otherwise, if I had established a good relationship with her in advance, I wouldn't have had to worry about the giant tree problem. Murong Shui said regretfully. However, the impact is not significant. As long as she doesn't change too many things, she will arrive at Shanqing University in 2 months. Then I'll have a chance to get closer to her. Using memories from my past life, I'll become friends with her. Thinking this, Murong Shui looked at the name again carefully and memorized it deeply. Sinking and melting. Shen Yi and Jiang Nanyan returned home and briefly discussed their plans for the next day's outing. The women were all somewhat worried. Su Wanting by Shen Yi and Su Yun, in particular, all wanted to go with Shen Yi. But Shen Yi refused them all. He was going home to pick up his family, and it would be inconvenient to bring a group of women with him. They would be a burden if they encountered any danger on the way. In the end, Shen Yi decided to take Jiang Nanyan with him. Because Jiang Nanyan is quite smart, and she could drive, taking her out is somewhat useful. As for Su Yun, she was the most skilled in combat among the women, and since she was also good with a gun, she naturally stayed behind to protect the family. Judging from the 2 men loitering at his doorstep yesterday, Shen Yi guessed that the residents in the building might have designs on his home, so he should still be on guard. Honey, you must be careful on the road tomorrow. It's over 70 kilometers away, Su Wanting said with concern. The other women also offered words of concern, except for Zhou Wanner and the long-haired girl. After all, they weren't Shen Yi's women, so they shouldn't casually interfere in Shen Yi's family affairs. Shen Yi gave a brief response to the women, then looked at Zhou Wanner and said, "We'll sleep in the same room tonight. As for the others, you can make your own arrangements, but please leave one room vacant. I have arrangements for tomorrow." Zhou Wanner was stunned, her cheeks flushed red, and she lowered her head in embarrassment, unable to speak. She didn't expect Shen Yi to be so direct, actually saying he wanted to share a room with her in front of so many of his women. This is so embarrassing. But the other women weren't angry or disgusted. They were just perhaps thinking of something and felt a little shy and envious. After all, they all understood Shen Yi's purpose in bringing Zhou Wanner back. It definitely couldn't be playing Ludo. Conversely, if Shen Yi simply took pity on Zhou Wanner and saved her and provided her with food and drink for free, the women would be somewhat unhappy, because they all paid a price to receive protection. If Zhou Wanner can receive the same treatment as them without having to put in any effort, they will feel resentful. It's not scarcity that people worry about, but inequality. That's human nature. Nanyan, let's share a room. I want to talk to you about something. Seeing Shen Yi and Zhou Wanner enter the room, Su Wanting also called Jiang Nanyan away to whisper to her. They used to be best friends, and their relationship has recently improved, so they are naturally closer than with other people. Bai Sini looked at the remaining two women, hesitated for a moment, and said to Su Yun, "Officer Su, if you don't mind, how about we sleep in the same room tonight?" "Sister Bai, you don't need to call me Officer Su, just call me Su Yun." Su Yun quickly shook her head, feeling that the title was too strange. It's not really a matter of how they address each other, but rather that because of their current relationship, using that term of address would seem very strange. Just like how Shen Yi called her Officer Su in bed, it was for fun. Bai Sini and Su Yun went into a room, and they had things to talk about. The apartment has 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, which means there is now only one empty room, and Lu Yi, the girl, left. Lu Yi is the long-haired girl who didn't meet the system standards. The reason Shen Yi didn't drive her away was temporarily out of consideration for Zhou Wanner and Su Yun, and also because he wasn't short of food, so he decided to protect her for a few days. After all, she was someone Su Yun had risked her life to save. If he simply kicked her out, it would break Su Yun's heart. Although Shen Yi has a cold personality, she will take care of the feelings of her women as long as they don't cross her bottom line. Especially women like Su Yun who are very loyal and obedient to him. Lu Yi knew that she had not yet joined the family, and she remembered what Shen Yi had just said about leaving an empty room, so she sensibly slept on the sofa all night. Although it's a sofa, compared to the dangerous world outside, it's already a very safe and comfortable place. 47. Rich Heiress. The next day, after waking up, Shen Yi and the women had breakfast, left half a day's worth of food, and then set off with Jiang Nanyan. Before leaving, he specifically instructed the women not to go out no matter what. Do not go outside the building, as there are mutated monsters outside that even you cannot deal with at present. The women were startled, but they obediently complied. After, Shen Yi activated his telepathy and used teleportation to evade the hidden dangers, bringing Jiang Nanyan to the underground parking garage. It took only a few minutes to quickly locate the garage of my friend Jiang Nanyan's house. Here, Shen Yi saw 3 cars, 2 modified SUVs and 1 modified red sports car. I have to say, Jiang Nanyan's friend is damn rich. In the garage of any random house, there are 3 luxury cars worth tens of millions of yuan. Thankfully, it's mine now. Shen Yi chose the Mercedes-Benz G-Class, which has a higher chassis and better performance. This Mercedes-Benz G-Class has clearly undergone extensive modifications. The exterior is made entirely of aluminum alloy, and even the interior seats appear to have been replaced, not to mention hardware, such as the engine. In short, Shen Yi experienced the ride for a few minutes and was quite satisfied. He has a driver's license, although he only got it a few months ago, and his driving skills aren't very good. But in the current world, as long as you don't drive on the wall, you can drive however you want. You're not afraid of being caught by cameras, and no traffic police will chase you. The tank is full. Okay, let's go. After confirming everything, Shen Yi revved the engine and drove off. They drove straight out of the residential area and onto the main road. The roads are now covered with black cracks and various mutated plants, but Shen Yi avoids them all through his 360 degrees telepathic view. With a perspective comparable to God's, there's no need to worry about getting into a car accident. That's fucking awesome. Shen Yi immediately increased the car speed to over 100 kilometers per hour, turning left and right and driving recklessly. Jiang Ninyan's face turned pale with fright. She even regretted coming out with Shen Yi. Who would have thought that Shen Yi, such a steady and cautious person, would drive so recklessly, driving in such dense black fog, with cracks appearing on the road every now and then? What if I fall off while driving this fast? But actually, Jiang Ninyan was overthinking it. She simply didn't know that Shen Yi had an omniscient perspective, which is why she thought Shen Yi had suddenly become reckless. In fact, Shen Yi had a clear view of the road conditions. He would never risk his life. Jiang Ninyan was also filled with fear, but gradually she became surprised. Because no matter how fast Shen Yi drove, he could accurately avoid obstacles and cracks on the road. Even if a few abandoned cars suddenly appeared, he seemed to have anticipated them and avoided them directly. Jiang Ninyan's heart gradually calmed down. I told you so. Shen Yi shouldn't be such a reckless person. She secretly breathed a sigh of relief, while glancing at Shen Yi, who was driving intently. It can't be my imagination. Shen Yi might really be able to see through the black mist. Otherwise, dodging an obstacle once or twice could be considered a coincidence. But being able to dodge it in advance every time is not a coincidence, but rather a sign of prior preparation. Seeing through the black mist, is that another new superpower he's acquired? As Jiang Nanyin pondered, her heart began to flutter. If I guess correctly, it means that Shen Yi has most likely already figured out how to obtain superpowers. Thinking of this, Jiang Ninyan's heart started pounding. Excited. Expect. If Shen Yi fully masters the method to obtain superpowers, then I will have a greater chance of obtaining superpowers. After all, she is the only woman for whom Shen Yi has ever recorded a merit. Jiang Nanyin exhaled softly, suppressing her excitement, and then looked at Shen Yi, her beautiful eyes flashing. Shen Yi glanced at Jiang Nanyin, and he was surprised, but his expression gradually turned to joy. Okay. A sense of accomplishment rose within Shen Yi. A cold and aloof, rich heiress. That's really satisfying. Shen Yi almost got into a car accident in his excitement. Fortunately, he has a God's eye view, so he can clearly see what's happening outside even with his eyes closed. Bringing Jiangnan's cigarettes on this trip today was a wise decision. With a sigh, Shen Yi stepped on the gas. 3 hours later, the off-road vehicle slowly drove to the entrance of a relatively remote village. Shen Yi's speed slowed down. Although he didn't encounter any major problems along the way, he did encounter quite a few minor ones, which affected his driving speed. For example, the vehicle was so loud that it attracted many mutated animals that chased after it or even blocked its path. But Shen Yi wouldn't tolerate it and directly accelerated and rammed the car to death. It's impossible to park. Even with his telepathic abilities, he was still afraid of encountering terrifying monsters like mutated black spiders when parking in the wild. Since it's a modified vehicle, it can break through any obstacle as long as it doesn't encounter any particularly powerful mutated monsters, so there's no need to stop. So, it took him more than 3 hours to reach his destination. My hometown, Xinjia Village. However, the once bustling Xinjia Village is now completely silent. There was no sign of human habitation. Apart from the occasional chirping of insects, the entire village was like an abandoned village. The vegetation around the village is also quite lush, with some grasses even growing to 2 or 3 meters tall. Shen Yi drove slowly towards the east end of the village, which is the direction of his home. As you enter the village, you can still occasionally hear sounds coming from some of the villagers' homes, perhaps because the living villagers are hiding inside. But Shen Yi paid no attention to any of that. He drove straight to his own doorstep, then used telepathy to scan the surroundings. After looking around, the only thing that could be considered a threat was a mutated yellow dog lying in the neighbor's yard. Stay in the car. Don't come out unless I call you, Shen Yi instructed. Jiang Ninyan licked the corner of her lips and nodded seriously. Immediately, Shen Yi used teleportation to leave the car and headed towards his backyard. The cellar is in the backyard. If my little sister and grandma are still alive, they must be hiding in the cellar. Meanwhile, Taking advantage of the moment when Shen Yi left, Jiang Nanyan quickly opened the window to ventilate the room. Her face flushed slightly, and she thought to herself, what I learned online is really useful. Based on the current progress, I will definitely be the first person to gain superpowers. However, my priority now is to get my clothes ready and get myself into the best shape. Because I'm about to meet Shen Yi's family. She felt a mix of anticipation, trepidation, and nervousness. I wonder if Shen Yi's family will approve of me, or if they will dislike me. This was the first time Jiang Ninyan had experienced the anxiety of meeting her boyfriend's parents. At the same time, Shen Yi teleported into the cellar and saw his younger sister Shen Su and his elderly grandmother, who were roasting potatoes over a fire. 48. Unlock new resources. Grandma, I think I saw my brother come back. Am I hallucinating from the smoke? No, I must be seeing things. My brother isn't that handsome. Shen Su stared blankly at Shen Yi, blinking in disbelief. Although she said she didn't believe it, her eyes were already red. When Grandma heard the sound, she instinctively wanted to say something to comfort her, but when she turned her head, she saw her grandson who had appeared out of nowhere. At first glance, she also thought she was hallucinating. Compared to before, Shen Yi has grown much taller, his skin is much fairer, and he's become more handsome. Xiao Yi? Is it Xiao Yi? Grandma stood up, somewhat incredulous. Grandma, it's me. Shen Yi smiled and walked over. Grandma has lost weight. They must not have been eating or sleeping well these days. Brother, you're finally back. The petite Shen Su pounced on him, throwing herself into Shen Yi's arms and hugging him tightly, her voice trembling slightly. She cried. I cried with emotion. Shen Su couldn't remember how many days had passed since the black mist appeared. Because her phone was out of battery, she couldn't contact her brother and was constantly worried that something had happened to him. If it weren't for her grandmother being there, she would have left the village to find Shen Yi long ago. It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. Grandma kept repeating this sentence, a kind smile on her aged face. Brother, tell me quickly, how did you get back? Weren't all the buses supposed to have stopped running? And bro, you've suddenly become so handsome, and it looks like you even have abs. Let me touch them. After a while of cozy moments, Shen Su couldn't resist her curiosity and even started groping Shen Yi's body. I drove back. Shen Yi patted his little sister's head and explained with a smile, as for my abs, it's probably because I exercise a lot at school and I've had a second growth spurt. Driving? Bro, you actually bought a car? What kind of car? Shen Su's eyes lit up. She always dreamed of her family buying a car, so that it would be much more convenient to go out in the future. As for the idea of secondary development, Shen Su simply ignored it. As long as my brother comes back safe and sound, none of that matters. Yes, I bought it, an SUV. Shen Yi replied gestually. This girl is clearly not stupid, so why would she ask such a question? Thinking about it, that makes sense. My little sister has been staying in the cellar the whole time and has never been outside. She doesn't know about the huge changes in the outside world, so she naturally still retains her pre-apocalyptic worldview. If you need something, you have to spend money to buy it. Little did they know. Now you don't need to buy a car at all. You could just get one for free. There are cars everywhere. But Shen Yi didn't need to tell his family these things, as it would only cause them more trouble. Xiao Yi, you must be hungry after walking all this way. Come sit down and have something to eat. Grandma said, already peeling the skin off a roasted potato to reveal its golden brown interior. The golden potatoes were steaming hot and smelled delicious. Shen Yi took the roasted potato and took a bite. Wow, Grandma, you're being unfair. Those are the potatoes I roasted. You gave my roasted potatoes to my brother and even peeled them for him. I haven't been treated like this by Grandma for days. Humph, I'm jealous. Shen Su puffed out her cheeks, looking aggrieved. But she wasn't jealous at all. She simply enjoyed being pampered and silly with her grandma. This girl was like this even when she was little. She loved to act silly. Sweetie, how about Grandma bakes 2 more for you? Then I want to eat the ones Grandma peeled. Okay, Grandma will peel it for you after it's baked. Grandma smiled kindly, playing along with her granddaughter's antics. Seemingly satisfied with the answer, Shen Su gave Shen Yi a smug smile, as if to say, see, Grandma still spoils me more. Shen Yi simulated helplessly. Seeing that his grandmother was about to roast potatoes again, he stopped her, saying, Grandma, let's not roast them now. I have other food here. As he spoke, he took out 2 self-heating hot pots, a steaming roast chicken, and several bottles of mineral water from his system space. The self-heating hot pot was a resource I unlocked from Joanna last night. Ding! Detection indicates you have successfully taken in a goddess. A resource will be randomly unlocked. Ding! Unlocked successfully. Congratulations on unlocking the item. A luxurious self-heating hot pot. Deluxe self-heating hot pot +1. Already stored in system space. Deluxe self-heating hot pot +1. Already stored in system space. Luxury. The self-heating hot pot unlocked by the system is slightly different from the one sold in stores. Because this self-heating hot pot contains a wide variety of ingredients, including several kinds of fresh meat rolls, fresh seafood, and various fresh vegetables, just like they were freshly picked. If this self-heating hot pot were sold outside, it would easily cost several hundred yuan. Wow, bro, when did you learn magic? That's amazing. You can actually conjure food out of thin air. Shen Su looked shocked, scrutinizing Shen Yi from head to toe, as if trying to find out where he could have hidden so much food. Grandma was also surprised. In all her years, this was the first time she had ever seen such a miraculous method. Immediately, Shen Yi gave a brief explanation about superpowers, though most of it was made up. The gist of it is that I was lucky enough to gain the ability to conjure food right after the apocalypse, and my family will never have to worry about food again. Grandma was very pleased to hear this. Shen Su was very excited after hearing this and exclaimed that her older brother was awesome. Then, Shen Yi heated up the self-heating hot pot and let his grandmother and younger sister eat first. He took some time to go out and kill the mutated yellow dog next door beforehand, then threw the body far away so that his grandmother wouldn't be frightened when she came out later. They ate and drank their fill. Shen Yi then brought out his grandmother and younger sister and explained that he was going to take them to the city. In Shen Yi's view, life in the city is more convenient. Because of the mutations in various plants and animals, rural areas are now more dangerous than cities. Grandma and her younger sister naturally didn't object. After all, a home is only a place when all family members are together. Xiao Yi, wait a moment. Grandma will go in and tidy up the bedding and clothes. Grandma thought she would bring the bedding from home, so she wouldn't have to spend money to buy more when she went to the city. Shen Yi quickly stopped her, saying, Grandma, you don't need to bring the bedding and clothes. I bought new ones. If you have any valuable jewelry, you can wear it, but you really don't need anything else. Otherwise, all the new things I've bought will be wasted. Grandma hesitated for a moment. In the end, they agreed. Although my grandmother lived through that era, she was not old-fashioned at all and was able to listen to the children's opinions and ideas. Seeing her grandmother enter the house, Shen Su suddenly looked around, then leaned close to Shen Yi's ear like a thief and whispered, Brother, actually, I have superpowers just like you. What? Shen Yi was taken aback. He looked at his younger sister with some surprise. Unexpectedly, the second superhuman I encountered was actually my own sister. Here's what happened. A couple of days ago, I sneaked out of the cellar while Grandma was sleeping, intending to go back to my room to charge my phone. As I passed through the yard, I saw a blade of grass with a colorful fruit growing on it. The fruit was glowing and very pretty. I went closer to take a look and discovered that it was not only beautiful, but also smelled delicious. So, I couldn't resist picking it and eating it, and that's how I gained superpowers. Hearing Shen Su's explanation, Shen Yi couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Glowing in the dark, colorful fruit? And it even smells good? This seems quite different from the 3 superpowered fruits I've eaten before. So, Su, what superpower did you gain? 49. My sister's superpowers. My superpower is that I run incredibly fast. I feel like I'm several times faster than our school's 100-meter sprint champion, and I can feel that this isn't even my limit. If I run at full speed, I feel like I can run like the Flash in the movies. From now on, I'll be here, so you can just relax, bro. Shen Su proudly raised her little head, like a child waiting for praise. Clearly, she was very proud of her superpower. As for comparing her to the Flash, that's obviously an exaggeration. Otherwise, her powers would be far too abnormal. A speed-enhancing ability? Not bad. Shen Yi patted his little sister's head, giving her approval. As expected, it's yet another new superpower. Could it be that the fruits are slightly different because of different superpowers? For example, it might glow and emit an enticing fragrance. Well, but for some reason, My superpower makes me extremely tired and thirsty after running for a while, so I don't dare to use it casually, and I don't dare to run at full speed for fear of exhausting myself to death. Shen Yi pouted, looking a little troubled. It's like owning a mountain of gold, but not being able to spend it. Despite possessing superpowers, they cannot use them at will. Shen Yi understood that this was because his younger sister's physical strength was too poor, so she couldn't even exert her full strength in the speed ability she had just acquired. In this situation, one might be lucky enough to eat a fruit that allows them to evolve their physical body, thus increasing their potential. Either upgrade your ability level. Perhaps a higher ability level will reduce the stamina required to use your ability. Don't tell anyone about your superpowers, Shen Yi instructed. Of course, I'm not stupid, and most of the time, I'm incredibly clever. Sensuchakev. If you were my older brother, I wouldn't have told you. After all, this is a superpower, just like in the movies. If bad guys found out, I would definitely be captured and dissected for research. Okay, you're the smartest. Shen Yi rubbed the girl's head and said, when the opportunity comes in the future, I'll see if I can help you solve the problem of using your superpowers being too tiring. Can this be resolved? Shen Yi, who was enjoying the head pat, immediately stared at Shen Yi with bright eyes upon hearing this. Shen Yi nodded and said, it's possible, but it requires a bit of luck. The solution lies in finding a fruit that allows physical evolution, but this is like finding a needle in a haystack and requires a great deal of luck. Alternatively, find the same type of speed-generating fruit that your younger sister ate and upgrade your ability level. However, according to Shen Yi's estimation, at least 7 or 8 fruits would be needed to potentially advance one level. That makes it even more difficult. Let alone finding 7 or 8 fruits of the same type. It would be extremely difficult to find 7 or 8 fruits of different types. Yay, I believe you can do it, brother. Shen Yi happily hugged Shen Yi's arm. This girl. Shen Yi shook his head. At this moment, Grandma also came out after packing her things. I didn't bring much luggage, just a small bag, and I don't know what's inside. Shen Yi didn't ask any questions and led his grandmother and younger sister toward the car. But just as he stepped out of the courtyard, he saw several elderly men and women gathered around his car, looking like they were doing something wrong, or perhaps they were just curious. Seeing Shen Yi and his group come out, the elderly men and women quickly greeted them with smiles, saying, Grandma Shen, is this your relative's car? It's so nice. Is your relative from the city? Grandma replied kindly, saying that after all, they were neighbors and saw each other all the time. However, the grandmother still emphasized that this was her grandson's car, and that her grandson had bought it. He even specifically pulled Shen Yi aside to give him a brief introduction. For the elderly, the ability of their younger generation is something to be praised and proud of. Because Shen Yi had changed so much, several elderly neighbors didn't recognize him at first. It wasn't until his grandmother introduced him that they recognized him and immediately greeted him. When Shen Yi heard that his grandmother and younger sister were in a good mood, he responded with a few relatively gentle words. So a few neighbors continued, Hey, Chinhua, are you going back to the city? If you go back to the city, could you take my grandson with you? I heard it's safer in the city now. And my grandson, his parents are in the city. Could you please help me send him there? The neighbors were all talking at once, and they all wanted to ask for something. Shen Yi's delicate brows furrowed, and she looked a little unhappy. These neighbors always like to take advantage of others, and I never expected them to try to take advantage of me again now. What kind of time is this? They still want my brother to risk his life to help them send their child away. Some neighbors even went so far as to suggest that Shen Yi take his entire family to the city. What kind of people are these? We don't even have that good a relationship. Even relatives shouldn't go this far, let alone neighbors. Grandma's complexion was also noticeably unwell. At this moment, Shen Yi said calmly, There's no room in the car, so we can't bring anyone else. After saying that, he pushed through the crowd, opened the back door, and let his grandmother and younger sister get in first. But some sharp-eyed villagers noticed that there was still plenty of room in the back of the car, so they squeezed in with their 10-year-old children in their arms and said, Chinwazi, there's still room in the back of your car, so bring your uncle and your nephew along. We can squeeze in. We're all from the same village. Now that we're in trouble, we should help each other out. When your dad was alive, your uncle and he were very close. I even held you when you were little. You can't forget your roots. Get out of the way, don't block the way. Shen Yi glanced at the other person indifferently, pushed him aside, got into the car, and started the engine. The villager who was insulted was stunned, then pointed at Shen Yi and began to curse him. Knowing they wouldn't gain anything, they stopped pretending altogether. Several sensible villagers, knowing they couldn't get a ride, went home early. But many villagers were cursing Shen Yi for being heartless, saying how good they had been to him in the past, and now that he had a car and could go to the city for refuge, he didn't even help his neighbors, and so on. In the apocalypse, the ugliest aspects of human nature are fully revealed. Shen Yi's eyes turned cold, and he was just about to draw his gun. Suddenly, he sensed a strong hostility. With his telepathic abilities activated, Shen Yi instantly spotted an extremely dense black aura emanating from the bushes 200 meters away. That was a mutated snake that was over 10 meters long. Moreover, it is approaching rapidly. Shen Yi immediately shifted into reverse, stepped on the gas, and quickly reversed away. If anyone dares to stop the car, just run them over and kill them. As Shen Yi sped away, several villagers were still standing there, berating him. They were completely unaware that a large snake had emerged from the bushes. By the time anyone noticed, the mutated snake had already launched a deadly attack on the crowd. The man who was holding his son and cursing the most was the first to be targeted by the giant snake. The mutated giant snake opened its mouth, which was larger than a person, and swallowed the two living people whole in one go. It chewed them vigorously and swallowed them quickly. Yeah, a giant snake. There's a giant snake. The villagers screamed in terror as they ran home. But the mutated serpent was faster than them, spewing out clouds of green, poisonous mist from its mouth, instantly engulfing all the villagers and eliciting screams of agony. Shen Yi could no longer see the horrific scene here, but he could probably guess it. That mutated snake was astonishing in size. It was definitely not something an ordinary person could fight against. Even he wasn't confident he could fight back. Sure enough, the mutated animals in the mountain village are far more dangerous than those in the city. However, to be honest, the atmosphere inside the car is actually the most dangerous part right now. Because after the younger sister got into the car and saw that there was a beautiful woman in the passenger seat, the smile on her lovely face disappeared. 50. Brother complex, that's normal. Grandma, little sister, hello. My name is Jiang Nanyan, and I'm Shen Yi's girlfriend. Jiang Nanyan subconsciously smoothed a strand of hair behind her ear and introduced herself in a very reserved manner. She was very nervous and worried that Shen Yi's family would not like her. Shen Yi has many women. If his family doesn't like me, my relationship with Shen Yi will definitely be affected. When Jiang Nanyan greeted him, her palms were sweating with nervousness. So she's Xiao Yi's girlfriend. What a beautiful girl. Grandma was somewhat surprised. However, after a brief moment of surprise, Grandma gave Jiang Nanyan a kind and gentle smile. Thank you for the compliment, Grandma. Jiang Nanyan breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Very good. My grandma likes me and even accepted me as her granddaughter-in-law. So, from now on, I'm officially recognized as Shen Yi's wife by his family. Happy. Then, Jiang Nanyan looked at Shen Su, whose appearance was as delicate as a porcelain doll. A look of amazement flashed in her eyes. Shen Yi's sister is so cute. Even without much grooming or dressing up, her stunning beauty was still undeniable. Although he is still young, his face still looks somewhat childish. But she'll definitely grow up to be a great beauty. However, what puzzled Jiang Nanyan was why Shen Yi's sister remained expressionless after getting into the car. Is it because of her innate personality? She's completely different from Shen Yi. These two siblings have such different personalities. Not only their personalities, but even their appearances make them seem completely unlike siblings. Thinking to herself, she smiled and greeted, "Hello, little sister, what's your name?" Snort. Shen Su gave a soft hum, turned her head to look out the window, and completely ignored Jiang Nanyan's attempt to speak. This distant attitude made Jiang Nanyan feel a little awkward. She didn't know what she had done wrong, or why Shen Yi's sister wouldn't like her. Grandma shook her head and sighed, but didn't say anything. Shen Yi naturally didn't bother to speak up for Jiang Nanyan. In his eyes, his younger sister was more important than Jiang Nanyan. He also knew why his sister was unhappy. Brother complex is just like that. It will be better when you grow up. The SUV was driving home. As Shen Yi drove, he cracked open some fruit while using his telepathy to scan the plants on both sides of the road to see if there were any fruits with special abilities among them. Pity. After driving for dozens of kilometers, Shen Yi still hadn't found a single superpowered fruit. Of course, the main reason is that he focused most of his attention on driving and didn't observe his surroundings carefully enough, so there might have been some fish that slipped through the net. After driving for another half hour, Shen Yi felt the urge to urinate, so he found a safe place to park and went to the toilet. If you also need to use the restroom, don't stray too far from the vehicle. There might be danger in the dark fog. Shen Yi gave a few words of advice and then got out of the car. Hey bro, wait for me, I'm coming too. Shinsu opened the car door and followed Shen Yi. Inside the car, Jiang Nanyan was awkwardly chatting with her grandmother. Although Jiang Nanyan has a high IQ, her EQ is not so good. Especially since she had never been in a relationship before and had never interacted with her boyfriend's elders, she didn't know how to start a conversation. Grandma, however, subtly inquired about many family matters related to Jiang Nanyan. Hey bro, when did you get a girlfriend? Why didn't you tell me? As soon as Shen Yi opened the floodgates, he heard his younger sister's unhappy grumbling not far behind him. Susu, what are you doing? Shen Yi quickly finished urinating, shook himself a couple of times, and pulled up his pants. At this moment, Chinsu also emerged from the black mist, her cheeks puffed out. Her lovely face was filled with unhappiness and grievance. She was just short of crying. Shen Yi sighed helplessly, wanting to reach out and rub Chinsu's head, but then remembered that he had just urinated and hadn't washed his hands yet, so he withdrew his hand. But this scene, when seen by Chinsu, instantly brought tears to her eyes. She felt that her brother had completely betrayed her. Ignoring Shen Yi's objections, she forced her head into Shen Yi's palm and rubbed it against him several times. Brother, can you break up with her? Chinsu raised her head, pouting, her eyes red, looking pitifully at Shen Yi. Susu, don't be stubborn. Shen Yi frowned, his tone serious. Chinsu puffed up her aggrieved face, but seeing that Shen Yi's face was not smiling, she dared not throw a tantrum anymore. Although my brother used to spoil me, whenever he shows this expression, he must be serious. I understand. Well, I have a few women in my family. Susu, please keep it a secret from Grandma for me, Shen Yi added. I also wanted to let my younger sister know in advance, so she wouldn't throw a tantrum later. What? Chinsu was instantly stunned. He stared at his older brother in disbelief. What does how many women mean? My brother. He actually has several women in real life? Chinsu thought that such mind-blowing things only happened in novels. The result was that it happened right next to me, and it was my own brother. Even after getting back into the car, Chinsu remained in shock and disbelief. She glanced at Jiang Nanyan in the passenger seat, and her expression turned strange. Although I don't want to admit it, this woman is indeed very beautiful and knows how to dress well. She looks like a rich young lady from the city. But why would such a wealthy young lady be with her ordinary older brother? And he doesn't mind if his brother has a harem? Could it be because of this black fog outside? Chinsu was overwhelmed with mixed feelings, and her young mind was greatly affected. She found it hard to accept, and it's very uncomfortable. But when Shen Yi's car drove into the city, Chinsu was deeply saddened by the sight of the city's desolate scene. Her young heart was once again struck hard. The once bustling mountain town is now almost deserted. Only occasional, piercing screams could be heard from within the black mist. While the off-road vehicle was in motion, there were even mutated animals that kept trying to pounce on it. Bizarre, absurd, terrifying. Chinsu couldn't help but swallow hard. Is this the end of the world? Why weren't any police officers or soldiers there to save people? During this time, Chinsu and her grandmother hid in the cellar, knowing almost nothing about the outside world. They thought the disaster was like an earthquake or flood, and that the country would resolve it after a while. But it now seems impossible to resolve this in a short time. Even Chongqing, a new first-tier city with a population of over 30 million, has fallen. It's just like the apocalypse in the movies. There's a high probability there's no rescue. Jiang Nanyan replied softly to Chinsu's question. She had given up hope of government assistance. After all, even the policewoman who joined their family yesterday said there was no rescue available. It's pointless to still fantasize about a rescue now. Fortunately, she is currently safe and has no worries about food and drink. Apart from being a little worried about her parents' safety, Jiang Nanyan doesn't think there's anything wrong with her current life. It simply means there are fewer entertainment options. During the chat, Shen Yi drove back to his residential compound. Along the way, he sensed through telepathy that there were still quite a few survivors. The mountain city is, after all, a large city with a population of tens of millions. Even though more than 2/3 of the people have died in recent days, there are still at least tens of millions of survivors. After driving the car into the residential area, Shen Yi parked it in the parking space of Building 13. This is the building where Murong Shui, a post-apocalyptic enthusiast, lives. 51. Telepathy upgraded to level 7. Murong Shui is tense. After parking the car, Shen Yi told his sister and Jiang Nanyan not to get out yet, while he used teleportation to take his grandmother upstairs first. It's the 15th floor after all. It's definitely not an option for a 70-year-old grandmother to climb the stairs. Yes, Shen Yi did not take his grandmother back to his own home, but arranged for her to stay at his friend Jiang Nanyan's house. Since her friend's fate is currently unknown, and the house is just sitting empty anyway, it's better to let her grandmother and younger sister live there. Once we've settled things with the woman on the 18th floor in the next couple of days, we'll let Grandma move up there. That's all. Shen Yi made 2 trips back and forth, settling his grandmother and younger sister on the 15th floor. She also explained to her grandmother that she lived in the next building, not far away, and would come over often to take care of her, and that she could contact her by phone anytime if needed. But brother, my phone is dead. Shin Su really wanted to live with Shen Yi, but then I thought I couldn't let my grandmother live alone, so I didn't bring it up. Shen Yi took a few power banks from the system space and gave them to his younger sister to use. Immediately, he also left some mineral water and food, enough for his grandmother and younger sister for 3 or 4 days. This also avoids situations where I'm away for a day or two and don't have time to deliver supplies. As for bedding and other items, the apartment has them all, and they're all new. He then instructed his younger sister not to go out unnecessarily, as the neighbors in the building might not be safe. He told her that if she needed to throw out the trash, she should just do so from upstairs and not go out or downstairs. Most residents in this community are now without water and food. For the sake of food, they certainly won't stick to their principles anymore. Before leaving, Grandma also reminded Shen Yi to be careful. Although she knew her grandson had abilities she couldn't comprehend, the old woman was always worried. Shen Yi smiled and agreed, reassuring his grandmother. He then used teleportation to leave, returning to his car in the underground parking garage a few seconds later. Husband, what's wrong? Shen Yi noticed that Jiang Nanyan didn't look too good. The internet is gone, and I can't get through on the phone either. Jiang Nanyan's voice was somewhat low. The internet is down. Shen Yi was slightly taken aback. Although it was expected, it still felt a bit sudden. It probably disconnected a few hours ago, but I haven't checked my phone and didn't notice. Jiang Nanyan's brows furrowed slightly. Without internet, the only possible way to contact my parents has been cut off. Okay, let's go home first. Shen Yi brought Jiang Nanyan back to the house. It was already afternoon. Just a few minutes after sitting down, Shen Yi suddenly remembered something else. Chu Xiao from 1501. Her leg was cut. Shen Yi had promised to change her dressing this morning, but he was busy all day and forgot. With that in mind, he used teleportation again to go to 1501. Having used teleportation repeatedly along the way, and even carrying people 3 times, Shen Yi began to breathe slightly heavily. We need to find a way to upgrade our teleportation ability to reduce stamina consumption or upgrade our physical body evolution. As Shen Yi pondered this, he ate a few more supernatural fruits. The only way he knows to upgrade his superpower level is to eat fruits of the same type. Besides, there might be other ways to upgrade superpowers. He just wasn't sure about this method. As for the telepathic fruit, Shen Yi has been eating it for the past 2 days. Because eating too much of this fruit at once can cause internal organs to feel cold, Shen Yi eats a few whenever he has a spare moment to gradually level up. There's no rush anyway. After he ate over 100 fruits today, the system notification sounded again. Your telepathy has been upgraded to level 7. That's right, it's already level 7. I was promoted to level 6 yesterday. Telepathy, LV7. You can sense all hostility and goodwill within a 1,000-meter radius around you through your mind, and you can see all the scenes within a 1,000-meter radius without using your eyes, and without being hindered by any obstacles. 1 kilometer. A full kilometer. Shen Yi activated his level 7 telepathy and immediately felt his perspective broaden considerably. It's as if you're standing in the sky, looking down on the entire community and even the scenery outside the community. Within a kilometer's reach, everything is within sight. Furthermore, As long as Shen Yi concentrates his mind, he can observe any individual within this kilometer radius, from a building to a person, or even an insect. For example, Murong Shui, a doomsday enthusiast for Building 13. For example, the women who live in Building 6. For example, several survivors were cautiously walking in the black fog outside the residential area. Everything is laid out before my eyes. This feeling of seeing through everything is just so exhilarating. Disengaging his telepathic communication, Shen Yi murmured excitedly. Level 7 grants a 1-kilometer field of vision. If I keep upgrading, could it expand to 10 kilometers? 100 kilometers? If that's the case, I'd be practically invincible. With this cheat, that's practically a full map view. He'll never be completely clueless about information again. Whether someone wants to plot against you, or you want to plot against someone else, this ability is unparalleled. As for the special fruits needed for future upgrades, Shen Yi has no shortage of them. There are already over 200,000 in the warehouse. Prince Charming? You've arrived. As Shen Yi was deep in thought, a surprised voice came from behind him. It was Chu Xiao Xiao who limped out of the bedroom. Okay, take off your pants. I'll change your dressing. At the same time, in room 1801 on the 18th floor, Murong Shui was cautiously looking around her apartment with a crossbow in hand. Just now. She was just about to take a shower when she suddenly felt someone watching her. Murong Shui immediately guessed that it was probably the space ability user from yesterday who brought another female ability user to ambush her. Then, she immediately grabbed a weapon and searched the house for any trace of the intruder. Only after a thorough search, finding no trace of the intruder, did Murong Shui slowly lower her weapon. Her face looked terrible, because the feeling of being spied on has disappeared. What exactly do these two guys mean? Why are you suddenly spying on me? Did they discover that my house has electricity, so they're targeting me? Murong Shui's expression kept changing. She was actually prepared for being targeted. After all, in the apocalypse, everyone else is without power, and only your house has its lights on, which is extremely conspicuous at night and could very likely attract the attention of those with ill intentions. This wasn't Murong Shui being reckless by turning on the lights. Rather, according to her memories from her previous life, there shouldn't be any superhumans in the neighborhood at this time. Therefore, as the only superhuman in the neighborhood, she is not worried about being targeted by ordinary people even when using electricity, because her weapons and equipment are enough to deal with greedy ordinary people. As it turned out, this attracted the attention of people with superpowers. Moreover, this superhuman spied on him twice, clearly targeting him. No, just in case, I have to set up more traps. Furthermore, I must quickly raise my ability level to level 2. Even if it involves some risks, I must achieve this. Having finally been reborn, Murong Shui had no intention of dying again. So she quickly set up new traps in the room. If enough traps are laid, even a superhuman can be killed. After all, this is only the early stages of the apocalypse, and superhumans aren't that strong yet. 52. Reward Su Wanting with a superpower fruit. Little did Shen Yi know that his casual glance at Murong Shui would lead to this sensitive woman embarking on another massive construction project. Even the original plan to upgrade their superpowers has been brought forward. Of course, even if he knew, Shen Yi wouldn't care. At that moment, he had just finished changing Chu Xiao Xiao's dressing. After a brief conversation, Shen Yi learned that Chu Xiao Xiao was actually a popular streamer in the Bilibili anime and manga section. She also bought this large apartment with a loan. However, now we don't have to repay the loan. This was the only good thing the apocalypse brought her. Although Chu Xiao Xiao earns 700,000 to 800,000 yuan a year, it is still a lot of pressure to support a house worth 6 to 7 million yuan. After chatting about some trivial matters, Shen Yi left some food and water and then departed. He originally intended to unlock the supplies, but seeing that Chu Xiao Xiao's leg injury was still quite severe, he temporarily refrained from doing so. To avoid tearing open the wounds that have just begun to heal when unlocking supplies by making too much movement, we still need to go to the hospital to get some medicine. If there were medicine, the wound would definitely heal faster. Well, it would be best to bring back another doctor. That way it will be easier to get treatment if I get sick or injured in the future. On the way home, Shen Yi pondered this deeply. I've decided to go to the affiliated hospital of Shanxing University tomorrow. The affiliated hospital is not far from this community. Although it is not a top-tier hospital, it is not small either. It has all the necessary medicines and can even perform many surgeries. Therefore, Shen Yi decided to go to the affiliated hospital tomorrow to plunder medicines. While we're on the way, let's also look for some superpowered fruits. As the apocalypse drags on, the number of people with superpowers will definitely increase. By then, more people will surely know about the superpower fruit. If we don't harvest the fruits now, it will only get harder later. With a level 7 telepathic ability and a full kilometer-long God's Eye view, Shen Yi can search a significantly larger area. If we could find a highly aggressive devil fruit, maybe we could take care of that mutated black spider. Although the black spider posed no threat to him, how could he allow a monster to sleep soundly beside his bed? There's no such thing as being able to guard against thieves for 1,000 days if you're a thief yourself. I'm home. After dinner. Because of the power and internet outages, everyone prepared to go to sleep early. Shen Yi chose to have Su Wanting accompany him today. Su Wanting's personality has changed a lot in the past 2 days. Whether she's faking it or not, her performance has satisfied Shen Yi. Then, after the battle ended, Shen Yi rewarded her with a supernatural fruit. Eat it and you'll gain superpowers. Good. Su Wanting, who was originally a little tired, suddenly perked up, excitedly took the colorful fruit and ate it right away. Without a doubt, this attitude made Shen Yi even more satisfied. Su Wanting has finally become sensible, having gone from being arrogant and conceited at the beginning to now being obedient to her own words. She was as loyal to herself as Su Yun was. His entire being exuded an aura as pure and white as jade. It's even whiter than the smoke from Jiangnan. This is also why Shen Yi rewarded her with the superpower fruit. While ability is one factor, Shen Yi prefers loyalty. As long as she doesn't betray him, he wouldn't mind keeping her even if she was just a pretty face. Moreover, he has the ability to increase the value of a vase. This is a superpower? It's amazing. After Su Wanting finished digesting the superpowered fruit, she looked at Shen Yi in surprise and found that there was a white aura flowing around Shen Yi's body. Through her natural intuition, she knew that this was a sign that Shen Yi was very kind to her and liked her very much. She was overjoyed, and her affection for Shen Yi grew even stronger. Su Wanting always thought that Shen Yi disliked her, but she never expected that he would have such a high level of affection for her. Little did they know, Shen Yi didn't really like her before. At most, he didn't dislike her. However, in the past few days, her behavior has greatly increased Shen Yi's goodwill toward her. Su Wanting has been learning cooking from by Cindy lately, and she's also been instilling ideas about how to serve Shen Yi and other women. It's like she's become a completely different person. I don't know how she came to this conclusion. In short, Su Wanting is doing very well now. Try closing your eyes again and concentrating. Shen Yi gave Su Wanting some guidance on how to use her superpower. Su Wanting's obedience test. Then, she discovered that she could see around the room from a 360 degrees perspective and even see through things. However, it takes a lot of effort to enable X-ray vision. Wow, that's amazing. Su Wanting was both excited and surprised. I never imagined this superpower could be used like this. If an ordinary person who has just acquired superpowers does not receive guidance and relies solely on self-exploration, it will take a period of time to fully develop their superpowers. But Shen Yi is different. He can understand all the functions of his superpowers through the system, and then he can easily develop them. Of course, he also figured these things out through Su Wanting's display of superpowers. This is another reason why he rewarded Su Wanting with the superpower fruit. I want to see the whole process of how other people acquire superpowers. That's all. Having just gained superpowers, Su Wanting was overjoyed and liked Shen Yi even more. At the same time, in the living room, Liu Yi couldn't fall asleep tonight, tossing and turning. She had thought it would be her turn tonight. After all, it was Joanna last night, so it should be me today. Liu Yi even dressed up specially for this occasion, wearing daring lingerie she had never worn before. As it turned out, Shen Yi didn't want him. Why? Why is that? Does Shen Yi look down on him? Liu Yi was very anxious and couldn't sleep at all. She feared that if she didn't become Shen Yi's woman, she would be kicked out. Once I lose this safe haven, I have no ability to survive. Anxiety, unease, tension, and discomfort. One night passed. The next day, Shen Yi also slept until after 9 o'clock, which was unusual for him. He used to be full of energy and would get up at 6 or 7 o'clock. But lately it's been getting later and later. We must upgrade the level of our physical evolution, otherwise we really won't be able to withstand it. Shen Yi rubbed his kidneys and casually popped a superpowered fruit into his mouth. Cracking fruit feels so good. It instantly invigorates me. Moreover, taking too much of it can also increase your superpower level, which is truly killing two birds with one stone. I've finished washing up. I've had breakfast. Shen Yi greeted the women and then went out. First, go change Chu Xiaoxiao's bandages, then go plunder the affiliated hospital. This is his schedule for today. At home, Su Wanting was happily playing with her superpowers and even showed them off to the other women. Su Yun and the other girls were shocked that Shen Yi could grant ordinary people superpowers, and then curiously asked Su Wanting about how she acquired them. Jiang Minyin felt a little envious, even a little jealous. She thought she would be the first woman to gain superpowers from Shen Yi, but it turned out to be that simple-minded Su Wanting. How could someone who is clearly stupid, clumsy, and arrogant possibly beat me? While feeling distressed, Jiang Nanyin also inquired with Su Wanting about why she was able to gain superpowers, wondering if it was because she had won Shen Yi's favor. That's all. The women in the family, thanks to the supernatural fruit that Shen Yi had rewarded them with, started to have all sorts of little schemes running wild again. Especially Zhou Wan'er, the little green TB*TCH, her eyes darting around mischievously. Who knows what she's up to? At the same time, outside the affiliated hospital, a tall female police officer in a police uniform is leading a male police officer in a fight against a mutated golden retriever. The golden retriever was originally gentle. At this moment, his pupils were filled with ferocity, and his blood-stained teeth were exposed, emitting a dangerous sound. This mutated golden retriever is 3 meters long and weighs several times more, comparable to an adult tiger. Wang Jiqiang, you go to the hospital first to get the medicine. I'll stop this mutant dog. Policewoman Qin Xiang immediately made the most reasonable arrangement. Yes, the male police officer carried out the order without hesitation. He knew that staying would only be a burden to the captain. The mutated golden retriever saw that its prey was trying to escape and immediately pounced on it. But Qin Xiang reacted even faster, throwing a punch at the mutated golden retriever. Her fist struck the golden retriever, sending the 3-meter-long mutated golden retriever flying several meters away. But the mutated golden retriever, with its thick skin and tough flesh, quickly stood up again, shook its head violently, stared fiercely at Qin Xiang, barked twice, and continued to pounce on her. Qin Xiang's expression remained unchanged. The moment the mutated golden retriever pounced, she drew her pistol from her waist, aimed it at the dog's head, and pulled the trigger. Bang, 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 bang. Several bullets pierced the mutated golden retriever's head, causing it to fall heavily to the ground, its eyes wide with disbelief. With more air intake than exhaustion, the mutated golden retriever quickly lost all life. It never imagined, even in its dying moments, that the humans before it would use guns. That's completely against the rules. I thought what followed would be a thrilling hand-to-hand combat. While changing the magazine, Qin Xiang walked over and kicked the golden retriever's head to confirm that it was completely dead before she breathed a sigh of relief. The mutant animal's vitality is truly remarkable. It had been shot in the head several times, yet still had the strength to struggle. Just as Qin Xiang put away her gun and walked toward the hospital gate, a series of rustling sounds suddenly came from the black fog behind her. 53. Policewoman Qin Xiang, with 2 supernatural powers. Swish, swish. The eerie sound immediately made Qin Xiang turn her head to look. Suddenly, a mutated cockroach, the size of an adult's palm, flew out of the black mist. No, not just one. There are so many. There are too many to count. It's impossible to count them all in a short time. At least more than 100. These mutated cockroaches vibrated their wings, making a piercing, rustling sound. They had a clear division of labor. One group went to devour the mutated golden retriever corpses on the ground, while the other group flew towards Qin Xiang, making sharp noises. Qin Xiang's expression changed drastically the moment she saw the mutated cockroach. She never expected that the cockroaches she used to hate the most would also mutate, and that so many of them would appear all at once. How disgusting! Qin Xiang immediately raised her gun, aimed, and fired while quickly retreating. Bang! 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 Qin Xiang's marksmanship was extremely accurate. He almost always hit the cockroach's head with every shot. But to her shock, after the mutated cockroach that had been killed fell to the ground, its body oozed a yellow liquid. Then, its entire shell cracked open, and more than a dozen small cockroaches swarmed out from inside. Although these newborn cockroaches were small in size, their numbers were astonishing. They quickly gathered together and pounced on Qin Xiang again. If this continues, the more you kill the cockroaches, the more they will multiply. Qin Xiang's face turned pale. She dared not fire any more bullets, turned around and ran into the hospital gate, immediately locking the door behind her. But the cockroaches outside showed no sign of leaving, frantically banging on the glass door. Even smaller cockroaches tried to squeeze in through the cracks in the door. Qin Xiang's expression was grave. She stomped on the small cockroach that had crawled in while anxiously trying to think of a solution. If these mutated cockroaches aren't dealt with, she and her subordinates will definitely be dead in the hospital today. It might even endanger the survivors in the hospital, although she didn't know if there were any survivors in the hospital. How disgusting are cockroaches? With his telepathic abilities activated, Shen Yi witnessed, from a godlike perspective, a scene of a valiant policewoman battling a mutated golden retriever and then fighting a swarm of mutated cockroaches before even entering the hospital. It must be said, these mutated cockroaches are very difficult to deal with. After they are killed, they instantly hatch into a bunch of baby cockroaches. That's absolutely disgusting. Shen Yi didn't want to run into these mutated cockroaches, so he chose to take a detour into the building. If the medicine hadn't been in this building, Shen Yi wouldn't have wanted to come here. It's not that I'm afraid of mutant cockroaches, I just feel disgusted. But he watched the policewoman battling wits and courage against the cockroach army from a godlike perspective, lost in thought. This policewoman is incredibly strong. She managed to send a 3-meter-long mutant golden retriever flying with a single punch. Could this also be a superpower? Shen Yi's guess is reasonable. After all, with this policewoman weighing at most 115 pounds, it's impossible for her to have such terrifying, explosive power. The reason Shen Yi endured his disgust at the mutated cockroaches and watched the battle for so long was because of the policewoman's special nature. And she triggered a system notification. Ding! A goddess matching the system's criteria has been detected. Initiating a scan for detailed information. Name: Qin Xiang. Age: 29. Appearance: 93 points. Body shape: 96 points. Internal strength: 100 points, without human intervention. Total score: 95 points. Evaluation: taking them and will unlock one random resource. A 29-year-old policewoman. If it weren't for the system notification, Shen Yi wouldn't have realized that this policewoman actually met the system standards. Because the policewoman's face was very dirty, and her hair was also filthy, she was hardly attractive. On the surface, it simply means having a good physique and strong fighting ability. Who would have thought that her beauty score was as high as 93, which is already goddess-level beauty? If she survives, then I'll see her again. Shen Yi murmured something and stopped paying attention to the policewoman. First, go and loot some medicine. It's unclear whether the black fog will affect the medicine. She used telepathy to scan the entire building and quickly located the warehouse where the medicines were stored. She then teleported there and began storing the medicines in her system space. Whether it's a drug you recognize or one you don't, as long as it hasn't mutated, take it all. During the process of collecting the medicine, Shen Yi also used his telepathy to scan the entire building, hoping to find a doctor to take it back with him. But for some unknown reason, there wasn't a single doctor or nurse in the entire building. Only a few dozen patients, who were probably hospitalized, were trapped in the wards on the top floor. This was a pity for Shen Yi. It would be very troublesome if someone got sick or injured because there was no doctor on my team. I'll go to the city hospital in a couple of days. Maybe there are still doctors there, Shen Yi thought to himself as he packed up the medicine. After looting an entire warehouse of medicines, Shen Yi used teleportation to leave. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, he also packed up some medical equipment. Although these devices require electricity, they can be used normally as long as there is a generator. After thoroughly ransacking the hospital, practically cleaning up every inch of the building, Shen Yi finally left the building, satisfied. Then, he used his telepathy to locate the policewoman from earlier. The policewoman and another policeman have left the hospital and are running through the black fog. Behind them, hundreds of mutated cockroaches were tracking them. They actually lured the mutated cockroaches away. Is it because they're afraid of implicating the people at the hospital? That's being too kind. They can't even manage their own lives, yet they have the energy to take care of people who are irrelevant to them. Shen Yi followed the two at a distance, cracking open some fruit. Anyway, since he has telepathy, he can pinpoint the policewoman's location as long as she's within a kilometer. While tracking the policewoman, Shen Yi was also observing the plants within a kilometer radius, searching for the supernatural fruit. He discovered that the number of superpower fruits was indeed very rare, and it was difficult to find even one. If one has to eat a lot of power fruits to increase their power level, then it's almost impossible for others to level up. After all, it took me nearly 10 fruits to upgrade my telepathic ability from level 1 to level 2. Upgrading to level 3 doubles the benefit. The higher the level of superpower, the more fruits are needed. Given the rarity of superpower fruits, it's already quite impressive for an ordinary person to raise their superpower to level 2, let alone level 7 or 8. Shen Yi was speechless after thinking about it. If it weren't for his system that allowed him to unlock superpowers, he would be just like any other ordinary person. Perhaps there are other ways to level up besides eating devil fruits, but none of them are as convenient as eating devil fruits directly, because there are almost no side effect from leveling up by eating a superpower fruit. For example, the only side effect of the telepathic fruit is that you have to eat it slowly. As long as you don't eat too much at once, you can continue eating after a short break. It will have no effect on your health. This is... Shen Yi followed the policewoman for 2 kilometers when he suddenly discovered, through a godlike perspective, that on the policewoman's inevitable route, there were more than a dozen ordinary people armed with weapons, besieging 2 mutated tabby cats. The leader of the group also had a handgun in his hand. Why would these people risk fighting mutated animals? Is it just for meat? Shen Yi was puzzled. Is it safe to eat the meat of mutant animals? He wasn't sure either. Perhaps it really is possible. But as the distance closes, Shen Yi realized that he might have guessed wrong, because, from God's perspective, he could see several normal plants behind the 2 mutated tabby cats. On the rootstock of that normal plant, 2 colorful fruits grew. It's a superpower fruit, and there were actually 2 of them. While surprised, Shen Yi immediately realized that this group's purpose was not simple. 54. Flame ability user. Do these people also recognize superpower fruits? Shen Yi seemed to be deep in thought. From God's perspective, he discovered that these dozen or so people did not seem to be ordinary people. Among them was a young woman who could conjure flames out of thin air and control them. A superhuman. Sure enough, that makes sense. They must have known the effects of the superpower fruit, which is why they fought the mutated tabby cat. But, now that I've seen it, the fruit is mine. Shen Yi immediately concealed himself and quietly approached. At the same time, policewoman Qin Xiang and policeman Wang Jiqiang finally managed to shake off the mutated cockroaches and walked cautiously for a while, when they could vaguely hear sounds coming from the black fog ahead, and a faint smell of blood. Someone's there, watch out. Qin Xiang immediately drew her gun and released the safety. Meeting someone in the apocalypse doesn't necessarily mean you're safe, especially that bloody sound. Captain Qin, I think I heard fighting. Are the people up ahead fighting amongst themselves? Should we intervene? Wang Jiqiang's sense of justice made him want to stop the fight. After all, in the apocalypse, humans need to help each other to survive. Internal strife only wastes resources. No, they're not fighting people. I heard a cat's voice. It might be a mutated animal. Qin Xiang listened carefully for a while. She has excellent hearing and can hear many sounds that Wang Jiqiang cannot. What? If it's a mutated animal, then, Captain Qin, we should definitely lend a hand. Wang Jiqiang immediately said. Qin Xiang nodded and said, let's sneak over there first and see what the situation is like. If needed, we'll lend a hand. Yes. Even in the apocalypse, Qin Xiang and Wang Jiqiang still uphold their duties as police officers. Rescue ordinary citizens, protect ordinary citizens. They have saved many people during this period. I came to the hospital today to find anti-inflammatory medication, also to treat the seriously injured woman I rescued a couple of days ago. Bang! Just as Qin Xiang and her companion were making their way forward, they suddenly heard a loud gunshot. Gun! They actually have guns. Qin Xiang and Wang Jiqiang exchanged a glance, their eyes showing heightened vigilance. Gunshot signifie danger. But besides being wary, Wang Jiqiang also had some expectations. Is it possible that it was another surviving colleague? Be careful. Anyone with a gun is dangerous, no matter who they are, Qin Xiang said seriously. Yes. Wang Jiqiang also gripped his pistol tightly with tension. The two slowly approached the source of the sound. The closer they got, the clearer the sounds of fighting became. Interspersed throughout were the screams of cats. There are many stray cats and dogs in the city, so after the apocalypse, mutated cats and dogs are also the most common mutated animals. Only, for some unknown reason, the mutated cats and dogs are no longer docile. Instead, they have started attacking and eating people. Even mutated pets will attack their owners immediately. Who goes there? Show yourself. Suddenly, someone spotted Qin Xiang and Wang Jiqiang. Immediately, several armed men looked over. Because of the influence of the black fog, the two were only discovered when they were very close together. You're police officers. The crowd had been quite aggressive, but their expressions changed immediately when they saw the police uniforms worn by Qin Xiang and Wang Jiqiang. Seeing that they were just a group of ordinary people, Wang Jiqiang lowered his guard and said with a smile, "That's right, we are from the Xia criminal police team. We're here to rescue you." But when the crowd heard the words criminal police, their expressions changed. A few people even started trembling for no apparent reason, with panic showing in their eyes. Something's not right with these people. Qin Xiang was experienced, and seeing the changes in everyone's expressions, she realized that there was definitely something wrong with this group of people. If it were an ordinary person, their first reaction upon seeing the police in the apocalypse would be to ask for help, not to tremble and be afraid. Qin Xiang quietly released the safety on her pistol, preparing to deal with the enemy. Wang Jiqiang, however, relaxed his guard somewhat, and even asked the others with a smile if they needed any help. Bang! A piercing gunshot suddenly tore through the air. Before the enthusiastic Wang Jiqiang could react, a bullet mercilessly pierced his chest. He looked down at his uniform, which was quickly soaked in blood, his eyes filled with disbelief. As his strength dissipated, his body slowly collapsed, as if time had been stretched out at that moment, and everything around him became blurry and distant. Asshole! Qin Xiang cursed angrily and kept pulling the trigger in the direction from which Wang Jiqiang was ambushed in the black fog. Bang, bang, bang! Bullets kept being fired, but not a single one hit the target. The person who fired the gun in the dark fog was cunning. He fired one shot and then hid. When Qin Xiang emptied a magazine and quickly reloaded, a loud roar suddenly came from within the black mist. Damn it! What are you all standing there for? Kill this bitch right now. If she gets away, we're all dead. Don't forget, you guys have fucking killed people too. As the voice incited and threatened them, the terrified people immediately turned their gazes toward Qin Xiang, their eyes filled with murderous intent. Everyone attacked together. At this close range, a gun is definitely not as fast as a knife. Someone shouted and rushed forward, brandishing a kitchen knife. Encouraged by this, the others attacked Qin Xiang from several directions with various weapons. During this time, Qin Xiang had already changed the magazine. She immediately raised her hand and fired a shot. Bang! The first man who charged forward aggressively was shot through the cheek, struggled a few times, and then fell to the ground lifeless. The others were immediately frightened. Qin Xiang did not continue firing, but immediately hid behind a wall, because there was a gunman watching him from within a black fog. If she hesitated for even a second longer, she might be ambushed. Damn bastard. Qin Xiang glanced at Wang Jiqiang, who was vomiting blood in the distance, and clenched her fists in anger. These beasts, they actually killed someone without a second thought. They're utterly desperate. Qin Xiang and Wang Jiqiang underestimated the wickedness of human nature in the face of the apocalypse. They came to help out of kindness, but they also considered the possibility of danger and remained vigilant throughout. But to everyone's surprise, the other party suddenly opened fire from the shadows. Without a single word of communication, a sudden shot rendered Wang Jiqiang, an upright policeman, powerless to resist. Get the hell out of here. Don't be cowards. I've got guns too. If this bitch dares to show her face again, I'll shoot her dead. From within the black fog, the man's voice rang out once more. It was the person who fired the shot and launched the sneak attack. He was also clearly the leader of this group of desperados. Qin Xiang gripped her pistol tightly, observing the surrounding terrain. She only had 4 bullets left. If she can't deal with the gunman in the black fog, she won't be able to unleash her full power. We must kill him first. Wang Jiqiang, you must hold on. Qin Xiang muttered something to herself, then quickly retreated and disappeared into the black mist. When the other desperate criminals finally mustered the courage to rush over, there was no one left behind the wall. Boss, she's gone. Boss, that policewoman got away. Boss, should we give chase? The outlaws reported their findings to the black mist behind them in a cacophony of voices. And not far from them, a middle-aged man and a young woman exchange a glance. Brotherly, we have to chase her. We have to kill this policewoman to be safe. Otherwise, if she goes back and finds help, we'll be in danger. The woman offered her suggestion with a sinister look in her eyes. The middle-aged man nodded in agreement, saying, That's right, since we've started, let's see it through to the end. Subsequently, he yelled at his thugs, Go after her. Don't be cowards. I'm right behind you. If that bitch dares to show her face, I'll beat her to death. 55. This woman is simply inhuman. The underlings dared not disobey their boss's orders and immediately began to carefully search the surrounding area. At this time, Qin Xiang, hidden in the black fog, pinpointed the gunman's location by sound. She lowered her pace, circled around the other bandits, and made her way to the gunman's position. Lily, do you think that bitch might be hiding in the black fog, waiting to ambush us? The middle-aged man suddenly stopped and cautiously analyzed the situation with a young woman beside him. The woman paused, then frowned and said, She probably wouldn't dare, right? Besides, as long as we follow these henchmen, we could detect any danger immediately. That's true. As long as we keep our distance, she won't be able to spot us. The man nodded in deep agreement. That's how he ambushed and killed a policeman. Moreover, after the ambush, he immediately hid behind a building, so even if the other side fired, they couldn't hit him. With the black fog obscuring the view, it's safe to do bad things. After glancing at the male police officer on the ground who was still breathing and glaring at him fiercely, the middle-aged man raised his gun and fired, sending Wang Jiqiang to his death. Damn it, you bunch of stinking cops used to chase me around every day, and you even dared to arrest my big brother. After killing the man, he spat fiercely, seemingly filled with resentment. The young woman frowned as she looked at the male police officer's body and said, Brotherly, you wasted some bullets. You could have just used a knife. It's all right. I still have a dozen or so bullets here. That'll be enough. The middle-aged man didn't care at all. Little did he know that the shot he had just fired had allowed Qin Xiang, hidden in the black fog, to pinpoint his location. A distance of more than 10 meters. Qin Xiang raised her gun, listened to the sound to pinpoint the location, and then fired without hesitation. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots hit the target in quick succession, and screams of pain from both men and women could be heard. Even without a field of vision, Qin Xiang's rich experience allows her to determine a person's direction by a sound from a distance of just over 10 meters. Seeing that there were no more footsteps in the black fog, Qin Xiang slowly walked over, gun in hand. She walked very lightly, making almost no sound, until she saw 2 bodies lying on the ground. It is definitely a man and a woman. The man had been shot twice in the chest, blood was gushing from his mouth, and he was barely breathing. He couldn't even lift his arms. He had a gun in his hand, so he was clearly the gunman who ambushed Wang Jiqiang in the dark fog. Li Batian, damn it, it's you, you murderer. Qin Xiang recognized the middle-aged man and, enraged, kicked him hard, killing him instantly. This Li Batian is a fugitive wanted by the authorities. He was suspected of robbery and murder before the apocalypse, but he was cunning and had not been caught. And there was more than one person who followed Li Batian in committing crimes. His gang consisted of at least 3 people, all of whom were desperate criminals who had killed people before. After confirming Li Batian's death, Qin Xiang looked at the woman who had also been shot, was weak, and was lying down pretending to be dead. She drew the dagger from her waist, ready to deliver the final blow. Because we only have 1 bullet left, we can't waste it. However, at this critical moment, the young woman, who had been pretending to be dead, suddenly rolled over and stood up, a blazing flame instantly appearing in her hand, which she then aimed directly at Qin Xiang's face. Despite Qin Xiang's constant vigilance, the sudden attack of fire still caught her off guard. She quickly dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding most of the flames, but a few streaks of fire still grazed her body, leaving scorching marks. A superhuman. Qin Xiang's eyes narrowed. I never expected this young woman to be a superhuman. At the same time, because of the gunshot, other desperate criminals had already surrounded them. Big brother? Big brother, are you still behind us? Brother, were you the one who fired the shot just now? Upon hearing the voices of her underlings, the young woman quickly called out, I'm here. Come quick. Qin Xiang's eyes flashed with anger, and she threw the dagger in her hand like lightning, accurately piercing the woman's neck. Blood gushed out like a torrent. The woman's eyes widened. She struggled painfully for a few moments, then collapsed helplessly, the flame that had just gathered in her hand dissipating. At the same time, the desperate thugs, armed with various weapons, quickly surrounded them. Without the slightest hesitation, Qin Xiang raised her hand and fired a shot, killing the bandit at the forefront. Immediately afterwards, she took a step forward and kicked another bandit in the chest. With a crisp crack, the man's chest caved in instantly, and he flew backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily to the ground and falling silent. One kick and a grown man is dead. Is this even human? The other bandits were instantly stunned, their faces filled with terror. The boss is dead. Even the eldest sister, who possessed superpowers, was killed. This policewoman is terrifying. She's not human. It's definitely not human. Almost without hesitation, just as Qin Xiang was about to make another move, the bandits turned and rushed into the black fog to escape. Qin Xiang frowned. If she hadn't run out of bullets, she would have killed all of them. Allowing such a group of ruthless and unscrupulous people to live will only lead to the deaths of countless ordinary people. Immediately, she rushed to Wang Jiqiang, who had been shot, only to find that he had already died from another gunshot wound to the head. Qin Xiang looked grief-stricken. Another colleague has passed away. She's also a very righteous and kind young colleague. Now, I might be the only survivor in the entire criminal investigation team, but she cannot die yet because there are many survivors waiting for her. Qin Xiang took a deep breath, suppressed her grief, and took out all of Wang Jiqiang's sidearm and bullets. She then went to Li Beixian's body and searched out all the guns in his hands and the bullets on his body. This is actually a police pistol. Qin Xiang frowned. Could it be that other colleagues were also killed by Li Beixian? But this kind of problem was destined to remain unsolved. She could only calm herself down, pull her own dagger from the female superhuman's neck, and prepare to bury Wang Jiqiang's body as soon as possible before leaving. Because there are many corpses around, the bloody smell emanating from them will definitely attract mutated animals. That will be troublesome. Just as Qin Xiang was about to dig a pit, suddenly, her ears twitched as she heard faint footsteps coming from the black mist ahead. Who goes there? Qin Xiang immediately became alert, raising the dagger in her hand in a defensive stance. The footsteps appeared very abruptly. It was as if it suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Relax, I'm not with them. A magnetic voice rang out. Then, a handsome man walked out. Shen Yi had only been there a short time. He didn't use teleportation to travel the entire way. Otherwise, he would have consumed too much energy, which would have been dangerous in this situation. But he saw the whole scene from God's perspective. Qin Xiang and her colleagues were ambushed and attacked by this group of desperate criminals. But Qin Xiang turned the tables and carried out a perfect counterattack. It has to be said that Qin Xiang is indeed very strong. In addition, she seems to have superpowers. Even if she is unarmed, as long as the enemy has no guns, a group of desperados are no match for her. After weighing the options briefly, Shen Yi felt that even without a sneak attack, he might not be a match for Qin Xiang. Therefore, he had no choice but to show his face, because those two supernatural fruits were in the young woman's pocket. Yes, the woman has already picked the fruit. However, before she could eat, Qin Xiang killed her. 56. Gained a new superpower, shadow binding. Who are you? Qin Xiang frowned, remaining vigilant at all. She even had the safety off the gun in her hand. My name is Shen. She stole something from me, so I came here specifically to find her. Shen Yi pointed to the young woman's corpse on the ground and made up a story on the spot. Qin Xiang frowned even more deeply, clearly not believing it. After all, it's too much of a coincidence. He had just killed a woman when this man appeared, claiming to be looking for her. But after a quick glance, she realized that the man in front of her had no gun or other weapons and posed no great threat to her. Go get it yourself. As Qin Xiang spoke, she took a few steps back, leaving a safe distance. Thank you. Shen Yi nodded, then stepped forward and took 2 superpower fruits from the dead woman's pocket. He didn't hide it from Qin Xiang. He deliberately let her see it. I just wanted to test whether Qin Xiang was a superhuman. If she is a superhuman, she would definitely recognize the superhuman fruit. Of course, while performing this dangerous move, Shen Yi was also ready to use teleportation to escape at any time. If Qin Xiang, the policewoman, becomes greedy for the superpowered fruit and tries to attack him, he can guarantee to leave the battlefield immediately. Fortunately, Qin Xiang is a very upright policeman. After seeing the power fruit, although her expression changed drastically, she did not intend to kill and steal it. "Is this yours?" Qin Xiang asked hesitantly. "Yes, this is a superpowered fruit that I discovered a long time ago, but this woman took advantage of her numbers and stole my things, so I came looking for her. Speaking of which, I should thank you, officer, for helping me kill her." As Shen Yi spoke, he took out 3 bottles of mineral water and 2 boxes of self-heating hot pot from the system space and placed them on the ground. "Consider this gift as a token of our gratitude for your kind assistance, officer." After saying this, he used teleportation to leave the scene. "Once I have the goods, I won't take any more risks. As for taking in this policewoman, that's not possible at the moment, because I might not be able to beat her. If he were to take in a woman who was more capable than himself, not only would the woman be willing, but Shen Yi himself wouldn't feel at ease either. So it's better to make a good impression first, and then talk about it later when you become stronger. If the policewoman is still alive by then, we can just come back to find her. If she doesn't have the ability to survive, then Shen Yi won't feel it's a great pity. After all, he only paid a small price in terms of supplies." Qin Xiang stared at the spot where Shen Yi had disappeared, her eyes filled with undisguised shock. This man is also a superhuman. Moreover, his superpower is incredibly strong. If this man had harbored ill intentions towards me just now, I might not have even been able to react. Qin Xiang couldn't help but swallow. For the first time, she felt a cold sweat break out. I never imagined that such an elusive superpower existed in the world. Thankfully this person is a good person. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to go back today. Qin Xiang was wary of this suddenly appearing young man from the very beginning, especially when she saw that the other person was very calm when he saw the corpse and was not afraid or disgusted at all. She knew that this person was definitely not simple, until she saw the other person take 2 superpowered fruits out of the woman's pocket. Because Qin Xiang had also eaten the superpowered fruit, she recognized it. That's a fruit that can grant ordinary people superpowers. No wonder this man would risk showing up. As for whether what the other party said was true, Qin Xiang wasn't sure, but she felt it was probably true. Otherwise, how could he possibly have accurately pulled the fruit from the corpse's shirt pocket? Moreover, if this man were a bad guy, he could easily use his elusive superpowers to ambush and kill him. There's absolutely no need to reason with yourself. Thinking of this, Qin Xiang also looked at the 2 supplies left behind by Shen Yi, especially that self-heating hot pot with its huge packaging box. This box is enough for 2 or 3 people to have a meal. This man named Shen Yi is indeed quite good. Qin Xiang didn't stand on ceremony and put everything into her backpack. We are currently facing a shortage of supplies. After, she dug a hole to cover Wang Jiqiang's body, made a simple mark, and then quickly left, because she had already heard the sounds of several mutated animals approaching. Shen Yi found a safe place and watched Qin Xiang leave from a godlike perspective. Shen Yi only looked away after she disappeared from sight. Then, he took out the 2 supernatural fruits he had just obtained. This is truly an unexpected delight. Shen Yi's original purpose was just to see if there was a chance to unlock Qin Xiang's supplies, but he unexpectedly obtained 2 supernatural fruits. Without hesitation, Shen Yi ate one on the spot. After eating the fruit, a warm feeling rose in my body, but disappeared very quickly. Shen Yi immediately opened the panel to check his newly acquired special ability. Shadow Binding, LV1 within a 20-meter range. You can control the shadows of up to 2 targets to bind them. As long as the target's shadow is under your control, the target cannot perform any actions. The stronger the target, the more stamina you consume. The weaker the target, the less stamina you consume. Damn, this ability is insane. Shen Yi carefully read the introduction twice and couldn't help but show a look of surprise. Control the shadows of any 2 targets. By controlling the target's shadow, you can restrict all of the target's actions. Isn't this just a rudimentary version of time stop ability? Excited, Shen Yi immediately used telepathy to locate the nearest mutated animal and then teleported there. This is the house of an ordinary family. There's a mutated teddy dog in the living room, which is 6 or 7 times larger than a normal teddy. Its mouth was still stained with blood. The room reeked of blood, and there was a mutilated female corpse on the floor. The moment this mutated teddy dog saw Shen Yi, it barked wildly and pounced on him, displaying extreme aggression. Shen Yi didn't move, but looked at the shadow of the teddy dog reflected in the window light. Immediately, Shen Yi merely had a thought in his mind, and then his image was fixed in place. Instantly, the mutated teddy dog that was about to charge forward was frozen in place, like a statue. No matter how fiercely it roared or how aggressively it tried to move, it couldn't budge. It really is a very powerful control skill. Shen Yi was very satisfied. With this shadow binding ability, even if he encounters a superpowered user with rich combat experience like Qin Xiang, he can still defeat him. Then, Shen Yi continued to test this ability. He discovered that the shadow's binding effect was not very restrictive. For example, even if the target's shadow is incomplete, only showing the shadow of an arm or a leg, Shen Yi can still restrain the opponent. Furthermore, while the target is restrained, Shen Yi can move around freely and even draw his weapon to attack the target without being affected in any way. At most, he will only consume some stamina. Restraining a mutated teddy bear wouldn't take much effort on him. Therefore, it can be concluded that ordinary mutant animals can be easily restrained by Shen Yi. Satisfied with the strength of the shadow binding, Shen Yi used teleportation to return to the safe rooftop. Then, he took out another superpowered fruit and ate it. 57. A fully armed army. Another fruit was eaten. Shen Yi felt a warm sensation throughout his internal organs and limbs. It felt as if I was soaking in a hot spring. He vaguely felt that his body's strength had increased. This comfortable feeling is just like the first time I ate the fruit of physical evolution. Shen Yi murmured softly. He opened the panel to take a look. Surprisingly, no new superpowers were gained. Host, Shen Yi. Age 20. Combat strength, 45, excluding any external bonuses. Unlocked items. Master Kong mineral water, freshly baked roast chicken, type 54 pistol, grade 5A steak, superpower fruit, telepathy deluxe, self-heating hot pot. Acquired superpowers. Physical evolution LV1, instant teleportation LV1, telepathy LV7, shadow binding LV1. Physical evolution. LV1, your body has undergone an evolution for some reason, resulting in significant improvements in your strength, speed, stamina, health, and more. Instant teleportation. LV1, you can instantly teleport a distance of 20 meters. Because your instant teleportation is a spatial skill, you can ignore any terrain, control, and binding skills during the teleportation. As long as you have enough stamina, you can teleport continuously without any restrictions. Telepathy. LV7, you can sense all hostility and goodwill within a 1,000 meter radius around you through your mind, and you can see all the scenes within a 1,000 meter radius without using your eyes, and without being hindered by any obstacles. Shadow binding. LV1, within a 20 meter range, you can control the shadows of up to 2 targets to bind them. As long as the target shadow is under your control, the target cannot perform any actions. The stronger the target, the more stamina you consume. The weaker the target, the less stamina you consume. No new superpowers were introduced. But Shen Yi could feel that his power had increased significantly. In other words, the second superpowered fruit he ate was the physical evolution fruit he had been searching for. That's a bit of a waste. If this fruit were given to my little sister, it would solve her problem of lack of energy. Although it was effective for him to take it himself, and his physical strength even increased by about 1/10, he was able to use teleportation and other superpowers more often. However, to evolve and upgrade the physical body to level 2, you need to eat at least 8 or 9 fruits of the same type. That's why he felt a little regretful. The main reason is that before eating it, Shen Yi couldn't tell what special abilities the fruit had, so he couldn't deliberately keep it. But overall, the result was good. Shen Yi's combat power increased by a full 15 points. That's good enough. Today's harvest is already very good. Shen Yi was very satisfied. So he activated his telepathy and from a godlike perspective, searched for any supernatural fruits that might exist along the way while making his way home. He deliberately took a route he hadn't taken before, just to look for the superpowered fruit along the way. After walking several kilometers, he didn't find the superpowered fruit, but instead saw a group of soldiers resting inside a building. That's right, they are soldiers. Their team consisted of a dozen or so men, all dressed in dark military uniforms and armed with powerful firearms such as rifles and submachine guns. He also carried a pistol and grenades on his waist. This is definitely an elite force. Although their numbers are small, their firepower is ridiculously strong. Besides the soldiers, Shen Yi also saw several elderly men, as well as several young men and several women. These non-combatants, protected by soldiers, seemed to be of great importance. Where did these soldiers come from? Didn't they say there were no rescue teams? Shen Yi raised an eyebrow, observing with curiosity. Anyway, with a distance of nearly a kilometer between them, and with me hidden in the shadows, these people wouldn't be able to spot me. Unfortunately, telepathy only allows you to see what's in your field of vision, not hear what they're saying. Looking at the group of people exchanging words, Shen Yi had a vague feeling that these old men were not ordinary people. Otherwise, how could there be such a fully armed squad of soldiers protecting them when a mountain city was almost lost? There's a problem. After observing for a while, Shen Yi saw that it was getting late and prepared to leave. This squad is probably planning to spend the night here, and we'll check on them again tomorrow. As for why we need to come again tomorrow, the first reason is curiosity about the identities and purposes of these people. The second reason is that an intellectual-looking woman wearing a white coat and glasses among these people triggered a system notification. Ding! A goddess matching the system's criteria has been detected. Initiating a scan for detailed information. Name: Lin Jiwei. Age: 31. Appearance: 91 points. Body shape: 92 points. Inner qualities: 100 points, pure and sexually indifferent. Total score: 93 points. Evaluation: taking them and will unlock one random resource. 31 years old and still so innocent. However, after seeing the additional information about her sexual frigidity, Shen Yi could understand why this woman was considered pure. He glanced around, noted down the locations in the vicinity, and then left. At the same time, the soldiers inside the building are setting up defenses. A soldier who looked like an officer was talking to several elderly men, his face slightly flushed. Elder Wang, Elder Zhou, my mission is to escort you safely out of the mountain city. Nothing else is more important than your safety. The middle-aged captain had a very serious expression, as if there was no room for negotiation. No, I'm not leaving. Those valuable research materials and samples in the lab are very important. Many people pay the ultimate price to preserve them, and they must be taken out. Otherwise, I won't go with you. Leave me behind alone. I'll stay in the Shanchang lab. A stubborn old man shouted angrily. Old Wang, as long as you survive, the research can continue. But if you die, no amount of data will be of any use. Captain Zhao earnestly advised. You have no idea how important those research samples are. Old Wang retorted without backing down. At this time, another elderly man spoke up gently. Captain Zhao, we understand your good intentions. Professor Wang wasn't angry with you. It's just that those research materials are really important. Even if you rescue all of us so-called experts and professors, it won't make a difference if we don't bring out those research materials and samples. We need those samples, and the country needs those samples too. They are the earliest genetic samples of mutated animals and plants in the mountain city, including the most important genetic sample of mutant number 001. Only by bringing back these samples can we continue our research. Otherwise, once mutant number 001 has fully grown, it will kill tens of millions of people in the entire mountain city. We absolutely cannot stand by and watch this happen. It's the lives of tens of millions of people. Hearing old Zhou's almost pleading words, Captain Zhao also frowned. His orders were absolute. He had to rescue these scientists and viral genetic experts. But going to the research institute now would undoubtedly be very risky. Captain Zhao hesitated. How to choose between the lives of tens of millions of people and the lives of a dozen professors and experts? In the past, he would have chosen the former without hesitation. But Now that it's the end of the world, these dozen or so outstanding individuals in their respective fields are clearly more important to the future of humanity as a whole. I have to go back to the research institute. I'm going to. At this time, a woman's voice, extremely rational and almost devoid of emotion, came through. Everyone instinctively looked at the person who had spoken, an intellectual woman wearing a white lab coat and glasses. But your safety. Captain Zhao hesitated. I said, we have to go back. The woman's tone left no room for argument. 58. The idea of building a shelter. Dr. Lin, my orders are to protect your safety. Nothing else is more important than your safety. Captain Zhao tried to stop him, and I also want the senior professors to help persuade them. After all, Dr. Lin was one of the people who had been specifically ordered to be brought back safely. Who knew? Surprisingly, the professors all agreed with Dr. Lin's words. Captain Zhao even had a vague feeling that these old professors seemed to respect Dr. Lin very much, just like her students. But how is that possible? Although Dr. Lin has a good resume, he is definitely far inferior to other senior professors. For example, Professor Wang and Professor Zhou are both renowned worldwide. But at this moment, the two highly respected professors were very obedient. Even the stubborn Professor Wang nodded silently. Captain Zhao couldn't help but recall that when he received the mission, his superiors had given him a strict order, saying that Dr. Lin Jiwei's safety was of utmost importance, that Dr. Lin must be protected at all costs, and that no coercive measure should be used. If necessary, we can request fighter jet assistance. In short, we must rescue Dr. Lin. It seems that Dr. Lin's identity is not simple. Under pressure, Captain Zhao had no choice but to agree to go to the research institute again. But he refused to bring all the experts and professors with him. Otherwise, if they were wiped out, it would be a loss for the entire Xia kingdom, and even for all mankind. So, they split into two groups. A team led by Captain Zhao went to the research institute to collect gene samples and research data. The other team stayed behind to protect the safety of the elderly professors. Only, Lin Jiwei also had a risk going to the research institute. Even though Captain Zhao tried to persuade him several times, it was to no avail. The assertive Dr. Lin left Captain Zhao feeling helpless. The key point is that the other senior professors also sided with Lin Jiwei. Before Dr. Lin could even react, the other professors would get anxious if he uttered a single word of refusal. I knew I wasn't wrong yesterday. This mutated black spider really is growing. It's even bigger than yesterday. After returning to the residential area, Shen Yi subconsciously used his telepathy to look at the black spider that was perched on the 6th floor and found that it had grown even larger. Yesterday, he thought he had misread it, but that's clearly not the case. The mutated black spider is growing and growing very fast. It grew a whole size larger in just one day. The growth rate of this black spider is simply terrifying. Is it because of the constant eating? Or is it because of mutation? Shen Yi frowned. It seems we need to find a way to resolve this as soon as possible. Otherwise, if this black spider continues to grow, it might really threaten my safety. He looked away. Shen Yi used teleportation to go to Building 13, checked on his grandmother and younger sister, and left some food and water behind. Afterwards, Shen Yi returned to the 6th floor and went to room 1501 to change Chu Xiaoxiao's gauze and apply medicine. I found a lot of medicine at the hospital today, including some that can treat external injuries. During the dressing change, Shen Yi took the opportunity to inquire whether Chu Xiaoxiao knew any of the other residents in the building. However, Chu Xiaoxiao said that she had only moved in not long ago, and since she usually stayed at home doing live broadcasts and rarely went out, she naturally didn't know her neighbors. They didn't even know the name of their next-door neighbor. So Shen Yi didn't ask any more questions and used teleportation to go home. Honey, you're back. The women in the living room were no longer as surprised as before when they saw Shen Yi appear out of nowhere. Instead, they greeted him warmly. The women were even more enthusiastic than usual today, because Shen Yi granted all wanting superpowers. They all wanted to gain superpowers, so they naturally started trying all sorts of ways to please Shen Yi. This is also what Shen Yi wanted to see. However, he was a bit tired after running around all day, and he had to get up early tomorrow to find those soldiers. So Shen Yi decided to take a good nap. If we could get our hands on the submachine guns and grenades from those soldiers, maybe we could take down the mutated black spider. Originally, Shen Yi was simply curious about what the soldiers were doing there, But after feeling the threat of the black spider again today, he started to think about taking the soldier's weapons. If a pistol can't break through the mutated black spider's defenses, surely a grenade can too? As Shen Yi lay in bed thinking about tomorrow's plans, there was a sudden knock on the door. "Honey, are you asleep?" It's the sound of Mist and Jiangnan. "Not yet. Come in and talk if you need anything." Jiangnan Yin pushed open the door and walked in, then deliberately closed it behind her. "Honey, I have a friend who is also looking for shelter. So do you think we could take her in?" Jiangnan Yin said. "A woman, Shen Yi it. And she's very pretty, with a great figure too." Jiangnan Yin emphasized the friend's appearance. Shen Yi's brows relaxed, and he finally understood what Jiangnan Yin meant. It's not that he's acting out of a saintly heart. It's that he wants to find a woman for himself. Really, because Su Wanting gained superpowers, the other women couldn't sit still any longer. It was somewhat expected. After all, Jiangnan Yin betrayed her teacher from the very beginning in order to gain his favor. This healthy competition among the concubines is naturally a good thing for Shen Yi. He thought for a moment and asked, "Isn't the internet down now? How can you still contact your friends?" "I've talked to her before, and I know where she is now." Jiangnan Yin replied. If she could, she wouldn't want to risk picking up her friend. But when she thought about how Su Wanting had gained superpowers, she felt somewhat resentful. "Honey, I could drive to pick her up. There shouldn't be any problems," Jiangnan Yin added. Shen Yi pondered for a moment. Sending Jiangnan Yin to pick it up is a bit risky. Shen Yi was unsure whether the supplies would stop being issued after the woman died, so he didn't want Jiangnan Yin to take any risks. It's getting more and more dangerous outside. Even Shen Yi needs to use his X-ray vision sheet when he goes out, let alone ordinary people. Not to mention, even a day as husband and wife is worth 100 days of kindness. There's no need to send Jiangnan Yin to her death for no reason. As long as the woman isn't someone who betrays him, even if she's just a pretty face, Shen Yi doesn't want to kill her casually. After all, he had the resources to support a woman, and they had some emotional connection. Unfortunately, apart from his own woman, Shen Yi had no other subordinates he could command, and he wouldn't even care if they died, etc. Why can't we have subordinates like this? Absolutely. Even ordinary people can have a bunch of henchmen who will risk their lives for them. If I just take out a little bit of resources, I can take in a bunch of people who will work for me and risk their lives for me, right? Moreover, we don't lack supplies. The warehouse contains millions of servings of water and food. The more I think about it, the more sense it makes. Moreover, now that Shen Yi has the ability to see through hostility, he can simply kill any subordinate he intends to use who harbors disloyalty. Without fear of betrayal, one can certainly recruit people to do things for them. You can't do everything yourself, can you? You wouldn't feel much pain even if such a subordinate died, since it was just a normal transaction between them. I give you food and water, and you risk your life for me. Thinking of this, Shen Yi looked at Jiangnan Yin and said, "I recently had an idea to set up a shelter to take in survivors. Given the current situation, national rescue is definitely not possible. We can take in some survivors, especially female survivors, to help us with our tasks." Yes, another benefit of setting up a shelter is that it can house female survivors. Let the female survivors come to us of their own accord. Otherwise, having Shen Yi search for female survivors who meet the system's criteria one by one would be too slow. But if you have your own shelter and everyone works for you, helping you find women who meet the system's standards, then the speed increases dramatically. An assembly line process is definitely faster than one person working alone. "Honey, if you've made up your mind, I'll start making preparations tomorrow," Jiangnan Yin said immediately. She now really wants to do something for Shen Yi, so that she can also receive the reward of the superpower fruit. "Okay, you can start making preparations tomorrow. First, take stock of the residents in this community. We'll use this community as our initial base to build the shelter," Shen Yi said. "There are enough houses in this community, and they are all large single-level apartments with wide views, making it a suitable site for a base. But we need to deal with that mutated black spider first." Thinking about this, Shen Yi took out several supernatural fruits from the system space. 59. After investing for so long, it's time to reap the rewards. Eat it and you'll gain superpowers. Shen Yi took out the superpowered fruit and said, "If you ask Jiangnan Tobacco to do something, you should definitely give them a reward." In addition, Jiangnan Yin had also contributed to Bai Sini's previous success in luring her away, so giving her a few more supernatural fruits was considered compensation. For someone who has already gained superpowers, eating a few more fruits doesn't actually have much effect. Superpowers only undergo transformation with each upgrade. Thank you, husband. Jiang Nanyan's eyes lit up when she saw the 5 superpower fruits, and she quickly took them. I never expected my husband to give me so many superpowers. For more than Su wanting. Sure enough, I have to collect women for my husband to make him happy. Jiang Nanyan, who thought she had found the trick, was now thinking about how to set up the shelter well, take in more female survivors, and then pick out the prettiest women for her husband. This way he can get more rewards. With that thought in mind, he had already put several supernatural fruits into his mouth. Immediately, a cool, electric-like pleasure flowed through her body. It felt so good. Is this what it feels like to have superpowers? Afterwards, Shen Yi also taught Jiang Nanyan how to use her supernatural abilities. And he also told Jiang Nanyan that superpowers can be upgraded. For example, if she has eaten 5 superpower fruits now, and if she eats about 5 more, her superpower level will increase by 1 level, and her superpower will become stronger. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nanyan showed a look of surprise and delight. No wonder she felt that her superpowers increased slightly with each fruit she ate, though the feeling wasn't very noticeable. So it turns out an upgrade is needed. Immediately, her determination to work hard only strengthened. Only by working hard can you obtain more superpower fruits and improve your superpower level. As long as my ability level is higher than Su Wanting's and the other women's, then I will have the most say. Moreover, the higher my ability level, the more valuable I am to Shen Yi, and the less likely he is to abandon me. With this in mind, Jiang Nanyan already had a clear goal. It doesn't matter who gains superpowers first. What matters is whose superpower level is higher. After all, as Shen Yi said, the effect of a superpower doubles with each level increase. Level 2 superpowers far surpass Level 1. Seeing Jiang Nanyan's eager expression, Shen Yi was very satisfied. They keep making empty promises about superpower levels to motivate women to strive for better services. Anyway, telepathy isn't a combat-related superpower, so even if I leveled all my women up to level 7 or 8, they wouldn't pose a threat to me. On the contrary, it can help you. For example, when recruiting survivors, telepathy can be used to screen out those who are hostile or have ill intentions. In short, as long as Jiang Nanyan works diligently, Shen Yi is prepared to make her the first person besides himself to upgrade to level 2 superpower. Jiang Nanyan is very reliable in her work, and her loyalty is now approaching that of Su Wanting, making her well worth cultivating. Husband, after gaining superpowers, Jiang Nanyan became emotional and kissed her. Shen Yi initially wanted to refuse, but that's just human nature. Tonight is definitely not going to be vegetarian. There are 2 sides to the story. Lu Yi, on the other hand, was in a difficult situation. Her mind was full of chaotic thoughts, and she couldn't sleep again tonight. Shen Yi didn't want me again tonight. Why? Do I really despise myself that much? Although she knew she was not as good looking as Shen Yi's other women, she would not admit to being ugly. From junior high school to university, she had many suitors. If she hadn't been so focused on her studies, Lu Yi felt she could easily date 10 or 8 handsome boyfriends. I am definitely not ugly. In fact, I am beautiful. Only, the girls around Shen Yi were all goddess-level beauties, making her pale in comparison. Actually, the main reason is that sleeping with Lu Yi doesn't unlock the resources. Therefore, Shen Yi naturally lost interest. Otherwise, he would have done it already. As for why Lu Yi was kept, it was because Shen Yi had long thought about setting up a shelter and felt that someone might be needed to do odd jobs. So he kept her. Otherwise, I can't do everything myself. The next day, after waking up, Shen Yi had breakfast with the women and talked about his idea of setting up a shelter. This idea immediately gained everyone's support. Since following Shen Yi, the women have had no worries about food or safety. They spend their days eating and sleeping, which is incredibly boring, so they want to find something to do. And once the shelter was established, they were able to mobilize the shelter staff to search for their families. As for asking Shen Yi to help them find their families, none of the women had ever considered it. If they upset Shen Yi, they'll be in trouble. Of course, besides the little scheme of finding family members. More importantly, they heard that Jiang Nanyan had received 5 superpower fruits as a reward, and they also learned that superpowers could actually be upgraded. As a result, All the women's enthusiasm was aroused. They must also work hard to obtain superpower fruits. You need to discuss and come up with a reasonable plan regarding how many people the shelter should recruit, as well as issues like food and accommodation, and then show it to me. Shen Yi said. He didn't want to worry about these trivial matters. Moreover, he doesn't understand management. In comparison, Jiangnan Tobacco, whose family owns a company, should have more experience. They are at least more experienced than I am. Leave the professional tasks to the professionals, and you can simply be a hands-off manager. Ultimately, the decision-making power rests with me. If I'm not satisfied, I can simply veto it. After roughly arranging the trivial matters, Shen Yi left home. Before leaving, she left behind 5 guns, entrusting Su Yun with the management and distribution of the weapons. Since we're going to establish a shelter, it is necessary for our women to be armed, otherwise we will not be able to deal with bad guys. Honey, don't worry. Leave the safety of the house to me. Su Yun nadie vernistli. Although she was still uncomfortable with Shen Yi's decision to have a harem, Su Yun's loyalty to Shen Yi remained unwavering. Shen Yi also trusted her. They even gave Su Yun an extra power fruit as a reward. The superpower fruit was unlocked from Su Yun, so giving her as a reward isn't unfair to the other women. Moreover, Shen Yi doesn't care about fairness. He can reward whomever he wants. If any woman resents herself for this, she deserves to die. Leave home. Shen Yi first went to 1501 to change the gauze for the anime streamer Chu Xiao. After a few days of rest, her wounds had healed somewhat. It looks like I should be able to do some simple exercises now. After investing for so long, it's time to see a return. 60. Superpower upgrade, mutant giant dog. Don't go to bed too early tonight. I'll come find you. Remember to wash it thoroughly. After changing Chu Xiao's dressing, Shen Yi left behind dozens of bottles of mineral water and some food, then used teleportation to leave. He needed to hurry to find the soldiers he had seen yesterday. Otherwise, it would be difficult to get his hands on high lethal weapons like grenades once they left. As for Chu Xiao, let her recover for another day, and we should recoup our investment tonight. If Shen Yi weren't so well off, he would have fought a bloody battle long ago and wouldn't care whether Chu Xiao got hurt. But since they hadn't run out of ammunition and supplies yet, Shen Yi still maintained his bottom line. What do you mean by coming to see me tonight? Chu Xiao lay on the sofa, seemingly murmuring innocently, but her cute face gradually turned red. She certainly understood what Shen Yi meant. Finally, it's time to get to that step. Actually, Chu Xiao has been feeling uneasy these past 2 days. She felt a mix of anticipation, excitement, fear, and worry. What if Prince Charming takes the final step with me and then abandons me? What if they abandon me? But given Prince Charming's kindness, he shouldn't be a heartless man like Chinshimi, right? But no matter how much she imagined it, she seemed to have neither a reason to refuse nor the power to refuse. Sigh, since things have come to this, I'd better clean myself up first. Chu Xiao looked at the dozens of bottles of mineral water that Prince Charming had left for her, enough for her to wash her body carefully. Following his memory, Shen Yi quickly arrived at the location where the group of soldiers had stayed overnight the day before. While eating the superpowered fruit, he secretly observed and pondered how to obtain grenades and submachine guns. Murder and robbery? Not very stable. Although he has the ability to teleport, he can still ambush and kill several soldiers by surprise. But the other side has more than a dozen people, and if they are all experienced in combat, then I might also be killed. The risks and rewards were disproportionate, so Shen Yi decisively abandoned this risky idea. Then the only option is to trade. They traded food and water for submachine guns and grenades. If these soldiers were short of water and food, they would definitely be willing to switch. Certainly, even exchanges carry risks. What if these soldiers see that I have plenty of supplies and try to rob me? In the apocalypse, not all soldiers are trustworthy. Shen Yi felt things were getting a bit tricky. If only a monster could kill them all, I could reap the benefits. That's how I think it is. Unfortunately, after searching the area, Shen Yi found no particularly ferocious mutated monsters within a kilometer radius. Are they leaving? As Shen Yi was silently contemplating his plan, he suddenly noticed 7 or 8 soldiers leading 2 men and a woman in white coats about to leave the building. Should we split up and act separately? Although he didn't understand what the soldiers meant, Shen Yi realized that this was a chance. He cracked open some fruit, hesitated for a moment, and then chose to follow the soldiers leaving the building. The first reason was to observe their intentions and, incidentally, see if there was any chance to obtain their weapons. Secondly, Shen Yi saw that the sophisticated, mature woman who had triggered the system notification was also among the group of soldiers leaving the building. If I'm lucky, I might be able to take down both the weapons and the people. Your telepathy has been upgraded to level 8. Telepathy. LV8, you can sense all hostility and goodwill within a 3,000-meter radius around you through your mind, and you can see all the scenes within a 3,000-meter radius without using your eyes and without being hindered by any obstacles. It's finally upgraded again. Shen Yi had just finished eating a fruit when a system notification suddenly sounded in his ear. The higher the level of your special ability, the more difficult it is to level up. From level 7 to level 8, he felt like he had eaten 2 or 300 fruits. Even more, if this were an ordinary person, they might never find so many superpower fruits in their lifetime, right? So Shen Yi was genuinely curious whether other superhumans' abilities could be upgraded. Were there other upgrade methods? Level 8, 3-kilometer visibility, awesome. Shen Yi sensed it for a moment, and his field of vision expanded by a full 2 times. However, there's a downside. If he wants to see the furthest target, he will consume slightly more physical strength. However, it won't have a significant impact. With Shen Yi's current stamina, he can still handle it. As long as he doesn't waste time using teleportation to travel, even if he keeps telepathy active, his stamina will recover. The direction they're heading, downtown. Shen Yi suddenly från it. From God's perspective, he discovered that the group of soldiers was actually heading towards the city center. City center. Shen Yi remembered Su Yun saying that there was a terrifying mutated tree in the city center, and that the tree seemed to have intelligence. Shen Yi had no desire to encounter this tree. His current strength is simply insufficient. I'll follow them from a distance for a while. If they really intend to cause trouble for that big tree, I'll watch from a distance and leave as soon as things look wrong. Shen Yi thought to himself, now I have a 3-kilometer field of vision, which allows me to maintain a large safe distance. Don't worry about being implicated. That's all. Maintaining a distance that allowed them to communicate telepathically, one in front of the other, Shen Yi followed the group of soldiers for another 7 or 8 kilometers. These soldiers were indeed very powerful. They shot and killed all the mutated animals they encountered along the way. Moreover, they even collected the corpses of some of the mutated animals. I don't know if it's meant to be eaten or what. Shen Yi watched all the soldiers' actions as if he were watching a movie. Until the soldiers arrived at the gate of a virus research institute. Shen Yi raised an eyebrow. So these people in white coats aren't doctors, but virus researchers? No wonder there are so many fully armed soldiers protecting him. Shen Yi understood. From observing the battles along the way, Shen Yi knew that these soldiers were definitely not ordinary soldiers. Their reaction speed and reaction ability are very strong. They are probably elites in the military, special forces, or something like that. Fortunately, I didn't risk ambushing them beforehand, otherwise things might have really gone wrong. But what's going on in this research institute? There are so many mutated animals and plants. Could it be that they've been researching these mutated plants and animals here since the apocalypse began? Shen Yi glanced around and saw many mutated plants and animals, as well as the mutilated corpses of many researchers and security guards in the research institute. In other words, once these soldiers go inside, they will soon be attacked by mutated plants and animals. Although they should be able to handle it in the short term with their weapons and equipment, if it drags on for too long, something terrible will definitely happen. Because Shen Yi could see through his X-ray vision that in a room underground in this research institute, there was a very strong, 5 or 6 meter tall, mutated green dog lying down. That's right, it's a green dog. Its fur is green like leaves. And if you don't look closely, you might think that this mutant dog is covered in leaves. Something's wrong. This mutant dog is really strange. Even if other animals mutate, at most they become larger, more robust, and more ferocious. But this mutant dog has mutated in both its fur and appearance. And its size is ridiculously large. Just as Shen Yi was taking a closer look again. Suddenly, the mutated green dog opened its eyes. Its eyes were even green. It seemed to sense something, looked around, and made a dangerous sound. Shen Yi was startled. Really? Could this mutated green dog possibly detect that I'm watching it from several kilometers away? If that's the case, then it's too dangerous. At the same time, the soldiers have entered the research institute. As they killed the mutated plants and animals, they quickly reached the elevator and took it down into the ground. Their target seems to be this mutated green dog. 61. Crisis. Because the Virus Research Institute has its own independent power supply system. So even if the entire city loses power, it still has electricity. All the lights were on and working properly, and the elevator was also functioning normally. At this time, inside an elevator, Lin Jiwei, who had been speaking very little along the way, suddenly addressed the soldiers, saying, "Put away your weapons." Her tone remained assertive. The soldiers were taken aback and frowned instinctively. The Research Institute is so dangerous, yet they still want to put away their weapons. Isn't this just suicide? Even Captain Zhao, who had been very cooperative throughout the journey, was unwilling to listen to Lin Jiwei at this moment. After all, this concerns the safety of everyone. Put your weapons away, and your reaction time will be several seconds slower when you encounter an enemy. Most of the time, a few seconds can decide a person's life or death. Captain Zhao then said to the soldiers, "Everyone, concentrate and don't let your guns discharge accidentally. There might be something important in the underground laboratory." Yes, the soldiers accepted the order, and their discomfort subsided slightly. You can be careful not to accidentally fire, but you can't put your weapon away. Otherwise, they would feel insecure. Dr. Lin, you can rest assured about my soldiers. There will be absolutely no accidental discharge of their weapons. Captain Zhao explained to Lin Jiwei. Since Lin Jiwei didn't say anything, he figured it might be because there were some valuable genetic samples in the underground lab, which was why the gun needed to be put away to prevent damage. But Captain Zhao trusted his men. They are all professionally trained, and it's impossible for them to accidentally fire a weapon under such circumstances. Captain Zhao's solution was neutral, neither siding with his own soldiers nor with Lin Jiwei. "No, I'm not worried about the genetic samples." Lin Jiwei adjusted her glasses, looked at the soldiers, and said without any emotion, "I'm worried about you." The soldiers were completely bewildered. Are they worried about us, who are fully armed? Many people even felt like laughing. If they hadn't been short on ammunition, they could have easily swept through this Virus Research Institute. Ordinary mutated plants and animals, who can withstand rifle fire, or grenade bombardment. Their caution stemmed primarily from insufficient firepower, not from fear. But it was at this moment that the elevator stopped on the third basement level, and the doors opened. What comes into view is a long corridor. The stairwell was tall and wide, and the white lights were a bit dazzling. The soldiers immediately raised their guns warily and scanned their surroundings. All I saw was, the walls were covered in dark red blood. There were also many drag marks on the ground, but there were no corpses or mutated monsters to be seen. All the soldiers immediately became alert. This situation usually indicates a very high level of danger. Two soldiers were the first to exit the elevator to investigate. Then, before they could report the situation, Lin Jiwei followed them out. She remained fearless and unafraid, as if everything was under her control. "Dr. Lin." Captain Zhao's expression changed, and he quickly chased after them. Lin Jiwei didn't say anything, but walked towards the laboratory at the end of the corridor. Seeing this, the soldiers had no choice but to quickly follow. Captain Zhao's expression was not good. This Dr. Lin is too reckless. They didn't take their arrangements seriously at all. If a mutated animal were to appear, they wouldn't have time to rescue Lin Jiwei. We arrived at the laboratory entrance at the end of the line. Lin Jiwei stood in front of the keypad door, looked at the soldiers behind her, and said again, "Put your guns away and don't show any hostility, otherwise I can't guarantee your safety." She speaks very little, but the amount of information she conveys is enormous. However, it didn't sound very pleasant to the soldiers. Only by putting away your gun and not showing hostility can you ensure your safety. Sorry, we only trust the guns in our hands. As a result, not a single soldier listened to her. "Captain Zhao, please ask them to put their guns away. Otherwise, it's really dangerous. There's a very powerful mutated animal inside. Ordinary weapons can't hurt it all, and they'll only provoke it." A male researcher in a white coat hurriedly advised. "Dr. Lin is just quiet and not good at expressing herself, but she's actually doing this for our own good," another male researcher explained. They understood Lin Jiwei's personality and knew how intelligent she was. Don't assume that Lin Jiwei is incompetent just because she is a woman and relatively young. Dr. Lin is a genius whom even other senior professors greatly respect. When they first came to the research institute, they looked down on Dr. Lin because she was a woman. As a result, they paid a considerable price for it. Hearing what the two male researchers said, Captain Zhao frowned. Like his soldiers, he also believed more in the sense of security that the gun in his hand gave him. However, not wanting to displease Dr. Lin and his two companions, he ordered the soldiers to keep their guns low and not to fire unless absolutely necessary. Although they didn't put the gun away immediately, it was still a gesture of respect to Dr. Lin. It should be fine now. Lin Jiwei ignored Captain Zhao's little scheme. After reminding everyone for the second time, she began to enter the password and then proceed with a series of procedures to unlock the laboratory door, including facial recognition and iris recognition. As for what will happen next, she has already given a hint. Snap! With a crisp sound, the heavy laboratory door slowly opened. An unpleasant smell emanated from inside, causing everyone to instinctively frown and become alert. Woof! Suddenly, a deep, powerful bark came from the laboratory. The sound was so piercing that it made the soldiers instinctively raise their guns, preparing for battle. Lin Jiwei frowned. Wrong. How did it wake up? Clearly, this door has never been opened, and no one has ever come in. Lin Jiwei murmured, then immediately closed the lab door she had just opened and turned back to say, "You all need to leave quickly. Get out of here." Everyone was stunned, not understanding why. "Dr. Lin, what's wrong?" "The test subject has malfunctioned. Only I can resolve this. You all need to evacuate the lab immediately." For the first time, Lin Jiwei's voice sounded urgent. But Captain Zhao gripped his gun tightly, staring at the laboratory door, showing no intention of retreating. He needed to cover Dr. Lin and the two researchers retreat first. "Dr. Lin, you can't take this risk. You should take the two researchers and retreat first. The rest of you, prepare for battle." Captain Zhao stood in front of Lin Jiwei and calmly issued orders. The soldiers released the safety pins and stared intently at the closed gate. At the same time, inside the laboratory, heavy breathing could be heard continuously. Immediately following was a vibration that seemed to shake the entire laboratory. Something got up and was moving toward the door. The soldiers' faces were solemn. This commotion is probably not from an ordinary mutated monster. Bang! Suddenly, the heavy iron door of the laboratory was slammed down hard, leaving it dented and deformed. The soldiers' pupils immediately contracted. Such a thick iron gate was deformed by a single smash. What kind of power is this? Bang! Bang! Two more heavy blows followed, and the thick iron door was on the verge of collapsing. The soldiers gripped their guns tightly, involuntarily tensing up. What kind of monster could possess such terrifying power? And what exactly is the purpose of this iron gate? There's absolutely no way to stop this monster. Bang! Another heavy blow. The iron gate, unable to withstand the weight, was smashed open. Immediately, a huge green monster appeared before everyone's eyes. Shot! Without a second's hesitation, Captain Zhao gave the order and pulled the trigger of his submachine gun. Lin Jiwei, who was blocked at the back, wanted to speak, but it was too late. Countless bullets swiftly struck the green monster. 62. Humanity has entered a new era. Bang, 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 bang. Submachine gun and assault rifle bullets poured out at a rate of 20 to 30 rounds per second, the dense rain of bullets slamming into the green monster's body. Blood gushed from the monster, splattering onto the walls and the ground. A bullet can hurt it. Instantly, all the soldiers were invigorated and hope ignited in their eyes. If the gun can wound this monster, then it proves that it can be killed. Monsters that can be killed are nothing to be afraid of. The soldiers quickly split into two groups, firing in staggered bursts, their barrage almost uninterrupted. They skillfully reloaded as they steadily advanced, attempting to force the monster back into the laboratory or simply kill it outright. At the same time, as the gunshots rang out, crackling sounds also came from several laboratories along the corridor, as if something was struggling, seemingly startled by the gunfire and trying to break down the doors. "Dr. Lin, you must leave now." As Captain Zhao pulled the trigger, he turned around and shouted. However, he noticed that Lin Jiwei's expression was unusually complicated. Her face showed a mixture of surprise, confusion, and even a hint of delight. This was the first time Captain Zhao had seen such a rich array of emotions on Lin Jiwei's usually calm and composed face, which seemed to be in control of everything. Why would she make such an expression when she saw this enormous monster? Before Captain Zhao could think it through, suddenly, a shrill scream came from ahead. He turned around abruptly, his pupils suddenly contracting. The enormous green monster charged out through a hail of bullets, swatting away the two soldiers at the front with a single claw, their blood instantly staining the ground red. The other soldiers were also stunned by this scene, and their weapons momentarily stopped moving. So many bullets pierced this monster's body, yet it was still able to fight back. Even more frightening is that it seems to be moving even faster than before. At this time, the green monster's eyes glowed crimson, as if it had fallen into a bloodthirsty frenzy, killing anyone it saw without mercy. That damn beast! Everyone retreat immediately. Upon witnessing the killing of his soldiers, Captain Zhao was enraged and immediately issued a retreat order. At the same time, he quickly pulled a grenade from his waist, a resolute glint in his eyes. Upon hearing the order, the surviving soldiers and researchers immediately turned and rushed toward the elevator, their footsteps echoing down the corridor. Captain Zhao seized the opportunity, pulled the pin on the grenade, threw it forcefully at the green monster, and then turned and ran. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out, and the entire laboratory shook violently. The stairwell was instantly filled with dust, several lights were blown out, and visibility became blurry. This grenade is even more powerful than those in the movies. Is it specially made? Having arrived outside the research institute, Shen Yi, who was watching the battle from a distance, couldn't help but show a surprised expression upon seeing this scene. The power of that explosion was truly terrifying. If we had this grenade, we could easily kill the mutated black spider. This mutated green dog is still alive? How is that possible? Shen Yi frowned, a hint of disbelief flashing in his eyes. Because the lights were damaged and dust filled the air, he couldn't see the mutated green dog's exact condition, but he could vaguely make out a dark mass in the dust that exuded a strong sense of hostility. Such intense hostility undoubtedly came from that mutated green dog. Only living creatures can exude such an aura. But it survived such an explosion. Shen Yi found it unbelievable. First came a barrage of submachine gun and rifle fire, followed by a fierce bombardment of grenades. How could he possibly survive? What kind of incredible vitality is this? If these mutated creatures were everywhere in the world, it would be understandable why countries couldn't provide aid in the short term. Shen Yi found a secluded spot and continued to hide, silently observing the battle. He wanted to see just how resilient this mutated green dog really was. At this time, back on the ground floor, Captain Zhao clenched his fists, his face terribly grim. Although the mutated green dog was blown up, but his squad also lost 4 brothers. The other surviving soldiers were equally grief-stricken, their eyes filled with anger and resentment. Their gazes toward Lin Zhuwei and the other 2 researchers became complicated, even tinged with reproach. If they hadn't insisted on returning to take the risk, perhaps such a great sacrifice wouldn't have occurred. Although rationally speaking, as soldiers, sacrifice is inevitable. But emotionally, they still find it hard to accept. Dr. Lin, we've obtained all the other documents, but we're afraid we can't retrieve the underground ones. Can we leave now? Captain Zhao asked, trying to suppress his emotions and speak in as calm a tone as possible. You can go back now. Lin Zhuwei didn't even look up, her pen flying across her notebook as she wrote, her tone as calm as if nothing had happened. Immediately, Captain Zhao almost lost his composure. What does "you should go back" mean? So many of us sacrificed our lives to protect you, and now you're not leaving? Then what was the point of our sacrifice? Dr. Lin, what do you mean by this? Captain Zhao couldn't help but raise his voice, his tone filled with suppressed anger. Lin Zhuwei remained focused on her notebook, replying without looking up, "My research has made significant progress, and I need to refine it further. Once it's completed, it will prove my previous research direction was correct. No, perhaps it can already be proven, because Era has come back to life and retains a strong vitality. This is a relatively benign evolution." Experimentation? Evolution? Captain Zhao was stunned. He seemed to have grasped some crucial information. Could it be that the giant mutated monster on the 3rd floor was an experimental subject? This woman created these experimental subjects? Captain Zhao, you guys take the data and go back first. I'll stay and help Dr. Lin too. If Dr. Lin's research direction is correct, then all of humanity will usher in a brand new era, a male researcher said excitedly, his eyes gleaming with fervent light. Captain Zhao looked at the three scientists who were engrossed in their research and felt a mix of emotions. They seemed to completely ignore the tragedy that had just occurred, focusing only on the so-called research progress. He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Dr. Lin, we can't risk your life. We hope you can leave with us. The helicopter that's coming to pick us up will arrive in 5 hours at most. If you miss this flight, you may never have the chance to leave this mountain city again. Captain Zhao spoke in a serious tone, trying to persuade her. Lin Jiwei finally raised her head, her gaze calm and unwavering. Science is never a smooth journey. Death is certainly heartbreaking, but if my research can bring enough value, then all the deaths are worthwhile. So I won't leave the mountain city, and don't waste your time trying to persuade me. Instead of trying to persuade me, you should take the others and leave as soon as possible. Captain Zhao remained silent. He glanced at the surviving soldiers around him, then at Lin Jiwei and the two fanatical researchers, and finally gritted his teeth. Our mission is to protect you. Since you don't want to leave, we won't retreat either. We will stay to protect you, even if it means dying in battle. Lin Jiwei ignored Captain Zhao's righteous words and remained engrossed in her notebook, her expression changing frequently as she pondered something. They're like emotionless robots. Captain Zhao sighed silently, then turned and directed the soldiers to set up the defensive line. His feelings were extremely complicated. On the one hand, he understood the scientist's dedication. On the other hand, he could not accept this almost insane adventure. However, after calming down, he thought carefully about what the male researcher had said and felt that something was unusual. What does it mean to usher in a new era for all humanity? Captain Zhao frowned. If the monster in the basement was created by Lin Jiwei, what does that prove? Does this prove she has the ability to cause trouble? Or is it to prove that she has the power to change the world? Seeing Captain Zhao's confused expression, another male researcher explained, the mutated monster you saw on the third basement floor was actually a husky, which is a dog. A husky. Captain Zhao and the other soldiers recalled that the monster had indeed barked like a dog, but its size and shape were completely unlike that of an ordinary dog. That's right, it was originally Dr. Lin's pet dog, but it mutated after the apocalypse. The male researcher paused, then continued. Dr. Lin injected this mutated pet dog with a special gene extracted from gene sample number 001, causing it to undergo a secondary mutation on top of its original mutation. No, it should be called evolution, and so it evolved into what you see here. However, it should have been dormant since the dosage of sedative injected was 5 times the usual amount. But strangely, it woke up ahead of schedule. As the male researcher spoke, he himself became puzzled and muttered to himself, why did it wake up early? This doesn't make sense. Could it be a new mutation, an immune sedative? Or is it that? Did someone wake it up? But the lab door was locked. Who could get in? That's strange. After hearing the explanation, Captain Zhao's doubts deepened, but he was more concerned about another issue. What did you mean by saying if the research direction is correct, all mankind will enter a new era? 63. The line between genius and madness is thin. I'm not clear about the specific research details either. Only Professor Wang, Professor Zhou, and Dr. Lin, who is in charge of this research, know these things. But I can say with certainty that Dr. Lin's research can alter some of the human genes, giving humans strength, speed, and vitality that are no less than those of mutated animals. As the male researcher spoke, his gaze turned to Lin Jiwei, who was recording data, his eyes filled with reverence and admiration, as if he were looking at a deity. If Dr. Lin really succeeds, she will undoubtedly become a god who changes the fate of mankind. Captain Zhao and the soldiers around him were completely confused. Altering human genes? How can such a conclusion be drawn from an experiment on a single mutant dog? Can dogs and humans have the same genes? But at least they understood the literal meaning. If this research succeeds, ordinary people will gain power comparable to that of mutated animals. If that's the case, then it would indeed be enough to usher in a completely new era for all of humanity. Instantly, the way all the soldiers looked at Lin Jiwei changed. This doctor is simply a prodigy. Imagine if we could possess the strength and speed of mutated animals, plus modern firearms, then mutated plants and animals would pose no threat at all. Even If they possessed the incredible vitality of that mutated monster in the underground laboratory, capable of withstanding submachine gun and rifle bullets without dying, they would be practically invincible. Even Superman is nothing special. Bang bang. Sudden. Then, loud knocking sounds came from underground. It looked like something was trying to come up from underground. The soldiers were taken aback and instinctively looked towards the elevator. What's going on? It's still alive. The genes of the 001 mutant can indeed fuse with living things. Lin Jiwei stood up abruptly, staring excitedly at the elevator. Captain Zhao was taken aback, then suddenly realized, Dr. Lin, you mean the sound came from that mutated dog in the basement? His tone was full of disbelief. How could it possibly survive such an explosion? Even if they were still alive, they couldn't possibly still have such terrifying strength. Lin Ji closed his eyes, sensed for a moment, and then slowly said, That's right, it's it. Its injuries have mostly healed. Such incredible vitality. Lin Jiwei's expression showed no fear or dread, only excitement. But the other soldiers looked grim. The monster not only didn't die, but it actually recovered? Doesn't that mean we have to start all over again? It would be a lie to say you weren't afraid when faced with such a monster. Even though they were afraid, the soldiers did not retreat. Dr. Lin, what do we do now? Captain Zhao quickly asked Lin Jiwei for her opinion. Previously, he only trusted the weapons in his own hands. But after the battle in the underground laboratory, in which his flawed command led to the deaths of 4 soldiers, he realized his mistake. Professional matters should be handled by professionals. You leave the research institute, and I will tame it on my own. Lin Jiwei did not explain why. Or perhaps she was too lazy to explain. Just like before in the basement, she advised everyone to put away their guns, but she only gave them a couple of words of advice. And if they didn't listen, so be it, I'm dead. Dr. Lin, how? How do you plan to tame that monster? Captain Zhao was incredulous. Lin Jiwei adjusted her glasses and said calmly, It's my pet. But it has mutated now. What if it doesn't recognize you? Then I'll be slapped to death just like everyone else. Lin Jiwei answered calmly. She showed no fear of death. Her eyes held only an almost frantic desire. This, Captain Zhao hesitated. Even Dr. Lin himself wasn't entirely confident. That's too risky. If Dr. Lin dies, then they've really lost out on this trip. Bang! Sudden, another violent impact came from underground. The mutated dog seemed to have reached the bottom of the elevator shaft. Lin Jiwei turned to look at everyone and said, Leave as soon as possible. You can't help me here. Instead, you'll only drive it into a berserk state. Captain Zhao was silent for a moment, then gritted his teeth and nodded, saying, Dr. Lin, we'll wait for you outside the research institute. If anything happens, please call us immediately. Lin Jiwei did not answer, but walked towards the elevator. Captain Zhao took a deep look at Dr. Lin's retreating figure, then turned and said, Retreat. Take them with you. Yes. The soldiers received orders and forcibly dragged the 2 male researchers who did not want to leave away. At the same time, a deafening explosion was heard. The mutated green giant dog used brute force to tear a passage through the elevator shaft. The entire elevator was completely destroyed, with debris scattered all over the ground. Upon hearing the loud commotion, the group of people who had just left the research institute couldn't help but show worry on their faces. Huff, huff. The mutated giant dog was breathing heavily, its body covered with wounds of all sizes, but these wounds were healing slowly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Its eyes were bloodshot and radiated a fierce light. Despite its limp, it still walked towards Lin Jiwei. One of its front legs was blown off, leaving it a bloody mess, but new flesh buds could be vaguely seen, slowly growing. The mutated giant dog, panting heavily, finally stopped in front of Lin Jiwei, lowered its head, and stared at her. Little Han, Lin Jiwei stood still, showing no fear or retreat, simply staring silently at the giant dog. A few seconds later, the mutated giant dog slowly raised its paw and pressed it down on Lin Jiwei. Still not working. Lin Jiwei sighed softly. The next second, the giant claw that was about to strike suddenly stopped in midair, hovering above Lin Jiwei's head, as if it were firmly controlled by some invisible force. This is a superpower? Seeing this scene through telepathy, Shen Yi seemed to be deep in thought. It seems this woman has quite a few secrets. To dare to face a mutated giant dog alone, One must be confident, right? Who knew? The next second after Shen Yi thought of this, the mutated giant dog seemed to be enraged, opened its big mouth and bit down hard at Lin Jiwei. Lin Jiwei's expression changed. She realized that the husky was still in a state of rage. Is the only way to kill it to detonate the bomb? No, no. This is the only successful test subject. It cannot die. In the blink of an eye, Lin Jiwei had made her choice. They would rather die themselves than allow their experimental subjects to die, because she saw a certain possibility in this experimental subject. To put it more bluntly, not for the country, not for humanity, and without any grand cause, Lin Jiwei simply didn't want her research results to disappear. The line between genius and madness is thin. Lin Jiwei is clearly insane right now. She gave up on detonating the bomb in the laboratory and on destroying the mutated monster she had created. She closed her eyes and quietly awaited death. She believed that her research direction was correct, and even if the monster she created did not have a stable mind, she still felt that she had not done anything wrong. Even if she had to do it all over again, she would still do the same thing. Furthermore, she will fuse several more genes into the mutated giant dog to make it evolve into an even stronger mutated giant dog. Lin Jiwei waited for several seconds, but found that she was still alive, so she opened her eyes. All I saw was a giant dog's head was hanging above his head. The dog's mouth was very large, making it look like it was about to eat itself, but it was suddenly frozen in mid-air, completely still. Lin Jiwei was stunned for a moment, then looked at a figure that had appeared at some point a dozen meters away. A man. Did he do this? 64. The requirements of Shen Yi. You have superpowers too? Lin Jiwei adjusted her glasses, her eyes shining as she stared at Shen Yi. Although she was asking a question, her tone was very confident. Shen Yi raised an eyebrow. This woman seems to have something going on. Despite nearly being bitten to death, she wasn't afraid. Instead, she calmly talked to herself. Lin Jiwei stepped closer to Shen Yi and asked, "What kind of superpower do you have? You can actually control mutated animals. Besides mutated animals, can you freeze other things? Like vehicles or airplanes?" Shen Yi was taken aback. He hadn't really thought about this question before. He frowned and pondered for a moment before saying, "I haven't tried it either, but it should be possible." He remembered the description of the shadow binding ability, which said it could immobilize any two targets, but it didn't emphasize whether the targets were limited to living things. In other words, as long as there is a shadow, even an airplane can be frozen in place. Thinking about it this way, the effect of shadow binding is even more amazing than I thought. Etc. What am I here for? Why should I discuss my superpowers with this woman here? I was led astray without even realizing it. Shen Yi realized what was happening and looked at Lin Jiwei, whose face was full of curiosity, speechless. This woman is just too curious. Feeling his body rapidly depleting, Shen Yi asked directly, "Do you want to live?" Upon hearing this question, Lin Jiwei was not surprised, but instead asked, "What price do I need to pay?" Shen Yi raised an eyebrow. A very intelligent woman. No wonder he's a researcher. They have a strong comprehension ability. There's no such thing as a free lunch. He replied directly, "Your body." "Only the body." Lin Jiwei frowned and asked in return, seemingly feeling that the price was too small. "And your loyalty, don't betray me. If you want to leave, you can tell me. I won't force you to stay. But if you betray me, I will kill you," Shen Yi continued. "Okay, I can promise you that I will never betray you and will provide you with all the help I can. But I hope you can also agree to two conditions." Lin Jiwei agreed almost without hesitation. This really surprised Shen Yi. This woman doesn't seem to be afraid of death, so why would she exchange her body to save her life? But he didn't have time to think about it anymore. Using shadow binding on this mutated giant dog consumed a lot of his energy, and he couldn't afford to waste too much time. "Tell me your conditions," Shen Yi said. If it's something like providing food and drink, Shen Yi would naturally agree. However, under difficult conditions, Shen Yi would simply release the mutated giant dog. "First, I've never done that kind of thing, and I'm not interested in it, so I hope it happens once a month. I don't want to waste my time on that kind of thing." Lin Jiwei stated her requirements. No problem. Shen Yi had no reason to refuse this condition. Don't even mention once a month. Once you've unlocked the rewards, you don't even have to do it anymore. Anyway, he has many women, so Lin Jiwei is not a problem for him. Moreover, Shen Yi had already learned from the system prompts that Lin Jiwei was sexually frigid, and he could understand it. Secondly, I want to study your genes, and I want to continue my own research and experiments. You can't stop me, and if necessary, I hope you can provide me with some assistance. Lin Jiwei immediately added, as compensation, you have the primary right to know and use all the gene-based drugs I develop. I will not give it to anyone without your consent. In other words, as long as you provide me with research samples, my people and research results will all be yours. After thinking about it for a moment, Shen Yi felt that the condition was not too difficult, so he agreed. He intervened to rescue Lin Jiwei for 2 reasons. First, to unlock the supplies, and second, because he was interested in her genetic research. If Shen Yi wants to establish a shelter, he will naturally need to recruit scientific research talents. I just don't know if this woman in front of me has the ability. Shen Yi had no idea that the mutated giant dog in front of him was created by Lin Jiwei. Otherwise, he certainly wouldn't have had this question. Even, he would never agree to support Lin Jiwei's genetic research. What if a monster were to suddenly appear in your own home? Wouldn't that blow up? It can only be said that telepathy cannot hear sounds, making the information he obtains less transparent. He thought Lin Jiwei was just a simple researcher, at most a bit smart. But Lin Jiwei is not only smart, she's also crazy. Let's go then, Shen Yi said, preparing to use teleportation to leave. He did not want to meet the soldiers outside. As for why he believed Lin Jiwei's words were true, it was naturally because Shen Yi, through telepathy, did not sense any hostility from Lin Jiwei's aura. That proves that although she is smart, she did not resort to scheming or plotting. Otherwise, Shen Yi wouldn't have wasted so much energy and time. Wait a moment, I need to get some documents first. As Lin Jiwei spoke, she turned and went to the table to get some documents. If she could avoid dying, of course she wouldn't want to. The reason I didn't run just now was simply because I couldn't run away under the watchful eye of the mutated giant dog. In addition, she agreed to the deal with Shen Yi because she was interested in the man's supernatural abilities and his body. Lin Jiwei observed that this man's body possessed a very powerful force, completely different from that of normal humans. They're even physically stronger than those special forces soldiers. This is a very worthwhile sample to study. All right, how do we leave? Lin Jiwei brought a large pile of documents and a notebook to Shen Yi. She wanted to know how Shen Yi would avoid the soldiers outside and take her away. If Shen Yi doesn't have this ability, then the soldiers can be made to control him and then thoroughly study him. Instead of using teleportation immediately, Shen Yi suddenly asked a question. Why don't you run now, or call the soldiers outside to come in and rescue you? You won't let me run away. Lin Jiwei looked at Shen Yi quietly, meeting his gaze, and said without any emotion, if I had disagreed with your conditions just now, you might have killed me directly, or you might have released Era and let it kill me. It's good that you understand. Don't have any more ulterior motives. Shen Yi simulated faintly. She is a very intelligent woman. So, Shen Yi was also very direct with her. It's either obey or die. Shen Yi is not good at scheming and plotting. Is Era its name? Before leaving, Shen Yi glanced at the mutated giant dog. Yes, it's my pet dog. Lin Jiwei looked at the mutated giant dog, her eyes filled with pride. Shen Yi frowned, thinking that he might have misread it. What's so great about raising a pet dog like this? Immediately, he stepped forward, put his arm around Lin Jiwei, and used teleportation repeatedly to leave the research institute. As for that mutated giant dog, Shen Yi neither dealt with it, nor could he handle it. As for Lin Jiwei, she showed no intention of dealing with her. She deliberately let the mutated giant dog live. She planned to come back and study it later. Of course, I won't tell anyone else this. When Shen Yi left, the shadow binding lost its effect, and the mutated giant dog instantly regained its mobility. It immediately let out a wild howl and went on a rampage in the shelter, seemingly venting its emotions. The soldiers waiting outside the shelter heard the mutated giant dog's out-of-control roar and realized that something might have happened. 2 fanatical male researchers tried to rush in to save Lin Jiwei, but the soldiers forcibly pulled them back. Captain Zhao's expression changed, and he ultimately had no choice but to issue a retreat order. He knew Dr. Lin failed, and they paid for it with their lives. You teleported? What an amazing ability. What does it feel like when you use this ability? Do you enter other dimensions or wormholes when you teleport? And how many superpowers do you actually have? As soon as she left the shelter, Lin Jiwei bombarded her with a barrage of questions. Her thirst for knowledge was so strong that it even surpassed her will to survive. Moreover, she has a keen sense of perception and immediately knew that Shen Yi was using teleportation. Shen Yi looked at the intellectual beauty who was clinging to him as if she were a research subject and suddenly felt a little regretful. Should I not have saved her just now? She's such a chatterbox, and they have to get to the bottom of everything, which is really annoying. Is this a common problem among scientists? I just hope Lin Jiwei has some talent and can produce some research results. Otherwise, it would be a waste of your time. Shen Yi paused for a moment and said, before answering your question, let me ask you one first. What's the problem? We can switch. Lin Jiwei did not hesitate. 65. The influence of the black mist, limits of supernatural abilities. Looking at Lin Jiwei, who possessed a certain level of scientific research ability and was very intelligent, Shen Yi asked the question that had been lingering in his mind for a long time. Ever since the apocalypse broke out, there's something I've been curious about. Since you're a professional, could you answer that for me? When a black fog appeared, animals and plants underwent varying degrees of mutation. But why didn't we humans mutate? When humans inhale the black fog, they only feel thirsty. Apart from that, there seem to be no other symptoms. At least, none of the humans I have seen so far have mutated. Upon hearing this question, Lin Jiwei answered almost without hesitation. Because humans and animals have different genes, the black mist may have been modified to only affect animal genes and have a very low effect on human genes. Of course, low effectiveness doesn't mean no effect at all. What is certain at present is that the black fog has an effect on our human body, but the effect is very small and can be relieved by drinking more water. I see. A question that had been troubling Shen Yi for a long time has finally been answered. Then, he continued curiously, why do mutated animals attack humans? Even loyal pets will eat their owners. That's the second question. Lin Jiwei first gave a reminder before continuing. First of all, mutated animals don't just attack humans. They also attack each other. That's why we rarely see multiple mutated animals living in groups. Of course, it's possible that social animals or insects undergo collective mutations and do not cannibalize each other. But I haven't studied that yet, so I can't comment. As for why the mutated animals lost their minds, it's because they were hungry. Hungry? Shen Yi was stunned for a moment. He really hadn't expected this answer. Because it's too simple. It was so simple that Shen Yi ruled it out without even thinking about it. Yes, it's because they're hungry. Lin Jiwei nodded and continued. After animals mutate, their body size increases, cell division accelerates, and they consume more energy. Now most of the food and water are contaminated and inedible. So when the mutated animals are extremely hungry, they will attack their owners and their own kind. If mutated animals want to survive, they need to replenish the energy that is rapidly consumed due to mutation. Otherwise, they will starve to death once their energy is depleted. And the way to replenish it is through eating. Of course, besides hunger, the mutated animals will also have altered thinking and may even fail to recognize their owners, or not recognize their owners at all. For example, my pet dog sometimes recognizes me, and sometimes it doesn't. So that's how it is. Shen Yi suddenly realized again. Having an expert is indeed convenient. Shen Yi had thought about these problems before, but he had no clue what to do. Now I understand. What Lin Jiwei said may not be the truth, but at least it sounds plausible. Therefore, it seems that the faster a mutant animal mutates, the better. Because if there isn't enough food for them, they will eventually kill each other or even starve to death. Who would have thought that the way humans won would be so simple? As long as you survive, you can just wait for the mutated animals to die off on their own. After all, animals can't grow crops or produce food. Their food will eventually run out. As for the mutated plants, based on what Shen Yi has encountered so far, it seems that most of them, except for a few, do not actively attack people. Certainly, it sounds simple, but waiting for all the mutated animals to die out is probably not that easy. If the mutated animal undergoes a second mutation and adapts to hunger or the environment, then humanity will be in even greater trouble. Can you answer my questions now? How many superpowers do you have? How did you acquire so many superpowers? Lin Jiwei stared at Shen Yi, her eyes filled with longing, a thirst for knowledge. If Captain Zhao saw this scene, he would be completely stunned. When he was with them, Dr. Lin didn't want to say a word. But at this moment, he was able to answer a bunch of questions from Shen Yi, and even kept pestering Shen Yi like a chatterbox. Actually, this is mainly because the questions Shen Yi asked were all related to scientific research. As it happened, Lin Jiwei was interested in this kind of issue. She's a chatterbox when it comes to things she's interested in. But when it comes to things she's not interested in, she's concise and rarely speaks. If you didn't know better, you'd think she was a highly intelligent person with social anxiety. Actually, she's just too lazy to bother with you. I now have 5 superpowers, Shen Yi said. This is both a lie and not a lie. There are 4 superpowers. But if a system is also considered a superpower, then there are 5. 5. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Lin Jiwei immediately showed an expression of disbelief. How could a normal human body possibly accommodate 5 superpowers? What do you mean? Am I not a normal person? Shen Yi frowned. He didn't understand the meaning behind Lin Jiwei's incredulous expression and tone. So what if I have 5 superpowers? Let me confirm first. Did you also gain your superpower by eating a colorful fruit? Lin Jiwei asked, seemingly unrelated to the question. That's right. Shen Yi nodded. At the same time, he thought to himself, this woman really does know about superpower fruits. Indeed, being able to work as a researcher at a genetic research institute that detains mutated animals proves that she understands the apocalypse better than ordinary people. And naturally, she also knows about the existence of superpower fruits. So, how many of those fruits did you eat in total? Lin Jiwei stared at him and asked. 6 or 7 fruits, some of which were duplicates of the same type. So, I only gained 5 abilities. Shen Yi lied without hesitation. Since I'm not familiar with Lin Jiwei, I can make up whatever I want. Impossible. Based on my personal experiments, a normal person's genes can only accommodate a maximum of 3 different superpowers. If there's one more superpower, the body will not be able to withstand it and will collapse directly. In other words, when you eat the 4th fruit, your body will have an adverse reaction, instinctively making you not want to eat it. Lin Jiwei murmured to herself, her beautiful eyes constantly scanning Shen Yi. She began to doubt whether she was going in the wrong direction in her research. Or perhaps there's something wrong with my genes? No, it's definitely not my fault. My research has undergone multiple verifications. The problem lies with this man in front of you. He has physical and genetic problems. What did you say? Shen Yi was slightly startled. Can a normal person only acquire a maximum of 3 superpowers? Will my body collapse after eating the 4th one? He thought that as long as he ate the fruit, his superpowers could accumulate indefinitely. At most, it will just mean that you'll consume more physical strength. Perhaps it's because everyone's genes are different. Some people's genes may have mutated because of the black mist, so they can accommodate more superpowers like you. Lin Jiwei said, staring intently at Shen Yi. That burning gaze clearly indicated a desire to dissect Shen Yi for research. This woman is indeed a restless individual. You promised me before that you would let me study your genes. Don't worry, I only need your blood and hair and a little bit of your flesh. Lin Jiwei noticed Shen Yi's resistance and immediately emphasized. Shen Yi raised an eyebrow, but did not refuse. He had a vague suspicion in his mind. Perhaps the reason I can contain so many supernatural abilities is not because of the mutation of the black mist, but because of the fruit of physical evolution. The physical evolution ability may have even altered Shen Yi's genes, allowing him to acquire 4 abilities, which he still handles with ease and without any discomfort. If my guess is correct, then physical evolution is the superpower that humanity must acquire. The two chatted as they walked home. As for the matter of seizing soldiers' weapons, let's put that aside for now. There's several supplies waiting to be unlocked. Shen Yi plans to go back and unlock them first, hoping to find some useful weapons. The first one, let's start with Lin Jiwei, an intellectual beauty who is interested in her own body. Let's see what resources this clever female researcher can unlock for herself. 66. Spiritual connection. On the way home, Lin Jiwei kept asking Shen Yi what his 5 special abilities were. Shen Yi was getting a little impatient with the questions. I really want to give this curious woman a good beating. Finally, he only replied, we'll talk about it another day. Then, Lin Jiwei fell silent. Shen Yi initially thought the woman was just shy. Who knew? She actually said, can't you go to sleep already? Shen Yi was speechless. So, upon returning to the neighborhood, Shen Yi took Lin Jiwei directly to Chu Xiaoxiao's house. But, Chiu, how come we got here so quickly? Chu Xiaoxiao was lying on the sofa, imagining what might happen tonight. As she was thinking about it, two people suddenly appeared in the room, startling her. She immediately felt ashamed, as if she had been caught watching porn. But when Chu Xiaoxiao saw that Shen Yi was actually with a beautiful woman, she subconsciously swallowed, and her face turned even redder. Could it be the legendary 3? No, that won't do. How can this be? How could I have played it so elaborately? As she thought about it, Chu Xiaoxiao's face turned as red as a ripe cherry. But there was no indication that they were refusing. You can continue sleeping, don't worry about us. Shen Yi replied to Chu Xiaoxiao, and then led Lin Jiwei into the bedroom. It felt like coming home. Chu Xiaoxiao was stunned by the sheer audacity of this behavior. What's the meaning? You're not taking me? She was dumbfounded. It wasn't what I thought after all. But soon, Chu Xiaoxiao realized something was wrong. Why did her Prince Charming bring a strange woman into her bedroom? Am I being cheated on? Was she cheated on at home? In an instant, all of Chu Xiaoxiao's fantasies about Shen Yi's Prince Charming collapsed. This isn't a Prince Charming. This is a heartless businessman. No, they're even worse than unscrupulous businessmen. Even if I'm not your girlfriend, you can't bring a strange woman to my house and use my bedroom. Can you? This scene reminds me so much of some movies I've seen before. Chu Xiaoxiao never imagined that the plot of the short film would one day happen to her. It's green, and in the bedroom, Lin Jiwei sat on the edge of the bed, looked at Shen Yi and asked, "Aren't you afraid your girlfriend will get angry?" She's not my girlfriend. Since that's the case, Lin Jiwei didn't ask any more questions. In her view, her relationship with Shen Yi was merely a transaction, devoid of any feelings, and she naturally had no intention of meddling in other people's business. On the contrary, she was more curious about Shen Yi's body and genes than those. She wanted to know what kind of mutation had occurred in Shen Yi's genes. Chu Xiaoxiao in the living room went from gritting her teeth at the beginning to blushing and even secretly pricking up her ears. She increasingly felt that this scene was exactly the same as in the movie. Damn it, I should have known better than to watch so many movies. At least my thinking wouldn't have become so warped. Chu Xiaoxiao was sulking and angry. I don't understand why Shen Yi did this. Why bring other women to your home? And he even let himself see it. Even if you're going to have an affair, at least put on a little act. Couldn't you have come secretly? Chu Xiaoxiao pouted angrily and kept scolding Shen Yi. But hearing the voice, she felt a flutter in her heart. She secretly took out her phone, opened Xuanlei, a download manager, and opened the file she had already downloaded. Ding! Starting to randomly unlock one type of resource. Ding! Unlock successful. Congratulations on unlocking the resource. Superpower fruit. Mental link. Special ability. Mental connection fruit +1. Already stored in system space. Special ability. Mental connection fruit +1. Already stored in system space. Superpower. Holy crap. Another superpowered fruit. Shen Yi sat up excitedly. I didn't expect to unlock the second superpower fruit so quickly. Immediately, he then took out a spiritually connected supernatural fruit from the system space and put it in his mouth. The fruit is digested instantly upon entering the mouth. A faint coolness spread through his brain, stimulating him and making him feel refreshed. Cool. That was fucking awesome. This is probably what they mean by brain orgasm. Shen immediately opened the panel to check the new superpower. Mental link. LV1, you can establish a mental link with others to communicate and share vision. Currently, the maximum number of people in a mental link is 3, and the maximum distance is 50 meters. If you connect with a target who possesses the mental link ability, the maximum distance is doubled, and the number of people connected is not counted. Communicating information and sharing perspectives. Isn't that the very function of the internet? Shen Yi murmured. Although he felt this ability wasn't very strong, its practicality was extremely high. Because of the current internet and power outages, Shen Yi is unable to contact the women in his family every time he goes out. He might not even know if his house is burgled. So, having such a superpower for transmitting messages and sharing vision is very convenient. It's like carrying a mobile phone with you at all times. Moreover, it doesn't need charging or phone bills. Its practicality is unparalleled. As for the current longest distance being only 50 meters, that doesn't matter. As long as your level increases, your range will definitely increase as well. And the range of this ability can be doubled. All I need to do is give my women the ability to connect mentally. It must be said that the timing of this superpower was very opportune. Just then, Shen Yi was about to establish a shelter and was still figuring out the best way to contact him. We can't rely entirely on human messengers to relay messages, can we? That would be too much trouble. Therefore, mental connection is very useful. Even if the network is restored in the future, this ability will still be useful. Because messages are transmitted using a mental connection, there's no fear of being eavesdropped on. This alone was enough to satisfy Shen Yi. In short, he's definitely going to raise the level of this superpower. Once the level is high enough, the connection distance is longer, and even if you're not home in the future, you can still keep track of everything. What's more, eating this fruit can give you a brain orgasm, which is incredibly pleasurable. While thinking, Shen Yi took out about 10 more fruits and started cracking them open one by one. He remembered his previous lesson and knew he couldn't knock too many times at once, lest he damage his brain. You actually have so many superpower fruits. Lin Jiwei, who had just recovered, was stunned to see Shen Yi stuffing precious superpower fruits into his mouth. Even their research institute only has a few supernatural fruits. Lin Jiwei had always wanted to study the superpowered fruit in detail, but she never had the chance, because this thing is so rare. But Shen Yi actually ate the superpowered fruit like candy. Lin Jiwei didn't understand. Where did Shen Yi get so many superpower fruits? Could this also be one of his special abilities? It's obvious. Shen Yi must have lied to himself before. There's absolutely no way he's only eaten 6 or 7 power fruits, because he's casually eating more than 6 or 7 right now. Based on this reasoning, he must have more than 5 superpowers. He has kept many secrets from me. Lin Jiwei stared intently at Shen Yi, as if she wanted to dig out all his secrets. Would you like one? Shen Yi took a fruit and handed it to Lin Jiwei. Although this woman is very talkative and always wants to dissect herself, but she is quite kind to herself. Especially after taking her virginity, Lin Jiwei's kindness inexplicably increased significantly. It seems that even the smartest woman has weaknesses. I already have 3 superpowers, and I can't accommodate anymore. Lin Jiwei said she couldn't accept other superpowers, but she took the superpower fruit without any politeness and then looked at it curiously. You have 3 superpowers? Shen Yi raised an eyebrow. I was very surprised. You're telling me that an ordinary person who didn't die gained 3 superpowers in just over 10 days? How am I, a nobody, supposed to accept this? Yes, because after our research institute discovered the existence of the superpowered fruits, we sent all our police officers to search for them. We searched almost the entire 2 districts, and we only found 5 superpowered fruits. Lin Jiwei said, looking at Shen Yi, who was still constantly eating superpowered fruits. He ate so many superpower fruits, yet his body didn't have any rejection reaction at all. Just how many superpowers does he have? I see. Then Shen Yi can understand. They mobilized the entire department, perhaps tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of people, to search for superpower fruits. And yet, I am alone, and without having searched much, I possess 5 superpowers. Compared to others, I am indeed quite lucky. After a pause, Shen Yi suddenly looked at Lin Jiwei and said, what are your 3 special abilities? 67. Gravity manipulation. Although he sensed that Lin Jiwei had no hostility towards him. However, her 3 special abilities still made Shen Yi slightly wary. With 3 superpowers, if one of them is particularly aggressive, then I need to be careful to avoid any mishaps. But, while Shen Yi was on guard, he was also somewhat surprised. If their entire research institute only found 5 superpower fruits, but this woman ate 3 of them, then it proves that this woman has a high status in the research institute. One person possesses 3/5 of the resources. Could it be that I've stumbled upon a treasure? Originally, Shen Yi didn't have high hopes for Lin Jiwei's research, as long as she didn't harm him. But now it seems this woman really does have something going for her. While eating fruit, Shen Yi's mental connection ability had already reached level 3. Your mental connection has been upgraded to level 3. Mental connection. LV3, you can establish mental connections with others to communicate and share vision. Currently, the maximum number of people in a mental connection is 9, and the maximum distance is 300 meters. If you connect with a target who already has a mental connection, the maximum distance is doubled, and the number of connected people is not counted. A distance of 300 meters, if you double that, is 600 meters. With a few more upgrades, it will be able to match the range of a regular walkie-talkie. I'll tell you about my special ability, and you tell me about yours. How about it? Lin Jiwei adjusted her glasses, looked calmly at Shen Yi, and proposed exchanging ideas. She was probably the only woman among all the women who didn't feel awe or fear towards Shen Yi. Because Lin Jiwei is not dependent, and she is not afraid of death. Even if Shen Yi tries to drive her away, she won't leave. It wasn't that Lin Jiwei was afraid of death, but rather that she wanted to uncover the secrets of Shen Yi. She wants to study Shen Yi. In just a few hours of contact, Lin Jiwei discovered that Shen Yi had far more secrets than she had imagined. The sheer number and intensity of the superpowers were enough to shock her. Compared to that, the mutated giant dog he created seemed insignificant. This man's research value surpasses that of the mutated giant dog. Okay, you go first, Shen Yi said. He certainly wouldn't mind exchanging secrets. After all, he had many superpowers, so he could just mention a few. What will happen if Lin Jiwei finds out that I lied to her? Of course, it doesn't matter. Could it be that Lin Jiwei still harbors murderous intent? Then Shen Yi will deal with her first. Okay, to verify that what we're saying is true, we'll have to use each of our abilities once, Lin Jiwei emphasized. She clearly guessed that Shen Yi would lie to her again. Shen Yi did not refuse. Then, Lin Jiwei closed her eyes and said, "My first superpower is that I can see through the environment within 100 meters without using my eyes. Even without lights, I can see very clearly, probably like an animal's night vision, but much clearer. Right now, on the sofa in the living room, your girlfriend is watching that kind of movie, and her pants are already off." Lin Jiwei seemed shameless, recounting in a serious manner what she had seen with her X-ray vision. Shen Yi raised an eyebrow and subconsciously activated his telepathy to check. Just as I expected, this little girl truly lives up to her reputation as a movie-watching expert. In such a situation, one can defend oneself. But let's get back to the main topic. Lin Jiwei's special ability is somewhat like telepathy, but it's different. Telepathy lacks night vision, but it has the added ability to perceive a target's hostility or goodwill. Shen Yi still felt that telepathy was more useful to him. Certainly, its night vision capability is also quite good, especially when combined with X-ray vision, making it very practical even in the dark. Don't you need to go out and take a look to verify my abilities? Lin Jiwei opened her eyes and looked at Shen Yi. No need. I just used another of my abilities, just like yours, which is X-ray vision. However, my X-ray vision doesn't have night vision, but correspondingly, I can see the target's hostility and goodwill. Shen Yi also explained his ability in general. There's no need to hide it because she'll be rewarding other women with this ability one after another, so it's impossible to hide it from them even if they wanted to. You can see hostility and goodwill. What's the principle behind that? Is it based on certain substances secreted by the body? Lin Jiwei pondered after hearing this. Go on. Tell me about your second ability. Shen Yi interrupted her. Communicating with people who like to pry into everything is really tiring. Having caught a glimpse of something, she became curious and wanted to find out more. The key is that Shen Yi doesn't understand the underlying principles and can't explain them clearly. When Shen Yi was with Lin Jiwei, he always felt like he was in class. She can rattle off all sorts of complex knowledge without hesitation. Even Shen Yi, who had decent grades, felt like he was illiterate. It just goes to show that even geniuses have their differences. My second superpower is gravity manipulation. As Lin Jiwei spoke, she tapped the superpowered fruit in Shen Yi's hand. Then, the fruit slowly flew up. It seemed to be floating in the air, unbound by gravity. Moreover, with Lin Jiwei's finger manipulation, the fruit actually flew into her hand. Etc. You use gravity manipulation to steal my fruit? Shen Yi raised an eyebrow and said, "That's it. I can only control a limited area and weight right now. Before you mess with me, I should have been able to make you float up like in outer space. But now, I don't have enough strength," Lin Jiwei explained, without any intention of returning the stolen fruit. Shen Yi indicated that he understood. This superpower is pretty awesome. The limits of gravity manipulation certainly don't stop there. As for the one fruit that was stolen, it doesn't matter. It only takes a second. It'll increase back in a second. Lin Jiwei's purpose in wanting the superpowered fruit was also for research. If she could research something, Shen Yi would also benefit. As for my third superpower, I can't demonstrate it. It increases my mental strength, while also granting me insight and an intelligence boost. Lin Jiwei paused, then explained in detail. I can now remember everything I see. My memory is excellent. Even things that happened when I was 1 year old, I can still recall clearly. At the same time, my observation skills have also improved. The simplest and most direct manifestation of this is that I can tell whether you want to kill me and what other people's various emotions towards me, such as dislike, liking, admiration, infatuation, etc. Shen Yi raised an eyebrow. This ability, although it's a support ability, is still pretty awesome. It is very practical. And Shen Yi also really wanted to improve his mental strength. He always felt that his mental strength was not strong. Because physical evolution is mainly reflected in the physical body, although there's also improvement in the mental aspect, the improvement is not as strong as that in the physical aspect. At most, he's just above average. When encountering some superhumans who have enhanced their mental abilities, Shen Yi was really unsure if he could compare to them. In summary, Lin Jiwei's 3 special abilities are all quite good. Especially considering her work and hobbies, the third superpower is simply a perfect match. So, can you tell me about your other superpowers now? Lin Jiwei stared at Shen Yi's face, as if trying to see if he was lying to her again. No rush, let's take care of business first. As Shen Yi spoke, he reached out his hand towards Lin Jiwei. Lin Jiwei was taken aback for a moment, but she did not resist. In fact, she was quite obedient. She initially thought this was a waste of time, but after experiencing it, she was surprised to find it quite comfortable. Although it takes a lot of time and energy, it's still good to relax occasionally. 68. Gene Evolution Agent. As dusk approached, Shen Yi came out of the bedroom. Lin Jiwei was already asleep. She was so tired that she didn't even have the energy to pester Shen Yi about her superpowers. Lin Jiwei, who was originally indifferent, has clearly developed a taste for it. Women, they say one thing and mean another. Shen Yi chucked it. Today, we used up several months' worth of quota at once. Immediately, Shen Yi looked at Chu Xiao, who was sitting on the sofa with a flushed face, secretly watching a short video. The woman watching the video clearly hadn't noticed that Shen Yi had already come up behind her. Shen Yi walked over and hugged her from behind. Hey, you! How did you get out here? Chu Xiao was startled. Upon seeing Shen Yi, she blushed and quickly turned off her screen. But the video playing on the phone was emitting offensive noises. It's okay, we'll watch it together. Shen Yi also became interested. Chu Xiao blushed slightly, wanting to firmly reject Shen Yi. But somehow, he didn't say anything in the end. After all, this man saved her. He was her Prince Charming. Ding! Starting to randomly unlock one type of resource. Ding! Unlocked successfully. Congratulations on unlocking the resource. A ripe black watermelon. 1 black-skinned watermelon, already stored in system space. 1 black-skinned watermelon, already stored in system space. Dark skin. Shen Yi lay on the sofa, looking at the reward, and felt it was alright. Since the supplies I've received so far have all been meat, having some fruit would make for a more balanced diet. And Shen Yi remembered seeing news about black-skinned watermelons online. It seemed that only a few dozen were produced worldwide each year, and a single watermelon once fetched a price of several thousand US. Judging from the fact that the system always rewards the highest quality watermelons, this black-skinned watermelon must be a top-quality watermelon. Creak! The bedroom door opened, and Lin Jiwei walked out barefoot, yawning. He glanced at the girl who was still pretending to be asleep on the sofa and said directly, "Go to your bedroom and rest. I have something to say to Shen." Chu Xiao, who had originally planned to pretend to be asleep to get away with it, but didn't want to face the embarrassing scene, had no choice but to wake up. She glanced at Lin Jiwei and immediately blushed and felt her heart pound. She thought this woman had absolutely no sense of shame. They had just finished doing that, and there was an outsider like me in there. How come she wasn't ashamed at all? Chu Xiao wasn't as thick-skinned as Lin Jiwei, who could still share a room with Lin Jiwei without any hesitation, even after they had just shared the same space. She immediately covered her clothes shyly and ran into the bedroom. Lin Jiwei didn't care about any of that. Wearing only a thin undershirt, she sat next to Shen Yi and said seriously, "I've been thinking about something. Your genes must have undergone some kind of benign mutation, which is why you can accommodate more superpowers. Weren't you just passed out from pleasure? What were you thinking?" Shen Yi immediately grasped the key point. Lin Jiwei glanced at him, her eyes clearly showing a bit of speechlessness, but she still replied, "Even when I'm asleep, I can still keep my mind clear and think about problems normally, so I won't waste time resting. My body needs rest, but my mind doesn't. As long as my body is well rested, I can continue working." A naturally strong physique. These words instantly popped into Shen Yi's mind. But is it really possible for someone to stay awake while sleeping? That's incredible. Once or twice is fine. But if it happens every time, won't you drive yourself crazy? Getting back to the main point, if your genes really have undergone a benign mutation, then you might be able to use a gene evolution drug that I previously researched, Lin Jiwei said seriously. The gene evolution agent you're researching? What kind of gene evolution agent? Shen Yi immediately became interested. It's only been a short time since the apocalypse, and this woman has already managed to create a gene evolution potion. Is she really that amazing? Could it be because of her third superpower? Did her IQ increase, which is why she has this ability? Or perhaps this woman was just naturally intelligent. In short, Shen Yi is very interested in gene-based drugs. If Lin Jiwei can really develop some amazing gene evolution drug, then her value to herself will increase significantly. Yes, but the medicine is all at the research institute. We'll have to go get it again. Lin Jiwei nodded. What I mean is, tell me first what the effects of the gene editing drug you developed are, and what the side effects are. You're not planning to use me as a guinea pig, are you? Shen Yi stared at Lin Jiwei. No, my gene therapy has undergone multiple in vivo trials and has shown initial success. Live experiments? Tell me more about it. What you saw was my mutated pet dog. It was a very successful experimental subject. Lin Jiwei's expression was serious, and her eyes even gleamed with pride. Shen Yi, you're telling me that was a successful experimental subject? How exactly did that thing succeed? That's a monster, etc. So you were the one who created that monster. Shen Yi's gaze towards Lin Jiwei suddenly changed. This woman was actually so dangerous? Shen Yi initially thought she was just an unstable individual, perhaps only interested in scientific research. Turns out you actually have the ability to create monsters. Shen Yi recalled many science fiction movies he had watched before, in which most of the disasters were caused by these crazy scientists. This forced him to be on guard. After evolving, my pet dog has a stronger physique, greater strength, and a powerful recovery ability and vitality than when it mutated for the first time. Now, even if it's riddled with bullets from a submachine gun or severely damaged by a grenade, it can recover completely in a very short time. Don't you want to obtain such power? Lin Jiwei noticed the change in Shen Yi's expression and immediately began to speak with great enthusiasm. Shen Yi seemed to be deep in thought. Really? That mutated giant dog was far stronger than ordinary mutated animals in both size and strength. Especially its abnormal vitality and regenerative ability is practically immortal. However, while I admire such a powerful recovery ability, but what if you inject Lin Jiwei's medicine and your body turns into a green monster? Who the hell can stand this? Although Shen Yi doesn't particularly care about appearance, you can't turn me into a monster. The current situation is not so dire that we need to gamble everything. I'll only ask you 2 questions. Shen Yi stared at Lin Jiwei and slowly said, My first question is, after I was injected with your gene serum, will my appearance become like your pet dog? Of course not. Lin Jiwei immediately replied, emphasizing, You're a human. How could you turn into a dog? But if your genes are affected by gene 001, your appearance will definitely undergo some minor changes, such as becoming larger, growing green hair like leaves, etc. You're really meticulous. Suppressing the urge to punch Lin Jiwei, Shen Yi continued. Second question. What is the success rate of injecting your gene evolution drug? At least 30%. No, now, at least 45%. Lin Jiwei spoke with absolute certainty. It seems like the probability is quite high. Considering the short research period from the beginning of the apocalypse until now, her 45% success rate is indeed quite impressive. But who is Shen Yi? Kingo, be as cautious as a mule. There's no need for him to gamble his life if there's no 100% probability. But this gene evolution potion, however, still aroused his strong interest. 69. It's just genetics at play. Although Shen Yi wouldn't gamble with his life, he also didn't want to be injected with gene serum and turn into a monster. But the effects of this gene-editing drug are indeed very appealing. After the injection, his vitality and strength become abnormally strong. Such a potion is indeed a miracle drug for ordinary people who have no superpowers or strength. Of course, if Lin Jiwei could optimize the gene serum and remove these side effects, Shen Yi would also like to inject himself with it. With that almost superhuman recovery and vitality, I won't be afraid of getting injured in the future. It's like suddenly having an extra superpower. It must be said that Lin Jiwei is a very capable woman. Although what she ultimately created was a monster, it proved that she had this ability. If nurtured properly, it might actually be able to produce some powerful gene-enhancing drugs for itself. Of course, while nurturing her, we also need to keep a close eye on her. If you don't keep a close eye on someone as smart, capable, and skilled as him, he might just turn around and create a few mutated monsters in his own home. That would be a real disaster. Shen Yi looked at Lin Jiwei with a mixture of love and hate. She is indeed capable, intelligent, and worth nurturing. I hate that she always wants to dissect me, study me, and even wants me to be her drug test subject. Even in the bedroom before, after she had taken off her clothes, she actually touched and studied Shen Yi's body for a long time, which made Shen Yi very angry. This woman is obsessed with knowledge. She's very dangerous. How about it? Want to give it a try? Lin Jiwei stared intently at Shen Yi, still asking questions. Shen Yi said expressionlessly, "Don't you have a special ability that allows you to see into people's hearts? Now that you understand me, do you want me or not?" Lin Jiwei glanced at it a few times, then subconsciously took a step back and said, "I think you want to hit me. You have a really good eye for people." Shen Yi twisted his wrist, but still held back. In other words, this woman didn't presume to be clever and directly administer the medicine to him, but instead discussed it with him. Otherwise, I wouldn't just want to hit her, I would just kill her. As long as she continues to cooperate, Shen Yi wouldn't mind keeping her around, and might even provide her with some resources to train her. My gene evolution potion is really good. Given your physical condition, the success rate is quite high. Lin Jiwei was still somewhat unwilling to give up. It seems like he'll have to get a beating. Shen Yi glanced at her and said, "The success rate is too low. I can provide you with what you need, and you can continue your research. As long as the success rate can reach over 80%, I can find someone to test it. As for who to find, they certainly won't be one of our own. Wait until the medication is 100% free of side effects before injecting it yourself." Reasonable. Many people in the post-apocalyptic world would surely love to have such an opportunity to evolve. Although failure means death, without power, death will be even more gruesome. Okay. Lin Jiwei felt a little regretful. After a thorough discussion, she concluded that only Shen Yi's body could withstand her gene evolution potion. An ordinary person's body certainly wouldn't be able to handle it. Even without testing it, it's clear that it won't work. Speaking of which, do you know that superpowers can be leveled up? Shen Yi suddenly changed the subject and asked a question. Level up? Do you mean it can enhance the effects of your abilities? Like leveling up in a game? Lin Jiwei's comprehension skills were indeed very strong. She understood it immediately. Similar to, or about the same. This is the first time I've heard of this, but I did have this suspicion before. Perhaps superpowers can be upgraded in some way, such as by eating the same type of fruit to increase the number of superpowers, or by constantly honing the limits of superpowers and breaking through one's own limits. Lin Jiwei shared her guesses and reasoning. However, I've been busy researching gene therapy and haven't had time to test my hypothesis. After listening to Lin Jiwei's words, Shen Yi couldn't help but sigh. What a smart woman. Your guess is correct. Superpowers can be upgraded, and they can be upgraded by eating the same type of fruit. As Shen Yi spoke, he ate another fruit from the spiritual connection. Lin Jiwei's eyes lit up. No wonder she saw Shen Yi constantly eating the superpower fruit. I see. So, Shen Yi's ability level is far beyond that of ordinary people. This man is definitely worth studying. Lin Jiwei stared at Shen Yi, her eyes burning with undisguised fervor. Ignoring her gaze, Shen Yi continued eating the fruit. As for what you said about honing one's abilities to the limit and breaking through one's own limits, I don't know how to do that, so I haven't tested it. Alright, it's getting late. Get some rest tonight, and once you've recovered, we'll go to your lab tomorrow to retrieve the gene serum. After saying this, Shen Yi left some food and water, and then decisively left. They didn't give Lin Jiwei even the slightest chance to ask further questions. The room fell silent instantly. Lin Jiwei looked at the steaming roast chicken and fruit on the table and suddenly felt a little bored for some reason. In the past, when she was bored, she would study problems that she couldn't solve. But now, for some reason, I keep thinking about what happened with Shen Yi in the bedroom. Thinking about the experiences we had together. Although she didn't seem to have any particularly memorable experiences, she just couldn't forget Shen Yi's body. Women's genes are really strange things. Because he was my first man, my body probably instinctively remembers him. Lin Jiwei solemnly used scientific methods to explain this phenomenon. This is to prove that she has no feelings for Shen Yi. It's just a matter of genetics. Shen Yi used teleportation to return to Building 6. Inside the room, the women were busy with their tasks. Su Yin is teaching Su Wanting and Bai Sini how to use a gun. Jiang Nanyan, Zhou Waner, and Lu Ye were in the study, gathered together, looking at something. Honey, you're back. The first to see Shen Yi were Su Yin and her two companions, who were playing with guns in the living room. They all came over to greet him. Okay, Wanting, go cut us a watermelon. As Shen Yi sat on the sofa and spoke, he casually took out two black-skinned watermelons from his system space. Su Wanting responded and took the watermelon to the kitchen to cut it. Soon, they cut up a plate and brought it over. Shen Yi picked up a slice of watermelon, took a bite, and began to chew. Yes, it tastes really good, very delicious. Its firmness and crispness are perfect, and its sweetness is simply unparalleled. Anything produced by the system is of high quality. You two eat too, Shen Yi said to Su Yun and Bai Sini, who were standing next to him. The two women then reached out and picked up the watermelon to eat. Su Wanting, of course, didn't stand on ceremony. This watermelon is so sweet and crisp, it's delicious. Su Yun quickly finished one slice and took another. Eat as much as you like. There's plenty of watermelon today. Today, another type of superpower fruit was unlocked. Shen Yi was in a good mood and naturally wouldn't care about eating it. Honey, you're so good to me. Su Yun smiled and gave Shen Yi a kiss. While others are struggling to get enough to eat, he has no worries about food and drink and has even achieved watermelon freedom. This feeling of peace and tranquility is wonderful. At this moment, the three women in the study heard the noise and came out as well. Honey, I've finished the preliminary plan for the shelter. Could you take a look and see if there are any changes needed? Jiang Nanyan walked over with a gray notebook in her hand. While eating melon seeds, Shen Yi took the notebook with one hand and started flipping through it. Jiang Nanyan's plan was indeed very well done and very detailed. The first group to be housed in the shelter will consist of approximately 50 people. Do not allow the elderly, weak, sick, or disabled to be affected. They need young people, especially young and beautiful women. This feature was specifically designed to cater to Chun Yi's interests. After, the issue is the employment of these 50 people. Since we've hired people, they definitely have to work, otherwise we wouldn't be giving them food for free. Therefore, these 50 people can be divided into 5 teams. 2 teams are responsible for patrols and security, and each person is provided with 3 bottles of water and 1 meal per day. As for why they were given 3 bottles of water, it was because they had to patrol in the black fog and were prone to thirst, so water was a necessity. The remaining 3 teams can be assigned tasks at any time, such as going out to search for supplies, doing things that Shen Yi doesn't want to do, etc. In short, the entire shelter and all the survivors exist to serve Shen Yi. If you're unwilling, just kick them out. This is tyrannical dictatorship. But the reason is simple. Shen Yi needs to provide supplies for everyone. If we don't serve him, why should he provide us with supplies? It must be said that Jiang Nanyan is very clever. She was able to figure this out. Therefore, her entire business plan was written around Shen Yi, and the entire shelter was established to serve Shen Yi. Shen Yi was very satisfied after reading this part. This is also why he chose to have Jiang Nanyan write the plan. If he had asked a kind-hearted woman like Su Yun or Bai Sini to write the plan, they might have considered the life and death of the other survivors. But Jiang Nanyan is even more cold-blooded, or rather, she is an extreme egoist. As long as they can benefit, they don't care about the lives of others. We can increase the number of people. For example, we can recruit 100 people first. Don't worry about supplies. I can provide them. As for accommodation, as long as you don't go up to the 20th floor, you can stay on any of the other floors below. Shen Yi put down the melon rinds he had finished eating and added 2 more. Jiang Nanyan nodded immediately and remembered. Bai Sini, who was standing to the side, took out a tissue and wiped the watermelon juice from Shen Yi's mouth. Then, Shen Yi specifically instructed, remember, no one in our shelter is allowed to go up to the 20th floor. Anyone who disobeys and dares to go up to the 20th floor can be shot dead. By the way, clear out all the residents on the 20th floor and the floors above us. From now on, the floors above the 20th floor will be where we live. The floors below the 20th are where other people live. 70. The shelter program begins. Shen Yi's decision was domineering, but no one objected. He was the sole ruler in this family. Not to mention, Shen Yi requested that the floors above the 20th floor be reserved for his own people and that no one else be allowed to come up. The women did not object at all. On the contrary, they were very happy. They were initially worried that if any survivors had designs on them, it would be very dangerous. However, by isolating them directly, the risk factor is greatly reduced. It makes perfect sense for strangers to live on the lower floors and family members to live on the upper floors. Even Su Yun, a former policewoman, agreed with Shen Yi's decision. In the apocalypse, people are treacherous, so this is the safest way to live. Su Yun has also been diligently teaching Shen Yi's women how to use a pistol these past 2 days, just in case. They don't need to be very accurate shooters. As long as they can hit someone, that's enough. With a gun in hand, and combined with superpowers, even if we encounter criminals, we can easily subdue them. Okay, honey, I've written it all down. Jiang Nanyan nodded seriously. Then, she paused for a moment, then pointed to the contents of the notebook and said, Honey, what do you think of this arrangement for the compensation? Shen Yi continued reading. The so-called compensation is roughly that if a member of the shelter is injured or killed while on patrol or in a line of duty, they can receive a certain amount of material compensation. Of course, the compensation will be given to the families of the fallen team members. According to Jiang Nanyan's plan, the first batch of survivors recruited by the shelter must have at least one relative. That way, you won't have to worry about being easily betrayed by the other party. With family and loved ones by their side, they work even harder. If you're a single person without family or a partner, especially a guy, you absolutely shouldn't hire him, because these kind of people have no ties or constraints. They might be loyal one second and betray you the next. Moreover, people who are self-sufficient and have no family to worry about are bound to slack off and cheat at work, making them the most unstable type of person. After reading Jiang Nanyan's analysis, Shen Yi couldn't help but look up at her. This woman really has the makings of a capitalist. I totally get it. No, she seems to be a small capitalist. Jiang Nanyan's parents own a company, and it seems to be a very large one, so it's not wrong to say that she, as a second-generation rich kid, is a small capitalist. When it comes to exploiting people, Shen Yi is not as ruthless as Jiang Nanyan. However, it must be said that Jiang Nanyan's plan was very well done, and the plan itself was perfect. The survivors recruited under this plan are unlikely to be outlaws. They will work hard to protect their families and earn food for them. They were even willing to sacrifice themselves. In this way, the order within the shelter will be relatively stable, and it will be difficult for internal strife to occur. After all survivors have family members living in the shelter. Even if someone wants to cause trouble, they have to consider their family, not themselves. Moreover, if the shelter encounters any danger, these survivors will fight desperately to protect the shelter in order to protect their families. This method of controlling people is far more effective than simply using violence and threats. Yes, there are no problems with the compensation. Let's finalize it roughly like this. As for the details, you can continue to refine them. Shen Yi made the final decision. The so-called details are roughly about the punishment and reward mechanisms. For example, how should we punish someone who takes leave or someone who slacks off? Or if someone finds supplies or carries out a dangerous mission, how should they be rewarded? Clear punishments are necessary to motivate survivors to work harder. In short, setting up a shelter is easy, but managing one well and ensuring its healthy development is very difficult. This is also why Shen Yi is unwilling to manage or put in the effort. Anyway, I have many women, and some of them are good at management, so I can just leave it to the women. As long as I have absolute military power, even if someone tries to cause trouble, I can suppress them directly. All that's left is to enjoy the conveniences that the shelter offers. As long as the shelter can develop healthily and the population continues to increase, it will be easier for me to find women who meet the system's standards in the future. Otherwise, with the world's population decreasing, it won't be easy for Shen Yi to find a woman who meets all his standards. Finally, after everyone ate fresh watermelon and chatted for more than an hour, Shen Yi went back to his room to rest. Today, he held the policewoman Su Yun in his arms and slept peacefully. The next day, I ate breakfast at home, as usual. Shen Yi glanced at the plan that Jiang Nanyan had perfected overnight and gave a satisfactory reply. Then, amidst the envious gazes of the women, he rewarded Jiang Nanyan with 2 telepathic fruits, allowing her to pursue her goals freely. The first step is to recruit all the survivors in this building. If someone doesn't want to join, that's fine too. No coercion, no pressure. You can lure them with supplies. Of course, if anyone tries to steal the supplies, Su Yun can just shoot them dead. No need to hold back. Shen Yi deliberately left a few guns so that the women could use them for self-defense and to deal with trouble. As for Shen Yi himself, he would not get involved in these matters. If Jiang Nanyan still can't control the survivors in this building, even with a policewoman like Su Yun and the assistance of 6 or 7 guns, then she's simply too useless and unsuitable to manage a shelter. Shen Yi needs to start thinking about cultivating other women. Of course, the reason he made this arrangement was because he knew that the residents in this building were all timid, so he sent Jiang Nanyan to practice. A few days ago, 6 or 7 thugs with knives were able to take control of this building. Now, Jiang Nanyan has a gun and superpowers to assist her, so she is no weaker than those thugs. It all depends on whether she dares to kill someone to establish her authority. First establish authority, then offer material incentives. It is believed that most of the hungry and thirsty residents will choose to compromise, and may even be grateful. Having arranged everything, Shen Yi also gave each woman a fruit that granted them a special ability to connect mentally. This ability is a communication-related ability, so there's no need to use it as a reward. He will simply give it to any woman who is loyal and doesn't betray him. The mental link ability is very simple to use. As long as Shen Yi leaves a mental link port in the target's mind, they can communicate without obstacles and share vision as long as they are within the mental link distance. Of course, this interface can be left without the other party's consent. In other words, Shen Yi can forcibly connect with anyone, unless the other person's mental strength is stronger than his, in which case they can break free from his control. This superpower is surprisingly domineering. After finishing everything, Shen Yi went to Chu Xiaoxiao's house and took Lin Jiwei to the Virus Research Institute again. Today we have 2 objectives. First, to retrieve the gene evolution serum, and second, to extract the guns and bullets from the soldiers who died earlier. Then, we'll go back and deal with this mutated black spider. Now that the shelter project has begun, the black spider must be eliminated, otherwise everyone's activity area will be limited to this building. That would be so stupid. Shen Yi's goal is not just a building. You need to get to know at least one neighborhood first, then slowly expand outwards. Watching Shen Yi leave, Jiang Nanyan gripped the superpowered fruit in her hand and took a deep breath. Excitement, elation, and trepidation, a mix of emotions welled up within her. She knew this was a test from her husband. If I don't achieve something, it will be difficult to get a reward in the future. Although I certainly won't be kicked out, I will definitely fall out of favor. Therefore, she not only has to do this well, but also do it beautifully. If I handle things well, my status will definitely be higher than other women's in the future. And you can also get more rewards from the superpower fruits. Jiang Nanyan could sense that her superpower was not far from being upgraded. Sister Su Yun, I'll leave the rest to you. Jiang Nanyan turned to look at Su Yun. The fact that her husband specifically asked Su Yun, a former policewoman, to assist him proves that he tacitly approves of her using a certain amount of force. Even in this apocalyptic world, force is still necessary. Su Yun nodded without saying anything more. She thought it was a good idea for Shen Yi to establish a shelter. Although the motivation might have been for personal enjoyment, at least it provided shelter for some survivors, which can be considered a good deed. Therefore, Su Yun, who has a sense of justice, is also willing to do her part. As long as it's not about indiscriminate killing, rape, or kidnapping, she will stand behind Shen Yi without hesitation. Even if Shen Yi really did something bad, Su Yin felt she might not be able to bring herself to harm him. She is now completely in the shape of Shen Yi. Nanyan, let me help you too. I've recently learned how to shoot a gun. Su Wanning offered, seeing Jiang Nanyan becoming more and more favored, and even receiving the reward of superpowered fruit. It would be a lie to say that one is not envious. So she also wanted to do her part. She didn't know how to manage survivors, but she could assist Jiang Nanyan. After all, she is a student from a prestigious university, and she's not stupid. Jiang Nanyan naturally did not refuse Su Wanning. No matter how much she vied for favor, Su Wanning was always one of her own family. From then on, the shelter would only accept outsiders as survivors. In comparison, one's own people are definitely more trustworthy. At least Su Wanning would never harm herself, much less dare to sabotage her work. Otherwise, her husband won't let her off the hook. 71. Lin Jiwei. You want to kill me? Shen Yi. If possible, could you bring Xiaoha home as well? If Xiaoha were here, my research could have progressed even faster. After all, Xiaoha is the only successful experimental subject, and there are many things we can learn from him. On the way to the Virus Research Institute, Lin Jiwei tried to communicate with Shen Yi. Impossible, unless you can make it obey and never attack people. Shen Yi refused without even thinking. How could Shen Yi possibly keep such a dangerous mutated monster by his side? It even wants to eat its owner, let alone anyone else. Unless Lin Jiwei can completely control the mutated giant dog, Shen Yi might consider taking it in. It might even add to the fighting strength of their shelter. But clearly, she didn't have that ability. Lin Jiwei remained silent, lost in thought, seemingly considering the feasibility of Shen Yi's request. Soon, they then arrived near the research institute. Shen Yi first used his telepathy to scan the surrounding area, and was relieved to find no trace of the soldiers from yesterday. However, the mutated giant dog is still in the research institute. It seemed to have eaten all the other mutated animals in the research institute. Shen Yi scanned the entire institute, but couldn't find a second mutated animal. He remembered seeing 20 or 30 mutated animals yesterday. How can this mutated giant dog eat so much? Shen Yi murmured to himself. Did its appetite increase significantly after the second mutation? After listening, Lin Jiwei explained, its appetite is not particularly large, although it is larger than that of ordinary mutated animals. But the reason why it eats more is because it is injured. It needs to consume its own energy to recover from its injuries, and this energy needs to be obtained by eating. Understood. During the chat, Shen Yi used teleportation to take Lin Jiwei to the underground laboratory and put all the weapons and ammunition from the soldiers who died in the corridor yesterday into his system space. He also unexpectedly found 2 hand grenades, which he also put into his spatial storage. Shen Yi, could you use your spatial abilities to take some of the equipment and generators from the Research Institute back with you? I need them for my research in the future, Lin Jiwei said. Can. Shen Yi had originally planned to make a killing in the Research Institute. Take everything that is usable with you. Anyway, the system has plenty of space, so putting it in won't affect anything. That's all. Starting from the 3rd floor of the underground laboratory, under Lin Jiwei's guidance, Shen Yi collected various experimental equipment room by room. During this time, he also obtained the gene evolution drug that Lin Jiwei had mentioned. This is a pure green liquid, which seems to be alive and is gently swaying in a special test tube. According to Lin Jiwei's explanation, the main component of this gene serum was extracted from the 001 mutant, which is why it has such strong activity. What is mutant number 001? Shen Yi asked, puzzled. It was a mutated plant with extremely strong vitality, a constantly growing tree, and it appeared in a mountain city before the apocalypse, so we named it mutant number 001. It's just a pity that its growth rate was too fast, and now it's very difficult to obtain its gene sample. Lin Jiwei looked regretful when she mentioned the 001 mutant. Shen Yi paused for a moment, then suddenly realized something. The mutated tree? Could it be the tree in the city center? You've seen it before? No, I've just heard it mentioned by other people. Shen Yi shook his head slightly. He was simply surprised that a gene sample extracted from that mutated tree could create such a powerful mutated monster as the giant mutated dog. If it were the original form of the mutated tree, how terrifying would its regenerative power and vitality be? No wonder the police force was unable to eliminate it. Certainly, judging from the current situation, It seems that the country's first priority was not to destroy the tree, but to conduct research. In the end, things got out of control. Otherwise, if we had focused our firepower on destroying that tree as soon as it started growing, we might have been able to take it down. If you could help me get some gene samples of the 001 variant, perhaps my research could go further. Lin Jiwei said earnestly. Shen Yi didn't even bother to answer her, and went about collecting generators from the system space on his own. With the generator, we'll be able to use electricity from now on. Speaking of electricity, it's about time that Doomsday enthusiast living in Building 13 got his hands on some too. As for getting Shen Yi to obtain the gene sample of the mutated tree, that's simply impossible. According to Shen Yi's guess, the gene sample could not possibly be obtained by simply taking a branch from a large tree. It would most likely require close contact with the core of the mutated tree, or even taking something from the core. The risk is considerable. Let's talk about it in 6 months. If you acquire more superpowers and become stronger enough in 6 months, you can try to take down a mutated tree. If he could eliminate the mutated tree, Shen Yi wouldn't want to leave the mountain city. However, if he is not strong enough after 6 months, Shen Yi will have no choice but to leave the mountain city. In short, Shen Yi's plan is to play it safe and develop his strength while he has plenty of time and never risk everything. Bang bang bang. Just as Shen Yi and Lin Jiwei were busy in the underground laboratory, a burst of gunfire suddenly came from above. It sounds like a submachine gun. It's them? Why are they back again? Shen Yi scanned the area with his mind and discovered that the soldiers currently fighting the mutated giant dogs in the research institute were actually the same group of soldiers from yesterday. However, there were more of them today, and they seemed to be preparing to force their way into the research institute. What's going on? Could they also be here for the gene evolution drug? Shen Yi turned to look at Lin Jiwei, who was sensing with her eyes closed. Lin Jiwei has the ability to see through things, and she has already seen this scene. Could this woman have suddenly turned against us? But her betrayal now has no impact. Anyway, the rewards have already been unlocked, and the gene evolution potion is in my hands. If she dares to betray him, Shen Yi will silence her immediately. After all, this woman knew too many of my secrets. It would be very troublesome if they joined forces with the army and then came to capture them. Shen Yi has always used the most despicable speculations to guess people's hearts. Even if the possibility is very low, he will not leave any hidden dangers. They came looking for me. Lin Jiwei opened her eyes and looked at Shen Yi. You're only coming to see me today? Did you come to collect your corpse? Shen Yi raised an eyebrow. Captain Zhao must have received a mandatory order from above after returning yesterday, which is why he came back. He doesn't know how important I am. Lin Jiwei said thoughtfully and continued, it's possible that Captain Zhao isn't the only one who came today. There should be other support, such as fighter jets or powerful weapons like helicopters. Why? Shen Yi was startled upon hearing this. Is this woman really that important? They even deployed fighter jets. It's been almost half a month since the apocalypse began, and Shen Yi hasn't seen any military rescue planes. This suggests that even if there are still some intact planes, there are probably very few, or they can't take off freely. But now, in order to save Lin Jiwei, not only was a fully armed special forces team dispatched, but fighter jets were also deployed. If they find out I kidnapped the person they're looking for, they'll probably kill me. Shen Yi stared at Lin Jiwei. He realized that this woman, besides her own talent, was likely to have an impressive background and an extraordinary identity. It's unbelievable that this has attracted such a huge commotion. You want to kill me? Lin Jiwei and Shen Yi looked at each other. Her red lips moved slightly, and her tone was not very turbulent. Only a strange emotion flickered in her eyes. 72. Nuclear threat. Yes, Shen Yi just had murderous intent. They killed Lin Jiwei directly in the underground laboratory and disposed of the body. That way, even if the army manages to find him through some means, he won't panic at all. But if the military discovers that Lin Jiwei is in their hands, it's unclear what methods they will use to snatch her away. Shen Yi's biggest worry was not that Lin Jiwei would be found and brought back, but that Lin Jiwei would expose his secret after she returned. For example, his body can accommodate more than 3 superpowers. This is something that many people will definitely covet. Although Shen Yi has a system and several impressive superpowers, he is not so arrogant as to think he can compete with the army. However, he quickly abandoned the idea of silencing them. Compared to the value Lin Jiwei could have brought while alive, her death was a bit of a loss. So Shen Yi said, "I don't want to think about it now." Lin Jiwei glanced at him, said nothing more, and turned to pack up her documents. Shen Yi knew that Lin Jiwei might be unhappy, but he didn't care. The two had only known each other for a day and didn't have a deep relationship yet. Even because Lin Jiwei always wanted to use him as a test subject, Shen Yi didn't have a very good impression of her. Lin Jiwei didn't care about her own life or death, so naturally he couldn't care about Lin Jiwei's life or death either. If Lin Jiwei weren't so valuable, and she didn't dare to have so many messy ideas, Shen Yi would have driven her away long ago. Heartless as they may be, it's the end of the world. Who has time to slowly fall in love? Let's be rational and stick together as a community of shared interests. Just like Shen Yi doesn't demand that women have deep feelings for him. As long as they don't betray him or stab him in the back, they can still enjoy abundant resources and a safe haven. We should wait until we have absolute power before talking about feelings. After the two finished collecting their belongings from the basement, the gunfire upstairs stopped. Through telepathy, Shen Yi saw that the mutated giant dog was forced to flee into the black mist by the soldiers' powerful firepower and escape to another place. It seems that even the strongest recovery ability is no match for the firepower of a special forces unit. Then, the soldiers entered the research institute and began searching. Shen Yi then used teleportation to quickly take Lin Jiwei away from the research institute. With the black fog providing cover, even if there were airplanes in the sky, Shen Yi wouldn't panic. Speaking of which, did the army also encounter some trouble? Is that why they couldn't launch a rescue operation? Shen Yi took Lin Jiwei to hide in a shopping mall, where he took out a bottle of mineral water to drink and asked her questions. Given Lin Jiwei's potentially complex background, she certainly knows more than Su Yun, a low-ranking policewoman. Yes, Lin Jiwei nodded and continued. Before the black fog appeared, the ground cracked first, which caused many roads and bridges to collapse, and the army was unable to launch a rescue operation immediately. Later, many birds mutated, and those mutated birds could easily shoot down airplanes, making it difficult for airplanes to take off and fight. Of course, the main problem is that the army encountered many powerful mutated monsters during its assembly, resulting in the loss of many weapons and soldiers. Those mutated monsters are no weaker than the 001 mutated creature. Some of the more powerful mutated monsters have even caused some small cities to fall, and the armies sent to rescue them have all lost contact. Therefore, the current number of troops is at least 2/3 less than before. The remaining troops that can be mobilized are basically scattered throughout the country, making it almost impossible to carry out effective rescue across the country. Speaking of which, she glanced at Shen Yi and continued. Moreover, the remaining troops are not all of one mind. In the face of the apocalypse, it is inevitable that there will be those with ulterior motives. In addition, a portion of the military is required to prevent other countries from carrying out rescue missions. Although this disaster is global, no one can be sure that other countries will take the opportunity to do something illogical. For example, the United States, at the beginning of the disaster, sent a message to the world that if an irreparable disaster occurred on its own soil, the United States would launch a nuclear strike against all hostile countries because it suspected that the disaster was caused by other countries. Shen Yi frowned as he listened. I never imagined there was something like this behind this disaster. No wonder the rescue was delayed. Not to mention that every city has a large number of mutated plants and animals. The threat from hegemonic countries alone cannot be ignored. Who knows if the United States might actually go insane and launch a nuclear strike against China. After all, Xiagua and the United States have been on opposite sides for the past few years, and the United States statement is clearly a threat to Xiagua. This is not surprising, because at the beginning, many Chinese people, upon seeing the disaster, might have thought it was the United States doing. Conversely, the United States might also believe that China developed some kind of incredible weapon and deployed it on its own soil. Currently, the strongest military forces in the world are the United States in the West and China in the East. Other countries are not quite qualified. Human nature is so complicated. Even in the end times, people are still fighting amongst themselves. Shen Yi didn't think this apocalyptic disaster would be easy to overcome. If humans cannot keep up with the rate of mutation of mutated plants and animals, they may truly face extinction. However, despite his complaints, Shen Yi was more concerned that other cities also had mutated monsters as terrifying as the mutated tree. So, where the hell am I supposed to go in 6 months? If you choose the wrong city, you might as well stay in a mountain town. Shen Yi frowned deeply. Judging from the current situation, I need to speed up the process of unlocking resources. It seems that the shelter needs to be built as soon as possible. With shelters, resources can be unlocked in an assembly line fashion. Even if he unlocks 30 kinds of resources every month, as long as one of them is a superpower fruit, Shen Yi's development speed can far surpass that of everyone else in the world. Moreover, and most importantly, other ordinary people can only accommodate a maximum of 3 superpowers. But there is no limit to the depth of the game. He can stack the number of superpowers, and the level of superpowers it can also be stacked. It's important to know that most superpowers aren't particularly strong when used alone, but if you can find a compatible superpower to use together, the strength will instantly increase several times over. Even if a superpower is already strong, if it is combined with an even stronger superpower, the actual effect it can produce will be far greater than the superpower itself. For example, teleportation is an incredibly powerful and overpowered ability. When combined with the invincible vision of telepathy, its strength is more than doubled. If another powerful offensive ability is added to complement it, the strength can be increased several times over. Shen Yi snapped out of his thoughts, his strength almost fully recovered. He scanned his surroundings with his telepathy and, seeing that the soldiers had already withdrawn, said, "Let's go too," etc. Lin Jue suddenly called out to Shen Yi, and under his questioning gaze, she said earnestly, "Could you let me try taming the little husky again? I feel that now is a great opportunity." 73. Loot them all, attempt to tame. How confident are you? And even if you tame it now, can you guarantee it won't go berserk and attack us again? Shen Yi countered with a question. He had personally witnessed the mutated giant dog trying to eat its master, Lin Jue. Even if Lin Jue can tame it in a short time, it will be a hidden danger in the future. Trust me one more time. I saw that Xiao Ha was seriously injured, and the bloodlust in its eyes had subsided. It should have regained its normal thinking. I am very confident that I can tame it now and prevent it from attacking people indiscriminately. Lin Jue spoke seriously, paused, and then said earnestly, "I can't guarantee that it won't go berserk, but I can live in the same building as it. That way, even if it goes berserk and attacks people, I can react immediately and ensure that it won't harm you. Furthermore, I want to improve the gene evolution drug, increase the success rate of injection, and eliminate side effects. And I also want to use Xiao Ha's living genes for research. If you agree, I can guarantee you that I can give you an upgraded gene serum within 10 days. Hearing Lin Ji's solemn promise, Shen Yi raised an eyebrow slightly. If what she said is true, then it's acceptable. Shen Yi was not afraid of the mutated giant dog. Although he couldn't kill the mutated giant dog, he could easily escape. He was just worried that it would threaten the safety of his other women. But if what Lin Jue said is true, and she can tame this mutated giant dog, then there will be many benefits. Not to mention that it can speed up Lin Jue's research progress. It can also provide her with a powerful bodyguard. With the mutated giant dog around, we won't need to take action against ordinary mutated animals anymore. After pondering for a moment, Shen Yi looked at Lin Jue and asked, "If you can tame it, can you make it obey you? For example, if I wanted to kill someone, it will do so." These are just the most basic commands, so there's no problem. The evolved husky is much smarter than before and can understand most commands. Lin Jue answered immediately. Moreover, as long as you feed it regularly, there's a high probability that it will obey you. Since that was the case, Shen Yi agreed. He's still quite willing to try experiments like this, which have low risk. Especially now that I have a small problem that I need to solve. Mutant black spider. If the mutated giant dog can really obey and take care of the mutated black spider, then Shen Yi thinks it's a very worthwhile deal. If it can't do that, then it's completely useless, and there's no need to waste food feeding it. Subsequently, using telepathy, Shen Yi scanned the surrounding 3 kilometers and found the mutated giant dog in a secluded corner. It was lying in the corner, licking the bullet wounds on its body, looking rather pitiful. "Can we find it?" Lin Jue asked curiously. It also knew that Shen Yi's telepathic ability had a much greater range than its own X-ray vision. If Shen Yi cannot be found, then things will get a bit complicated. "We found it, but let's not rush. Let's ransack this mall first. Shen Yi looked towards the large shopping mall. The mall is mostly filled with designer bags and clothes. There's not much food, so there are no survivors hiding here. Shen Yi immediately began a shopping spree on the first floor. Men's shoes, shirts, t-shirts, pants, various jackets, etc. Store everything, including the hangers, into the system space. I won't have to worry about changing clothes anymore. Women's high heels, underwear, long skirts, trousers, shorts, stockings of various colors, etc. were also collected along with the hangers. After sweeping through 4 floors and emptying the entire luxury shopping mall, Shen Yi finally left with Lin Jiwei, satisfied, to find the injured mutated giant dog. On the way, Lin Jiwei couldn't help but ask curiously, "Shen Yi, just how big is your special ability space?" "I don't know either. It's so big you can't see the end of it. Maybe it's infinitely large." Shen Yi said. "Infinite? How is this possible?" Lin Jiwei fell silent in shock. Since the appearance of this eerie black mist, most of the scientific theories she previously knew have been destroyed. Some supernatural abilities can be explained by scientific theories to a limited extent. However, some superpowers have completely deviated from the realm of science and are comparable to theology. Like Shen Yi's instantaneous teleportation, this involves spatial travel, which is absolutely impossible with current human technology. But he only needs a thought to travel through time. It's completely unreasonable. And there's this black fog. It's also extremely strange. Lin Jiwei studied it for a long time and found that the black mist did not belong to any known substance on Earth, and was even a substance that she could not understand. Or perhaps this is a technology from a higher dimension. Or perhaps this is theology. But Lin Jiwei is very rational. When she finds that she can't understand something no matter what, she won't waste any more time thinking about it, and she won't be discouraged by it. Just pretend you never discovered this theory. When we have enough research data and our own abilities are strong enough, we can come back and solve this mystery later. Otherwise, if you keep getting stuck on a single point, you won't gain anything and will only waste your time and energy. A dozen minutes later, the two arrived near the mutated giant dog. Shen Yi withdrew his telepathic communication beforehand to avoid alerting the mutated giant dog. He remembered that when he used telepathy to spy on others before, the mutated giant dog noticed him. This proves that the mutated giant dog must have a very strong sense of perception. But most of the time, it's stupid and doesn't react at all. For example, Shen Yi kept his eyes on it the whole way, but it didn't react at all. I wonder if it's because of the injury that my perception has decreased? I'll go over and try. As long as Xiao Ha can recognize me, I can make it obey me, Lin Jiwei said. Be safe. Shen Yi was also prepared to use teleportation and binding techniques to save the day at any time. Lin Jiwei's expression did not change much, and she seemed unsurprised by Shen Yi's concern. Although they spent very little time together, Lin Jiwei had already grasped Shen Yi's personality through her exceptional insight. He is a very sophisticated, self-serving, and sensitive person. For his own safety, he could kill without hesitation, even women he had a relationship with. He will not hesitate to take action if his safety is threatened. However, he was not so cold-hearted as to be devoid of emotion. He simply suppressed his feelings very deeply and was not swayed by them. In other words, as long as he doesn't threaten Shen Yi's safety, he's actually a good person. Could you give me some food? I needed to tame the little husky, Lin Jiwei said. Shen Yi took 2 pieces of raw steak from the system space and gave them to her. Immediately, Lin Jiwei took the steak and walked into the alley. In the alley, the mutated giant dog, which was licking its wounds, heard footsteps and suddenly raised its head, its emerald green eyes looking at the person who came. When it saw who it was, its eyes flickered slightly, as if it were experiencing emotional fluctuations. 74. Dog training? I don't know anything about it, but I have experience training people. Little Hawk, come here. Lin Jiwei stood still, holding a steak in her hand and gently waving it at the mutated giant dog. The giant dog twitched its nose and stood up unsteadily. Its massive body was covered in wound from which blood was still flowing. Much of the flesh was torn apart by bullets, exposing the bare bones. If it were a normal mutant animal, it would have died long ago from such severe injuries. A strange emotion flashed in Lin Jiwei's eyes. She also had her own little schemes. She raised this husky from a puppy for over 6 years and has a deep affection for it. If Xiaoha can still retain normal thinking and remember herself, she doesn't want to abandon it. The mutated giant dog limped toward Lin Jiwei, making low whimpering sounds, as if it were being squeezed out of its throat. Upon hearing this voice, Lin Jiwei's eyes lit up with joy. This is the sound that Xiaoha used to make when he was being affectionate. It really recognized me. Xiaoha, do you want some? Lin Jiwei asked slowly as she approached, holding a steak. Shen Yi watched quietly, ready to use teleportation to save the day at any moment. This woman is incredibly bold. She wasn't afraid of dying at all for the sake of the experiment. He is very smart, but also a very simple and pure person. Lin Jiwei's intelligence is not reflected in manipulating people's hearts or scheming against others. Instead, he focused solely on research. In truth, she posed very little threat to Shen Yi because Lin Jiwei had no ulterior motives of vying for favor or power, nor any ambition. Her thoughts were simple. She was simply curious about Shen Yi's body and wanted to dissect him and study him thoroughly. In comparison, although Jiang Nanyan is not as clever as Lin Jiwei, she prefers to scheme against people. Of course, Jiang Nanyan is very loyal and sensible. Even though she has many little schemes to win favor, she will not delay the work that Shen Yi assigns her, nor will she make Shen Yi unhappy. This is also why Shen Yi tacitly allowed her to compete for favor. It seems we can tame it, but I don't know if it will go berserk again. Shen Yi used telepathy to quietly observe the mutated giant dog, which showed no hostility whatsoever. Now, it was lying in front of Lin Jiwei, chewing on its steak, letting Lin Jiwei stroke its head. 2 steaks wouldn't even be enough to fill the teeth of the enormous, mutated giant dog. Especially now that it is seriously injured, the faster it recovers, the more energy it will consume. After watching for a while, Shen Yi decided to show himself and test it out. Let's see if this mutated giant dog will attack me. If this beast remains hostile towards me under Lin Jiwei's control, then it must not be allowed to live. That's just how he is, double standard. Drink. As soon as Shen Yi appeared, the mutated giant dog immediately turned its head to stare at it, letting out a low, warning growl from its throat. Its aura had also darkened slightly. Clearly, it is hostile to Shen Yi. It should be said that we are hostile to unfamiliar creatures. But when Lin Jiwei patted its head, it suppressed its aggressive desires, only staring warily at Shen Yi with its pair of green eyes. That's right, it's about being vigilant. It seemed to remember that Shen Yi had once immobilized it at the research institute. Then, the mutated giant dog still feels lingering fear when it thinks about the feeling of being unable to move even when it has used all its strength. Good, as long as you're rational. Shen Yi looked at the mutated giant dog, which was somewhat hostile to him, but had no intention of killing him, and expressed that he was fairly satisfied. Although it was because Lin Jiwei stopped it, it was already quite good that it refrained from attacking. They are animals after all, and should not be treated like humans. But the methods for taming animals are actually quite similar to those for taming humans. It's the same old story of sticking to sweet treats. It should both respect and depend on itself. Thinking of this, Shen Yi took a step forward and instantly appeared beside the mutated giant dog, startling it. The mutated giant dog instinctively tried to stand up, but a flashlight beam shone on it, casting a shadow, and its body was instantly frozen in place. It's that same feeling again. The mutated giant dog struggled violently, its green eyes fixed on Shen Yi, who was standing close at hand, clearly showing a hint of fear. Perhaps because it is currently in a rational state and is severely injured, it senses the threat of death. If Shen Yi were to keep shooting its vital points at this moment, he might actually be able to kill this mutated giant dog. Judging from the stamina consumed by the shadow binding, the mutated giant dog was significantly weaker than yesterday, and the stamina required to immobilize it was 2/3 less than yesterday. It seems that while this gene has strong regenerative capabilities, it's not insurmountable. It seems those special forces soldiers simply didn't want to take risks. Otherwise, they could definitely have killed the mutated giant dog. As for how to use shadow binding in the black fog, it's very simple. There's no light source, so he just carries one with him. Supermarkets have plenty of flashlights, and they have system storage space, so you can grab one and use it anytime, which isn't too much trouble. With this thought in mind, Shen Yi, seeing that he had intimidated the giant dog enough, took out a roast chicken from his system space and looked at the mutated giant dog, saying, "From now on, treat me as your master too. As long as you behave well, I guarantee you'll have meat to eat every meal." As he spoke, he tossed the roast chicken next to the mutated giant dog. Smelling the aroma of chicken, the mutated giant dog became visibly excited, howling incessantly, eager to eat the chicken. At the same time, its hostility towards Shen Yi was greatly reduced, and its aura turned into a neutral gray and a faint white of goodwill. Good, very sensible. Shen Yi nodded in satisfaction and released the shadow from its restraints. Although the mutated giant dog couldn't understand human speech, it knew it couldn't attack Shen Yi. Otherwise, you'll either be immobilized and unable to move, or you won't get any good food. It glanced cautiously at Shen Yi, then immediately lowered its head and ate the roast chicken on the ground in one bite. A roast chicken was gone before it could even taste it. Then, it stared longingly at Shen Yi. After hesitating for a moment, he limped over to Shen Yi. Shen Yi was prepared to use shadow binding at any time, and instead of dodging, he stretched out his hand. The mutated giant dog seemed to understand what to do, and lay down in front of Shen Yi, lowering its head so that Shen Yi could pet its head. The hostility emanating from the mutated giant dog completely dissipated, replaced by a white aura of goodwill. Immediately, Shen Yi took out more than a dozen roast chickens and 20 or 30 steaks, and threw them one by one to the mutated giant dog. If you throw them all at once, they won't feel tamed. You need to let your pet know that it can only eat what I give it to it. You can't eat what I don't give you, and you certainly can't take it. This is also Shen Yi testing the mutated giant dog. If it can't resist the temptation of food and attacks itself, then it proves it has a rebellious streak and should be turned into dog meat soup. But the mutated giant dog had indeed become rational. It stared at the food beside Shen Yi, and although it was eager to devour it, it didn't snatch it. Instead, it waited for Shen Yi to throw it to it. It was clearly in awe of the means by which Shen Yi could immobilize it. After being fed, the mutated giant dog's goodwill towards Shen Yi deepened considerably. Although they weren't as loyal as Su Wanting and Su Yunzhong, at least they wouldn't suddenly ambush him. Generally speaking, there is a process involved in the transformation from goodwill to hostility. This process gives Shen Yi enough time to react. I didn't expect you to know so much about dog training. Lin Jiwei breathed a sigh of relief, and a rare smile appeared on her face. For her, Xiao Ha was not only her first successful experimental subject, but also a pet she had invested a lot of affection in. She was very happy that Xiao Ha was saved. Dog training? I don't know much about it, but it feels similar to training people. I have a lot of experience training people. Shen Yi stroked the head of the mutated giant dog and looked at Lin Jiwei. 75. Rain, subdue the mutated black spider. Taming people? Lin Jiwei always felt that this man was targeting her, but she didn't take it to heart. After all, this is not good for me, and keeping in my heart will only affect my future performance. Okay, let's go home. As Shen Yi spoke, he looked at the mutated giant dog, whose injuries had largely healed. It seems that as long as there is enough food, its recovery speed can be accelerated. That's an incredibly powerful and abnormal ability. If this ability were given to Shen Yi, he would be invincible. What Shen Yi has in abundance right now is food. He can recover from an injury simply by eating, which is incredibly convenient for him. If he weren't worried about turning into a monster, he would have really wanted to inject himself with a gene evolution serum. Speaking of which, mutated animals don't seem to feel particularly thirsty like we humans do after inhaling black mist for a few hours. Walking back to his neighborhood, Shen Yi was drinking mineral water when he suddenly glanced at the mutated giant dog. Although the mutated giant dog also needs to drink water, it doesn't need to replenish its water supply as frequently as Shen Yi and Lin Jiwei. Lin Jiwei nodded and explained, based on my previous research, most mutated animals don't feel thirsty indefinitely in the black fog. But after they mutate, their water intake will increase accordingly. As for how the mutated animals replenish their water supply, it seems to be by drinking the blood of their prey. Can they drink the contaminated water? Shen Yi asked another question. Most mutant animals cannot drink it, but some will. However, according to my research, long-term consumption of contaminated water will have certain effects even on mutant animals. So, water is indeed the most important thing right now, and it's important for all living things. Shen Yi murmured softly. Fortunately, the first resource he unlocked was bottled water. Otherwise, he wasn't sure if he could have survived. By not inhaling the black fog, we can survive a little longer. But if you live in the black fog all the time, you probably won't survive without 3 or 4 bottles of water a day. Thinking about it this way, I'm afraid many more people will die next. The mountain city is slightly better because due to its terrain, there are many high-rise buildings and people can temporarily escape the black fog. In some plains cities without national aid, more than 80% of the population would probably die. If he could, Shen Yi wouldn't want so many people to die. It wouldn't do him any good if all of humanity died out. Because he doesn't have a large population base, it will be difficult for him to find a woman who meets the system's standards in the future. But as long as the survivors dare to go out and look for water, they will most likely be able to find some drinkable water, right? Since Shen Yi has no shortage of water, he has not studied this aspect. But people facing water shortages will surely unite to find uncontaminated water sources, such as bottled water in supermarkets, groundwater, or well water. I just don't know if the groundwater has been contaminated. Logically, the black fog should have appeared from cracks in the ground, meaning it came from underground. That groundwater must have been contaminated long ago. However, this is just speculation, and Shen Yi cannot be certain that the crack lies underground. To put it in a more mystical way, he even wondered if the crack led to other dimensions or realms. After all, this black fog was far too strange and mysterious. Unlike the Earth, it cannot generate itself. Of course, these are all just wild guesses without any real source. We can only wait until we have the strength to go down into the crevice ourselves and take a look. It looks like it's raining. As Shen Yi and Lin Jiwei walked back to the entrance of the residential area, a light drizzle suddenly began to fall from the sky. This is the first rain in the mountain city in nearly half a month. And the rainwater did not appear to be contaminated immediately and is drinkable. Of course, Shen Yi wouldn't risk trying that. But if the rain had been any heavier, ordinary people would have had a better chance of survival. Speaking of which, if the rainwater isn't contaminated immediately, then other cities' rescue methods might involve artificial rainmaking, right? Shen Yi seemed to be deep in thought. It's not impossible. He even suspected that the sudden rain in the mountain city might have been artificially created. But this is just speculation. Now it's time to get down to business. We arrived at the entrance of unit number 6. Before Shen Yi could speak, the mutated giant dog suddenly stopped, its green eyes fixed on the upstairs, and it growled warily. Clearly, the silly husky, whose injuries had healed somewhat, was now able to sense the potential danger. There might be mutated animals upstairs. Lin Jiwei looked at the building in front of her and then activated her X-ray vision. Soon, she saw a large spider web in the middle of the floor, and on the spider web was a rather large mutated black spider. Even though Lin Jiwei had seen many mutated animals, she was still shocked by the size of this black spider. How could a normal spider mutate to such a large size? Could it be that it underwent a secondary mutation like Little Ha? Lin Jiwei murmured in delight. She was eager to study this mutated black spider. If it is also a secondary mutation, then its research value is extremely high. Little Ha, find a way to capture it alive. Lin Jiwei earnestly instructed the mutated giant dog. The husky tilted its head, probably not understanding what it meant at all. They possess wisdom, but not much. I'll lure it down. You'll direct Little Ha to launch a sneak attack later, Shen Yi said. Good. The research fanatic Lin Jiwei immediately nodded. She wouldn't let such excellent research material slip by. Even if Shen Yi didn't say anything, Lin Jiwei would still have to find a way to capture or kill him. The carcasses of mutated animals are also of great research value. Subsequently, Shen Yi teleported to the front of the unit, took out a Type 54 pistol from the system space, aimed at the resting mutated black spider through telepathic vision, and pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. All the bullets hit the mutated black spider, but most of them did not cause much damage. But one of the bullets hit Black Spider's eyes by chance, and a clump of viscous liquid burst out instantly. The mutated Black Spider immediately let out a strange cry, perhaps from pain or anger, as it moved several legs at the same time and quickly moved downstairs. Shen Yi deliberately waited until the mutated Black Spider saw him, attracting all its hatred, before using teleportation to pull himself back. The mutated Black Spider seemed oblivious to the husky in the black mist and aggressively chased after Shen Yi as if it had to kill him. Little huh, now's the time go. Lin Jiwei seized the opportunity and immediately waved his hand to give the order. The mutated giant dog, which was already eyeing the enemy with predatory intent, pounced on the unsuspecting mutated black spider upon receiving the order. With one swipe of its paw, it slammed the mutated black spider to the ground. No matter how much the spider struggled, it couldn't break free from the husky's large paw. The mutated husky's power completely overwhelmed the mutated black spider. If the black spider hadn't had a very tough body, that claw might have crushed it into a pulp. Upon seeing this, Lin Jiwei immediately stepped forward to examine the mutated black spider up close. This was the first time she had ever encountered an animal that had undergone a second mutation. The puppy doesn't count, because the puppy is a man-made product. Who knew? Just then, the mutated black spider struggled with its several legs, suddenly opened its mouth, and spat out a white silk thread like a sharp arrow, shooting towards Lin Jiwei, who was completely unprepared. 76. That's fucking domineering. White silk suddenly shot out from the mutated black spider's fangs, catching Lin Jiwei completely off guard and catching her completely off guard. Normal spiders do not shoot silk from their mouths. They primarily spray silk from the silk glands on their abdomen. Spiders secrete liquid proteins through these glands, which quickly solidify in a spider silk when they come into contact with air. Therefore, Lin Jiwei did not take any special precautions when the mutated black spider's abdomen was pressed to the ground by the husky. But she didn't expect that this mutated black spider would completely defy common sense. Its spider silk comes from its fangs. Lin Jiwei tried to dodge, but it was too late. The white silk was moving extremely fast. Moreover, like a sharp arrow, if it pierces the flesh, it will definitely penetrate instantly. At this critical moment, Shen Yi teleported over, pulled Lin Jiwei into his arms. The white spider silk grazed Lin Jiwei's arm, leaving a deep, bloody wound that was even slightly corrosive. Fortunately, it was just an arm injury, and he was fine. Woof! Seeing its master injured, the mutated giant dog barked angrily, then raised one of its large paws and slammed it down, smashing the mutated black spider's head open, causing various liquids to spill onto the ground. Its head exploded, and the mutated black spider struggled for a while before slowly losing its movement. Shen Yi then withdrew his gaze, glanced at the injured Lin Jiwei in his arms, frowned and scolded. How could you be so reckless? Use your brain. Even the weakest mutated monster can easily take the lives of us humans. You're also a researcher, so you should know more about mutant animals and be more vigilant than I am. I understand. Lin Jiwei covered her injured arm with one hand, and for some reason, she didn't dare to talk back. It wasn't that I was afraid of Shen Yi, but rather that I had a very strange feeling in my heart. Is this what it feels like to be in love? Suddenly, a sentence popped into Lin Jiwei's mind. Even though she had just brushed with death, she didn't feel much fear. Instead, she was able to calmly reflect on her experience. Let's go inside and disinfect and bandage your arm. Shen Yi glanced at the bloody wound on Lin Jiwei's arm. The spider silk was actually corrosive, though not very strong, but a lot of flesh on Lin Jiwei's arm was corroded away, making a sizzling sound. Such a serious injury, and this woman didn't utter a sound. Her patience is incredible. The two entered the building, but because the mutated giant dog was too big to fit inside, they could only lie down at the entrance. It stared at the corpse of the mutated black spider, seemingly wanting to eat it. But Lin Jiwei warned it repeatedly before entering the building that it absolutely must not eat the black spider. I don't know if the husky understood, but it didn't eat it at the time. We entered the building. Shen Yi discovered that the first floor had actually been cleaned. The blood on the walls and the corpses on the floor were cleaned up. It seems that Jiang Ninyan's shelter plan is going very well. In just half a day, even the sanitation in this building has started to be cleaned. Good. Shen Yi prefers a clean environment. He led Lin Jiwei to sit on the sofa, used medical scissors to cut open the clothes on her arm, and began to disinfect Lin Jiwei with iodine. Fortunately, I had gone to the hospital before and managed to collect a lot of medical equipment and medicines. Otherwise, if Lin Jiwei's injury is not treated, she may not even be able to save her arm. Once infected, it could even cost you your life. Be careful next time. Don't be so reckless. As long as a person is alive, what kind of research can't they do? It's pinned down by Xiao Ha. It can't run away. What's your rush? While using a cotton swab dipped in iodine to disinfect, Shen Yi rambled on, imparting his principles of survival to Lin Jiwei. He would never do something so risky. No matter how weak the opponent is, once I make a move, I will definitely kill them with the power of thunder. Lin Jiwei watched quietly as the man treated and bandaged her wounds, without saying a word. Only a rare ripple appeared in her usually calm and unwavering eyes. It's all bandaged up. You need to be careful afterward and see if you get infected. If you do get infected, you'll probably need to find a doctor to perform surgery. After bandaging Lin Jiwei's wound, Shen Yi glanced at her calm expression. This woman is incredibly patient. Throughout the entire bandaging process, he didn't utter a sound and just stared blankly, seemingly lost in thought. I guess he's thinking about how to study that mutated black spider. What a research fanatic. A research fanatic who'd risk his life for research. I see. Lin Jiwei slightly turned her head away, avoiding eye contact with Shen Yi. All right, now that the mutated black spider has been dealt with, you can rest today. Tomorrow we'll go pick out a suitable building for you and install the generator and all the experimental equipment you need, Shen Yi planned. But having a fuel generator requires a lot of fuel, so you'll have to go to a gas station to get more gasoline. Husband. Just then, a voice suddenly came from behind. It was Jiangnan Yin and Su Yun, along with Su Wanting and 8 or 9 survivors who looked like residents. Shen Yi had naturally seen them through telepathy long ago, so it wasn't surprising. Similarly, once they were within 20 meters, the 3 women confirmed Shen Yi's identity through telepathy. Honey, all the residents in this building have completed their registration. They all want to join our shelter. Not counting their families, we have now taken in 12 survivors. As Jiangnan Yin reported, she glanced at the beautiful woman sitting next to Shen Yi. Is she another woman her husband is seeing? He was even injured? For some reason, she felt inexplicably uncomfortable looking at this new woman. It's not jealousy or envy, it's just a very uncomfortable feeling. It was as if, when Jiangnan Yin looked into this woman's eyes, all her little thoughts were instantly seen through, making her feel as if she were completely naked. This feeling is very uncomfortable. The other survivors who had followed were immediately taken aback when they heard Jiangnan Yin address the man in front of her as her husband with great respect. Turned out to be, this man is the one who truly takes charge. So, the survivors secretly sized up Shen Yi, wondering why this pretty boy could make such a fierce female demon obey them. They witnessed Jiangnan Yin shooting and killing people with their own eyes. That cold expression, as if he regarded human life as worthless, terrified the other male survivors. But this beautiful and aloof woman actually called this young man husband and was quite respectful in her attitude. This completely shattered the survivors' worldview. But what shocked them even more was that the other 2 beautiful women, who were armed with guns, also called the pretty boy their husbands. Immediately, all the survivors were stunned. These 3 beautiful women are all this pretty boy's women. How is this possible? Isn't that illegal? Not bad. Let's continue. Find all the residents in the other buildings in this community as soon as possible and see if they are willing to join our shelter. If they're not willing, then kick them out. This community will be the base of our shelter from now on, and no outsiders will be allowed to stay. After giving the order, Shen Yi paused, glanced at the survivors, and said, if anyone dares to cause trouble, just shoot them dead. Don't worry about saving bullets. I have plenty. Upon hearing this, the survivors' expressions changed, and they were immediately terrified. This man is way too damn domineering. These are houses that the residents bought themselves. How can they be evicted? Survivors who still retain some moral principles inevitably feel uncomfortable. But at the same time, they were also somewhat relieved. Thankfully, I agreed to join the shelter. Otherwise, faced with the threat of a gun, they really might be kicked out of their home. Sure enough, if this pretty boy can make a group of cold-blooded women obey him, he'll only become more ruthless. 77. Awe and a sense of security require knowing how to flatter. Shen Yi's show of force was very effective. The survivors looked at him with fear in their eyes. Yes, he deliberately said those words in front of the survivors. The purpose is to instill awe in the survivors. Only by instilling awe can we make them fear and let them know how terrible the consequences of betrayal can be. Certainly, to rule the shelter, one cannot rely solely on fear. After a few taps, Shen Yi casually waved his hand, and a dozen bottles of mineral water and packets of instant noodles appeared on ground. He looked at the survivors and said, "You are the first survivors to join the shelter. This water and food are a reward for making the right choice. At the same time, as long as you can recruit more survivors to join the shelter, you will receive more food and water rewards." As Shen Yi spoke, his gaze swept over the group of survivors who were filled with awe, shock, and fear. From a telepathic perspective, these people are not hostile towards me. At most, they are neutral and I don't want to provoke them. That's true. Shen Yi has a gun. Only a fool would be hostile. There are very few residents in this building who dare to risk their lives. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been chased and hacked by 6 or 7 thugs before. But people who are afraid of death are actually easier to control. Anyway, they don't need to have amazing combat power. It's enough if they can do their job well. If necessary, they can be used as cannon fodder. All right, take all this food and water and distribute it. As soon as Shen Yi spoke, a group of survivors rushed forward to get water, and some even thanked Shen Yi with gratitude in their eyes. Very polite. Shen Yi gave him an extra bottle of water. As a result, he attracted the attention of others and secretly regretted not having thought of thanking them. Indeed, you have to know how to lick at any time. The main reason was that they were stunned by Shen Yi's ability to conjure food and water out of thin air, and their brains went blank for a moment, so they didn't react. These survivors had never seen superpowers before, let alone knew about the existence of superpower fruits. They were simply shocked and incredulous. With just a wave of his hand, he conjured up more than a dozen bottles of water. Is this a superpower? This man has superpowers. No wonder they could make these 3 ruthless female demons obey them so obediently. No wonder he can build a harem in the apocalypse and have several beautiful women. Because of the apocalypse, the emergence of superpowers doesn't seem particularly hard to accept. So while the survivors were shocked and in awe, they quickly accepted the existence of superpowers. Shen Yi's gaze swept over the crowd, and he used his telepathy to check them over. Surprisingly, none of these survivors had any greedy thoughts about his superpowers. He also wanted to make an example of someone. But these people didn't give me a chance. So be it. There will be an opportunity sooner or later. The survivors were also excited by Shen Yi's promise. You'll receive food and water rewards simply for recruiting others to your shelter. This is an opportunity. Even now, households that had stored food have already eaten it all. If Jiangnan Yin hadn't knocked on their door today to tell them the thugs were dead, they might have stayed home until they were starving and couldn't bear it anymore before venturing out. And now, they don't need to take any great risks or risk their lives. They can get food and water simply by recruiting people to their shelter. It's so easy. With more people in the shelter, everyone can stick together for warmth and safety. Therefore, these survivors, out of awe or perhaps out of their own cowardice, harbored no ill intentions. No ambition, no great desires. Just being able to live is enough. Honey, I'll take some people to search for survivors in the other buildings now. Jiang Nanyan replied immediately. She now enjoys the feeling of being second only to one person and above thousands of others. Although we don't have 10,000 people under our command yet, as long as the shelter continues to develop, the future is still very promising. It feels so good to be in power. I've become a little addicted to Jiang and cigarettes. Okay, come out with me. As Shen Yi spoke, he led the way out of the building. We need to warn the husky first, so that it won't eat these people when they enter or leave the building. At this time, the mutated husky, which had been lying by the door waiting, immediately came over when it saw Shen Yi, wagging its tail frantically as if begging for a reward. Ah, there's a monster! One of the female survivors screamed in fright upon seeing the husky's enormous size and instinctively backed away. Even some of the male survivors were so frightened that their faces changed drastically, and they retreated repeatedly, almost running away. Don't expect these survivors to fight at all. But upon seeing the mutated giant dog, even Jiang Nanyan and Su Yun instinctively gripped their guns, their faces filled with tension and fear. But seeing that Shen Yi did not retreat, but instead walked in front of the monster, they did not hide in the building like the others, but instead watched the scene with curiosity. Since my husband isn't afraid, it proves he can definitely handle this mutated monster. Then, they have no reason to be afraid. The 3 women had complete faith in Shen Yi's power, even to the point of superstition. Perhaps the mutated giant dog was full, or perhaps it sensed that these survivors posed no threat to it, or perhaps it was due to Lin Jiwei's teachings. In any case, it didn't take these survivors seriously, nor did it show any hostility. Certainly, if Shen Yi weren't in front of it, it would probably be a completely different bloody scene. Not bad. Remember, don't attack them in the future. Shen Yi stroked the husky's head, pointed at Jiang Nanyan, Su Yun, and Su Wanting, and gave it some instructions. Although huskies may not be able to understand human speech, they can generally grasp the meaning. The mutated giant dog glanced at Su Wanting and the other two women with its green eyes, as if it had remembered them. "Honey, what is it?" Su Wanting swallowed hard and asked cautiously. "It's my pet, Xiaoha." As Shen Yi spoke, he casually took out a few pieces of steak and tossed them to Era. "You'll get a reward if you're obedient." Pets. Su Wanting and her two companions, along with the other survivors, were stunned. He actually kept a monster that was 5 or 6 meters tall as a pet. This monster, just lying there, looked like a small hill. It was terrifying to look at. Under normal circumstances, it won't eat people, but you should still try to stay away from it to avoid any accidents. Shen Yi gave a word of advice, just in case. The girls quickly agreed. Even without warning, they dared not approach the monster. If it weren't for Shen Yi standing in front of them and touching the monster's head, they would have already opened fire. Although a pistol probably couldn't kill this mountain-sized monster. "Honey, can we go out now?" Jiang Nanyan glanced cautiously at the mutated monster. Even if someone has telepathic abilities and can sense that the mutated giant dog is not hostile, a normal person would still be scared if such a huge monster was lying at the door. "Okay, go ahead." Shen Yi nodded and casually put the headless corpse of the mutated black spider on the ground into his system space. Immediately, Jiang Nanyan led the group of survivors carefully past the mutated giant dog. They breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that the mutated giant dog did not react. The survivors whispered among themselves, still shaken. How exactly was such a terrifying monster subdued? It could probably flatten a minivan with a single swipe of its paw, right? This kind of monster can actually be kept as a pet. Damn it, what a pervert. The crowd, who already held Shen Yi in awe of his supernatural abilities, were now even less inclined to resist. Regardless of how strong Shen Yi's superpowers are, his pet alone could easily kill them. But then I had another idea. With such an awesome leader and such amazing pets, wouldn't we be safer if we just did our jobs properly in the future? At least we don't have to worry about encountering thugs like before. If any more thugs dare to come to our neighborhood, even the boss's pets will eat them alive. This is also the effect that Shen Yi wanted. We need to instill both awe and a sense of security in those who join the shelter. Only in this way can shelters develop healthily and better serve themselves. 78. Murong Shue's shock. Take a rest today. Tomorrow we'll check if the wound on your arm gets infected. If it doesn't, I'll help you install the lab equipment. Shen Yi took Lin Jiwei to Chu Xiaoxiao's house, gave her a few instructions, left some anti-inflammatory medicine and gauze, and then left. Although he wanted Lin Jiwei to be his servant, he wanted her to recover from her injuries before doing so. Chu Xiaoxiao looked at the injured Lin Jiwei, hesitated for a moment, but still asked with concern, how did you get hurt? Does it hurt?" Although their relationship was rather awkward. But now that it's a post-apocalyptic world, this kind of thing isn't particularly hard to accept. As a streamer specializing in anime and manga, Chu Xiaoxiao had watched many post-apocalyptic harem anime and read many novels, so she was able to accept this kind of thing relatively quickly. Most importantly, she had neither the right nor the power to refuse Shen Yi. "It was from spider silk," Lin Jiwei replied succinctly and casually. "Spider silk? Is it from a spider?" Chu Xiaoxiao was stunned for a moment. Lin Jiwei hummed in response, seemingly lost in thought, showing no interest in chatting. Seeing the woman's cold attitude, Chu Xiaoxiao simply said, "Oh," and stopped trying to win her over. She got up and went to wash up. Shen Yi is a bit of a clean freak and loves cleanliness, so he provides each of his women with bottled water for daily washing. Leave Chu Xiaoxiao's house. Shen Yi activated his telepathy and headed straight for the home of Murong Shui, a doomsday enthusiast. This is currently the highest-rated woman. Whether it's her figure, looks, or temperament, she's the best Shen Yi has ever seen. Therefore, he has been coveting Murong Shui's sanctuary for a long time. If it weren't for being busy unlocking Lin Jiwei and Chu Xiaoxiao supplies and emptying the Virus Research Institute these past 2 days, Shen Yi would have already made his move on her. Huh, this woman isn't home? Shen Yi scanned the room on the 18th floor with his telepathy, but there was no one in the room with the lights on. Where did this woman go? Even if it's the end of the world, how dare you still go out and have fun? He focused his mind, scanning the entire building, searching for Murong Shue's whereabouts. This woman, please don't let her get herself into trouble. Otherwise, Shen Yi would suffer a huge loss. Shen Yi searched around and suddenly revealed an unexpected expression. He found Murong Shue. Only, Murong Shue, a complete stranger, was actually with my little sister. The two were chatting, and they seemed to have a pretty good relationship. I've only been gone for a day, but feels like a lot has happened. Shen Yi frowned. Is this woman getting close to my younger sister and grandmother because she has some malicious intent? He didn't believe that a woman who had set up traps all over her own home would become friends with his younger sister without any suspicion. Thinking it over, Shen Yi used teleportation to arrive outside the door. Instead of entering the room directly, he knocked on the door. Brother, you're finally back. As soon as the door opened, Chen Su rushed over happily, grabbed Chen Yi's arm tightly, and pulled him into the room. Upon entering the room, Shen Su immediately introduced him to Murong Shue. Sister Murong, let me introduce you. This is my older brother, Shen Yi. Hello, Mr. Shen. Murong Shue stood up and gave Shen Yi a kind smile. Only, her heart suddenly clenched. The space-type ability user I saw before was actually Shen Su's brother. She was stunned. The changes in this life are just too great. Chen Su arrived in the mountain city ahead of schedule and inexplicably moved into her own residential complex. Mingming, Chen Su from the previous life would not appear until more than 2 months later. Moreover, her brother should have disappeared in her previous life. Chen Su came to the vicinity of Shanqing University in order to find her brother, and the reason why she has not left Shanqing University is also to find her brother. But in this life, her brother is still alive. Murong Shue almost thought that Shen Su was also a reborn person. This is also why she got close to Chen Su. However, through conversation, she discovered that Shen Su had no memory of her past life, proving that she was not a time traveler. So, does that mean everything that's happening right now is a butterfly effect? But how could the butterfly effect be so huge? Although I did some things that affected the trajectory of my own life, it's impossible for me to affect Chen Su, and the impact was so thorough. Leaving aside Murong Shue's momentary mental turmoil, Chen Su was happily introducing Murong Shue to Shen Yi. Brother, this sister is called Murong Shue. Before you were here, the neighbor next door kept banging our door. I listened to you and didn't open the door or pay any attention to him. But that person would bang on the door every now and then, and my grandma and I were very scared. Then, Sister Murong Shue appeared and drove that bad neighbor away. Shen Yi frowned slightly. He then used telepathy to glance at his neighbor's house next door. Result: that neighbor had already died tragically in his home. He had a crossbow bolt stuck in his head. That crossbow bolt was exactly the same as the one in Murong Shue's house. Shen Yi withdrew his telepathic connection, glanced at Murong Shue with some surprise, and said calmly, "Thank you." It was nothing, just a small favor. Murong Shue smiled, her attitude friendly. But she was incredibly nervous. It wasn't just tension, it was also shock and disbelief. Because during the conversation just now, she clearly felt a strong fluctuation emanating from Shen Yi again. It turns out that the person who used their sensory abilities to spy on him wasn't that woman, but Shen Yi. In other words, this man actually has 2 superpowers. Murong Shue was shocked. To acquire 2 superpowers at the very beginning of the apocalypse. What kind of incredible luck is that? With such incredible luck, why did he die so quickly in his past life? Or is it that he didn't die in his previous life? He just left the mountain town ahead of time. That doesn't make sense. If he left the mountain city beforehand, he should have gone back to find his family, not just disappeared into thin air. Otherwise, Chen Su wouldn't have traveled so far to find him. It's unreasonable, very unreasonable. Murong Shue's mind was racing, but she couldn't make sense of it all at once. Miss Murong, I won't bother with formalities. If you ever need any help in the future, feel free to come to me. Shen Yi said with a smile. He was once again certain that Murong Shue was definitely not a simple woman. Previously, Shen Yi only thought the other party was a hardcore apocalypse enthusiast. But I never expected that the other party would dare to kill someone. A woman who built a doomsday shelter, stockpiled a lot of food and water, prepared a bunch of weapons, and even dared to kill. Doesn't she seem a lot like a character from some novels? Shen Yi seemed to be deep in thought. Then, the three chatted for a while. Then Murong Shui excused herself, saying she was a little tired, and left. Susu, you can eat these superpower fruits. Shen Yi took a supernatural fruit from the system space and gave it to Shen Su. They're all fruits of telepathic abilities. This ability is very useful. Although my sister doesn't need to go out and generally doesn't encounter any danger, this special ability can still be kept as a backup. The reason why it wasn't given before was because of the power limit. Shen Yi originally wanted to give his younger sister 2 stronger superpowers. While telepathy is useful, it's still a bit weak and lacks combat power, so there's no need to occupy a special ability space. But other superpower fruits are hard to find, so let's just go with telepathy for now. We'll think of other ways later to see if we can break through the limit of our superpowers. Wow, dude, did you dig up a tree full of superpower fruits? There are so many of them. Shen Su's face was filled with surprise. Shen Yi smiled, and then explained to his younger sister how to use his telepathic ability and how eating more power fruits could help him level up. Then, he left some food and water, then made an excuse to leave. Step outside. He went straight to Murong Shui's house on the 18th floor. 79. Shen Yi. Are you a reincarnated person? Shen Yi was almost certain that this strange woman, Murong Shui, was definitely trying to get close to his younger sister. As for his purpose, he had no clue. But now that the potential danger has been discovered, we must nip it in the bud. Either deal with Murong Shui. Either win her over and figure out her motives for getting close to her family. Through the perspective of telepathy. Upon seeing Murong Shui hurriedly return home, Shen Yi immediately grabbed his crossbow and activated all the traps in the house, preparing for battle. This woman is definitely suspicious. She actually anticipated that I would come looking for her. Shen Yi didn't play any tricks with Murong Shui and teleported directly into her bedroom. There was only one trap in the room, which posed no threat to me. At this time, Murong Shui sat in the spacious living room, holding a crossbow in her hand, with a white fox lying on the sofa, looking as if she were facing a formidable enemy. She could feel that the power that was watching her was always there. I'm being watched. That man did indeed come. Come out, and we'll talk about what you want. Murong Shui looked around and said in a cold voice. Her attitude was completely different from when she was in front of Shen Su. They were as kind as they were then, and they are as cold-hearted as they are now. Shen Yi stared at Murong Shui, a thought rising in his mind. This woman definitely has superpowers. She could sense that she was being spied on, but she couldn't seem to see where she was. But this woman is very clever. The reason she is sitting in the spacious living room is clearly to guard against my teleportation attack. No matter from which angle Shen Yi launched a surprise attack, this woman could always retaliate immediately. Such keen combat awareness. What was her background before? Moreover, they even detected the maximum distance I could teleport. Shen Yi frowned, seemingly lost in thought. Although judging from the aura emanating from Murong Shui, she didn't seem to have any particularly strong killing intent towards him. He still couldn't let his guard down. Then, from inside the bedroom, Shen Yi spoke to her through the door. Murong Shui, who exactly are you? Exclamation point. Murong Shui was startled and quickly looked towards the bedroom. She instinctively gripped the crossbow tighter. Spatial ability users are indeed troublesome. And this spatial ability user also has a sensory ability. These two superpowers combined are simply unreasonable. With so many traps and mechanisms in his room, even a spatial ability user could easily ambush him if they broke in without any visibility. However, if the other party has sensory abilities, then these traps will be ineffective. Murong Shui gripped her crossbow tightly, stared at the bedroom, and said coldly, I don't understand what you mean. What exactly are you trying to say? If she could, she really wouldn't want to fight someone with such cheat codes. Especially since the other party turned out to be Shen Su's older brother. All of this was completely beyond Murong Shui's plan. Let me put it bluntly. Why did you renovate this shelter in advance? Who told you there would be a disaster? Shen Yi asked. He even speculated that some high-ranking officials might have known about the impending doomsday disaster before it even happened. But this conjecture was quickly refuted. Even someone with a powerful background like Lin Jiwei didn't know that the apocalypse was coming. So how could Murong Shui, who seemed to be an ordinary person living alone, know about it? She definitely has a problem. I'm just a doomsday shelter enthusiast. I didn't know a doomsday disaster was going to happen, and no one told me. As for renovating this house, it was just something I did for fun because I have money. I didn't expect it to come in handy. Murong Shui answered in this way. This was the only reasonable explanation she had come up with long ago. Although it sounds a bit far-fetched, it's better than revealing the secret of my rebirth. She dared not tell strangers about her rebirth. Yeah. Shen Yi, however, did not believe Murong Shui's reasons at all. That's completely untenable. Let me guess, you wouldn't happen to be a reborn person from the apocalypse, like in the TV dramas, would you? As Shen Yi spoke, he carefully observed the changes in Murong Shui's expression. When he uttered the words reborn, Murong Shui's eyes narrowed slightly, but she tried her best to suppress any unusual expression. But this one detail is enough to confirm it. It really is a reincarnated person. Shen Yi was immediately shocked. Someone can actually be reborn. Is she a woman destined for greatness? Or is it some kind of rare superpower? Shen Yi was filled with many thoughts, but he was mostly excited. If you can master the secret of this reborn person, you can avoid many dangers and gain many opportunities. However, Shen Yi dared not underestimate a reborn person. Who knows if the other side has any powerful trump cards up their sleeve? If someone were to fight to the death with themselves, that would be troublesome. Then, Shen Yi directly used mental connection to forcibly connect with Murong Shui and then teleported away from the 18th floor. It's always good to be careful. Through spiritual connection, remote communication is possible. This is a psychic ability? Murong Shui suddenly felt an unfamiliar spiritual force invading her mind, and she was startled. She quickly gathered her mental energy and forcibly erased the foreign force. Damn it! She gritted her teeth inwardly, a look of disbelief on her face. He actually possesses 3 superpowers. How is this possible? As a reborn individual, Murong Shui has only acquired a second superpower so far. Her expression shifted, and her gaze then fell on the white fox lying on the sofa. Xiao Bai, it seems we can only rely on you. At the same time, Shen Yi frowned as he realized that his mental connection had been instantly erased. This woman's mental strength is so powerful, he thought to himself. It seems her special ability is related to enhancing mental strength. After a moment's thought, Shen Yi initiated another mental connection with Murong Shui, adding a brief message. Don't rush to refuse. I just want to talk to you. Murong Shui heard Shen Yi's voice in her mind. She frowned slightly, hesitated for a moment, but did not sever the connection. She could sense that this spiritual energy was weak and harmless, clearly only suitable for communication and not for attack. It seems his psychic ability is supportive and not very high level. It can only be used for communication. Murong Shui felt somewhat relieved. If this guy with spatial and sensory abilities also possesses powerful mental abilities, then I have absolutely no chance of winning. How could someone who died in their previous life be so strong in this one? Who exactly is the one who has been reborn? Murong Shui was filled with shock and confusion. Suddenly, she remembered that Shen Yi had easily guessed her identity as a reincarnated person, and her heart tightened. Etc. Could it be that he is also a reincarnated person? Otherwise, why would they have guessed their own identity? Thinking of this, Murong Shui used the mental connection to directly ask Shen Yi a question. Shen Yi, are you a reincarnated person? 80. I want to sleep. Me? A reborn person? Shen Yi was stunned for a moment. How did this woman come up with this idea? They actually mistook me for a reincarnated person. After thinking for a moment, he replied, I am not, but you are. From Murong Shui's question, Shen Yi completely confirmed that she was a reincarnated person. All doubts have turned into certainty. Murong Shui also realized that her identity had been exposed, so she immediately severed her mental connection with Shen Yi. I'm done talking. The more you talk, the more mistakes you make. Now all she needs to do is prepare for everything. If Shen Yi really wants to hurt me, then even if he is Shun Su's brother, I will never tolerate it. We'd rather die than lose. At this moment, Shen Yi, who was hiding in the black fog, frowned, hesitating whether to make a move. He always felt that Murong Shui still had a strong trump card up her sleeve. For example, her special ability. Or perhaps the white fox? Shen Yi used his telepathic connection to stare at the white fox, scrutinizing it closely. This white fox is no different in size from a normal fox. The only difference is that it has 3 tails. This is also a mutated white fox. Moreover, it might be a very powerful mutated white fox. Otherwise, Murong Shui, a reborn individual, wouldn't have spent resources to raise it. If I'm not careful, I might suffer a loss at the hands of this fox. How can I take her down without taking any damage? Shen Yi fell into deep thought. A direct, forceful attack is definitely not going to work. He didn't want to take any risks. There's another method. That means teleporting in, throwing 2 grenades to kill White Fox and Murong Shui, and ending it all. But that's a bit too wasteful. Wasting grenades, wasting unlocked resources, and even more so, wasting the value of a resurrected player. Although I can't directly blow her up with a grenade, I can use it to threaten her. If she's not afraid of my threats, it proves she can protect herself against grenades. So I'll leave her alone for now and wait until I've developed my strength before causing her trouble. If she's scared, then I'll push my luck now. Shen Yi quickly devised a plan to test the waters with a hand grenade. He forcibly established a mental connection with Murong Shui again, adding a warning, I have a grenade. If you don't want to fight to the death, don't refuse to communicate. Having his mental connection repeatedly severed, Shen Yi felt that his mental energy was being greatly depleted. If he actively cuts off the connection, the consumption will be minimal, but if the other party forcibly erases it, the loss of mental energy will increase exponentially. That's right, the ability of mental connection relies on mental power. Although Shen Yi did not acquire the ability to enhance his mental strength, his physical evolution ability made his mental strength far exceed that of ordinary people, which is why he was able to continuously and forcibly connect with Murong Shui. On the other side, Murong Shui was about to erase the connection again when she heard Shen Yi's words. A grenade. She looked incredulous. How could Shen Yi possibly have hand grenades? No, impossible. He must be bluffing me. How could an ordinary college student possibly have a hand grenade? That's absurd. However, despite her doubts, Murong Shui did not decisively sever the connection this time. Although she was confident she could survive the grenade explosion, the risk was still very high. Moreover, if the enemy has more than one grenade, their situation will be even more dangerous. We have no grudge against each other, and I even helped your sister, yet you threaten me like this? Murong Shui questioned coldly, her tone tinged with anger and confusion. Shen Yi seemed not to hear her question and continued, I picked up my grenades from a dead Special Forces soldier. They're specially made and have a much greater explosive power than ordinary grenades. If they explode in your house, one would be enough to level your house. Murong Shui fell silent. That bastard. Judging from his words, it didn't seem like he was trying to deceive me. Does he really have a grenade? Murong Shui took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down. I'm not afraid of your grenades. Don't think that just because you have spatial abilities, I can't do anything to you. Since you know I'm a reincarnated person, you should be able to guess that I definitely have my own trump card to save my life. She paused, her tone softening slightly. I don't want to fight you to the death. We have no grudges against each other. There's no need for us to both get hurt. Murong Shui personally admitted that she was a reincarnated person, and her words were clearly not just casual remarks, but rather spoken with a determination to perish together with others. Shen Yi pondered for a moment. Indeed, there was no enmity between them. But can this kind of reasoning be applied in this day and age? Those thugs had no grudge against Shen Yi. Shen Yi also killed them. The threat posed by Murong Shui is far greater than that of those thugs. She is a reincarnated person, hiding a huge secret, and she is also intentionally getting close to her family. Shen Yi couldn't possibly ignore her. If Murong Shui grows up quickly using her memories from her past life, the situation will reverse, and you will be the one in a passive position. Although this was just Shen Yi's speculation, he always assumed the worst about others. In this world, only power can determine everything. Whether you're a good person or a bad person, power is always the most important thing. Therefore, Murong Shui, this unstable factor, must be addressed or brought under control. At the very least, You need to make sure she can never pose a threat to you. Only in this way can Shen Yi feel at ease. I don't want to be your enemy either. Shen Yi replied in this way. Hearing this answer, Murong Shue's tense heart relaxed slightly. She really didn't want to risk her life. Only those who have died once know how precious life is. Of course, the main reason is that my current strength is not strong enough. If he were strong enough, would Shen Yi dare to threaten him like this? She just killed Shen Yi. Negotiation? I'm talking shit. Murong Shue felt a surge of anger, wishing she could tear Shen Yi to pieces. But she managed to suppress her impulse. Reborn into this world, she thought she could finally escape the humiliation of her past life and no longer suffer anyone's wrath. But to my utter surprise, only half a month later, my identity as a reincarnated person was exposed, and I was even threatened. What terrible luck. If I could be reborn, I would definitely find this bastard first and kill him right then and there. Murong Shue thought through gritted teeth. In this life, she has become ruthless, decisive, and merciless. She would no longer be indecisive like in her previous life, but instead learn to solve problems in the most direct way. However, faced with Shen Yi's threat, she had no choice but to temporarily suppress her anger and respond calmly. Now is not the time to act impulsively. I'll settle the score with you when I'm powerful enough. She silently warned herself, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. Suppressing her anger once again, Murong Shue asked through the mental connection, if you don't want to be my enemy, then what exactly are you trying to do by keeping an eye on me? Sleep with you. Shen Yi did not hesitate.